Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
There's a lot that I would ask Pam Bondi, but I do want to go back to the first part about the president now seemingly flipping his position. I do want the American people to recognize that this is nothing more than a game by the con man, again, because he knows, like most others, I'm sure his attorneys have informed him that the release of grand jury documentation, as it's already been laid out, this is a secret process. It is a lot more difficult to actually get that released. So he gets to play both sides of it. He gets to then blame the courts if the courts then ultimately do what courts are supposed to do, which is to kind of follow the law. So he wants to say, listen, I tried, but it's the judges that wouldn't let me, and then kind of distract. So I don't believe that he actually has any intention whatsoever of being transparent and actually providing those documents, because he could instruct them to release information that was not necessarily a part of the grand jury process, but he did not do that. So I think that that's the real game here, is it allows him to absolve himself of trying to help out, when I know that the real shtick here is that he knows, or he's at least been informed, that that actually may be a really high bar to meet, and that's what he wanted to do.
What are your Republican colleagues telling you, whether it's OTR or even just flat out discussing this? And do you think there will be a vote next week whether or not to require these grand jury documents to be released?
I absolutely think that they are going to run away with this as quickly as possible. We saw a number of Republicans that just skipped a previous vote this week. So I don't anticipate that we will get to any resolution on this. I think that they want to, again, straddle the fence. They want to show that they are loyal to this, I don't even know what to call him. I've called him so many things, but this wannabe Hitler for sure. They want to pledge their loyalty to him, and they know that he does not want this released. I think that they also are concerned about the damage that it may do. If he's trying to hide it, they understand that it is most likely problematic for him, as well as the MAGA brand, as well as the Republicans. So I don't anticipate that they will be on board for doing anything that may harm them or their fearless leader.
Let's move to Trump supporting Texas Governor Greg Abbott redrawing the state's districting map years ahead of schedule to help Republicans keep their congressional majority. So the legislature is going to hold a special session to find 5 new winnable red seats, which likely moves Republican voters out of safely red districts into blue ones. Is this going to further marginalize Democrats in Texas? And what can Democratic lawmakers do about it?
Yeah, so obviously, Alex, you and I met when the Republican legislature in the state of Texas decided that they wanted to violate the law and infringe upon the rights of Texans in our state. That was when I was in the state house, and we broke quorum at that point in time. It was a pretty dramatic thing to do, but we felt like it was necessary because they were pushing these draconian voting laws, because they knew that they had an opening with the evisceration of a lot of our protections under the Voting Rights Act in the Shelby v. Holder case. They are doing the same thing. We know that they gerrymandered in this last legislative session when we actually did go through the maps. In fact, I've been engaged in litigation ever since those new maps were drawn because we know that they diluted the voices of people of color. And that's basically what they're going to do. They're going to do it again. Texas is a majority minority state, and they don't feel comfortable having to go and present their very much racist policies, the policies that people like the Proud Boys are excited about, the people like the Oath Keepers, people like, we saw on January 6th, those guys. So that's what they're going to do. They are going to minimize people of color's voices, and they truly believe that by pushing their white supremacy agenda, they will be able to then secure more Republican seats. I've got news for them. I believe in the people of Texas, and I believe that this may backfire in a really unprecedented way. In fact, I will tell you confidently that there are absolutely Republicans that currently are serving that are concerned as well, and they should be concerned that this may backfire on them as they try to create these seats, because there will be new vulnerabilities. And I promise you, I am going to do everything that I can to make sure that Texans know what is at stake and understand that they are trying to basically put their voices on mute, and it is time to raise the volume on their voices. And so we will work and outwork this gerrymander to make sure that Texas actually shows up and shows out, and Donald Trump is left being the crybaby that he is.
You're going to bring the bullhorn of that, I'm convinced, on that one. But let me ask you about Governor Gavin Newsom. He said he's going to consider doing something similar in California if Texas goes ahead with redistricting plans. So, look, if Republicans are doing it, should Democrats redraw districts to their favor too? And if not, why not?
No, I'm all in, Alex. Listen, we are in a crisis in this country, and I've got to tell you that Democrats have consistently held the moral high ground for good reason, regardless of the fact that one party wants to pretend that they are Christians or super Christians. The reality is that don't tell me what you are, show me what you are in your policies and what you do. And I can tell you that Democrats have consistently fought for equity in all ways, even in representation. And so that's why we do have so many states that have decided that they would have these redistricting commissions that are nonpartisan, and they try to be fair. But the reality is that we aren't playing with people that believe in abiding by the rules or the law or the Constitution. We've got people that are going into the mud, and it is time for us to fight back on their same level. And ultimately, when we can earn the trust and we can earn the support and we can actually have a say-so at the ballot box, then we will get this country back on track. But as of right now, we can't afford to lose anything else. And so if that means that we've got to play by the same rule book that they're playing by, which means that we kind of ignore the rules, then that's exactly what we should do. And so I absolutely support the governor of California and any other governor in any other blue state that decides that they want to do this. The red states don't have anywhere else to go. They have already gerrymandered these seats so far that is the reason that the Republicans are currently controlling the House. We know that that's what happened in the state of North Carolina, that decided to somehow give themselves an additional 3 seats. That was the difference in the Democrats controlling the House and stopping this agenda and doing actual oversight of this president right now.
One last question, speaking of oversight. I spoke with Congressman Robert Garcia, of course, newly elected ranking Democrat on House Oversight. If Democrats flip the House, he said his first investigation would be President Trump and his family. Would that also be first on your list?
Listen, we're going to stand together and we are going to investigate. I don't know what is first, Alex. I can tell you that there's nothing but a treasure trove of violations of the Constitution, violations of the law in general, and overall just lawlessness and criminality. So whether we're talking about violating the Emoluments Clause and going to foreign governors and shaking them down, whether it's shaking them down for planes or whether it's shaking them down for crypto, or whether it's important to look into what he's done as it relates to these law firms and shaking them down, or as we recently saw, that we just lost Colbert, and whether we need to look into the Paramount deal, and whether or not he is just going to continue to shake down various TV agencies to the benefit of muting the voices in violation of the Constitution and the freedom of press, or whether we are going to look into the fact that he wants to open a resort with every foreign government that he can find that will give him personal money. There is no shortage of things to look into, or whether we're talking about overall this little crypto dinner that he decided to have where people knew that they were doing wrong to the extent that they didn't even want their faces revealed when they went to that crypto dinner. There is no shortage of things to investigate, in addition to obviously getting somewhere on the Epstein files and determining what level of culpability he had as it relates to what all was taking place with this child trafficking sex ring. I don't know where I would start, but I could tell you we got a lot to dig through, and to make sure that the American people fully understand why the 34-count convicted felon was never qualified to be the president of the United States.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. We have brought the traveling circus back home. So everyone, make sure that you hit the like button. Please make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel, at Stanley Cross 6000. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt channel, John Galt, the Urban Landlord. Please make sure you subscribe to Urban Landlord Clips. It's going to be more or less a typical Monday, bunch of news stories, and I've got a bunch of opinion pieces mixed in, and I've gone like, I think everybody pretty much knows I'm a history fan, American history fan. Well, you know what? I'd say in the last week I've gone American history crazy, and I have more video clips than I can possibly use. I'm going to have to go through and discard some of them. So stay tuned. I actually think that apparently Jasmine Crockett has changed the arc of whatever it is she does. She seems a lot more, I'm going to use the word sober lately. She doesn't seem as made up. The big hair wig seems to have gone. I like this Jasmine Crockett. She seems a whole lot more mature. And she was becoming cartoonish. So I think she has a lot of ability. And I think we all have this maturation process. AOC went through it. AOC's a lot less girlish here of late, and it's an improvement. I think Jasmine Crockett, same thing. It's an improvement, and good for her. Beak, how you doing? Good to see you. Happy Monday. So I guess we'll news, though. To be honest, I could just watch videos all day, but I am happy to be back home, and it's not quite as hot up here as it is down in Savannah, but it's still hot. So anyway, this I would start out with something a tad more serious than this, but this is actually like peak Donald Trump here. So Donald Trump suggests he will block Washington Commanders stadium deal if name change isn't reversed immediately. So here we are, President of the United States. Generally, there's a ton going on, and Donald Trump has time to worry about name changes in football stadiums. And DC is, a federal city. It's not like a normal state. So Congress essentially, is Washington's I don't know, Washington's controller, but it's Congress. The president doesn't necessarily have direct control. He is the president. He does live there. So, if he says something, Congress and everybody else is going to jump. Why the hell is he getting involved in this? The dude is not a good president. Okay. His focus is on everything but governing. And this has got to stop. Um, who's going to take this dude seriously? I think we're beyond taking him seriously. At least I am. But this is just, I just, this dude is just not up to it. Sorry about that. I forgot to switch screens. So this is the football fan in chief.
Changed their name back to the Washington Redskins, the controversial moniker criticized for years as a racial slur that the team abandoned in 2020, suggesting he'd intervene to block a multi-billion-dollar deal for a new stadium in Washington, D.C. if the name isn't changed back. Key facts. In a post on Truth Social on Sunday morning, Trump claimed there was a big clamoring for the Commanders to return to their original name and instructed the team's owners to get it done. Trump also mentioned the Cleveland Guardians, who changed their name and mascot from the Cleveland Indians, insisting, without further elaborating, that our great Indian people, in massive numbers, want this to happen. Trump followed up with a separate post Sunday afternoon, saying if they don't change the name back to the original Washington Redskins and get rid of the ridiculous moniker Washington Commanders, I won't make a deal for them to build a stadium in Washington, claiming his original statement had totally blown up. Trump has criticized the name change to reporters multiple times in the past, but ramped up the call for change Sunday, claiming times are different now than they were 3 or 4 years ago. The Redskins moniker was dropped after the 2019 season, with the team officially going by the name Washington Football Team for the 2020 and 2021 seasons before the Commanders' name was adopted for 2022. What to watch for? A deal for the redevelopment of the RFK Stadium site in Washington, D.C. to become the Commanders' new stadium is under consideration by the D.C. City Council. If the $3.7 billion deal is greenlit, it would pave the way for NFL football to return to Washington proper for the first time since 1996. Key background. Trump has a long history with professional sports, first owning the New Jersey Generals, a team in the short-lived United States Football League that challenged the National Football League in the 1980s. He also famously tried to purchase the Buffalo Bills in 2014, only to be outbid. During his career in politics, Trump has repeatedly weighed in on culture war issues surrounding the NFL. During his first term in office, Trump constantly criticized NFL players for taking a knee during the national anthem in protest. The president has made backing Native American mascots one of his pet causes, previously launching a Title VI investigation into New York's attempt to retire Massapequa High School's chief's mascot and nickname, even sending Education Secretary Linda McMahon to speak in May at the high school in support of the name. What has Trump said about the Commanders before? In the past, Trump has criticized the name changes, but stopped short before calling for them to reverse the decision. After the Cleveland Guardians announced they would retire their Indians nickname, Trump in a 2020 tweet said it was not good news, even for Indians, and blamed cancel culture. When asked about the Commanders' name change multiple times this year, Trump said he would not have changed the name in the first place. I wouldn't have changed the name, Trump said while speaking to reporters earlier this month. It just doesn't have the same ring to me. Later speaking to reporters in the Oval Office, Trump again defended the old name. It's a great population, and they like when they're called by various names. Now Washington, the Redskins, that possibly a little bit different, but I can tell you I spoke to people of Indian heritage, and they love that name, and they love that team, Trump said. The president also heaped praise on the Kansas City Chiefs and their quarterback Patrick Mahomes, who have also been criticized for their Native American imagery. They're not changing their name. A great team, great people, Trump said. I like that team. They're called the Chiefs, and frankly, I see nothing wrong with them. The Chiefs lost to the Philadelphia Eagles 40-22 in Super Bowl 59 earlier this year, where Trump became the first sitting president to attend the big game. Forbes valuation. Forbes estimates the Washington Commanders are worth $6.3 billion, making them the 10th most valuable team in the NFL. Commanders owner Josh Harris, who co-founded Apollo Global Management and has stakes in several professional sports teams, has an estimated net worth of $10.6 billion.
Yeah, I want a president who's serious. To be honest with you, we actually haven't had a serious president, in my opinion, since Obama. Um, and it's really weird that I miss George W. Um, we haven't had a serious president, and that includes, in my opinion, Biden. Um, these guys, we have lost something since Trump became president the first time. I fear that I don't want to be dire about it, but Trump is just not a serious leader. Um, it's America as TV. So anyway, I guess I'm in a grumpy mood this morning. Everyone, please make sure you support the show. I'm looking at adding a newspaper or two to the mix. Um, I show a lot of Washington Post and New York Times. Ground news I actually love because it gives me access to a lot of publications. Um, I'm just subscribed to the Washington Examiner, which I've compared the Washington Examiner to, oh, damn it, what's the other conservative paper in DC? I can't think of the name of it. Anyway, I like the Examiner, and I'm I actually like the Examiner better than the Wall Street Journal. Wall Street Journal is just too expensive, and other than business news and some of their editorials, their news writing is atrocious. It is like horribly written, and I don't know why. I just don't like their editorial style. So anyway, make sure you contribute to the show, support the show. I really appreciate the support I got last week. It means a lot. Given that I'm old and often too serious. So thank you very much. So next story, nothing will be good enough. Trump goes off on Epstein files troublemakers.
Nothing will be good enough. Trump goes off on Epstein files troublemakers. By Tom Boggioni. A fuming Donald Trump took to Truth Social on Saturday morning and complained about demands that his Department of Justice release the complete Jeffrey Epstein files. After attempting to blow off the controversy of the Department of Justice keeping the files on the accused pedophile hidden from the public, claiming there is nothing more interested parties need to know, Trump grudgingly instructed Attorney General Pam Bondi to seek the court's approval to release secret grand jury transcripts. On Saturday morning, the president once again stated his approval to seek the release, but then complained that it won't satisfy his critics, many of them supporters of his MAGA movement, who are furious that he broke a promise to them. On Truth Social, he wrote, "I have asked the Justice Department to release all grand jury testimony with respect to Jeffrey Epstein, subject only to court approval." However, he was not done and continued by ranting, "With that being said, and even if the court gave its full and unwavering approval, nothing will be good enough for the troublemakers and radical left lunatics making the request. It will always be more, more, more. MAGA." You can see his post here.
Warren's Warriors. Oh boy. That's an interesting idea. So I want to go back and emphasize that, like Jasmine Crockett said, it's an uphill climb getting grand jury records unsealed. They're secret. That's why they're sealed. So it'll be interesting to see what the outcome is. I actually, the best idea I've heard, someone suggested, it was somebody on the left basically saying if Donald Trump was really smart and he wanted this to go away, he would have just appointed a special prosecutor or had Pam Bondi, because it's the attorney general, I think, who does that. He would have just had her do appoint a special prosecutor, and we know how long and dragged out these the special prosecutor process can be. He would be out of office by the time that process finishes. It's notoriously slow and inefficient. So dude's just not bright. And what's even worse is apparently the people around him aren't that bright. You've got Stephen Miller, and Stephen Miller, you can just tell by Stephen Miller's swagger, he doesn't give a shit. You know what? Stephen Miller, I think, is probably the most transparent member of the Trump administration, including Trump himself. Dude just doesn't give a fuck, you know, and you kind of have to respect that. He's like he just, hey, I'm going to be cruel, and I'm going to be cruel. I'll tell you why I'm being cruel. I'll tell you when I'm going to be cruel. And you got to respect that. But the rest of them are just incompetent. Like I said, I fully expect Marco Rubio to actually, if I had to bet money right now, I would take the long shot and say Marco Rubio in 2028. I don't think that I just don't think JD Vance. JD Vance is not a leader. He would literally, you'd be able to see Peter Thiel's hand up his ass, and you would know JD Vance is basically a Muppet. And I think I would say probably Rubio versus what's his name in Florida. He does the whatever his name is in Florida. He doesn't have the personality though. He's just uninspiring. But I actually think Rubio is going to wind up being president. And he's got a couple things going for him. He actually is probably like the most competent person in Trump's cabinet, and that includes the president. I think Rubio is more capable than Donald Trump. And I also think that Rubio's background being Hispanic, he'd be the perfect candidate. So that's my long shot guess for 2028. DeSantis, DiCaprio, I'm suffering a senior moment. I was on the road for most of yesterday, and it shows. But yep, I don't think DeSantis is going to be able to do it. I really think Rubio can do it, and Rubio's from Florida, so if you're looking for a Floridian to be president, I think Rubio's your man. President Rubio even has kind of a ring to it. So this is an opinion piece by Virginia Heffernan. I rarely read Heffernan. She is a really good writer. She's an interesting person. And she is the queen of liberal arts. But occasionally she writes something interesting. And so I think we're going to play it. I'm not sure how this works. Hell hath no fury like MAGA scorned.
Gotcha.
Let me make sure this is the right one. Oh, I can't play it. I'm going to have to read it. Damn it. All right. Well, hell hath no fury like MAGA scorned. the whole if you can bear it, read this from Alex Jones. The holy golden toad, Donald John Trump. In a couple months, he'll be as bad as Kamala would have been. President Trump, you are compromised. Jeffrey Epstein, on record, was connected to the CIA, Mossad, MI6, child rape. He was killed under Trump. Now DOJ says he didn't even jaywalk. This is Alex Jones, folks. Alex Jones goes on to have Trump attack his constituents, insulting us. If you think we'll overlook you becoming an accessory after the fact to the deep state and Jeffrey Epstein, it's not going to happen. This is a question of morality for us. It ties into the whole deep state, Pizzagate, human trafficking system. Oh, Jesus Christ. Israel really is doing a hostile takeover of the country. Alex Jones is on a roll. The zany stuff MAGA stars said last week about the Epstein affair is not just zany, it's downright instructive. It shows the rest of us where MAGA's beating heart is. It proposes an answer to the question of the decade. How will MAGA finally break with Trump? I'm not saying we're there yet. That's a gun I'll never jump. And many of Trump's MAGA world critics are already eating their words, but their fury at Donald Trump last week was an excellent reminder to the rest of us. Epstein's arrest and death remains a central focus for MAGA and QAnon followers, who consider it incontrovertible proof of a secret global cabal of child molesters who were protected by powerful institutions. The alleged suppression of the Epstein files is considered the ultimate evidence of a broader cover-up by the lizard people of the deep state. If Trump refuses to reveal those files, their hero is exposed as just another lizard. Oh boy. Yeah, these people, these dudes, dirty dude, good morning. How you doing? Happy Monday. Yeah. All I have to say is these people, I guess you live by the sword, you die by the sword. And this isn't the first time that everybody thinks that MAGA and Donald Trump are in lockstep. Well, they are aligned, but not necessarily in lockstep. And it's really odd that it's almost like the snake charmer, the mythical snake charmer. The snake is a snake. The actual snake charmer is not necessarily, totally in charge. It's a wild animal. And MAGA has its own collective will, and it just so happens that they're charmed by Donald Trump. But Donald Trump is not. Donald Trump's a billionaire. Okay, whether he doesn't act like an elite, but he actually is a billionaire and elite. He eats his pizza with a knife and fork, folks. So he is not one of y'all. So this is just the last time I can think of this sort of break was when Donald Trump took the COVID shot in his towards the end of his first administration. And Candace Owens had words, of course she was anti-vax. And, when Donald Trump just said, hey, look, I was, the president and I got warp speed, the vaccine, etc. He legitimately could claim, hey, I was the impetus behind getting this thing tested into market in record time. And they skewered him for that. And Donald Trump had to backtrack a little bit. So it goes. Delta regional pilot makes aggressive maneuver to avoid a B-52 collision. aviation near misses back in the news. It says here a Delta regional jet on approach to Minot, North Dakota. I'm not sure how you pronounce that name. Made an aggressive maneuver to avoid a midair collision with a B-52 bomber, according to the Delta pilot. The incident took place on July 18th, according to the airline. The flight, operated by SkyWest, had departed from Minneapolis. Once on the ground, the pilot apologized to passengers for the abrupt move and explained the situation. Given his speed, I don't know how fast they were going, but they were a lot faster than us. I felt it was the safest thing to do to turn behind it, the pilot said, according to a recording of the conversation. So sorry about the aggressive maneuver. It caught me by surprise. This is not normal at all. I don't know why they didn't give us a heads up because the Air Force Base does have radar. Long story short, it was not fun, but I do apologize for it and thank you for understanding. Not a fun day at work. It's unclear how close the two jets came from each other or if a cockpit alarm was activated to warn the pilots of potential collision. Minot is home of an Air Force base with 52 bombers. The Air Force has not released any information about the event to ABC News. SkyWest said it's investigating the incident. SkyWest Flight 3788, operating as Delta connection from Minneapolis, Minnesota to Minot, North Dakota, landed safely in Minot after being cleared for approach by the tower, but performed a go-around when another aircraft became visible in their flight path. We are investigating the incident, according to a spokesperson. So this is another near miss, and I'm sure everyone understands why we're a little sensitive to these sorts of aviation incidents. So he got a placebo. He didn't get the real vaccine. I didn't hear that one speak radio. Good morning, by the way. No, the Genius Act and stablecoin. Yeah, I'm not a crypto person. I think it's all a scam. Not all a scam, but what Trump is doing. Issuing his coin, and Melania has a coin. And what I've heard about it, essentially, Donald Trump actually left office poorer than when he came into office. And the scuttlebutt on the left, and the left leaning conspiracy folks, is that Donald Trump is just basically trying to recoup losses and make sure his family's set up, for quite some time. I mean, if you've got some stuff that you want me to cover, DiCapriono, run over to my channel, my chat. I think you're an admin there. You can just drop what you want me to cover, but Bitcoin's just not in stable coin. Basically the precursor to Bitcoin, tied to the dollar. I mean, I vaguely understand some of this stuff, but I think that Bitcoin is actually gonna go away. I don't, and everybody will go, Stanley, you're crazy. I actually think Bitcoin, I don't understand it. It doesn't have an underlying, well, I guess if you tie it to the dollar, it kind of has an underlying value, but it's one of these assets where you give it value because you want to give it value. I'm not a fan. Well, I haven't seen, well, just whatever you want me to read, I'll read it. Just drop it in the other chat. But no, I'm not. I think Bitcoin, I think the Genius Act, I think it's all a scam. And I think that I'm a meat and potatoes kind of guy, stocks and bonds and derivatives. There's certain derivatives that I kind of get into, but I'm an old man, and I guess I just have to understand what I'm investing in. Bitcoin, it's too volatile. It's too difficult to deal with. Even producing Bitcoin, you have to go through these exotic, energy consuming processes to even create them. I heard of a guy who forgot his password to to his Bitcoin stash, and it's like millions of dollars. He basically it's there, but he can't get to it because he forgot the password, and no one can. There's no process to recoup the password. I don't need assets like that. So sorry for my ignorance. Bitcoin is just not my thing, and I know about the Genius Act, but I'm uninterested. It's just a bunch of just a bunch of greedy motherfuckers, just inventing a new way to scam money. Ignorant, of course, but I'll just have to remain ignorant. If I can survive without knowing about Bitcoin, I'm willing to do that. So we're going to backtrack into Kerr County, Texas. Number of missing in Kerr County, Texas after floods drops to 3, which I guess is, kind of good. Things are getting resolved there.
Number of missing in Kerr County, Texas after floods drops to 3. This article is by Alice McFadden and Chris Hippensteel and read by an automated voice. The number of missing people in the Texas county hardest hit by the devastating July 4th floods is now just 3, a dramatic drop from the nearly 100 officials had reported just days ago. Many were confirmed to be safe, local officials said on Saturday. The new figure is a significant decrease from the 97 who were reported earlier in the week, and it represents those missing only in Kerr County. A handful more remain unaccounted for in other areas of the Hill Country that were devastated by the disastrous floods, which have killed at least 135 people statewide. Kerr County was the area in the state most affected by the floods, accounting for 107 of the deaths. In a statement on Saturday, officials in Kerrville, the seat of Kerr County, said that many individuals who were initially reported as missing have been verified as safe. As of Saturday evening, the death toll in Kerr County had not changed. It is not clear how many of the people previously listed as missing were actually affected by the floods. Some could have been out-of-town vacationers, whom the authorities eventually found to be safe back home. Others could have been reported erroneously by worried relatives. The authorities have not publicly released a list of the missing. We are profoundly grateful to the more than 1,000 local, state, and federal authorities who have worked tirelessly in the wake of the devastating flood that struck our community, said Dalton Rice, the Kerrville city manager. It's common for the number of missing to fluctuate or to decline sharply after a natural disaster. After a catastrophic wildfire in Maui, Hawaii in 2023, the number of missing people was initially listed as 1,100, but about 6 months later it had dropped to 2, with 102 deaths. Few of the missing turned out to be dead. Even with the huge drop in numbers, officials in Kerrville said on Saturday that the search for those still missing would continue. State and local officials have vowed to find every missing person since the flood struck more than 2 weeks ago. Our thoughts remain with the families still awaiting news, and we will continue to stand with them as efforts persist, Mayor Joe Herring Jr. of Kerrville said in the statement. The floods hit the idyllic Hill Country, a river-threaded region of central Texas, whose natural beauty has long drawn visitors and made it a popular site for children's summer camps in the pre-dawn hours of July 4th. As residents and tourists slept beside the Guadalupe River's banks, heavy rains swelled its waters by 20 to 30 feet in some areas within just a few hours. Among the victims were young campers and teenage counselors of a beloved girls' summer camp, families in RVs who traveled to the area for a 4th of July getaway, and locals whose homes or cars were swept away. Many residents have said that they did not receive enough notice to evacuate from the incoming floods. They have questioned whether state and local officials did enough to warn people, as well as whether there should have been a more sophisticated alert system in place. Local, state, and federal officials have largely deflected or criticized those lines of questioning. For loved ones of those who are still missing, the wait for an update on their status grows more agonizing by the day. Among those anxiously waiting are Sherry McCutcheon and Terry Trogett, sisters in Leander, northwest of Austin. The two have already heard that their mother and brother died during the floods in the house they shared. But they still don't know what happened to another brother, Gary Trogett. I can't stand it that Gary is laying out there by himself, on the ground or in that water, Miss Trogett said. Ms. McCutcheon and Ms. Trogett said they refuse to hold any funeral services until they find out about Mr. Trogett. We can't have funerals for two when there are three, Ms. McCutcheon said. Jenna Russell contributed reporting.
Yeah, DiCapriona, the fire chief lived in, it's a San Antonio fire chief. They're like an hour away. I think what I understood is he was expected to send like rescue swimmers or something. Charlie Kirk says a lot of things. Charlie Kirk, I'm awaiting his comeuppance. Um, he's an interesting character. How this dude has gotten so much influence in the party. I fully expect one day he's going to run for president. And I've watched Charlie Kirk's arc for quite some time. He is literally, he's a true believer. So I've seen him. I've actually seen. I don't know if he still has that show. Occasionally, he'll bring in somebody like a Vosh or somebody, and they'll sit down and kind of have some sort of discussion / debate. But he literally, Charlie Kirk is one of these guys who speaks in talking points. It's like he and Candace Owens, because Candace Owens used to be like a protege of his. They literally, their knowledge is based on bullet points. And if you engage them, and it's really easy. I've seen people take Charlie Kirk apart logically, because if you ask him to think outside of his memorized talking points, he doesn't do well. I've seen it with him. Basically sat her down, and Nick Fuentes took her out and embarrassed her. And I can't remember and it kind of made conservative, news, I guess. So let's see. What's up, Dwali? How you doing? Good morning. So let's move on. This is an interesting picture here. This is a video. The story is Trump's DOJ contacted states for voter data and access to voting machines. Why he's doing it, I have no idea. The conspiracy theory is that they're looking for ways to rig the midterms and 2028. America has voting. America has cheating at voting on the brain, and it's all due to Trump. So it says here, members of the Department of Justice in recent weeks have reached out to several states around the country requesting voter information. We talked about New Jersey over the weekend, where their local RNC, or maybe it was the national RNC, wanted access to their voter rolls and voting machines. And there's been, a little bit of a scuffle over releasing that information. So it says the outreach was made to at least 6 states. In some of the letters obtained by ABC News, the DOJ requested from the states broad information about voting systems, how counties maintain updated voter information, and how non citizens who are on the voter lists are identified. There, the letters also, in some cases, requested copies of the state's voter registration lists. The Washington Post was the first to report the DOJ's outreach. In Colorado, the outreach came from an individual who told officials he was working on behalf of the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, according to Matt Crane, the director of the Colorado County Clerks Association. He said at least 10 county clerks in the state had received calls or texts from the individual Jeff Small, the former chief of staff for Representative Lauren Boebert. One of those clerks, Justin Grantham, told ABC News that Small said he was reaching out to Republican clerks in Democratic-controlled states on behalf of the White House. He contacted me in particular to see if I'd be willing to work with him in the White House to allow a third party to come in and do a review of the voting machines. As someone who's in charge of elections, we try to stay neutral, and it makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable that that's how they're wanting to try to gain access to these machines. At least 2 county clerks, Crane said, received calls and messages from a person identifying themselves as the Department of Homeland Security, asking if the federal government could examine their voting machines. The requests themselves are dangerous because it could get an election official in legal jeopardy. The White House, the Department of Justice, and Small did not immediately respond to requests for comment from ABC News. In a statement to ABC News, Colorado Secretary of State Jenna Griswold said that it is a felony in the state to tamper with voting systems. Colorado takes any potential threat to our elections extremely seriously, which is why we have strong laws that protect voting equipment, Griswold said. It is a felony in Colorado to tamper with voting systems. Accessing voting systems without proper authorization is a crime. Additionally, Griswold's office received a letter in May from the Department of Justice asking for election records after they said they recently received a complaint alleging noncompliance within the office with the Voting Rights Act. The letter was signed by Harmeet Dillon, the Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Rights Division, who was formerly a Trump campaign legal advisor. In Nevada, Secretary of State's office confirmed it received a letter from the DOJ related to voter roll data and voter information. And I'm not going to go farther in this. States control elections. The federal government, while it has a role, states do elections. And if there's a suspected crime, that's all great, but you got to go through processes. And Trump and his merry band of amateurs seem to not care much about democratic norms. Let's see, what else have we got here? Tulsi Gabbard. Hadn't heard from her in weeks, and she's back in the news. And this is how she gets back in Trump's good graces. Gabbard claims Obama officials manufactured intelligence of 2016 Russian election interference. I just don't understand why these people are not governing in the present. They're going back and, rehashing stuff that's not going to make any difference. This Russia stuff has been investigated thoroughly. And apparently these are just distractions from, what's going on in the present. So this says on Friday, July 18th, 2025, Director Tulsi Gabbard declassified 114 pages of emails and intelligence reports alleging the Obama administration manufactured and politicized intelligence. When was the last time Obama was president? On July 16, 2025, Real Clear Investigations reported that Trump administration officials held a meeting to compile a secret 200-page audit detailing how the CIA was used to falsely portray Trump, attributed to this source. The CIA review found the ICA full of flaws. John Ratcliffe posted his allegations on X, and a senior Trump administration official said Obama ordered the ICA to set up Trump. Bitch set me up. Online reactions included hashtags like Arrest Obama. Democrats denounced the effort as politically motivated, and Gabbard said she referred materials to the DOJ for review. Public debates now center on accountability and trust in intelligence, intensifying disputes among Trump allies, the intelligence community, and Congress. Ugh, nothing burger. Nothing burgers for dinner. All right. Prisoner swap frees Americans in Venezuela for migrants in El Salvador. So who was it that said that the United States doesn't control the prisoners that got sent to El Salvador, or the immigrants, illegal and otherwise, who got sent to El Salvador? Seems like we're controlling who gets sent where down there. Interesting.
Prisoner swap frees Americans in Venezuela for migrants in El Salvador. This article is by Julie Turkowitz and Hamed Aliaziz and read by an automated voice. 10 Americans and U.S. permanent residents who had been seized by the Venezuelan authorities and held as bargaining chips were freed Friday, in exchange for the release of more than 250 Venezuelan migrants whom the Trump administration sent to a prison in El Salvador. The release of the Americans and permanent residents was described by the State Department, while the release of the Venezuelans was announced by the president of El Salvador, Nayib Bukele, on X. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said in a statement that the U.S. citizens and permanent residents had been arrested and jailed in Venezuela without proper due process, and called for the restoration of democracy in Venezuela. The capture and imprisonment of the Americans had been part of the Venezuelan government's efforts to gain an upper hand in negotiations with the Trump administration, while the detention of the Venezuelans in El Salvador played a high-profile role in President Trump's promise to deport millions of immigrants. The president had invoked the Alien Enemies Act, a wartime power, to detain and expel many of the migrants sent to El Salvador. This set off a legal battle, with critics accusing Mr. Trump of ignoring the law's intent to fulfill a campaign promise. The Trump administration has accused the men it sent to El Salvador, 252 people in all, of being dangerous criminals and members of a Venezuelan gang, Tren de Aragua, though it has provided little evidence to back this up. Their lawyers say the men were summarily deported from the United States without due process. The U.S. government sent the men to a maximum security prison in El Salvador in March, along with around 24 Salvadorans, including Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a man U.S. officials later admitted had been mistakenly deported. Officials in the Trump administration had previously argued that they had no authority over the men once they landed in El Salvador, and that it would be Mr. Bukele's decision whether or not to release them. Venezuela's government began detaining and imprisoning foreigners late last year. Among them was Lucas Hunter, now 37, a U.S. and French citizen who had traveled to Colombia to go kite surfing, according to his family. In an interview, his sister, Sophie Hunter, said he was still in Colombia, close to its border with Venezuela, when he was nabbed by the Venezuelan authorities in early January. She has been working for his release ever since. We have prayed for this day for almost a year, she said on Friday. 6 other American prisoners returned from Venezuela in late January, their freedom secured after an unusual and highly public visit by a Trump administration official to Venezuela. After their release, some of them spoke at length with the New York Times about their detention and described being seized, hooded, and handcuffed by the Venezuelan authorities. Some of the Americans in the Venezuelan prison were confined to cement cells, beaten, pepper sprayed, and subjected to what one prisoner called psychological torture. Negotiations around the exchange on Friday had been underway since at least May, according to 4 people with knowledge of the talks. But the conversations between U.S. and Venezuelan officials stalled in part because 2 U.S. officials made different offers to the Venezuelans, leaving them unsure whom to trust, the people said. Families of the Venezuelan migrants sent to El Salvador had been lobbying for months for the release of their relatives, organizing marches in front of the Salvadoran embassy in Caracas and traveling to Geneva to speak with representatives to the United Nations. On Friday, an aunt of one of the men, Widmer Josnader Egelviz, 24, said she wanted to be grateful to the United States for his release, but mostly felt angry at U.S. officials. From the beginning, they knew that they were not capturing criminals, said the aunt, Joanna Sanguino, 35, who lives in Colombia. The Trump administration has said that the men are criminal gang members, and that their deportation and imprisonment in El Salvador are part of an effort to make the United States safer. But a Times investigation found serious criminal accusations for only 32 of the men. Most of the 252 men did not have criminal records in the United States or elsewhere in the region, beyond immigration offenses, the investigation found. Many of their family members have said the men were being used as political tools by Mr. Trump, who wants to demonstrate a hard line on migration. Mr. Egelviz has no criminal record in Venezuela or in Ecuador, where he lived previously, according to government documents reviewed by The Times. He arrived in the United States in September 2024, his aunt said, and had been living in North Carolina when U.S. immigration authorities detained him earlier this year. The exchange on Friday also included the release of 80 Venezuelans held by the Venezuelan government, according to Venezuela's Interior Minister, Diosdado Cabello. The American Civil Liberties Union has sued the Trump administration over its use of the Alien Enemies Act to detain and expel Venezuelans, and litigation is ongoing. On Friday, Lee Gellernt, a lawyer for the ACLU, said the organization would ask a judge to order the government to explain if it intends to bring the Venezuelans back to the United States. Many of them had active immigration cases when they were imprisoned, including requests for asylum. If the government gets away with sending people to what's essentially a gulag in a country with which they have no connection, then we are no longer talking about the immigration system we've known for more than a century, he said. This is a whole new unlawful and gratuitously cruel phase. Many of the men were rounded up at their homes or in the streets in the weeks after Mr. Trump took office, according to dozens of interviews conducted by The Times. It was unclear how long the men were supposed to stay in the Salvadoran prison, known as the Terrorism Confinement Center, or CECOT. Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary, had said she believed they should be there for the rest of their lives. In Venezuela, President Nicolas Maduro is facing major economic problems and a lack of legitimacy, and has been trying to get the United States to ease oil sanctions, a move he needs to help the economy and his popularity. His government has also made the defense of the Venezuelans detained in El Salvador a cause célèbre, saying their detentions point to democratic violations committed by the United States. On Friday, the Venezuelan Foreign Ministry confirmed the exchange, saying the Venezuelan men had been, quote, kidnapped and subjected to forced disappearance in a concentration camp known as CECOT, and said that Mr. Maduro had swooped in to rescue them. Mr. Cabello, the Interior Minister, said in a meeting with reporters that 7 of them had a history of serious crimes. Mr. Maduro's government began imprisoning foreigners in large numbers last year, a tactic security analysts say was designed to help Mr. Maduro gain leverage over U.S. officials and other foreign governments. Authorities publicly accused many of the foreigners of plots to bring down Mr. Maduro. The Venezuelan watchdog group Foro Penal says there are 88 people with foreign citizenship detained in Venezuela, among a total of 948 political prisoners. The Americans imprisoned by Venezuela included Wilbert Castañeda, 37, whose brother Christian said he last heard from him in late August 2024. Mr. Castañeda had served in the U.S. Navy for 18 years, spending much of it as a breacher for the Navy SEALs, his brother said. The job meant Wilbert occasionally used explosives to help his unit break through barriers. The family believes that Mr. Castañeda suffered from traumatic brain injuries from his time in the military, and that this might have factored into his decision to travel to Venezuela to meet a romantic partner. despite the nation's track record of detaining Americans. When Mr. Castaneda called his brother in the middle of the night on August 28th, he told him he was being detained. "If I can't communicate back with you or am not home by Monday," his brother recalled him saying, "then that means things are really, really bad." Zolan Canna-Youngs and Michael Crowley contributed reporting from Washington.
You know, I'm sitting here listening to this article, and I actually think that deporting people to a third party country is an objective wrong. Um, it's basically cruel and unusual punishment. And I think that this is not the way to go. And, kind of, I don't know, for some reason, I'm just sitting here listening to, how this is going so far. You know, you can send people to El Salvador and then trade them um, for Americans detained in Venezuela because Maduro needs bargaining chips as leverage to, get America to lift sanctions on Venezuelan oil. And are we really, if you cross the southern border and you are caught doing it, it is literally not a criminal act. It's not a crime per se. It's illegal. It is not sanctioned, but if you're caught that first time, you don't go to jail. You get deported, with paperwork saying don't do this again. If you do it again a second time, then it is some sort of felony. So crossing the border can be a felony, but it's not necessarily a felony. And I understand the point about, we need people who cross the border and legal status or not, if you commit a crime. I can understand that. What I don't understand is why this has just gone beyond getting rid of criminals. If you cross the border illegally and you don't have a status and you are caught, yes, get them out of the country. They didn't do it the right way. But if you have a legal status and no record of criminality in your home country or here, you need due process. And if you are a naturalized citizen and you commit a crime, you don't get your citizenship reversed. You go to jail. That's what happens to U.S. citizens. And to me, I think the Trump administration has just tapped in to a vein of American venality that has always existed. It's just for some reason or another, this time in this place, it's a particularly rich vein, and the Trump administration has figured out how to mine it. And I don't know. I don't mean to get all spiritual, but I am a big believer in karma. What goes around comes around. And I think that the Trump administration is an existential threat to, the soul of America. And I don't often get this, this quote spiritual, but something's wrong here. And all these people that are celebrating, the cruelty, I have grave concerns about your souls. So, speaking of souls and all that stuff, Portia sent me a couple items over the weekend. Something about, well, Stanley, you love news so much. How about report these? So apparently, it says here this is an ICE thing, and I'll show the video first. Maybe it will explain what the point of sending.
Apparently, in Los
Wait,
Angeles.
apparently this will explain the purpose of sending it to me.
Apparently, in Los Angeles, the newest tactic to harass ICE agents is towing their vehicles while they're in the middle of detaining someone. Yeah, you heard that right. This is disgusting. Y'all check this video out.
So apparently there's a bunch of tow truck drivers in LA and around where ICE is raiding, and they're following around the ICE vehicles. And the ICE vehicles are often parking illegally so that they can go, kidnap people and drag them into their cars. So the tow truck drivers are following them. And
Apparently that background music, we got to have background music. Apparently what's happening is vehicles that ICE agents are using are being towed away. Yeah, and so what? And I'll read this post here. It says ICE agents ambushed in LA, tow trucks stealing government vehicles mid-raid. This is next level insanity. In Los Angeles, tow truck drivers are intentionally targeting ICE agents, stalking their vehicles during raids, and towing them mid-operation while agents are detaining illegal immigrants. These guys literally wait for ICE to park, then swoop in and haul off their government vehicles. So when the agents come back, their cars are gone. It's not a joke. Actually, it is. It's pretty funny. It's not protest. It's criminal obstruction and grand theft auto. I did some digging and traced the tow truck in the video using its California Motor Carrier Permit, MCP number. That led straight to airport towing out of Oxnard, California. They even tried scrubbing their number from Google, but too late. The logo and phone number on the truck match what's on their website, 805-385-3700. Let's be clear, this isn't civil disobedience. This is potential grand theft auto against a federal law enforcement agency. Tag your reps, tag Tom Homan, tag ice.gov. This company needs to be investigated and shut down immediately. We don't tolerate this kind of lawlessness. Tow trucks were not stealing or targeting. Oh, wait, hold it. The readers added a response to this. The readers say, of this tweet say, tow trucks were not stealing or targeting ICE vehicles. This vehicle was parked illegally for over an hour, had its tires slashed, so needed to be towed away. You know what? This reaches GTA ICE. A good one. I don't care. You know what? It's part of the price of being cruel. And it is resistance. It is civil disobedience. Now, a lot of times civil disobedience involves, committing crimes. But I'm struggling to care that ICE is having its vehicles towed. What they ought to do is, the lesson you learn from this sort of stuff is someone needs to stay behind to protect and guard the vehicles. That would be step number one, and maybe they won't be towed. So that's an easy fix. To me, it's whining. So let's move on. Let's see. And then this is a second item that Portia sent me. U.S. Attorney announces federal charges against 47 defendants in $250 million Feeding Our Future fraud scheme. No idea what this means. nonprofit Feeding Our Future and 200 plus meal sites in Minnesota perpetrated the largest COVID-19 fraud scheme in nation. This is from fucking 2022. Um, who cares? Um, why is this important? Something about some nonprofit meal program. This is from 2022. Well, I guess I'll have to talk to Portia. I don't understand why this is relevant to 2025. So, uh, Portia, are you in the audience? Well, I'll get back to her on that. I'm not sure why she sent that to me. So anyway, let's move on. Federal judge blocks enforcement of Trump's order on ICC. This is actually interesting. International Criminal Court. Apparently, the International Criminal Court has issued an arrest warrant for Netanyahu, and Trump is like, you know what? We're going to nip this ICC problem in the bud. So, Senior Sixth Circuit Judge Julia Gibbons permanently blocked enforcement of Tennessee's law criminalizing recruitment of minors for abortion. Recruitment of minors for abortion on July 18. Oh. Man, this is weird. You know what? What is give me 1 second here. Yeah, okay. This is wow, I've never seen this before. These are wrong headlines. These are wrong headlines for a story. They've mixed up a Tennessee story with an uh ICC story, a International Criminal Court story. Okay. I've never seen this kind of screw up. How did they do that? All right. Well, um anyway, order on ICC. A federal judge blocked the enforcement of President Donald Trump's executive order against the International Criminal Court, calling it unconstitutional. The order aimed to impose sanctions on ICC prosecutor Kareem Khan for his work on investigations related to U.S. citizens. U.S. District Judge Nancy Torreson stated that the order violates free speech rights and restricts more speech than necessary. The ruling follows a lawsuit by human rights advocates contesting the legality of Trump's sanctions on ICC personnel. So basically, Trump has imposed sanctions, personal sanctions, on an ICC prosecutor. Federal judge issued a preliminary injunction blocking President Donald Trump's executive order targeting the International Criminal Court due to First Amendment violations. The injunction follows a lawsuit from human rights advocates Matthew Smith and Akila Rad. Oh my God, Rad Radhakrishnan. Oh my Lord, that's all consonants. it's it's all consonants, folks. Represented by the ACLU, ICC condemned Trump's sanctions, stating they impede the court's independent judicial functions. Well, basically, Trump has issued an executive order sanctioning International Criminal Court um, investigators. Basically, the ICC is accusing Bibi Netanyahu of human or war crimes or human rights violations, and Trump is basically the Americans, I guess, who are investigating or working for the ICC. Trump is taking action against. This is actually, you know what? We're going to have to look at this story separately. They mixed in a Tennessee abortion travel ban story with the International Criminal Court story, and don't know how that's like somebody effed up some software or an app or some code. So we'll look at that story separately. So Trump and his executive orders. Trump, you know, I wish I had a nickel for every time somebody sues Donald Trump's executive orders. You know, I'd be driving a Lexus right now. Okay, so we will move on, and I've got to take this story and find a place for it. Guess I will put it there. All right, so next story. 900 ex-Justice Department lawyers urge Senate not to confirm Emil Bove as federal appeals judge. Emil Bove was Trump's personal lawyer in, I think, the New York, that case where what's her name? Stormy Daniels. He was like one of Trump's lawyers defending him against those 32 charges that became felonies. And in appreciation, Trump appointed Bove to a post in the Justice Department. And all of a sudden now Emil is going to go from the Justice Department to federal judge. And apparently this guy, they nobody likes this guy. And he wound up, there's some lawyers, some like career lawyers in the Justice Department that wound up being fired or quitting because Bove forced them to do some things that they considered unethical. So anyway, Bove and Jeanine Pirro last week were before the Senate Judiciary Committee, and Democrats walked out, in protest. But Bove and I think Pirro basically made it through that committee process. Basically it's 12-0. They went ahead and took the committee vote, and they are going to be considered. Pirro, I think, is going to be like attorney general for, is it Southern District of New York or somewhere. So she's going to go from the 5 on Fox News to being a U.S. attorney. Not, I said attorney general, I meant U.S. attorney. And Emil Bove is going to go from Trump's personal lawyer to a federal judge. I think it's district court or something. So we'll hear this story. I don't know if Bove is going to actually make it through the process. I think Pirro will. But let's listen to this.
900 ex-Justice Department lawyers urge Senate not to confirm Bove as federal appeals judge. This article is by Tim Balk, read by an automated voice. More than 900 former Justice Department lawyers have signed a letter to the Senate Judiciary Committee expressing deep concern about the nomination of Emil Bove III, a senior Justice Department official, to serve as a federal appeals judge. In the letter, dated Wednesday, the former department lawyers suggested that
he's
Mr.
going
Bove had
directly
disgraced
to
the department
appeals.
during his half-year
Wow.
tenure there, and that his confirmation would be, quote, intolerable. Mr. Bove has been the face of some of the most controversial moves by the Justice Department in President Trump's second term, and he has been accused by a whistleblower of openly considering defying the courts, an allegation he has denied. The Senate panel was scheduled to vote on Thursday on whether to advance Mr. Bove's nomination to the full Senate. Mr. Trump has nominated Mr. Bove to serve on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit, which covers Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. The letter also mentioned Mr. Bove's decision to dismiss corruption charges against Mayor Eric Adams of New York. The interim Manhattan U.S. Attorney, Danielle R. Sassoon, resigned rather than sign off on Mr. Bove's directive, and his role in firing prosecutors who had worked on cases involving the Capitol riot on January 6, 2021. Mr. Bove, a former criminal defense lawyer for Mr. Trump who is now the top deputy to Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, was accused in the whistleblower complaint last month of having told subordinates that he was willing to ignore court orders to fulfill Mr. Trump's sweeping deportation campaign. When Mr. Bove testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee on June 25, he denied having suggested the department might defy court orders, telling lawmakers, "I am not anybody's henchman. I am not an enforcer." The allegation was made by Erez Riovani, a fire department lawyer, in a complaint filed to lawmakers and the Justice Department's Inspector General a day before Mr. Bove's testimony to the panel. The letter from former Justice Department lawyers noted that Mr. Riovani had been in the department for about 15 years and had defended Trump administration policies. It described his whistleblower complaint as credible, saying that it was supported by contemporaneous communications between department attorneys. The former lawyer said that few actions would cause greater damage to the rule of law than a senior official in the executive branch flouting the authority of the judiciary. They argued that Mr. Bove's leadership had undermined the work of the Justice Department. Mr. Bove's trampling over institutional norms in this case, and in others, sent shockwaves through the ranks, cratering morale, triggering mass departures, and eroding the effectiveness of DOJ's vital work, the letter said. The letter was signed by 915 lawyers, according to Justice Connection, a group of former department employees, which organized it. Justice Connection formed this year in response to the Trump administration. Reuters previously reported the existence of the letter. A spokesman for the Justice Department, Gates McGavick, said in a statement that Mr. Bove was a highly qualified judicial nominee who has done incredible work at the Department of Justice to help protect civil rights, dismantle foreign terrorist organizations, and make America safe again. Mr. McGavick added, "He will make an excellent judge. The department's loss will be the Third Circuit's gain." The letter on Wednesday was addressed to Senator Chuck Grassley, Republican of Iowa, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, and Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois, the committee's top Democrat. In moving ahead with plans for a vote to advance the nomination, Mr. Grassley has said that he respects whistleblowers, but that he does not believe evidence of misconduct by Mr. Bove has been substantiated. Mr. Durbin responded to the letter by urging a delay in the confirmation process. In a statement, he said, "It's clear to the people who work most closely with our justice system that this nomination raises serious red flags." Mr. Bove, a 44-year-old graduate of Georgetown's law school, would, if confirmed, have a lifetime seat on the appeals court.
All right. Well, yeah, really controversial. I kind of don't know. I think he will be confirmed, but I'm not 100%. Apparently, he is not well liked. So, but it's just another example of Trump ramming, people who are kind of unsavory into these judicial positions. And the thing is, and I've kind of said it before, we are going to basically, I think the country has already pivoted, possibly for the next 50 to 100 years. What Trump is doing in his very short period of time is kind of the culmination of 50 years of undoing the pre-Reagan America. We are essentially going to go back to late 19th century America with, tech bros as, the new robber baron class. And it's kind of funny because I've been watching the Gilded Age. Probably no one here would even, consider watching something like that. But it's a it's a period piece, a period TV show. Um, Oddly enough, the executive producers uh, were brought uh, Downton Abbey to America. Um, it's about the world of the Astors and the Vanderbilts. It's that class of robber baron, um, and their day to day lives. Um, Essentially, we are being dragged um, back to a time when there were uh, robber barons, kings, huge wealth disparities. And oddly enough, it was a time when the economy was very tariff driven. And I don't know why people like Trump and all these guys. It's basically, a lot of, well, back in the days of the Rockefellers, these peasants wouldn't be telling us, how to spend our money. They wouldn't dare, talk about or complain about the pittance that we pay them to do a job. Um, and I just do not understand why black people are all in on this. Black MAGA and black conservatives in general buying in to this mindset is truly stunning to me. And I think part of it is, most Americans, black or white or whatever, don't know American history even in a little bit of detail. Because if you did, you would see Trump as an existential threat. That mindset is it's caustic. And what you're seeing in his first 6 months, this is just the first 6 months. Imagine what it's going to be, over the next 3 years. Y'all better strap yourselves in and hold the fuck on, because it's not going to be getting better. So I'm going to backtrack or divert into this Tennessee story, and it's kind of kind of similar to what I was talking about here. This is news from the Tennessean. Did I get this right? Hold on one sec here. Well, the story I was going to look at was basically Tennessee's passed a law that makes it illegal to to travel to get abortions. A federal judge permanently blocks part of Tennessee abortion travel ban on free speech grounds. And let's listen to this.
Is the year the Supreme Court overruled
Oops.
Roe v. Wade. State abortion bans the
Here.
number of.
No, I'm not going to listen to that. So it says here a federal judge has permanently blocked a portion of a Tennessee law passed last year that makes it a felony to recruit or transport a minor for an illegal abortion without parental consent. Following a First Amendment lawsuit over phrasing of the law, all enforcement of the recruitment provision of the law is now permanently enjoined, following a July 18 ruling by Senior Sixth Court of Appeals Judge Julia Gibbons, sitting as district judge by designation. The ruling is a result of a June 2024 lawsuit filed by the Tennessee State Representative Afton Bain, Democrat, Nashville, and Nashville family law attorney Rachel Welty, who raised concerns over the portion of the law that criminalized anyone who, quote, recruits a minor for an abortion, calling it unconstitutional and vague. The term recruit is not defined in the state code, which opponents of the law said could prove problematic for the First Amendment. So essentially, Tennessee, like Texas and other um, conservative states, basically they have banned or severely restricted abortion, and they want to restrict their residents from traveling to states where abortions are legal, and that is a huge problem. Back before the 14th Amendment, states could have probably gotten away with it, but restricting travel across state lines, that is a bold move, and Tennessee is bold. I'll give them that. So they will restrict your rights, and then will tell you, hey, you can't go to another state where your rights would be um, respected. Interesting. All right, let's move on here. So we've got a set of opinion pieces here. Mike Johnson would like you to know about his subservience. So Jamel Bowie says on Friday during an interview on CNBC, the House Speaker Mike Johnson claimed that President Trump was among the most popular people to ever occupy the Oval Office. Well, we know that's not true. Mike Johnson says the president is the most maligned and attacked political figure in the history of American politics. There's no question about it. But he's also the most resilient. And you see at the same time, his approval ratings are skyrocketing. CNN had a story, I think, a day or two ago. He was at 90% approval rating. There's never been a president that high. Dude, you know what? A 90% approval rating, only Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong Un gets those sorts of approval ratings. You can decide for yourself if you think the president is the most maligned and attacked political figure in the history of American politics. Abraham Lincoln might disagree, but it is frankly ludicrous to say that Trump's approval ratings are skyrocketing or that he represents a high watermark of presidential popularity. Recent surveys from YouGov, Quinnipiac University, the Associated Press, Reuters, placed Trump at roughly 40% approval. CNN Contra Johnson puts Trump at 42% approval and 56% disapproval. Overall, according to the Strengthened Numbers presidential approval average, 42.6% of Americans approve of the president's performance, while 53.5% disapprove, for a net negative of 10.9 points, a low for his second term so far. But the substance of Johnson's absurd claim about the president's popularity is less interesting to me than the fact that he would even say it. The House Speaker's assertion that Trump was at a 90% approval rating is the kind of falsehood you might hear from an authoritarian state media. Yeah, I commented on that. Putin-esque. It is a servile display of allegiance as much as it is an attempt to mislead viewers. It's Johnson telling Trump he is his man. 100%. These people, I just don't know what it is. I think it's so funny. People like Mike Johnson and all these other, especially at the House of Representatives level, they fear the MAGA base, and Trump kind of represents that MAGA base. If you say you're gonna primary somebody, you watch them fall in line or resign. And why? I don't know. I'm 60 years old, and none of this actually surprises me. It's really, when I say it's a culmination of, where Reagan started sending or steering this country. Yeah, it's not a surprise. And I honestly don't know where this is gonna go. Um, Either this fever is going to break because it's just gonna get so horrible under Trump, or the die is cast and we are just gonna be, like the man in the high castle. Uh it's gonna be like I think it was called The Man in the High Castle, where, we just become kind of like an authoritarian state, and people just kind of, you know, live that kind of life. Um and I don't know why I'm so contemplative about it this morning, but I hadn't really paid that much attention to the news this weekend like I normally do. And I think that the problem isn't even necessarily Trump, it's some of his advisors like Stephen Miller. Um, you know, I might even buy into the theory that, Trump at this stage of his life is really more like a Wizard of Oz. I think in his first term, it was Trump under his own power being horrible. And I think that between the end of 2020 and now, I think that Trump is somewhat less cognizant. His powers have diminished. I think he gets sparks every now and again, but I think day to day, this is going to wind up being a MAGA version of Biden. I'm beginning to wonder how much Trump is actually, making day to day decisions. I think Stephen Miller, um, and some other people who may not be so camera in front of the camera so much. I'm beginning to wonder whether Donald Trump is actually in full control, or is he just being, kind of told where to be. Um, and I think Donald Trump has the kind of talent. He's not totally diminished. I mean, you can basically park him in front of a microphone and he knows what to say because he's pre-programmed to be vile. But I think that day to day, it's like, hey, Mr. President, we'll deal with this. We'll tell you when to come out and do your part. And I saw some stories about his health, um, and I haven't really gotten too deep into it. Maybe I will today, but I think Donald Trump might be going the way of Biden. Which kind of goes back to we need to stop this gerontocracy thing. We shouldn't be voting people into high office. Um, in their 70s. 70 ought to be like, hey, you know what? At 70, we're not going to vote for you. It's just too old. We want you to have like a good retirement, but we don't need you in office. And as a 60-year-old, I perfectly understand. Um, 70 might be, kind of that limit. Soul Provider, what's up, man? I listened to a good part of your show last night, and congratulations. I really like the atmosphere. Your show is what happens when people rightly avoid politics and talk about something they all like. So I will definitely be back. I'm not even into anime and all that stuff. I just like listening to young people just kind of, hang out and enjoy something. and not be contentious. Unfortunately, I like politics, and I like the headbutting that goes along with culture critique. But you got something going on there, Soul Provider. So congratulations, and I will be back. Um, and who knows? Maybe one day I'll have something to contribute. I wasn't going to be upset with Superman spoilers. Superman is one of these things that everybody has grown up with, and when I was a kid, I really was into comic books. So spoiling the Superman story, the myth, I don't know that it's actually really possible. Pretty much everybody knows, the Superman origin story. Now there are different takes on it, but it was a good show. What do you say? Niggaverse stream is up next, so you can talk your mess there. Okay, will do. Will do. Let's see. Stanley, look up Paul Bia. His 90. He's 92 and president. Um, um, are you saying look it up? It's a good thing he's 92. Yeah, I'll look it up. Abiola. All right. Well, let us move on. Um, so I don't think that Trump. I think Trump's abilities, and I have to admit, I mean, he's moving around fine, but I think we are seeing a slow unraveling. I think that I'm seeing a lot more of Stephen Miller I would like to see. And Stephen Miller is the deputy chief of staff. I forget her name. I don't ever see her in front of a camera. We see Stephen Miller. And that's odd that deputy chief of staff is so central to, well, deportation is like a centerpiece of the Trump administration's goals. So maybe that's why. But I would expect to see a chief of staff a lot more than a deputy chief of staff in front of cameras. So anyway, Trump's perversion of justice has reached a new phase. Now, if you probably most people know who David French is, he is a conservative, Christian, kind of like a evangelical conservative, except he has a moral core. So he is not a Trump fan, but he is. I would say he's a religious conservative, but he's a conservative in the classical sense. And many people who I wouldn't normally agree that much with, we share an aversion of MAGA.
Trump's perversion of justice has reached a new phase. This article is by David French and read by an automated voice. President Trump's Justice Department is turning civil rights enforcement upside down. Last week, Harmeet Dillon, the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, asked a federal judge to sentence a former Louisville police officer named Brett Hankison to 1 day in prison. Last year, a Kentucky jury convicted Hankison of violating Breonna Taylor's civil rights when he fired multiple rounds from his handgun into her apartment on the night the police killed her. The Taylor case was one of a series of dreadful killings of unarmed Black Americans that helped touch off America's racial reckoning in 2020. It was also a paradigmatic example of the way that flawed systems interact with reckless police conduct to create fatal injustice. In the early morning hours of March 13, 2020, police officers gathered outside Taylor's apartment door. They had obtained a no-knock search warrant based on allegations that a suspected drug dealer named Jamarcus Glover had received packages at Taylor's home. Glover and Taylor once had a relationship, but Taylor was not the target of the warrant. The police on the scene were instructed to knock, even though they had a no-knock warrant. And here's where the stories of witnesses start to diverge. Officers at the scene say they knocked and announced that they were the police. The early 911 calls indicate that neighbors didn't know the police were present. In fact, in initial statements made after the raid, not a single neighbor reported having heard the police identify themselves. One witness initially said the police did not announce themselves, but he later changed his story, and claimed he heard the police identify themselves. Taylor was in the apartment with her boyfriend, a man named Kenneth Walker. He testified that they were startled by a loud pounding on the door, and he said he never heard the police announce themselves. Concerned that the pounding might be coming from an intruder, he grabbed his gun, which he owned lawfully, and approached the door. At that point, the police chose to forcibly enter the home and broke the door down. Walker, fearing a home invasion, fired and hit an officer. The police returned fire. They didn't hit Walker, but they did hit Taylor, fatally wounding her. The injustice is staggering. She was innocent, she was unarmed, and she was gunned down in her own home. So far, the story is more tragic than criminal. The police were serving a lawful search warrant. Walker was a lawful gun owner, and Kentucky's so-called Castle Doctrine gave him a legal right to use deadly force if he had reason to believe that a person was unlawfully and forcibly entering his home. At the same time, the police officers had their own legal right to return fire. Obviously, if a police officer is shot at, he can fire back to preserve his life. If that was the entirety of the case, then no charges should have been filed against anyone. Not against Walker, who thought shadowy figures had just broken down Taylor's door, and not against officers who were under fire. In one of the terrible quirks of American law, because each of them was exercising his right to self-defense, the officers and Walker were essentially engaged in a legal gunfight. But not Brett Hankison. As Rukmini Calamachi, my newsroom colleague, reported in 2020, Hankison shot blindly into Breonna Taylor's apartment from dozens of feet outside in the parking lot. He fired 10 shots, 3 of which passed through the wall and slammed into a neighboring apartment, where a pregnant woman lived with her son and partner. Hankison's bullets didn't hit Taylor, but his indiscriminate use of force violated her rights. The Louisville Police Department fired him in June 2020, and the termination letter said that his actions that night were a shock to the conscience. Kentucky state prosecutors brought a wanton endangerment case against Hankison, but a state jury acquitted him of the charges in March 2022. Federal prosecutors obtained a civil rights indictment against Hankison, claiming that he had violated Taylor's civil rights through the use of excessive force. The first federal trial ended in a hung jury. The Biden Department of Justice tried him again and secured a conviction in November. In her filing requesting a one-day sentence, Dillon argued that the, quote, jury's verdict will almost certainly ensure that defendant Hankison never serves as a law enforcement officer again, and will also likely ensure that he never legally possesses a firearm again. In other words, he's suffered enough. It's hard to read those words, dripping with sympathy for an officer who wrongly used deadly force, endangering innocent people in 2 different apartments, at the same time that the Trump administration has been sending immigrants who've been convicted of no crimes at all into indefinite confinement in brutal and inhumane conditions overseas. Here's the key point. Trump's corruption of justice isn't just individual, it's categorical. We have grown accustomed to him rewarding his loyalists and punishing his critics. That he fired the prosecutors who worked on his federal criminal cases while pardoning the January 6th rioters represents a textbook case of individual favoritism. The Trump administration's abuse of the Civil Rights Division is something else entirely. It had already initiated a litigation freeze on filing new civil rights cases, and it had indicated that it was even going to reconsider previous settlements and consent decrees intended to address police misconduct. There is nothing inherently wrong with a new administration evaluating the actions of the old, but if that evaluation is resulting in perverse miscarriages of justice, as it is in Hankison's case, then the very purpose of the Civil Rights Division is being subverted, right before our eyes. Civil rights laws are designed in part to protect innocent citizens, including, of course, innocent citizens from minority communities, from unjust government officials. Here, the legal world is turned upside down. The Justice Department is using its Civil Rights Division to protect an unjust government official who violated the civil rights of an innocent individual. It's hard to describe how thoroughly Trump is disrupting and corrupting our system of justice. At every turn, the pattern is the same. His friends catch a break, and his foes get the boot. The same week that Dillon intervened on behalf of Hankison, the Trump administration fired Maureen Comey, an assistant U.S. attorney who helped prosecute Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and Sean Combs. Comey wasn't given a detailed explanation for the termination, but she's the daughter of James Comey, the former director of the FBI, one of Trump's most hated foes. Also last week, the Senate Judiciary Committee voted, as Democrats walked out in protest, to advance the nomination of Emil Bove III to serve as a judge on the Federal Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit. Bove is one of Trump's former criminal defense lawyers, and in Trump's second term he's been one of Trump's key loyalists in the Department of Justice. Bove is the man who fired the January 6th prosecutors. He ordered the Justice Department to dismiss the political corruption case against Mayor Eric Adams of New York, in exchange for his cooperation with Trump's immigration enforcement agenda. A whistleblower claims that in meetings Bove signaled his readiness to defy orders from federal courts, a claim he denies. The judge in Hankison's case, Rebecca Grady Jennings, a Trump appointee, does not have to accept Dillon's recommendation. She has the power to hold the line and impose a just sentence for Hankison's criminal acts. Even if she does the right thing, though, we can't rely only on judges to preserve our system of justice. That isn't how the system is supposed to work. Each branch of government has its own constitutional obligations. In the best of times, even a good president has too much power to be adequately restrained by the judicial branch alone. But these are not the best of times. Donald Trump is determined to transform America's system of justice into his personal political weapon. And now Breonna Taylor's family bears the fresh pain of a new and terrible miscarriage of justice.
Yeah, that's one of many problems that Mr. Trump is causing us. As a matter of fact, I was just looking at something. This is amazing. Trump posts AI video of Obama's arrest by FBI agents. This is just vile. So, what I want to do, I need to go see, because I don't have a Truth Social account. This video was posted onto Donald Trump's Truth Social thing. It's like a parody video, I guess. But I mean, why would a president do that about with a former president? It just seems perverse. So, let's see. What are we going to do here? Because I need time to go look that up. Let's listen to this. This is another opinion piece. Why American Jews no longer understand one another. Let's listen to this, and I'll go see and hunt up that AI video that Donald Trump posted.
Why American Jews no longer understand one another. This article is by Ezra Klein and read by an automated voice. It's a tense time in the Jewish family group chats. The consensus that held American Jewry together for generations is breaking down. That consensus, roughly, was this: what is good for Israel is good for the Jews. Anti-Zionism is a form of anti-Semitism, and there will, someday soon, be a two-state solution that reconciles Zionism and liberalism. Every component of that consensus has cracked. Zohran Mamdani's triumph in New York City's Democratic primary for mayor has forced, among many Jews, a reckoning with how far they have drifted from one another. Mamdani does not use the slogan "globalize the Intifada," but he does not condemn those who do. He has said that if he were mayor, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, would face arrest on war crimes charges if he set foot in New York City. Israel has a right to exist, he says, but as a state with equal rights. Many older Jews I know are shocked and scared by Mamdani's victory. Israel, to them, is the world's only reliable refuge for the Jewish people. They see opposition to Israel as a cloak for anti-Semitism. They believe that if the United States abandons Israel, then Israel will, sooner or later, cease to exist. To them, Mamdani is a harbinger. If he can win in New York City, a city with more Jews than any save Tel Aviv, then nowhere is safe. Many younger Jews I know voted for Mamdani. They are not afraid of him. What they fear is a future in which Israel is an apartheid state, ruling over ruins in Gaza, and Bantustans in the West Bank. They fear what that means for anti-Jewish violence all over the world. They fear what that will do, what it has already done, to the meaning of Jewishness. Their commitment to the basic ideals of liberalism is stronger than their commitment to what Israel has become. To call Mamdani an anti-Zionist is accurate, but the power of his position is that it is thoroughly, even banally, liberal. I'm not comfortable supporting any state that has a hierarchy of citizenship on the basis of religion or anything else, he said. There are ethno-nationalists who might object to that sentiment. But the flourishing of American Jews is built atop that foundation. It really points to what I think is the fundamental contradiction of American liberal Zionism. Daniel May, the publisher of Jewish Currents, a leftist journal of Jewish thought, told me. American Jews tend to think that our success in the United States is a product of the fact that the country does not define belonging according to ethnicity or religion. And Israel is, of course, based on the idea of a state representing a particular ethnic religious group. For Jews of the diaspora, multi-ethnic democracy, in which the rights and security of political minorities are protected, is the bedrock on which our safety is built. For Jews of Israel, a Jewish majority is the bedrock upon which their state is built. Only a state with at least 80% Jews is a viable and stable state, David Ben-Gurion said in 1947. For decades, the two-state solution was the construct that allowed these values to coexist, if only at some point in the future. That vision now lies buried beneath the settlements of the West Bank, the rubble of Gaza, and the expansionist ambitions of Israel's right-wing government. Many American Jews blame Netanyahu for this. There is a fantasy that when he leaves, or is defeated, Israel will snap back to the politics of its past. But Netanyahu survives because, on this as on much else, he represents the Israeli mainstream. Polls show a majority of Israeli Jews are open to the expulsion of Palestinians, and only a shrinking minority are still willing to entertain a Palestinian state. That there is widespread anger at Netanyahu in Israel is true. That those angry at Netanyahu want his successor to seek a Palestinian state, or even Palestinian rights, is false. It's a place of so much pain for the Jewish people right now, Rachel Timmener, the senior rabbi at Brooklyn's congregation Beth Elohim told me. I think portions of the Jewish community are distraught over conditions in Gaza, over the behavior of the government, are in pain over the pull of loyalty and family and humanitarian commitments. Another portion of the Jewish world feels that we here in America cannot know what it's like to live as Israelis do their whole lives surrounded by people trying to kill them. And they feel that what it means to be a Jew is to stand with other Jews in their danger and in their existential need to be safe. Virtually all Jews believe in the adage that anti-Semitism is a light sleeper. It is hard not to hear it awakening. This month, Elon Musk's XAI released an improved Grok model that sprayed the internet with veneration of Hitler. One user asked Grok if it could worship a god, and if so, which it would choose. It would probably be the godlike individual of our time, the man against time, the greatest European of all times, both sun and lightning, His Majesty Adolf Hitler, the AI replied. The Grok mess is unnerving. The violence in the real world is chilling. A man is accused of setting fire to Governor Josh Shapiro's home. 2 young employees of the Israeli embassy in Washington were murdered as they left an American Jewish Committee event. A man used a makeshift flamethrower to attack a crowd rallying for the Israeli hostages in Boulder, Colorado, killing a woman in her 80s. In all of these cases, officials said that the attackers described their motive as a defense of Palestinians. Attacks against the Jewish community have been growing for years, experts on hate crimes say, but increasingly, perpetrators are citing Israel's war in Gaza, blurring the line between opposing the Israeli government and opposing Jewish people, the Washington Post reported. Acres of evidence attest to a reality all Jews know. Anger at Israel becomes anger at Jews everywhere. This is delicate territory, both emotionally and factually. Anti-Semitism is a prejudice. Deborah Lipstadt, a professor of modern Jewish history and Holocaust studies at Emory University, and President Joe Biden's special envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism abroad, told me. A prejudice can't be caused by something. It's inherently irrational. But anger at Israel, Lipstadt continued, can, quote, give the anti-Semite a good excuse for ramping up their anti-Semitism, or it can give the person who's been raised in Western culture where anti-Semitism is in the atmosphere something to fall back on. Others see the link as more direct and causal. I think absolutely the weekly reports of Israeli soldiers shooting on Palestinians who are in long lines to get food is a calamity for Jews, May said. It's a spiritual crisis. It's a moral and political crisis. And I do think it has tangible effects on Jewish security. I've watched the experience of rising anti-Semitism polarize young Jews into 2 camps. Some have moved closer to Israel, convinced that their elders were right and their standing in the West was more tenuous than they had believed. Some have moved into a deeper alienation, horrified at what is being done in their name, and angry at the way their safety has felt compromised by the actions and politics of a state in which they do not live. What we are doing in Gaza now is a war of devastation, indiscriminate, limitless, cruel and criminal killing of civilians, Ehud Olmert, Israel's former prime minister, wrote in Haaretz. We're not doing this due to loss of control in any specific sector, not due to some disproportionate outburst by some soldiers in some unit. Rather, it's the result of government policy, knowingly, evilly, maliciously, irresponsibly dictated. Yes, Israel is committing war crimes. What many young Jews see is what Olmert sees, and they want no part of it. Are they to defend war crimes? Are they to defend, or even accept, the use of mass starvation as a tool of war? Are they to believe in equality everywhere but in the state that is meant to be their spiritual home? There are many who bristled at the term genocide a year ago, but have come to accept it now. What other Jews see is a world that cares little for Jewish life and has always sought Israel's destruction. We're talking about a country that exists, Lipstadt said. So when you say I'm an anti-Zionist, what is Zionism? It's the right of Jews to have a national homeland. And if you're saying I don't believe in that, then on a very practical level, what happens to the 6+ million Jews who live in that country? After our conversation, Lipstadt emailed me to underscore a point. Here's what I would say to those young people, or whomever, who question the right of Israel to exist. They may not be, they probably are not, anti-Semitic in intent, but placing the lives of half of the world Jewish population in danger is absolutely anti-Semitic in impact. I found myself mulling Lipstadt's point days later. Her argument is an almost precise echo of Ibram X. Kendi's definition of anti-racism. A racist policy is any measure that produces or sustains racial inequity between racial groups. An anti-racist policy is any measure that produces or sustains racial equity between racial groups. Intent in this telling is irrelevant. What matters are consequences. But that can tip you into disorienting conclusions. If you believe that Netanyahu has put Israel on a path to becoming an international pariah, is he then an anti-Semite in impact, even if not in intent? If you believe it would be better if Israel faced real pressure to create a viable Palestinian state, then is the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement in fact a friend to the Jews? To measure anti-Semitism by the consequence of policies and actions is to open debates that many would prefer to keep closed. Debates about Israel often circle the same, strangely posed question: does Israel have the right to exist? The question is engineered to trap the conversation in the past rather than capture the urgency of the present. Israel does exist. It is a rich, nuclear-armed power, with the strongest military in the region, by far. It decapitated Hezbollah and humiliated Iran. Hamas could perpetrate the murders of October 7th only because Israel had become so certain of its strength that it allowed its attention to basic questions of security to lapse. But Hamas did not then, and certainly does not now, threaten Israel's existence. Israel has more than the right to exist. It has the strength to exist. The Jews who live there have more than the right to self-determination. They have self-determination. The same cannot be said for Palestinians. About 2 million Palestinians live inside Israel. They are, by any measure, second-class citizens. In 2018, 3 Palestinian members of Israel's Knesset proposed a law to affirm the principle of equal citizenship for every citizen and outlaw discrimination on grounds of nationality, race, religion, gender, language, color, political outlook, ethnic origin, or social status. Yuli Edelstein, then the Speaker of the Israeli Knesset, would not permit it even to be debated. This is a preposterous bill that any intelligent individual can see must be blocked immediately, Edelstein said. A bill that aims to gnaw at the foundations of the state must not be allowed in the Knesset. It is revealing of the morally weakened position Israel now inhabits that it cannot survive the principle of political equality. The situation is immeasurably worse for the 5 million Palestinians living in the West Bank and Gaza. Israel decides where they can move and where they can go. Israel decides who can enter the West Bank and Gaza, and who can leave. Israel decides what the Palestinian Authority can do, and what it cannot. While I was driving across the West Bank on a reporting trip last year, the debate that raged in America over the protesters who chanted "From the river to the sea" disintegrated, for me, into farce. There is a single sovereign between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea, and every checkpoint and road closure was a reminder of who it is. Self-determination means determination of the self, not others, Peter Beinart writes in Being Jewish After the Destruction of Gaza. Just as one person cannot invoke their individual right to self-determination to control another person, one group of people cannot invoke their collective right to control another group. The question is not whether Israel has the right to exist. It is whether Israel has the right to dominate. Outside of Israel, domination by the ethnic majority is what Jews have been taught to fear most. I've joked more than once that I was going to open a family therapy practice for liberal Zionist parents whose kids took the social justice values seriously and emerged as anti-Zionists. Brad Lander, New York City's comptroller, told me. Lander is the highest-ranking Jew in the city government. He also cross-endorsed Mamdani. Mamdani, Lander said, doesn't have an anti-Semitic bone in his body. At the same time, Lander finds himself bristling over some of the rhetoric Mamdani defends. I don't like the phrase globalize the intifada, Lander said. I'm sure some people mean to be saying fight for the rights of Palestinians all around the world. But in the wake of Boulder and D.C., what I hear is open season on Jews. But disagreement is the price of multi-ethnic democracy. And Mamdani, it should be noted, is continuing to back away from that phrase, now saying he would discourage its use. I was talking to Lander the week Netanyahu nominated President Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize. Mayor Eric Adams, who is entwined with the Trump administration in strange and unsettling ways, is considering running for mayor on an End Anti-Semitism ballot line. And many of the Trump administration's attacks on civil society in America have been thinly justified as attempts to combat anti-Semitism, particularly at universities. All this as Vice President J.D. Vance is giving speeches in which he insists Americanness is yoked to the number of your ancestors buried here, in this soil, not your commitment to the ideals and success of this country. Anti-Semitism is serving as a beard for an assault on the ideals and institutions that have made America into a place where Jews can flourish. If Israel becomes a right-wing ethno-state, and if opposition to that state is anti-Semitic, then Jews will become mascots for a politics that would have made the Jewish diaspora unthinkable. The world where everybody gets a right-wing ethno-state is not going to be good for the Jews, even if we get one, Lander said. We all go to Netanyahu's Israel because we're not welcome here, and it's well-armed, so maybe we have a chance? That is a dark timeline that I don't want to live in, no matter how great a military you give me. That's not a Jewish timeline, you know? New York City, he continued, has stood as the opposite of that vision. It's incredible what this place has been for us for a century plus now, after 2,000 years of getting the crap kicked out of us all around the world. To have been able to flourish here, to be not just safe, but where everyone has to answer what their bagel order is in the mayor's race. It's an amazing Dominican city and Chinese city and lots of other things, but it's an amazing Jewish city, and to me, it proves the point that there is some resonance between Jewish flourishing and inclusive multiracial democracy. That may be true here. It is not how most Jews in Israel see it. For decades, American Judaism, built on the liberalism of the diaspora, has been interwoven with Zionism. What happens when the ideals of the one become incompatible with the reality of the other?
You know, that's an interesting opinion piece, and Ezra Klein is a very contemplative person, but I don't know, the Middle East is really interesting, and it's been 30 years since I've been in that part of the world, but they have a very weird mix um of being homey, very welcoming people. And you know what? I loved the Middle East. I loved Israel. But dude, if they love you, they love you. If they don't, they do not. So if anybody ever gets a chance to go over to the Middle East, I strongly encourage you. It is beautiful and scary at the same time. So anyway, we're going to shift gears here. This is the video I was telling you about, and humble presidents. Yeah, I guess I really should subscribe to Truth Social. I don't even have I don't have a Twitter or X account, and I just don't. I've always been afraid of being sucked into, a rabbit hole because I'm instinctively a one-liner guy, and I'm just afraid I'll get sucked into like Black Twitter. you know, uh, the one-liners and the zany comments and the acerbic wit. I get off on that sort of stuff, and I just don't want to be. It would become an obsession. I know me well enough, and I don't know. I'll have to consider Truth Social because the video that Trump showed, I actually found on YouTube. And I've found that anything that's worth seeing on the other platforms eventually makes it to YouTube. And I'm just kind of comfortable without getting into these social media platforms like X or even Blue Sky. I do have Instagram, and I can't even remember why I got Instagram. Um, but it's usually like, oh, hey, a friend of mine that I've known for years is on it, and you know, I'll keep up with that person. Um, Usually that sort of way. Let's see, because they have overall better social standards. Um, the Romani, the Gypsies, totally different history. I don't. I know. I think I understand the comparison. If Israel went away, Jewish would the Jewish diaspora become like gypsies? Um, no. I don't know about social standards or anything, but the histories are different. I would say a Jewish diaspora is almost 180 degrees out from from Romani culture, and I don't know that much about Romani culture. It's just what I've seen on TV and maybe read in a book somewhere. So I'm not the kind of authority that should be making these sorts of comparisons, but based on my limited knowledge, no. They're two different cultures and they're not that similar. This is for Abiola. So anyway, let's watch this video and I'll comment afterwards. Yep. Well, this is what we've come to, folks. You have a sitting United States president on
What if
social
entrepreneurs
media.
could change the world?
You have a sitting U.S. president who has time to do this on the American taxpayers' time. Why is Trump not leading? And I understand that, he probably doesn't directly control his Truth Social account day to day. I'm sure he has some hired hand who kind of coordinates, administrates, or whatever. But seriously, why would the president of the United States, number one, the tradition was like, you don't really go deep on criticizing your predecessors. It's just been kind of a class thing. It's not classy to you know shit on the members of an extremely exclusive club. Like there have been so few presidents of the United States. It's like I don't know. I just don't get it. And I think that the people who vote for this kind of behavior, and Donald Trump was a known commodity back in 2024. So people who voted for Donald Trump, I'm sorry, I look down upon you. So I think we all know my thoughts on Donald Trump and why anyone would vote for this clown. But it is what it is, and he does occasionally do something that's worth um, complimenting, but it's so rare. Even I chuckle like, "Ooh, Donald Trump did something right." I'm delighted. So anyway, this is actually an interesting article. I guess it's navel gazing, but I have a couple items after this that are kind of related, and I'm not going to play this all the way through because it's beating a dead horse. But it's interesting that the DNC is still doing this.
Democrats' 2024 autopsy is described as avoiding the likeliest cause of death. This article is by Reed J. Epstein and Shane Goldmacher and read by an automated voice. The Democratic National Committee's examination of what went wrong in the 2024 election is expected to mostly steer clear of the decisions made by the Biden-turned-Harris campaign and will focus more heavily instead on actions taken by allied groups, according to interviews with 6 people briefed on the report's progress. The audit, which the committee is calling an after-action review, is expected to avoid the questions of whether former President Joseph R. Biden Jr. should have run for re-election in the first place, whether he should have exited the race earlier than he did, and whether former Vice President Kamala Harris was the right choice to replace him, according to the people briefed on the process so far. Nor is the review expected to revisit key decisions by the Harris campaign, like framing the election as a choice between democracy and fascism, and refraining from hitting back after an ad by Donald J. Trump memorably attacked Ms. Harris on transgender rights by suggesting that she was for they/them, while Mr. Trump was for you, that have roiled Democrats in the months since Mr. Trump took back the White House. Party officials described the draft document as focusing on the 2024 election as a whole, but not on the presidential campaign, which is something like eating at a steakhouse and then reviewing the salad. Producing a tough-minded public review of a national electoral defeat would be a politically delicate exercise under any circumstance, given the need to find fault with the work and judgment of important party leaders and strategists. It is particularly fraught for the new DNC chairman, Ken Martin, who promised a post-election review from his first day on the job, but whose first few months in the role have been plagued by infighting and financial strains. We are not interested in second-guessing campaign tactics or decisions of campaign operatives, said Jane Klebe, the Nebraska Democratic chairwoman, who heads the Association of Democratic State Chairs and is a close ally of Mr. Martin. We are interested in what voters turned out for Republicans and Democrats, and how we can fix this moving forward. Locked out of power at the federal level, Democrats are struggling to show that they have taken to heart the message that voters sent in November and are well suited to regain power in future elections. The review, which was begun in March and is being led by Paul Rivera, a veteran Democratic operative, is not yet complete, and the report is not fully drafted. Mr. Rivera, nonetheless, has begun briefing people on what the report has found so far, and those briefings suggest that the Democratic autopsy will avoid addressing some of the likeliest or leading causes of death. Among those is whether Mr. Biden should have run for re-election. Some of Ms. Harris's top aides have faulted him for dropping out so late that she had just 107 days to campaign as the presidential nominee. But Mr. Biden's son Hunter said on a podcast this week that Democrats lost because we did not remain loyal to his father. Top Democrats said they did not intend for the report to address strategic decisions made by leaders of the Biden and Harris campaigns. Indeed, in a sign of the report's narrow scope, more than half a dozen people who were senior officials on the campaigns say they have not yet been interviewed. DNC officials cautioned that interviews were still taking place, and the report's conclusions might change before it is released this fall. We're glad to see there's so much interest in an after-action report on how Democrats can win again, Mr. Rivera said. But folks might be better off holding their applause, or their criticism, until we have had a chance to complete our work and people can actually read it. People briefed on the report's progress said they had been told it would focus more on outside groups and super PACs that spent hundreds of millions of dollars aiding the Biden and Harris campaigns through advertising, voter registration drives, and turnout efforts. Ms. Klebe said she expected the report to accelerate the party's diversion of resources from advertising to organizing. The days of us spending millions and millions of dollars on traditional TV ads are over, she said. And I do think that this report will put an exclamation point on that. In particular, the people briefed on it said, The after-action review is expected to place blame with Future Forward, the party's main super PAC, which spent $560 million to support Mr. Biden and then Ms. Harris. They said the report would argue that Future Forward spent far too much propping up Ms. Harris and not nearly enough attacking Mr. Trump. It is expected to argue that Future Forward's advertising approach was too focused on television programs to be effective, and it will review the lack of coordination between the super PAC's advertising and the Harris campaigns, which were often not in sync. A Future Forward document that was distributed to donors and reviewed by the New York Times said about half of the super PAC's advertising was delivered on digital platforms, which includes television-like streaming services. The group said it spent more than $51 million just on YouTube ads. A Future Forward aide, who insisted on anonymity to discuss the group's operations, said just 13% of its advertising was positive about Ms. Harris, with the rest attacking Mr. Trump. The critiques of Future Forward will not be new to Democrats who read real-time coverage of the campaign last year, along with more recent book-length and magazine accounts of the Biden and Harris campaigns. A DNC official, speaking on the condition of anonymity, said that Future Forward had been reflective and candid in its conversations with the review's authors, denied that Future Forward would be blamed for the loss, and insisted that any criticisms of the group would also apply to the broader Democratic world. Mr. Rivera has conducted more than 200 interviews with officials from all 50 states, an aide said. The DNC's post-election review is not a finger-pointing exercise. It's about bringing together Democrats across the ecosystem to adopt an actionable playbook to win, not just for 2026 and 2028, but to dominate for cycles to come, said Rosemary Boglin, a spokeswoman for the committee. Democrats are clear-eyed about the challenges facing the party, many of which are rooted well before the 2024 cycle, and it requires all of us to make structural changes in how we run campaigns. Mr. Rivera's team has included aides to Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota, Senator Tammy Duckworth of Illinois, and Representative Raul Ruiz of California. Mr. Walz, the party's 2024 nominee for vice president, has spent time since November on an atonement tour, publicly explaining what he thought went wrong in the campaign, including what he saw as his own missteps. The DNC's election review, which will extend to contests for Congress and state offices, is not the only one underway. Jen O'Malley Dillon, who oversaw the Biden and Harris campaigns, is involved in a separate months-long project being led by Melissa Williams, a former top official at Emily's List, who oversaw the group's independent political spending. That project is seeking to piece together as comprehensively as possible the technical and tactical decisions made both by the campaign and leading outside groups, and to document the results from those spending decisions, according to 3 people with knowledge of the research. The results are not expected to be made public, but rather to be circulated privately among Democratic strategists to provide a fuller record and greater understanding of what happened, the people said. A third look back is being led by the Strategic Victory Fund, a network of liberal donors and organizations. Scott Anderson, the group's president, said it had so far interviewed more than 100 people, including top officials from the Biden and Harris campaign and the DNC. Mr. Anderson said he did not intend to make its report public, but would instead use it to inform Democratic donors and decision-makers. So many people in my world after 2016 jumped into a resistance mode that there wasn't a real thoughtful moment to talk for a minute with all the key people about what we're doing right and wrong about every aspect of politics and culture, Mr. Anderson said. We really need to take a step back in a way that I don't feel was done after 2016 and have hard conversations. The DNC's report is expected to be far different from the so-called autopsy that Republicans produced after the 2012 election of Barack Obama. In March 2013, the Republican National Committee released a 100-page Growth and Opportunity Project report that declared the GOP was in an ideological cul-de-sac and called for moderation on immigration along with a number of other changes. While Republican leaders did adopt many of its recommendations in time for the 2016 election, Mr. Trump's campaign ran counter to many of the changes the RNC had proposed, and he has since remade the Republican Party in his image. Tyler Pager contributed reporting.
All right. And again, I think Dems are spinning their wheels. They're trying to figure out what didn't work or why what they did didn't work. And you know what? Tore up from the floor up. I do think that Kamala Harris, while not a perfect candidate, uh, was as good a candidate as well, frankly, I think she could have beat Donald Trump, but there are a lot of structural things that they didn't do right. And I'm still going to put it back to the Biden administration really not understanding. And I'm not sure that I did at the time how fundamental the immigration issue is going to be. Rightly or wrongly, um, they needed to understand that humanity, values, class are not um, core values of the MAGA movement. The MAGA movement does not value morality, it does not value ethics. It is an ends justify the means sort of mindset. And Democrats have been doing it, frankly, since the Hillary Clinton running for president days. They figured that MAGA would collapse under the weight of its immorality. They didn't realize that MAGA eats morality for breakfast, MAGA eats morality for breakfast. They don't care about doing the right thing. They don't care about the Constitution if it doesn't support whatever their ends are. The Constitution can be violated if something right is the outcome. You can shoot through a wall blindly and cause all kinds of harm as long as you're a cop and your intent was to enforce the law. Doesn't matter how the law is enforced, it matters that the law is enforced. That's one example, based on a story we just heard about Breonna Taylor. The law needs to be enforced, and dire times call for dire measures, I guess. And I think it's all kind of warped. A lot of the crises are manufactured. The MAGA movement is basically called the southern border an invasion. And well, look how easily that invasion was stemmed. So America has a problem, and it is an internal problem, and MAGA has a problem in that um, the ends justify the means. And that is basically, I'm not sure MAGA is going to collapse under its own weight. I think it will. I think it will go the way of the Tea Party once Donald Trump is no longer the head of it. But I'm not that sure, to be honest. All right. Well, this is what the Trump administration is spending its time doing. It's going back to 2016. Obama officials hid intel that cleared Trump in 2016, declassified documents, a record show. So they are spending time looking at 2016 and 2020 instead of governing in 2025. And Tulsi Gabbard trying to get back in the good graces of Donald Trump, apparently. She says in is this X? Um, she says Americans will finally learn the truth about how in 2016 intelligence was politicized and weaponized by the most powerful people in the Obama administration to lay the groundwork for what was essentially a years-long coup against President Donald Trump, subverting the whatever it is. It's all bullshit. These people are high on their own supply, and this will be much like the Epstein stuff. It will come to nothing. And being Trump's toady will not make Tulsi Gabbard's skin clear up. It's marred permanently. And look at this morality. Deacon Dave says, morality, your side wants to kill babies. And I did say that hyperbole is MAGA's best friend. Nobody's killing babies, you fucking moron. What kind of idiot? Only you would have to be a Trump voter to actually not look at that statement and parse it. Babies are not being killed, Deacon Dave. Do better. And Brian says it is a invasion. No, it's not, Brian. Again, hyperbole is MAGA's best friend. It was a attempted coup. No, it wasn't an attempted coup. Hyperbole is MAGA's best friend. Man, y'all are hilarious. So let's see. Officials hid. Let's see. This is the weird thing about the Washington Examiner. They embed these videos that have nothing to do with the story they're embedded in. And one of the things I do not like about the paper. Let's see. Obama's secret White House meeting on Russian election meddling. Let's see. She says the next day, top national security. Is this a video? Let's see. What is this? The next day, top national. James Comey. Obama's secret. The IC is prepared to produce an assessment per the president's request. ODNI will lead the effort with participation. The highlights mean nothing. Yeah. Apparently Tulsi Gabbard is smoking the hyperbole as MAGA tends to do. So anyway, I'm pretty sure Obama's not sweating it. Even, you know what, even if Obama had done something wrong, the Trump Justice Department, Tulsi Gabbard's not capable of figuring out how to catch Obama doing wrong. She's not that bright. These guys are a bunch of Keystone cops, just kind of, fire hosing over all their little people, all the people they don't like. They're just trying to dig up dirt on. And in the end, it all comes to naught. Kind of like this, kind of like Epstein. Epstein is the apotheosis, however you pronounce the word. Donald Trump and the conspiracy theories are the swamp right now. Donald Trump and Stephen Miller are the alligators in that deep state swamp. The only change is now the Democrats aren't in charge of the swamp. They aren't the game wardens of the swamp. Donald Trump and Stephen Miller are the alligators in that swamp. So there is no invasion. There is no Russia hoax. none of this bullshit. Still, Brian Nichols, you were saying it was an attempted coup. Attempted coup of what? What was the coup trying to topple, Brian Nichols? Y'all are just drinking that MAGA flavored Kool-Aid, and I find it amusing. So anyway, let's take a look at this. This is something I haven't explored here on the Truth Social, I'm sorry, the Washington Examiner video stuff.
Just instance of that is the Democrats, the
Oh wait,
establishment.
let me rewind
Obama
that.
is yesterday's man for the Democratic. They very much need to find a leader, and there isn't one on the horizon. They've got really quite unimpressive people like Congressman Chris Murphy or Governor Gavin Newsom, who we all we expect will probably try and run for the presidency, but there's no one on the horizon who looks like a real leader.
Welcome to The Debrief, where we talk with the Washington Examiner's top journalists about the headlines they're covering and where the story's going next. I'm Sarah Bedford, and I'm here with Editor-in-Chief Hugo Gurdon. And Hugo, let's talk about the state of the Democratic Party right now.
Right.
They seem to be lost without an affirmative agenda or any real leaders, right?
Yeah, that's exactly so. And the latest instance of that is the Democrats, the establishment Democrats, and in fact quite a lot of the wider party being very alarmed by the nomination of Mandami for mayor of New York. He's just a declared socialist, and in fact, we should perhaps stop even talking about sort of self-styled socialists and declared socialists as though this was an aberration. More and more Democrats are socialist. Obviously, Bernie Sanders was one, is one. AOC is one. Now you have Mandami there. He's talking about using actually Marxist phrases like seizing the means of production.
Yeah. The problem, so they name 3 people who are Democratic socialists, and that's the whole Democrat Party. These guys are fucking weak.
And tying them to sort of modern post-Marxism in things like globalize the.
And by the way, nobody fucking wears a white t-shirt that can show. Dude, wear a V-neck t-shirt so we don't see your fucking dingy undershirt. Damn.
The Intifada. It's essentially a mishmash of things that Americans broadly hate. He's likely, it seems to me, to become the mayor. If he becomes the mayor, the Republicans will be able to hang this around the neck of the Democrats.
You know what? If the Republicans hang it around the neck of Democrats, they're gonna be the ones to blow up their own program. Okay, MAGA is, if democratic socialism were a right-leaning movement, it would be MAGA.
Leading into the midterm elections, and a very good point that Karl Rove, who was George W. Bush's kind of
Karl Rove, is he still alive?
This is what's happening, is that the Democrats, the base is sort of, as it were, getting more and more angry because of Trump. They want more and more fighting. The Democrats are talking about, trying to become nasty as though they're not already, trying to get dirty, fight dirty, because that nothing, civility as though they think they have that is ineffective. But anger is a mood. It's not a strategy.
Yeah. So what he's saying is the Democrats want to be like us.
They don't. They're not presenting the nation with anything. And indeed, they don't have a leader to present it.
It seems like the last time they did have a leader that was pushing a sort of proactive vision instead of something reactionary was when Obama was president.
Right.
And he's still sort of the godfather of the party in a lot of ways. But what do you make about his public role right now?
Well, I think that his public role is actually damaging to the party. And indeed, it's perfectly clear that he is out of kilter with the party. It was very interesting to hear a CNN analyst describe him as getting scoldy the other day
Mhm.
when he told the Democrats to stop whining. And he's right. They need to stop whining and they need to actually develop some policies. But people need to remember that he has not been in office for going on 9 years.
Mhm.
And yet he still hangs around like a bad smell on the party. And he's just not someone to whom they can turn. He does kind of get preachy and kind of petulant in his tone when
Mhm.
things are not going well for him. And, he was obviously a successful president electorally to the extent that he was twice nominated, twice elected. But he has now been, as it were, outdone by Trump, who has been thrice nominated and twice elected, and is making more change, dramatic change. And, Obama is yesterday's man for the Democratic. They very much need to find a leader. And there isn't one on the horizon. They've got, really quite unimpressive people like, Congressman Chris Murphy or Governor Gavin Newsom, who we all, we expect will probably try and run for the presidency. But there's no one on the horizon who looks like a real leader.
Yeah, one of those arguably quite unimpressive leaders is Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. At least the left doesn't find him very impressive right now. He took a lot of flack from the left flank of his party when he averted a shutdown in March. Do you think he learned any sort of perverse lessons from that episode that he'll take into the next shutdown fight in September?
It's a great question, Sarah, because actually he is now faced with that second question. The Senate has just passed the Donald Trump's rescission package of a little above $9 billion. It's worth doing. It's not going to make a massive difference to the trajectory of the finances. But Chuck Schumer put his resistance to the Republicans and the resistance to Trump into that, and he lost. And the big question now is, does he continue to fight in the way that the base wants by leading a democratic resistance towards funding the government? Will he, I don't know whether the right word is learn from the stinging rebuke he got from the base after he voted to fund the government and prevent a shutdown, and he led a few other Democrats into that camp to cooperate with the Republicans. That wobbled his leadership. Does he now say, I'm not having my leadership questioned again, wobbled again, I'm going to fight, and be willing to have the Democrats be the party of shutting down the government? It's a great question. I don't know the answer. I suspect that he will not vote or try and lead the Democrats into a shutdown, but that's the question he's faced with. And as you say, his leadership he is never going to be the leader of the Democratic Party. He's only just the leader of the minority in the Senate now, and it's not going to get any bigger for him. But he's faced with a dilemma.
Well, Hugo, thank you so much for being here today. You can get more from Hugo and the rest of the commentary team at WashingtonExaminer.com.
All right. Well, let's see here. Brian, I am glad that you think this is good analysis. Again, I pay for these subscriptions, so y'all don't be shy about supporting the show. This is the Washington Examiner, and don't be afraid of supporting the show. I don't agree with that analysis. I think it's smarmy and unctuous. That guy was smarmy and unctuous in his description of the Democrats. I think Democrats are lost in the wilderness, but someone told me, I guess it was last Friday, that I was right about Trump. And of course I'm right. I mean, he telegraphed it. Trump is not the better angel of our nature. What MAGA represents is basically a bunch of frustrated people. But what do frustrated babies do? They cry and they lash out. They don't think through their problems. And that's where we are now. America is not thinking through its problems. It's not doing critical thinking. It is turning to people who talk good and beat up people because, drawing blood is very satisfying. It's almost like watching a wrestling match. You love seeing the heel get his comeuppance. And MAGA has turned um, the other, the immigrant into a heel. And they basically got buy-in to treating people, hey, if you cross the border, it's a hanging offense. I did a story about, a woman that's been here for like 47 years or something like that. And ICE picked her up while she was gardening. It's like, how the fuck did they even find her in her garden? She's like picking peppers and pruning back the pear tree, and she's trellising the cucumbers. And ICE comes. I wonder if they put her down on the ground face first and handcuffed her. She's like fucking 60-year-old mother, and they arrest her. But here, no, I'm sorry. She wasn't a criminal. She had a legal status. Literally, she had you know, this is the perfect comment. 47 years of criminality, except she was following what the rules were. Her husband's a US citizen, her daughter's a US citizen, and from the immigration officials, she was told, "Hey, you're good to go. Just check in with us on a regular basis." She had a legal status, dude. She was following what she was told to do. And all of a sudden, the rules change. So they Gestapo a fucking grandmother. And Brian, and apparently you weren't here to hear the story. Well, do you think they're going to deport her, Brian Nichols? No. Steve Scalise, the majority leader of the House, a MAGA Republican, he interceded. Steve Scalise went to ICE and said, "Hey, look, you might want to rethink this." So this woman was lucky enough that, her husband or her friends or somebody had inroads into the majority leaders. She lives in Steve Scalise's district. So she got lucky. She just had, friends in high places, and she has been released and she'll be fine. She is not the only one who has followed the rules. Yeah, motherfucker. And if it comes down to luck, whether you're deported or not, it's a fucked up policy. Luck should not be your determinant of whether you get deported or not. And like I said, this woman was following the rules like countless other people who have a legal status until they don't under this Trump administration. It is cruel, it's mindless cruelty. And you know what? You guys are not on the right side of history supporting these sorts of immigration policies. 47 years of criminality. The woman was following the instructions of what she was told to do by the government. No, Deacon Dave. there's good people on both sides. I'm a lot more granular when it comes to who's good and who's bad. So anyway, let me stop my whining and let's move on. Let's see. So another story: Obama officials hid intel that cleared Trump in 2016 declassified records show. I think Tulsi Gabbard is probably misinterpreting the truth, which is a MAGA trait. And I'm tired of dealing with Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard isn't long for this administration. And I think Hegseth is probably going to wind up we'll just see where we are. We'll do the tally at the end of this year. I don't think Tulsi Gabbard's going to be there. I think Tom Homan is going to wind up replacing Tulsi Gabbard as DNI. And boy, will that be good times. So this is Rod Graham. He's a sociologist of renown, and I subscribe to his Substack. Actually, I don't pay for it. I guess I just subscribe. So a primer on ideology and ideologues. This is worth listening to. I've read parts of it.
No one has got when there's a quote unquote moment. By Rod Graham. When you hear the word ideology, what comes to mind? I reckon most folks would say something like, ideas people have about the world. If I asked for an evaluation of ideology, good, bad, or neutral, most folks would say ideology is a bad thing. An ideology is a false belief, or it's something used to justify the mistreatment of people. Well, here's how ChatGPT defines it. If I asked someone what ideologue means to them, I suppose I'd get something similar to Sir Winston Churchill's description of a fanatic, someone who can't change their mind and won't change the subject. With respect to both ChatGPT and Sir Winston, I think this view of ideology, and of ideologues, leaves much to be desired. The many ideologies of Toné van Dijk. Dutch sociologist Toné van Dijk understands ideology differently than most of us. He outlines his theory in the 2006 work Ideology and Discourse Analysis. The article, as the title suggests, begins with a description of ideology and then turns to a method for analyzing it that he terms discourse analysis. I will focus on the first part of the article, his theory of ideology. To summarize Van Dijk, an ideology is a stable system of beliefs shared by a group of people that organizes the group's behaviors and communication. Here are some ideologies Van Dijk mentions in his seminal article: sexism, pacifism, feminism, socialism, the anti-nuclear movement of the 1970s, and neoliberalism. He also refers, more generally, to professional organizations, whose members share the ideology adopted by their profession. Van Dijk's article, though written in 2006, predates contemporary movements like MAGA or the push for trans rights. Still, his framework readily applies to such ideologies. Ideologies perform several functions for Van Dijk. They bind a group of people together. Indeed, if there is no group of people who adopt the beliefs and use them as a basis for communication, there is no ideology to speak of. They form the cognitive basis of a social group's self-image. I and the people I identify with think this about the world. They provide rationalizations and justifications for the group's identity, norms, values, and attitudes. The morals and values we hold, the policies we support, the things we do, the things we build, these are grounded in this set of beliefs. They shape how the group relates to other social groups. Because of this set of beliefs, we think those others who do not share them are wrong, immoral, or dangerous, and this is how we should treat them. So far, this may not sound terribly different from how most people think of ideology, if they were compelled to think about it. But let's dig a bit deeper into Van Dijk's theory. There are many types of ideologies. In his article, Van Dijk discusses ideologies such as sexism and feminism, which we might call social ideologies, though they also carry political implications. He also mentions socialism and neoliberalism, economic ideologies, likewise politically charged. He even includes the anti-nuclear movement, a grassroots movement much like Black Lives Matter, as an ideology. This, I believe, marks a departure from how ideology is commonly understood. In everyday thinking, belief systems we dislike, such as communism, are often labeled as ideologies. while belief systems we favor, such as capitalism, are treated as common sense. Van Dyke points out, correctly I believe, that both are ideologies, stable systems of beliefs shared by a group of people. Ideologies can be good, bad, or neutral. While they are often viewed as having a negative influence on society, especially by academics and activists influenced by Marxist thought, who see ideology primarily as a tool of domination and subjugation, Van Dyke offers a more nuanced perspective. He argues that ideologies can function positively, negatively, or neutrally. For example, sexism, a belief system about gender roles, can be used to justify the domination of women. A woman's place is in the home. But feminism, as a set of beliefs, is also an ideology. It functions to challenge and resist harmful gender norms. In this case, ideology serves as a tool of empowerment and resistance. Some ideologies, Van Dyke notes, have no explicit political implications. They serve instead as the basis of the guidelines of professional behavior, for instance for journalists or scientists. As a professor, I have adopted a set of beliefs about the discipline of sociology, its purpose, boundaries, and the expected conduct of sociologists. Because others share these beliefs, we form a social group bound by a neutral, professional ideology. Ideologies are not inherently false. A common way of thinking about ideology is that it consists of false beliefs, and that those who adopt them are suffering from false consciousness. This view is especially prevalent among Marxists, who often assume that when working people adopt capitalist or Christian ideologies, they are blinded to their own subjugation by the wealthy. Van Dyke challenges this notion. At several points in his article, he explicitly dismisses the idea of false consciousness. I tend to agree with him, although his reasoning is not fully spelled out. I believe his position is best captured in the following quote. A racist ideology may control attitudes about immigration. A feminist ideology may control attitudes about abortion or glass ceilings on the job or knowledge about gender inequality in society, and a social ideology may favor a more important role of the state in public affairs. Hence, ideologies are foundational social beliefs of a rather general and abstract nature. In other words, ideologies cannot be false in the traditional sense because they are, by their very nature, abstract systems of belief. What can be evaluated are the actions, policies, or consequences that stem from these ideologies, not the ideologies themselves. The Hippocratic Oath, which is no doubt part of the belief system shared by medical professionals, cannot meaningfully be called false, any more than the belief in individual hard work leading to success can be labeled false by adherents of neoliberalism. Members of a group understand an ideology to varying degrees. For Van Dyke, an ideologue is someone with a strong grasp of the beliefs that compose an ideology. This contrasts with the more common understanding of an ideologue as someone so entrenched in their beliefs that they can no longer think rationally or engage constructively with those who disagree. Van Dyke offers a different interpretation. For him, an ideologue is someone who uses their deep understanding of an ideology to articulate it to others or to make its underlying beliefs more coherent. Ideologies, he writes, are acquired, confirmed, changed, and perpetuated through discourse. It is the ideologue who guides and shapes this discourse. The thought leaders I often write about in this newsletter are, in effect, the equivalent of Van Dyke's ideologues. Ideologies need not be logically consistent, but they are emotionally consistent. As Van Dyke puts it, they are not logical systems, but socio-psychological ones. The beliefs that compose an ideology must have some coherence, but that doesn't mean they need to align with formal logic. Rather, they must be emotionally consistent. That is, the beliefs must resonate with and support the needs, desires, and identity of the in-group. Consider the oft-cited contradiction within the MAGA movement. Many of its members are Christian fundamentalists, yet they support a figure widely viewed as one of the most morally compromised presidents in U.S. history. In my view, the best writing on this tension comes from Tim Alberta in The Kingdom, the Power, and the Glory. This contradiction is logical, but not emotional. It overlooks the emotional appeal Trump holds for his supporters. Ideologues can and often do attempt to resolve such contradictions. As Van Dyke writes, various ideologues, writers, leaders, teachers, preachers, etc., may try to enhance the coherence by explicit manifestos, catechisms, theories, and so on. One such attempt among MAGA supporters is the reframing of Trump as a modern-day King Herod, morally flawed, even sinful, but nevertheless being used by God to fulfill a divine purpose. The drive for coherence is a defining feature of all belief systems. What is an academic discipline, after all, if not a sustained effort to create a coherent understanding of a particular subject? Just as academics find meaning and connection in their shared frameworks and assumptions, MAGA supporters find meaning and identity in their shared ideological worldview. So what? The point of this piece is to communicate a different, richer understanding of ideology, one that is far more productive for the times we live in. Too often, we use ideology as a pejorative, a way to belittle others or dismiss ideas we disagree with. But this approach does little to foster dialogue or mutual understanding, especially in an era of deep political and cultural polarization. We can't simply write off every belief system we reject as just ideology, nor should we mock those who articulate and defend their group's beliefs as mere ideologues. Dutch sociologist Tone Van Dyck offers a more nuanced and useful perspective. His framework treats ideologies not as distortions or delusions, but as the shared cognitive and emotional structures that bind social groups together, shape their worldview, and guide their actions. If we take Van Dyck seriously, we can begin to move beyond contempt and toward comprehension. We can learn to see ideologies not as enemies of reason, but as expressions of identity, community, and meaning-making. In a world where shouting across the aisle has replaced listening, this shift in perspective is not just helpful, it's necessary.
I think this is a pretty good talk about ideologies, but it's easily counteracted by, in a way, this is kind of a relativism, which is another ism. Not all ideologies should even be tolerated. Um, and, maybe it's more situational. Not all ideologies should be tolerated all the time. That would be my response to this. But I like this last little bubble here where it says most ideologies, including the ones you adhere to, are full of logical contradictions, and pointing them out won't disabuse someone of their ideology. And that's a lesson I need to take. And I have to constantly remind myself in this particular sector of YouTube, whatever it's called, the anti-black sector, that I'm not changing anybody's minds. I might be challenging some of the assumptions or ideas, but I'm not changing anyone's mind. And yeah, I'm sure it can happen, but it's probably rather rare. So there we go. And if there appears to be harmful implications from an ideology, we would be better off to focus on its emotional appeals and not its logical consistency. Um, I don't know that I agree with that. Um, I, as an older gentleman, am much more, um, and maybe as a parent of a 19-year-old, I'm at a point now to where, sometimes life will be the best teacher. You advise like this is a harmful way to go, like Trump and the way he's dealing with excessive cruelty in dealing with immigration. I'm not gonna convince any Trump fan that what Trump is doing is literally caustic to the I don't know, the warmth and weft of American culture. This is the sort of stain that gets into the fabric of America, and it will take a century to wash that stain out. I think slavery is the perfect example. Um, it was supposed to be gone, or people hoped, America would kind of like get over slavery, and the slave trade did end, but slavery did not. And I think there were people at the beginning, found some, but very few founders. I would almost say no founders and maybe a couple framers. thinking that, America will right itself. One day, it will kind of meet the all men are created um, utopia. Um, and I tend to want to think of it as some things stain the fabric. And if the stain comes out at all, there's always going to be residue there. And even if you are successful in getting it all out, it never truly goes. It just becomes not noticeable. And I think that I'm kind of Afro pessimist in this way. America's not gonna, it's not gonna recover. We just have to kind of deal with the chronic disease and, topical ointment or, a palliative. Um, and I think there are people who are just, kind of like, hey, America's not in pain. We're not fucked up. It's the way it should be. And those are the people that really vote for Donald Trump. So let me stop opining because I'm not convincing anybody. So we'll shift gears here. Tariffs give the US's only native caffeinated plant a shot at stardom. You know what? I would have never thought to. I didn't know the US had a caffeinated plant, and I would have never thought there's an alternative to coffee. So, this is why you come to Stanley versus the world. You'll learn that there are alt caffeinated plants that are alternatives to coffee. And by the way, I forgot to mention Deacon Dave. The show is sponsored by you and only you so far. And I definitely appreciate it. Dave's a definite friend of the show, and I appreciate and am honored that he thinks well enough of the show to sponsor it. So let's listen to this. The plant is called Yapan. Yapan. I don't know how to pronounce it, but we'll find out.
You're listening to Tariffs Give the US's only native caffeinated plant a shot at stardom, a news story written by Casey Highsmith and read by an AI-generated voice. When the Sons of Liberty dumped over 92,000 pounds of tea into the Boston Harbor in protest of the passage of the wildly unpopular Tea Act of 1773, colonial Americans knew the political performance wouldn't force them to kick their caffeine habit. While they still hadn't found a way to successfully cultivate their beloved Camellia sinensis, the scientific name for the tea plant, on American soil they had another locally grown option, yaupon. Long used by indigenous groups across the southern United States, yaupon is North America's only native caffeinated plant. Known by many indigenous and colonized names, including Cassina, Aussie, Carolina tea, and Christmas berry, the yaupon plant is a landrace, evergreen holly variety that can grow up to 30 feet tall, appearing from North Carolina to East Texas. But even as it grows right under their noses and in their backyards, most Americans have probably never heard about yaupon. That may start to change. Thanks to President Donald Trump's tariffs, the modern-day yaupon industry is ready and waiting for the plant's potential resurgence. 2.5 centuries ago, yaupon became part of a political movement. The Townshend Revenue Acts, which taxed a variety of common imports in the 1770s and allowed the British Parliament to meddle with the free market, brought colonial unrest to a boiling point. In that era of political boycott, colonists turned to tea alternatives made with a variety of herbs, fruits, and indigenous plants, including yaupon. These liberty teas proved perfectly acceptable substitutes. Until the American Revolution ended, the global tea trade returned, and yaupon was suddenly out of style again. Starting in April 2025, the Trump administration rolled out a slew of steep protective tariffs on nearly all goods imported to the United States, including tea, which carried its highest tariff rate since the Tea Act of 1773. Although modern-day America is usually considered a coffee-drinking nation, we also import hundreds of millions of dollars worth of tea each year, largely from countries such as China and India. the U.S. can't grow tea to the scale it consumes. In a letter to Trump, Secretary of State Marco Rubio and other officials involved in trade decisions, Peter Gaugy, president of the Tea Association of the USA, expressed deep concern over the impact of tariffs. The United States is not a tea-producing nation, Gaugy writes. There is no commercially grown tea that requires protection via tariffs, nor are there any tea-related farm-based jobs that would be protected by these tariffs. Meanwhile, with such a steady, sustainable supply grown right here in the U.S., Yaupon stands to be the only tariff-proof source of caffeine for American consumers. When I saw the news around tea and coffee, says Christine Folch, cultural anthropologist at Duke University and author of the Book of Yerba Mate, I thought, maybe this is Yaupon's moment in the sundae. The modern-day Yaupon industry includes a small, tight-knit group of farmers, producers, and wild harvesters, known internally as Yauponers. Abian Fala, owner of Cat Spring Yaupon in Cat Spring, Texas, and a founder of the American Yaupon Association, sources native-grown yaupon through partnerships with local ranches. It's a 20 million acre problem in Texas, says Fala, referring to the belief held by many Texas landowners that yaupon is a nuisance in need of fixing. Founded in 2011, Cat Spring was one of the earliest yaupon producers on the market, offering dark and green roasts, similar to black and green tea flavor profiles, in loose leaf and bagged options. A few states over, in Crescent City, Florida, Yaupon Brothers uses more traditional agricultural methods to grow yaupon on a 124-year-old organic citrus farm, the oldest in the state. Much like other crops, their yaupon grows in tidy rows, which helps the company scale production and maintain some control over the naturally occurring plant. Yaupon Brothers founders, Brian and Kyle White, found that the methodologies for growing yerba mate, a caffeinated ilex plant that's native to South America, work similarly for its botanical cousin, yaupon. While Yaupon Brothers and other commercial farmers do not grow yerba mate in the U.S., they rely on similar pruning and harvesting techniques. Their yaupon trees are capped at 6 to 7 feet and harvested 3 times a year, after which it comes back in a matter of months, Brian White says. Much like traditional tea, yaupon tea is made with dried yaupon leaves that are chopped and roasted to suit different tastes, including the familiar green and black flavor profiles of the tea-drinking world. Unlike other traditional tea importers, Harney & Sons has embraced yaupon and sources the raw ingredient from Cat Spring Yaupon. The company sells a loose leaf blend as well as a ready-to-drink bottle sold exclusively at the popular salad chain Sweetgreen. But winning over the general tea-drinking public remains an issue for yaupon farmers and importers who might add yaupon to their offerings. America is an on-the-go culture, says Ahmed Rahim, a founder of traditional tea importer Numi Tea, adding that he's still trying to find ways to get the American mindset wrapped around tea. Despite yaupon's long history in the region, a large part of the industry still revolves around educating the public about the plant and how to drink it. For many generations, yaupon was considered invasive and burned down to its hardy roots when land needed clearing. Its westernized botanical name, Ilex vomitoria, has also spurred erroneous beliefs that yaupon induces vomiting if consumed and has flattened interpretations to the indigenous rituals to which it was once a central ingredient. The threat of tariffs spurred small-scale yaupon farmer Crystal Stokes to pivot to education. Through her organization Project Community, Stokes travels around and teaches her Richmond community about the history and benefits of yaupon, plant identification, and how to grow yaupon at home. I knew that changes in administration were coming, and that consumers would be less likely to purchase a plant beverage that most would be trying for the first time, Stokes says. Despite the tariffs, traditional tea purveyors aren't overly worried. According to Paul Harney of Harney & Sons, there's always some degree of chaos. It's always something. The pandemic, shipping, something. The tariffs motivated Harney & Sons to find tea grown in countries with fewer trade issues, such as Mozambique and Kenya. For Numi, Rahim sources from dozens of countries, and much of the company's production process is in Canada. Numi is the largest fair trade importer of tea and herbs in the U.S., but Rahim says he's not panicked or anxious about the effects of tariffs and plans to wait and see what's going to happen. Darren Hartford, the owner of Oliver Pluff & Company, which sells history-inspired beverages, including the story of what was dumped in the Boston Harbor, is staying optimistic. The company recently opened a retail location in Charleston and is busy prepping for collaborations related to the upcoming 250th anniversary of the founding of America. Understanding yaupon's historical relevance, Oliver Pluff & Company tried it, but it turned out to be a fringe item. After the current tariff started, another Yaupon farmer reached out to Hartford, curious whether he wanted to now incorporate more of the tea alternative in his offerings. Yaupon was never a big seller for Hartford, who remains hesitant to take a chance on the tea alternative again during a tumultuous market. While the Yaupon industry's raw material is not impacted by tariffs, some producers' packaging and other materials are sourced from tariff-heavy regions. Most businesses, especially small ones, can't simply decouple from a global supply chain, Brian White says. After the first wave of tariffs went into effect, the price of Yaupon Brothers' Chinese-made packaging doubled overnight. Nonetheless, the tense economic situation has spurred the company to pivot to find new packaging, switching to American-made materials, which they hope will eventually reduce consumer costs overall. Cat Spring Yaupon already used packaging sourced from US-based manufacturers, but it is using this moment to rebrand and double down on its messaging that Yaupon is made in America. With a growing push for American-grown products and production, the Yaupon industry is poised for growth. Cat Spring Yaupon has added manufacturing jobs back to its rural community in Texas and sends out so much mail that the local post office was able to be kept open. Cat Spring Yaupon collaborates with other small companies and restaurants across the nation. Anytime we're added to the menu, we're replacing an imported product, Fala says. On paper, we're perfect for this administration. As Duke University's Fulch puts it, Yaupon could benefit from the current turmoil. The tariffs give us an opportunity to ask really deep questions about who we are and what we bring to the table, she said. If Yaupon is indeed able to navigate the new realities of an American-made tea culture and once again help us rethink what made in America really means, it would be an epic 250-year comeback.
I have never heard of Yaupon. So apparently it is available out there. This is Amazon, Amazon Prime, and now this stuff is expensive. This is like 12 tea bags for almost $10. But I guess next time I get something from Amazon, I'll add this and report back to you. So funny what you learn on this Stanley versus the World show. So anyway, let's see what else in food news. America's protein obsession is transforming the dairy industry. This is actually something that's rather interesting also.
America's protein obsession is transforming the dairy industry. This article is by Kevin Draper and read by an automated voice. Ken Hyman is a certified master cheesemaker, one of 4 who ensure that the cheddar, Gouda, and other cheeses made at Nasonville Dairy in Marshfield Waste taste great. But as proud as he is of his cheese, Mr. Hyman knows that his company's profitability these days is thanks less to Colby than it is to whey, the liquid byproduct of cheesemaking that helps to satisfy America's seemingly insatiable appetite for added protein. Nasonville Dairy produces around 150,000 pounds of cheese a day, but just breaks even on most of it, especially the 40-pound blocks of cheddar that are a cheesemaker's stock in trade. What increasingly keeps the lights on is whey. We ought to be thanking people who are buying whey protein at Aldi's, said Mr. Hyman, who, in addition to being a master cheesemaker, is Nasonville's chief executive. It definitely enhances the bottom line. Whey is so valuable because it can deliver a lot of protein in a small caloric package, and in case you haven't noticed, exhortations to consume more protein have popped up everywhere over the last 2 decades. Doctors recommend additional protein for healthy aging. Weightlifters often take protein to build muscle, and more women and members of Generation Z are taking up the sport. Popular eating trends like the keto diet emphasize eating a good amount of protein and fats. More recently, the demand for whey has been turbocharged by the growing use of GLP-1 drugs like Ozempic. Patients taking those drugs are advised to increase their protein intake to avoid muscle loss. Whey protein powders and the increasing number of whey protein enhanced products on grocery store shelves are an expedient way of consuming a lot of protein. Estimates of the size of the whey protein market vary from around $5 billion to $10 billion, but nearly all analysts say the market will double over the next decade. A pound of the highest protein whey powder that cost about $3 in 2020 costs almost $10 today, according to Ever.ag Insights, an agriculture data company. The demand has trickled down and completely altered the economics of the dairy industry. When Mr. Heyman, 72, began his career in the 1960s, whey was pumped down a river, spread on a field, or fed to pigs. In other words, it was waste, and the only goal was to get rid of it as cheaply as possible. Times have changed. In the last decade or so, there are times when cheese is the byproduct of cheese production, and the cheese plants make more money off the whey production, said Mike McCulley, a dairy industry consultant. Thank the Meissner's cows. Whey begins its journey to your muscles at dairy farms like Norm Elaine in Chilliwack, started by Norm and Elaine Meissner in 1946. Wearing a maroon Norm Elaine t-shirt, jeans, and work boots, Josh Meissner welcomed me to his farm with a crushing dairyman's handshake. The third generation of Meissners to run the dairy, Norm and Elaine were his grandparents. Josh, along with his son, Emmett, led me through the milking parlor with its 50 milking stations, 3 huge barns housing 2,500 cows and fields of corn. In one of the barns, a cow gave birth, and Josh Meissner walked over to check on the glistening newborn calf. Satisfied that all was in order, he wiped his hands on some straw and resumed talking. 15 calves a day are born on the farm. It was no big deal. Norm Elaine is a relatively large farm that does everything possible to control costs. Manure, for example, gets pushed into drains and sent to a methane digester to be converted into natural gas. Still, the Meissners have little control over what they are paid for their milk. They are what economists call price takers, not price makers. Milk is not priced like other commodities. Most milk in the United States is sold to dairy co-ops. The minimum price that farmers receive is set by the federal government, a system set up in the 1930s to bolster milk producers, and changes monthly depending on the various market forces hitting all milk products: cheeses, butter, yogurt, whey, etc. Even farmers like the Meissners, who sell their milk directly to cheese producers, get, essentially, the co-op price for their milk. There is not a lot of wiggle room of shopping around these days, Josh Meissner said. Morin Bozic, a former agricultural economics professor and the founder of a company that provides dairy and livestock data, calculated that in the early 2000s, the value of whey averaged around 2.7% and never more than 6.4% of the monthly milk check that dairy farmers received. Since 2021, whey has made up 8.7% of the average milk check, sometimes climbing well above 10%. Dairying is not much of a growth industry. While there have been some gains in production, when accounting for inflation, the price farmers receive for milk today is about the same as it was 25 years ago. One of the main reasons it has not dropped is whey. The rise in the price of whey stopped the farmer from getting absolutely beaten to the ground when the price was so doggone poor, said Mr. Hyman, the cheesemaker, the whey maker. The Meissners sell the 200,000 pounds of milk their farm makes each day to Mr. Hyman at Nasonville Dairy, about 6 miles down the road. Mr. Hyman is a gregarious, cheerful man with a large walrus mustache. But the economics of making cheese in Wisconsin are sobering. Although Nasonville is the largest cheesemaker in Wood County, in the heart of America's dairyland, he says it can't compete with West Coast dairies, where multinational conglomerates have built massive cheese plants. If you are making the same kind of cheese they make, you're roadkill, he said. Those guys have efficiency that just spooks you. Mr. Hyman's main factory is a beige, U-shaped building on Wisconsin's Highway 10. Large storage silos dot the property. Outside, in addition to the cars whirring by, construction vehicles beep around, realigning a nearby road and expanding the factory, which was built in 1885 and has been in some form of operation since. The factory makes dozens of cheeses, some to sell under its own brand and some on contract for other companies. The main plant produces huge quantities of feta. The company makes 15% of all feta produced in the United States. Cheddar, Colby, and a few other cheeses, while a much smaller plant, 30 miles north, makes tiny batches of specialty cheeses like Ghost Pepper Jack. Tanker loads of milk from Norm Elaine and 200 other farms in the area are pasteurized and then sent into 2-story cylindrical cooker vats, where cultures, rennet, and other ingredients are added. Once the cheese coagulates, it is pumped to a nearby finishing table that holds about 4,500 pounds of curds. That cheese is salted, finished, compressed, packaged, and refrigerated. But since it takes 10 pounds of milk to make 1 pound of cheese, a large part of the process is dealing with the 40,000 or so pounds of liquid that remains. It is sent into a dizzying array of small stainless steel pipes on the steamy whey side of the plant. After separating out the remaining cream and lactose, the remaining whey, which is naturally around 12% protein, is filtered down until it reaches around 65% protein, still in a liquid form. Every 37 minutes, a new tanker load completes this entire process, from milk to cheese and whey to a more concentrated protein. At the end of the day, Masonville Dairy has about 100,000 pounds of high-protein liquid whey. The protein powder boom. If Masonville Dairy built a new factory today, it would include spray dryers, like its West Coast competitors, which turn the whey into a powder and increase its protein percentage. But spending millions of dollars on spray drying equipment doesn't make economic sense for Wisconsin's small cheesemakers. So nutrition companies, like Actis Nutrition, have built facilities to transform the region's liquid whey into high-protein powder. In January 2003, plants produced about 8 million pounds of high-protein whey powder, according to data from the Department of Agriculture. That number grew steadily to between 35 million and 40 million pounds per month by 2018, before leveling off. But things really took off in 2023, as a handful of anti-obesity drugs began inching onto the market. In May, 48 million pounds of high-protein whey powder were produced. The boom time will eventually end. A glut of new cheese and whey plants are being built. And like fluid milk and cheddar cheese before it, high-protein whey will become a commodity. Normie Lane and Nasonville Dairy are already looking over the horizon. Emmett Meisner has begun raising Angus steers, taking advantage of historically high beef prices and customers' interest in knowing more about where their beef comes from. Mr. Hyman is pushing his specialty cheeses, like the Ghost Pepper Jack, that the bigger, more streamlined factories cannot make. The curse of any commodity business, Mr. Bozick said, is that you cannot have extraordinary profits forever.
Very interesting. As a cheese fan, I approve of the story, at least. Let's see. What's up, SKC? Let's see. Deacon Dave learned something valuable this weekend. Some people hate objective history because reality would crumble the way they need to view the world. Truth would irreparably harm their identity. You know what? I actually agree with that. When they say the truth hurts, we could boil it down to those 3 words. So let's see. We go from cheese to this is near and dear to my heart. I'm a huge Colbert fan. Speaking of the truth, and the truth does hurt. Canceling the Late Show is bad news for late night TV, not for Stephen Colbert. I agree wholeheartedly. CBS, Sherry Redstone, and Donald Trump have created a monster. And they didn't terminate Stephen Colbert immediately. He's on until next May. Now, I don't know if he's going to do it. I'm sure there will be clamps put down on what he could do. But dude, you unleashed a comedian. He knows how the show is going to end. Thank God Stephen Colbert is probably a better human being than me. I would go hog the motherfuck wild They didn't cancel him immediately. Oh, these fools.
Canceling The Late Show is bad news for late night TV, not for Stephen Colbert. This article is by Jason Zinoman and read by an automated voice. Getting canceled may end up being the best thing that ever happened to Stephen Colbert. The same cannot be said for its impact on late night television. Consider that Conan O'Brien turned into a folk hero after NBC took away his time slot, and that David Letterman hit the height of his popularity after he didn't get the job as host of The Tonight Show. Until last week, Colbert, host of The Late Show, was the ratings leader of an art form in decline. Then CBS, citing economic issues, announced that his program would go off the air next May, news that came at a time when its corporate parent, Paramount, needs the government's approval for a merger with the Skydance company. Now Colbert, one of the most prominent critics of President Trump, seems to many like a comedic martyr. For the next 10 months, his show will have a spotlight in a way it never has before. He will not only have a chance to continue to make fun of the president, but he also will be setting himself up for his next act. Marrying a pugilistic comedic streak with courtly manners, Colbert became the finest conversationalist of the current hosts, and his political monologues helped him become a ratings leader. He respected the history and conventions of late-night television, perhaps to a fault, but you also got the sense that The Late Show wasn't always the perfect showcase for his myriad talents. His quick, improv-honed wit and intellectual depth could feel hamstrung by the show's short segments. And sometimes when he got on a good riff or dug into an area of major interest, Tolkien, faith, the history of comedy, you wondered if it would fit better on a podcast. Before taking the job, Colbert developed an elite reputation in comedy circles as a Second City performer, a comedy writer, and a correspondent on The Daily Show. But mostly he was known for the Colbert Report, an inspired and singular reinvention of the late-night form, whose greatness has already been overshadowed by his later work. Satirizing a blowhard conservative pundit through entire episodes, he somehow managed to lead guests nimbly into arguments, making jokes and serious points at the same time. He conveyed a clear point of view while often saying the opposite. Improvising multiple layers of meaning, he pulled off one of the great comedic feats of this century. There was an impressive degree of difficulty to that show that exceeds all the other current network late-night shows. And it's why, right before he took the job as the host of The Late Show, I wrote a column worrying about what would be lost with this new, more mainstream position. Something was, and while his current, more conventional role is less virtuosic, he succeeded in this transition. During a Late Show monologue last week, Colbert described Paramount's $16 million payment to settle Trump's lawsuit over the editing of a 60 Minutes interview with Kamala Harris as a, quote, big, fat bribe. In that moment, the host belonged to a venerable history of late-night hosts biting the hand that feeds them. But the cancellation 3 days later made one wonder about a related late-night tradition, network bosses taking abuse in stride. Rick Ludwin, longtime head of late-night programming at NBC, once told me that insults from hosts like David Letterman, who regularly called executives pinheads and weasels, were great for business. The audience loves it. They wish they could say it to their own bosses, he said, adding, executives come and go, but these franchises roll on. Not anymore. Late-night television is not finished. In fact, you could say we are reverting to the era before the early 90s when NBC dominated and there were occasionally network alternatives. The loss of The Late Show is not the death knell, but it is a death knell. The other late-night network hosts, Jimmy Fallon, Seth Meyers, and Jimmy Kimmel, each have their strengths. But they weren't comic supernovas the way Colbert was when he took the job. They don't define the sensibilities of young viewers and future comedians the way Letterman or O'Brien did. And the success of the current crop of hosts, and some of their most interesting work, is built for an online audience. If video killed the radio star, who did in the network late-night superstar? The internet is the primary suspect, increasing competition, chipping away at advertising dollars, and transforming the time at which we watch these shows. making the term late night itself a misnomer. The growing politicization of nightly talk shows, starting with Jon Stewart on The Daily Show on Comedy Central, played a part, balkanizing the audience and crowding out some comedic ambition. But if there's an autopsy of late-night television, Paramount's suspiciously timed decision deserves some attention. Announcing the cancellation, the CBS president George Cheeks argued that it was a purely financial decision. The current debate over whether Colbert's cancellation was the result of politics or the struggling economics of the show misses the point. It can be, and probably is, both. Of course, money matters, but so does the climate in which it's allocated. Late night used to be, among other things, a prestige business. The hosts were some of the key faces of the network. On top of profits, the shows generated press attention, in-house promotion, and buzz. Now media bosses seem more willing to cut a check for millions of dollars to make a political problem go away, rather than spend that money to keep a late-night show. In trying to take control of the narrative, sources inside CBS have said that The Late Show lost $40 million last year, which happens to be the same amount Jeff Bezos' Amazon is reportedly paying for a Melania Trump documentary. Just as news organizations depend on trust, entertainment companies rely on credibility. Comedians should and must make fun of the powerful. It's part of the job. And they need producers and executives to support them, financially and otherwise. What young comedian would now feel entirely comfortable satirizing the current administration on CBS? It's worth recalling that Letterman's comic attacks on network executives in the mid-1980s proliferated because of a merger, when General Electric bought NBC. Letterman was not just appealing to viewers' annoyance with their bosses, he was also making a point about the dangers of corporate consolidation. He was revolted that people in the business of selling toasters and light bulbs thought they understood broadcasting. This issue has only become more urgent, as tech titans have taken over the news media and Hollywood. Even if you think politics played no role, canceling this franchise now seems like the move of someone who doesn't understand or care about late-night comedy. Just as the 60 Minutes settlement seems like the decision of someone far too cavalier about the importance of an independent press. These moves don't just threaten to chill speech, they hasten the demise of network TV. Many people found solace in watching Colbert poke fun at the news every night. That audience will probably go elsewhere. It might be to Fallon on NBC, or more likely Kimmel on ABC, but an increasing number of viewers will flock to YouTube or a podcast. When they seek out these platforms, I would not be surprised if they eventually find a new version of Stephen Colbert there.
Yeah, I guess you all will definitely not agree with me. Colbert is Letterman was funny. I don't think Letterman was as political as Colbert is. Colbert is probably, if you're going to take political comedy, and to make political jokes, you actually have to be good at politics. Colbert is unmatched. I actually think Dave Chappelle could maybe compete as far as political humor, but I tend to be very attuned to politics and culture. Colbert is the best. And SKC, your bullshit about $100 million. Is it a year? Did the CBS Late Show cost $100 million? Once again, SKC, and I know you tend to be busy, and I'm not going to fuss too much, but you spouting bullshit in the chat doesn't impress me. You need to provide citation needed. Okay, I don't believe the $100 million. Is it over 8 years? Is it per year? Is it just for the Late Show? Is it all 3 shows? You need to be a little bit more precise in your critique. And AAE, it's good to see you there. question to ponder. Good to see you. So anyway, Colbert is going to become much bigger thanks to Donald Trump and Sherry Redstone et al. AAE, have you come here just to troll me in my own chat? CBS Late Show, the majority cost goes to paying the host. Colbert is not worth the same dime as Letterman. Letterman is old now, but young Letterman would be great right now. Yeah, I guess he would be if he were young. Citations aren't possible without a wrench. Can't post links without one. Well, go over to my chat and post it. I don't control John's chat. Oh, by the way, now that this comes up, folks, subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel if you are new to that chat. Subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel, Stanley Cross at Stanley Cross 6000. I do control that. John and Portia control John's properties, but y'all go over to my chat and number one, subscribe to it. And I love folks who will drop. Dude, I thrive on people putting citations. You know, if you want to talk about some stuff, go over to my channel. I'll make you a moderator. Drop your stuff so we can talk about it. And I guess I've never actually talked to John about who's moderator on his channel, but you must subscribe to my channel and become a moderator there, especially for folks like SKC who can cite their sources. So take your lazy butts from John Galt's chat, go over to my chat, subscribe to my channel, please. And if you got something to drop an article, I'll make you a moderator over there, and we go from there. AAE, I love Letterman. Letterman, when I was a kid, was edgy. So you'll never. Letterman is the bomb, and still is actually pretty funny. Colbert is actually the more erudite of the hosts, probably the only person who could actually match him, in the knowledge of politics and that sort of stuff would be a Johnny Carson. I happen to think Colbert is actually smart. So, and it's a matter of taste. I'm not going to fuss at y'all. Oh, look at this motherfucker. I'm surprised you have no idea about the cost of these shows. I'm surprised that you do know the costs of these shows, SKC. I don't work in the biz. It's a famous joke of Gutfield and Crowder, two unfunny, pudding-brained white boys. Gutfeld's literally, Dennis Miller is funnier than Gutfeld, and Dennis Miller was like funny when he used to do the news thing on Saturday Night Live. Dennis Miller is about the most unfunny motherfucker. Gutfeld, I don't know who thinks Gutfeld is funny. Steven Crowder, he's a fucking wife abuser. Steven Crowder, that you even bring him up is offensive, to be honest, SKC. I would cite my sources here, but you know where to go to cite your source. Let me drop my channel, not to brag. And by the way, I'm at 150 subscribers, so I'll be monetized in about 10 years. But I'll drop this anyway. If you all ever have articles or something like that you want to review, please feel free to go over to this is interesting. Well, here's my link. Go over there. Tell me, whoever goes over there, if you got an article, just let me know. I'll make you a moderator. But go over there if you have an article. There you go. Go over there. Say, hey, I got an article. I'll make you a moderator. Drop it, and then we go from there. I can't stand Gutfeld. His over the top laugh is so annoying. You know what? I don't even understand how Gutfeld laughs at his own lame jokes. The dude is not funny. And it's the weird thing. The only people who would find Gutfeld funny, and this is just my opinion, just Stanley's opinion, dude, if you like seeing cats or kittens with like tortured, Gutfeld has the sort of sense of humor that a kid who abuses animals and becomes like a problem as an adult, that's Gutfeld's humor. Same thing with Steven Crowder. Steven Crowder was that kid. It's like, dude, it's like if you like, yeah, they're oh, Gutfeld. Yuck. AAE says Dennis Miller would be better on the Late Show. You know what? I'm not going to even finish reading that sentence. Bill Maher used to be funny when he was young. Bill Maher is not hugely he's not Stephen Colbert, I'll put it that way. Stanley Cross, the only 90s comedian still hanging on. No idea what that means. Colbert was a writer on SNL. He did that. Yeah, you know what? The ambiguously gay duo was hilarious. And Colbert is still funny. He's good with the one-liners. And I like one-liner humor. Beak says Gutfeld seems like he always needs a Ritalin. No, Gutfeld tortured cats, kittens as a kid, and he got his sense of humor from the jokes he wrote after he washed his hands of the blood. Orthodox guy's feelings hurt. Another streamer did a whole show. What the fuck are you talking about, Rick? Real comedians can do the stand-up. No, and you know what? You're right, SKC. SKC, you make a point. Colbert is not a stand-up comedian. And you know what? Those are the real comedians, the road warriors. I'm not going to disagree with that. That's an excellent point. See, you always come up with excellent points there, SKC, when you actually stop and think. Beak, dude still being prescribed Adderall. Who is? And Orthodox guy's not that bright. What the fuck are you? AAE? What? AAE? Slick Rick, who is slandering Orthodox guy? And quite frankly, Crowder does stand-up? Really? I had no clue. Honestly, I had no clue. Chappelle. I think Bob Newhart, Joan Rivers, y'all, and I've said this before, of all the comedians who ever existed, Joan Rivers is my favorite. And Chappelle, of course. Rock, of course. Pryor, of course. Joan Rivers. I'd been watching her when I was a kid. Joan Rivers is actually, for my money, the funniest. She is literally the GOAT. Norm Macdonald. Norm Macdonald was on his own comedy planet. That dude, yeah. He needs to be up there with the greats. Rogan is a fucking Rogan's not funny. Bill, what's his name is actually pretty funny too. Norm Macdonald greater than Colbert and Miller combined. I would put Norm Macdonald up there with a Chappelle or a Pryor. Yeah, he was his own animal. It's actually hard to compare Norm Macdonald. He's his own thing, much like Chappelle is his own thing. It's hard to compare those. Eddie Murphy is not an intellectual comedian. He's funny, but I never can. He was never a Richard Pryor. And maybe it's just a matter of taste. Comedians are a matter of taste. Got to have Rumble Premium to watch Crowder. I'm not fucking getting Rumble Premium. You know what, Deacon Dave? Tell Deacon Dave if you can convince me that I need to do like a fun drive so I can pay for Rumble Premium, but I suspect I will be disappointed. Norm, yeah, absolutely. AAE. Eddie is different type of comedian. We all know this. More character comedian. I can oh no, Raw. I saw it like when it came out. I can't remember. I might have gone to the theater to see it. Stand-up comedy at the time, Eddie Murphy was king. And Eddie, I'm not saying Eddie Murphy isn't great. It's just I would do like Dave Chappelle, there's a depth to it's kind of funny. Eddie Murphy is funny. The joke will be funny on a surface level. It's like you will think about a Dave Chappelle joke like the second time you see the comedy special, and you'll go, well, fuck, I didn't think of that. It's like it's like an everlasting stopper, different flavors as you enjoy the experience. I hate Andrew Dice Clay. Not even Andrew Dice Clay. I no. So anyway, I do need to get off this particular topic. Professor Black Truth is next. Another favorite comedian of mine. And by the way, I'm serious. If you all have stuff you want to drop into the Stanley Cross chat, just let me know. And subscribe. Everybody in the John Galt chat needs to go over to the Stanley Cross chat, subscribe, and come back to the John Galt chat. I need the subscribers. And Slick Rick, I need you. I mean, who the hell was dragging Orthodox? Orthodox is Orthodox. He's not necessarily my cup of tea all the time, but he's a good guy. I hate to think that, people are doing whole shows and are kind of jealous. I'm waiting for someone to do a whole show about me and drag me. I want to be in that audience. Well, AAE, I do have to say you are a connoisseur of comedy. Your critiques are pretty spot on.
YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now,
Professor
along
Black
with the bell
Truth,
icon,
folks.
so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that
It's Slick
YouTube
Rick.
hasn't
I'm
unsubscribed you.
I
And of course,
really
be sure to
need
give the
to know
video a
that
like, as
story.
well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now,
Or
Sunday
give me the
address.
link. I can watch it
The
for
subject
myself.
of this evening's address already made the rounds some months back, but in light of what all happened with Essence Fest and how it demonstrates how the tethers can't agree on anything except that they're going to try to rip us off and hijack our lineage to prop themselves up, we got to speak on this. And I would be remiss not to tip my hat to Sister Lisa Cabrera for helping to bring this issue right back to the surface again. If you haven't checked it out on her channel, you should. Now, for those of you who may not have heard, earlier this year, the African Union decided that the theme for this year was going to be 2025 Year of Reparations. And it was pretty obvious that you had these guys calling themselves jumping on our bandwagon and trying to hijack our issue. And first thing they wanted to do was make a beeline straight for the United States, because that's what you do when you're the African Union fighting for reparations in Africa. You go straight to the US. You don't go to the British. You don't go to the French. You don't go to the Spanish. You don't go to the Germans. You don't go to the Dutch. You go straight to the United States, which had one colony over there, Liberia, as opposed to the other European powers, which had the lion's share of them. When I first came across this story, what I saw was mostly in the context of what was clearly a thinly veiled feminist scheme. This was some months ago, but I saw the mention of gender and immediately looked and said, okay, I see what y'all are on. We can be disgusted, but not surprised. The very people who have done absolutely nothing for our reparations claim, now here they are dragging their behinds over here, trying to sniff around and see what they can get. The African unions had what they call regions, but they decided that they were going to add a sixth region, and this region was going to be the diaspora. In other words, everywhere outside of Africa. This is the African Union pushing a Nigerian scam. They're trying to claim that the African diaspora, particularly here in the United States, are somehow under their political sovereignty, and that they're nominating themselves to speak for us on reparations. But of course, as they see it, reparations are supposed to be in their pockets. We're the ones who made the term reparations relevant. And now you have the very people who have done nothing for that issue, but have done everything to undermine us, now trying to use it as a buzzword. What a joke, though not a funny one. As I said last week, you can't build a great civilization abroad until you first learn to build one at home. All of this sixth region crap is trying to get the Africans who fled to be advocates for the crooks back in the home countries. Of course, it stops being funny when you consider that they've made trying to hijack reparations their entire agenda for 2025. When I saw this earlier this year, they had it wrapped up in some silly gender talk, reparations and gender warring. The two don't mix, but it just goes to show the total dysfunction. Speaking of which, when you check out the African Union's 6th region website, almost all of their images are of non-black people or heavily feature non-black people front and center. They always have to make sure they got non-black folks in there. This is how you know who the real audience for this reparations scheme of theirs actually is. It's a white audience they're trying to appeal to. And don't underestimate that there's white power behind this garbage. Remember the so-called Black News Channel? That thing was the brainchild of a white man and was funded by an Asian billionaire, Shahid Khan. But they knew that they couldn't be the face of it, so they got some front Negroes to be their front men and front women for it. That was just another sock puppet organization too, just like Black Pac and She the People and other dummy front groups. This is the kind of thing that tethers do when they're trying to appeal to white venture capitalists and white donors. You have to make it clear that this is a project that would be totally friendly to their interests. If they're coming sniffing to the United States under the feeble guise that they're here for some sort of reparations claim that they think the U.S. owes them, then why in the world is it that they're trying to put together a proposal that is going to appeal to the beneficiaries of that exact same U.S. colonization? Make it make sense. And that's why you have them going out of their way to make sure that they don't mention foundational Black Americans at all. This is meant to be a counter effort to what we're doing. None of their scam artists who are fronting for this comes anywhere near us because they know better than that. They don't want any of the white money interests that they're trying to appeal to think that they're actually serious. Not that there was ever a chance of that. And without us, this is nothing but just another Nigerian email scam. Without us, it can't be legitimate. Be it CARICOM or the African Union, they all have to come begging bowl in hand to the United States. But they don't come making demands. Instead, they come saying they want to partner with the very people who they want reparations from. A partnership with them? They did everything they could to separate themselves from us, and they're still hard at work at that. That's how you know it ain't legit. Africa's leaders have specifically singled us out to be insulted and denigrated. That's what they've been doing up until now. And now that their scams and schemes have totally failed to benefit them, now they want to call themselves elbowing their way into our political struggle, but not to help, but instead to give cover to white power in an effort to undermine us and prevent us from getting what we're owed. It's just another clumsy front for some tethers to try to bestow legitimacy on themselves, to try to go to white power and say, well, we're doing this on behalf of these Black Americans over here. Well, you know, everybody, but including them, mostly them. So yeah, that's why you got to deal with us. But then again, white power set them up to do exactly that. They have absolutely no authority or legitimacy to speak for us. They have no sovereignty over us. We did not ask for their help. We don't want it. And they have never offered anything. They spent over a century saying that they are not us and that we aren't them and that they're better than us and they don't have anything in common with us. So be it. Everyone must stand on their own now. And we see how long it's taken them to come running. This is just another Nigerian scam. I repeat that because that's what I want you to remember. Not that it came out of Nigeria necessarily, but that it comes from the same mentality. At no point did they come to us and say, you know what, we've been screwing up for the last century. Let's sit down. Let's go ahead and iron out the differences here. We owe you guys an apology. We turned our backs on you. We spat in your faces. We owe you guys land and resources because we're finally ready to do some honest business. But then again, when you look at Africa, they haven't even done that for their own people. And some of the little shills who they've had running around trying to pimp this little scheme online, these guys, they're ridiculous. They're sitting here bragging, saying that the UN is backing this. At best, only rhetorically, but in reality, not backing it at all. The UN won't even back calling the US out for its systematic brutality against foundational Black Americans. When has that professional do-nothing society ever done anything for us? Secondly, the UN is run by the same colonial and white supremacist powers that we have always fought against and that these tethers have always been bowing to. And it just goes back to what I saw months ago. Before it's all over, you better believe that these guys, considering that they're trying to appeal to white power, it won't be long before they're pushing stuff about immigrants, feminists, LGBT. That's why they shoehorned all the gender stuff in there back earlier this year. They're not going to be saying Black or even African before it's all over. They're going to be describing political categories, same as the white left does. They always sneak that mess in. They start off pretending like it's going to be about Black people, if nothing else, and then they immediately bait and switch to what it's really going to be about, because that's.
This is an interesting point that Ponder brings up. She says Stanley Cross PBT, Professor Black Truth, is the same guy who bullied other Black kids with "you talk white, you think you're better," in your versus your. These people are bullies and are abusers and xenophobic. You're probably right, Ms. Ponder. But bottom line, and I think it's kind of, I will sound flippant when I say this, but that's young people's problems. When I hear Professor Black Truth, I just, I'm looking for jokes. I'm looking for maybe salient points. I think that Professor Black Truth is a YouTuber. He's not like Plato. So I don't take him more serious than I should. I'm just fucking with you, AE. I know you know the difference. I'm just messing with you. Let's see. Stated things like no 1619 project spot on. And funny enough, 1619 and 1776, they neither were wrong and neither were really. I think people mistook what the 1619 project was. 1776 was reactionary. Therefore, to me, it didn't hold the same weight. 1776 project was your Dunning School high school history book. 1619 was a fresh perspective and therefore more valuable, in my opinion. 1619 got people talking about history. That's why it was way more valuable than your granddaddy's high school history textbook. SKC, do better with these sorts of analyses. You're failing when you compare the two.
The real audience they're trying to reach. And one last thing. You sound crazy talking about getting anyone a seat at the table in the UN when African nations aren't even on the UN Security Council. And the Biden administration said they didn't want any African nations on the Security Council if they had veto power, because giving African nations veto power on the Security Council, that would only make the Security Council dysfunctional. Yeah, it's not dysfunctional right now, right? You can't claim that the UN backs you when they openly oppose you being in a position to call hands. This is the powers that be trying to get out in front of what we're doing. That's what this is. The African nations leaders are acting as meat puppets for this garbage. They tried that phony congressional hearing on reparations a few years back where they had a parade of tethers and bootlicks and a few alleged FBAs who were all saying in unison that reparations shouldn't be cash. That's what that whole charade was about. It was political theater meant to platform people who would say the message loud and clear. Oh, reparations doesn't have to be money. In fact, it should be anything but money. That's the message message that they wanted to give to the masses. And then afterwards, they had the San Francisco branch of the NAACP pushing the same line. But you better believe that the national leadership for the NAACP believes the same thing. The firestorm of controversy that came on those guys, and you didn't have the national leadership saying, ooh, our San Francisco branch out there is a little off code, ain't they? There's a reason for that. Openly opposing cash reparations. That's what the NAACP does. That's their policy. Though they did want San Francisco to put money into where their city headquarters was at, the NAACP branch headquarters on Fillmore, they did want money for that. They've done everything they can to redefine reparations as being housing vouchers or school vouchers or some other useless and meaningless token that doesn't put money in our pockets. And what they see is that hasn't worked. So now they're trying to call in big guns, or rather big mouths. They're going to triple down on bringing in tethers, Nigerian scammers.
By the way, anybody can hit the link if they want. I am a little bored with this video. I don't really get that much into African politics to begin with. So, it was a good title, hijacking reparations for themselves. This whole reparations thing is it's very divisive and has been for several years. If you ever get on Clubhouse and you listen to the Africans versus the the FBA crowd, it is literally popcorn worthy and cringy. And here in SKC, welcome. Just give me 1 sec here. I think the whole thing is just kind of ridiculous, and this is why I'm just, as I've gotten older. And SKC, when you first knew me, I was probably, and Fred loves to give me shit about this. I am a whole lot less. There is a Black community that needs to be committed to, Black betterment. You are a credit to your race. You should be a credit to your race. There are things like you do have to work twice as hard to get where you need to be if you want to be some sort of elite, professional or president or something like that. But underneath, the actual reality that America is a very racist institution, this whole thing of reparations, I think is problematic. Number one, we're squabbling over who is owed reparations, who pays them, etc. And really, it's not so much the point. America is what it is. Colonialism gave us the results. The results are in. And I find it problematic to, if the goal is to make white people, the colonialists or the colonizers, guilty or feel bad for what they done, in my opinion, they're not smart enough to understand what they did. And half of them will say, well, gee, it's not me, it's what my relatives did. Don't blame me because white is the standard, European is the standard. And, I can sympathize with that. The Dunning School, say, as a progenitor, wanted their kids to be stupid enough to carry on their legacy. I think it's intentional that schools don't want little white Johnny to have his feelings hurt, because white Johnny might go, well, what happened? Why am I crying? It is better to have a patriotic education. And I actually do think that kids will be better off if they become patriotic robots. There will be a color line. There will be layers of citizenship. JD Vance, that Claremont speech he gave last week, he literally wants to redefine, MAGA wants to redefine citizenship into a blood and soil sort of proposition versus, birthright citizenship. And most of the little people who would cry if you told them about America's history and the cruelty of the past, they they will not want to recognize the pain of American history. Concentrate on the good, ignore the past. That's the way, and it's not just white people in America raising their kids that way. No one wants to know about the hard work involved in the past. They want it, they want robots or AI to think for them. I think that I think we've gotten ourselves quite into quite the pickle, and I think that America is going to suffer because when you hear Be Brave say that shooting up the streets in the hood is bringing America down, white people are bringing America down. And they're doing it in two ways. Either they are so far superior, like a Donald Trump or an Elon Musk, that they think they are above the fray and can escape to Mars and leave the hoi polloi to deal with the problems on Earth, or they are thinking that the past can be forgotten. And if we think good thoughts, good colorblind thoughts, it'll be fine. And in the end, if you agree with the premise that America is a white country, a white man's country, well then it's the white man who is to blame for the demise of America and how we got ourselves into this position. It's white people's fault that America is crashing. Blaming it like Be Brave does in his own little troglodyte way, it's a cap. White people are crashing America. They controlled it and have from day one. And if they can't figure that part out, when Aramiose Frimpong says we need better white people, he's absolutely right. White people are crashing their own country. So anyway, long soliloquy, but it's unavoidable that white people have controlled this country and continue to do so and are driving it into their own Grand Canyon. Deacon Dave, yes, he's on the panel. Deacon Dave needs you to speak, SKC. He thinks I've kidnapped you. Oh, Deacon Dave, who the fuck are you? Let him talk. Oh, Deacon Dave, you
Hey,
need
what's
to hit
going
the
on?
link too.
What's
Well,
going
no,
on?
Deacon Dave is offended that you're not talking yet. I figured you were
Oh,
busy.
yeah, I was. I was handling some client calls really quickly, and
Oh yeah,
and then
dude, I know you're busy.
yeah, but then
Plus, you're
I saw
probably
the
just like
message.
let.
Yeah, but then I saw the messages on and I was like, oh, maybe they're talking about something. Well, what's going on, Stanley?
Well, I don't know. You missed my soliloquy.
I did.
Oh darn it!
I
No,
did.
basically, I'm in a. I think I'm just road weary. I was on the road yesterday and
Hmm.
coming back home from Savannah, and for some reason or another, I was up late, and you know how it is when you get old. You're not as old as I am. Sometimes being on the road, uh, it's almost like a weird jet lag. I'm just not tired, but kind of tired. It'll take me a day to get used to being back home. So
Nah, I think I understand. A lot of times, whenever particularly when we travel for some time, I know it happens to me more or less when we leave the states, but just being able to get reacclimated, sometimes it takes me even a day or two to kind of get back on
Mhm.
my regular sleeping schedule and all that.
Well, apparently every damn body in my family's traveling. My brother and his family, I don't even know if they're back. They went to Japan for 2 weeks.
Oh, cool. What part?
Um, I have no clue. I remember my brother mentioning that he was going, but I didn't realize. Time gets away from me. But you'll love this. He went to visit a childhood friend of his,
Oh,
who
okay.
works for Google. But here's the backstory. Now, I've told you about my storied neighborhood. Well, my brother's 13 years younger than I am, and
Mhm.
his childhood friend is probably 13 years younger. Um, they like the house behind where I grew up, their next door neighbors were like, we all knew each other, of course, but they had a son who was my brother's age. So I don't, they're a different generation. I was a teenager. By the time my brother went to high school, I was out on my own. But anyway, I always talk about the neighborhood I grew up in. It was black and middle class and all this stuff.
Mhm.
Well, I talked about it a little this weekend because I'm proud of my brother, and his buddy, his high school or his childhood friend. I mean, they were literally like two little 6-year olds playing in my backyard because my father put 1,000-year basketball goal. That motherfucker will never come down. That basketball goal, that basketball goal, you can still dunk on this shit. It's never coming down. But um
What did he make it with?
this
Titanium?
no, he look, I was there when he built the goal. There's a concrete, like he cemented it deep into the ground, and it's a fucking metal pole that that is, I don't think he paints it anymore. It was like rust-oleumed. You might have to replace the actual backboard and the rim, but you could put a flagpole, you could put a flag on it. It's just never coming down.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Unless
So
you take a bull, you could probably take an earth mover and dig it up, but the wind isn't going to knock it down.
nah,
But
the,
my
the way
point,
the way you describe it is like he dug to Middle Earth and, and settled in it
dude,
deep to the
it's still
sockets of.
standing. This basketball goal has been standing for 30 years.
Oh, okay, well, hey,
We've we've replaced the backboard several times. I've bent the rim. You just unclamp the backboard, you buy a new one, put it up there, reclamp it, and the pole's never coming down. It's a metal pole. You will have to dig it up because it's anchored like a deck. It's got a concrete anchor several feet below the surface. But
oh,
um, bottom line, this kid, who's my brother's friend, works for Google or something and lives in Japan.
okay,
So I'm gonna do some racial pride thing.
okay.
The neighborhood that I grew up, this kid went to University of Florida, computers, works for Google, something big, lives in Japan. My brother into computers. My brother's first job in high school was building computers, and then he moved on to building websites for corporations as a fucking 15-year-old. So he had a better computer background than I do. This kid that I'm talking about, both his parents were chemists. Um, so I don't know that they had anything to do with me majoring in chemistry, but I knew real live black people, man and woman, couple, married, who were chemists. So it wasn't like, I have to dream of being a chemist. I could walk around the corner and talk to two real live working chemists. They were industrial chemists working for Union Camp, the paper company.
Mm-hmm.
So, when I hear, and I know I'm being weird, SKC,
No, you're
you'll have to
not.
forgive me.
You're not being weird at all.
I
I
people
agree with
think
a
I'm
lot of
full of
this.
shit when I say I know black excellence, motherfucker. My black brother is in Japan for 2 weeks visiting his childhood friend whose parents were chemists. This dude is some computer dude for Google. This is the black America I know.
Yeah, I mean,
I got
I
a
agree with you.
sister. Yeah, well, I know you do, but it's why I get kind of up in arms when I hear motherfuckers talking about the ghetto and black people need to move back to the neighborhood. And, if you marry a white woman or you live in a white neighborhood, dude, it's expected.
Well, the only thing
Why?
I'm saying on that is that it's one of the reasons why I don't go along with the narrative of the whole woe is me thing. Black people weren't able to achieve this and that and blah blah blah. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Yeah, my grandfather and I were very close. On both sides
Mhm.
of the family, about grandfathers, and their network of individuals and people that they hung out with were very accomplished people. So I don't
Right.
understand when people are, trying to play this role of like black people weren't able to do this and this until,
Well,
1980. It's like,
they
no, there were a bunch of accomplished,
right, but
um, uh, well
let me
spoken,
caveat
well
that though.
trained black
Many were
people.
not.
I don't
But
know.
see, that's that in SKC, stop, not you, of course. This is the problem I have when people go, well, black people can't. Well, motherfucker, that's not true. Some do. Many can't. Maybe the majority can't. But don't say black people can't do it because black people have done it and are doing it. Maybe not enough black people. Preface it that way, it would be truer. But just saying black people can't, you and I will always agree. Of course, why are you being so general? Black people can't, black people do. Maybe not enough do. That's a better argument.
Yeah, I don't know.
And
I
I
guess
think I
it's
think
just
people love sloppy arguments. Someone needs to, if a person comes up and says black people can't, well, someone in their black audience needs to hold that statement more scrutiny.
yeah. I don't know. I just guess because a lot of the things that I just remember having around the house, like I can go back into my some of my grandfather's archives, and their stuff. I still remember, um, the old Negro Digest that they had. So I mean, one of my favorites was George Schuyler. A lot of his writings where he was talking about the black experience in the 1930s and 40s and 50s. It, I'm reading the writings of the people who lived at that time, and they were not stating, "Oh, all these black people were just in dire straits and such and such." They were not stating that.
Right. Well, I mean, Schuyler was kind of interesting because he married a woman from like a white woman, rich Texas.
That's
Can't
right.
remember whether her family was an oil, they were oil people or what, but you
They
know
were
what?
oil and ranchers.
Yeah. But the bottom line, but the interesting thing, and I'm not an expert. I know Schuyler. I've read Black No More, and I kind of know his background, his journalism background and that sort of thing. But the thing is that, this is a part of the Harlem Renaissance. He was an integral figure.
Yeah, but
He
although he put food on it,
knew Langston Hughes and Zora Neale Hurston. I don't think he hung out with them,
nah,
but
he crapped on Langston.
yeah, well,
He pretty much got himself kicked out of the inner sanctum of the Harlem Renaissance because he was like, nah, you guys are making some of these victimization narratives.
right. Well, I mean, but you know what? I I get myself kicked out all the time.
So I don't know. It just to me, it's
Look, Skylar's a hero. You know what? He stuck up. Now, you also have to know that, as it turned out, he had a rather turbulent family life. His daughter, it wasn't all, he didn't have a particularly um tranquil personal life.
and
However,
and DuBose did.
no.
So that's what I mean.
And that's actually a good point. You know what? If you're going to put yourself out there, um I think you have to kind of choose. You can choose to be an Obama and have every part of your personal life scrutinized, or you can be a Stanley or an SKC, and every now and again you peek your head out. And I'm going to talk to about Stanley, not SKC, because that would be a little, you know, um, presumptuous. But you know what? I love getting on this show and kind of being outrageous sometimes. But no, the life I've lived, um, the wife I had, the son I have. My son's going to San Francisco tomorrow, which I'm a little verklempt about, but he wants to visit his girlfriend. And you know what? Um, I know my parents would have just fucking fussed, and my response, I think my son shouldn't necessarily, but you know what? I'm not paying for it. He is. And um he's an adult, and you know
he,
what?
he's gonna live his life just like George Schuyler did.
Well, the bottom line is I don't know that he's wrong. It's just not something I would do. But the motherfucker, look, the dude has proven that he's smart. The dude has proven that he is not a motherfucking dude on the street corner taking reckless chances.
Yeah.
I have to let him be himself. Dude, the dude is doing well in school, even at the engineering school. He doesn't have a 4.0, but he doesn't have a 2.0 either. He's holding his own, and he wants to go see his girlfriend, and he can afford to do it.
Yeah.
Most black kids his age don't have the wherewithal. You know what? Apparently she wants him to be there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it, but I'm also 60. The motherfucker's 19. Take some risks.
Yeah. Hey, I remember being in his exact shoes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my father-in-law invited me over for dinner, and of course, I hadn't known him before I knew my wife. But yeah, that's how I met my wife.
But let me also kind of take your perspective. My son is a fucking catch. The motherfucker's not about bullshit. So, I don't know. I'm a little prideful. I'd be like, well, you know what? They need to come here, not the other way around. However, it's not my girlfriend.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
I
that'd be
know
solid.
I know my son is solid. I know he can hold his own, and
Yeah,
that's that. He's
that's
made
a
his decision.
you know what you're describing. Um,
What's that?
uh, a lot
A
of
lonely, empty nest widower.
no. What I'm saying is what you're describing is something that a lot, and I'm not just picking. I'm stating a lot of people. Um, Now I will take a little small jab and say within the community, but then I also just state in Americana as a whole, um, really don't get that experience of, hey, my child is going to meet their significant other's parents.
Well, it's not a significant
That's not a
other.
that's not a
It's his first college girlfriend. I don't consider this a significant other.
well, I mean, to him it is right now. If he's gonna make the trip all the
Well,
way out to
see,
San Fran.
that's where the father comes in. I've already had that talk, dude. You have your fun, but the chances of y'all getting together seriously, you need to keep it all in perspective. Mother, you do know I am me,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah,
The-
but
I've already
you
told
don't
him,
know
you
what
know
his
what?
decision
You
will
go and
be.
have fun, but you better be careful. And by the way, I have a friend or two in San Francisco. I can reach out and touch him if I have to.
Yeah, I know that,
Um,
but I'm talking about so far as like, sometimes I have to throw myself in here. Like, I got married very early, so I mean, but before I graduated, I was married.
oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
Well, you know what? I'm not against what if this is his significant other? I'm not going to say it's impossible. I'm just saying it's not probable. What you need to do is like I told him, dude, you are in a situation people dream of. You need to do you. You doing you, you being you, you making yourself taking advantage of your opportunities. You're just going to be a better father, husband, whatever you wind up being. Y- My son actually has a rather unique opportunity, and most people, regardless of color, don't get to be where he is. So, he's a good guy. Um, he just needs to realize what the priorities are. If you fuck up, you're not going to be able to take care of your kids the way you might want to. And quite way I expect you to. Okay, there are fucking expectations, son.
yeah, I think you're talking about having children and all that other stuff. I mean, I'm not talking about
Oh
that. I'm
no,
just
I'm not. You know what? That's he knows, dude, I'm not gonna take care of your kids. If you fuck up, it's on you. But look, I'm where an SKC would be. It's assumed you're going to have standards and meet your obligations. Now, let's talk about how we raise the next generation of Georgia Tech graduates.
yeah.
Okay, this isn't, we're not going back, and we're not going to territory we haven't been. Where you're going to go is, you know what? Um, you know who you are. Your kids, um, you need to think about, you went to Georgia Tech. Let's think about MIT in the next generation.
Yeah, yeah. Now, I don't want to get it wrong. Even with myself, I wasn't jumping the broom because there was some sort of kid situation or something. Like we didn't have
Oh
kids
no,
until
no, no, no. SKC,
7 years after the fact. It's like
SKC.
yeah,
Look, what I'm saying is shit. If I hope he meets the right woman at 22, you won't be down playing with the kids, getting bursitis in your knees.
yeah,
Frankly, I made a mistake. I wish it hadn't worked out that, I was so advanced in age when my son was born. Dude, if you can be 22, and his girlfriend's an Emory student, so she's probably pretty smart. I haven't met her. And I have a fear that he's afraid for her to meet me.
Oh yeah.
Oh, look, my wife was afraid to meet my parents. And I really think, and she never said it, but like, what kind of parents raised this monster?
Nah, man. I remember when my parents met my wife, man. Um, yeah, she blew them away. Blew them away.
Good. Well, I suspect, look, um, I was a very strict parent. Um, it is good to see my son. And you know what? I'm like, well, I wouldn't do it if I were you. And he looked at me. He wasn't disrespectful, but I got his message. I'm
Yeah,
not you. And
that's
you know
right.
what? He stood his goddamn ground. That's a man.
That's right, man.
So, you know,
Yeah, yeah, man.
I'm proud of the boy, and I'm fawning now. But well, no,
As
dude,
you should be.
he's my only son, and he got where he wanted to be,
Yeah,
motherfucker. And this is what being black in America is to me.
yeah.
It is
Again,
an
going.
SKC. It is a Deacon Dave. It is a Trevor Cross. It is a Stanley Cross. This is my blackness. We do
Yeah,
shit.
yeah. Going back to well, what I was bringing up earlier with Skylar, and I'm glad that you know who that is because
I
when I
didn't always know. I've known like in the last 10 years.
oh yeah, I mean I grew up reading that stuff, so it was it really shaped a lot of my viewpoints on a multitude of ideas when it comes to I would say black people and blackness and all of that stuff. Because my dad and my grandpas, they would tell me like, hey, you're gonna have to decide who you want to be, and one of the things that you can do to help determine that is, don't just follow after the crowd. Read what people have written from the crowd way before you, so you're not just being taught told stuff, all that oral learning of, oh, I heard this from around the way. They're like, nah, you need to see it in print. But yeah, I grew up loving George S. Schuyler, man. Heck, it was him that when I was like probably like I want to say ninth, 10th grade, that's when I first was introduced to H.L. Mencken.
Right. What the well, you went to school in Texas, didn't you?
Yep.
Okay, that explains it. All right. Well, to excuse me, AAE's point, um, I started watching this because of the reparations part. I think, and I don't mean to be dismissive outright, but Africa has nothing to do with American reparations. Before I listened to the advice of Africans and Africa about what black people in America should do, um, well, let me just be more blunt. I'm not going to listen. Africa is not America. And y'all have some things to do before I listen to that. And this is the young lady I want to be my sister or my daughter-in-law, by the way.
Oh no,
And
man.
I'm no, 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 no.
Let
I'm
your son
joking.
enjoy.
No, I'm joking, but you'll see what I mean here. I didn't even listen all the way through this video, but she is impressive.
We're not just going to survive in the workplace. We're going to thrive in it. Hello, welcome back to my channel, or if you're new, welcome. You already know what to do. Like, comment, and subscribe. You still haven't subscribed? Are you okay? Do we need to talk? It's okay. I'll give you a second now. Today's video, I had a lot boiling in my head, and I don't know, I wanted to make a video about it. To give a little bit of background, I am now 23 years old. I've been out of college for about a little over a year and a half now. I work as a civil engineer, and I am the only Black woman in my department. And recently it's changed, but I was actually the only Black woman in the entire company until slowly we started getting some more. I've definitely experienced quite a bit. It'd be good to kind of hear these things in advance, just to have it in the back of your head to be prepared so you know what you're getting into. If no one talks about it, it's just going to continue to be an issue that gets swept under the rug. Hopefully it can help somebody out there. On top of that, just for the sake of confidentiality, when I'm providing examples to certain situations, I'm going to try my best to be as vague as possible about the specific people and the places that I'm in, but I'll try to be as detailed as possible when I'm discussing the overall issue. At the end of the day, I'm not trying to put certain information out there on the internet, but I do want to bring certain issues to light. Also, with each situation I present, I'm going to try my very best to kind of provide suggested solutions. So yeah, 10 things that you should just be prepared for prior to entering the workforce as a Black woman. First thing you need to prepare for, whenever you change your hairstyle, be prepared for your coworkers to be baffled. I don't know why it's made such a big deal in the corporate world, but every single time I change my hairstyle, it turns into a whole discussion piece. And
I don't think
maybe it depends on what part of the world you're in, but on my
I'm sorry, what?
It's like I don't really think this is true, man. And I'm only stating this
Whoa.
from
You don't think what's true?
what she's saying is true.
What specifically is she saying? Black woman in the place, hairstyle, what specifically?
Yeah, as if it becomes some sort of, big thing and so forth. Yeah, I remember my old days up at KPMG, and I think there were like 2 Black women that were working there. And from time to time they would, do the whole hair change thing or whatever, like they usually do. And there'll be some people there, and they would say things like, "Oh, wow, yesterday it was super short. Now you have hair going down the middle of your back." I'm like, okay. But the way that she's discussing this, that as if it was all consuming and so forth. It's like you're at a job. People have deadlines. They have things to do. They have people to answer to. They have responsibilities. Their day is not consumed with what someone's hairstyle is. And I would hear that same conversation. Like sometimes I would, we would go downstairs to the, it was like a little restaurant that was downstairs, restaurant/bar. And I would hear them from time to time state things similar to this. "Oh yeah, man, they were talking about my hand, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I was there. No, they weren't. The person looked and then they went on about their day. Somebody may have chuckled saying, the hair was, neck length one day, and then it was touching your behind the next, but it wasn't some, this is totally consumed the entire day at KPMG. It's like, no, it didn't.
Well, can I ask you a question? And you may chuckle when I ask it, but I'm going to ask you. What is a woman?
Okay.
Unless you're a woman, are you absolutely sure you know what you're talking about?
Yeah, I know what I'm talking about.
I'm going to help you out here. And, from my perspective, this is a 23-year-old girl, but
Uh-huh.
yeah, she's a woman, technically.
Okay.
She is describing her experience as a civil engineer, and I assume she's telling the truth. Who knows? Maybe she's not a civil engineer.
I
I
believe
would
that
be
she
more
is.
hold on. I would be more willing to hear what she has to say. It's an experience. I have never been a woman, have never, had the experiences. I'm not an engineer. Like a civil engineer. Um, I'd be more willing to hear what she has to say before I would be comfortable rendering that she's lying or her feelings. It's a YouTube video, and she is a young woman, and I'm an old man. I might want to just hear what she has to say before I actually, I don't know what a woman like her is. And I don't speak for women.
Well, I'm not saying anything about some sort of
Okay, I
speaking
know what
for.
you're not saying. I'm not asking you what you are or aren't saying. I
Okay.
was talking about me. I'm a lot less willing to say she's wrong about what she feels, how she feels, or what goes on at her work. I've never worked as an engineer.
Well, that's what I'm saying. She hasn't described
Most of the
anything.
people that
She hasn't
work at
described anything about her work.
most of the people that worked at KPMG were not engineers.
Right, but she hasn't described anything that has to do with
Okay,
engineering at all.
I understand your perspective. She has not met your standards of whatever it is you think she should be doing. I don't have a standard for her. I just want to hear her story.
Oh yeah, you can. I'm the only thing
Oh no,
that
no. I know I can.
yeah,
I would
yeah.
encourage I would also encourage other panelists to hear her story before like making these weird comparisons about where they used to work. You didn't work at an engineering firm as a woman and an engineer.
Right, but her being an engineer has nothing to do with this story.
Right? You are absolutely right. It has nothing to do with your story or your
No, it has
experience.
nothing to do with her
It
story
has
so far. It's
nothing to
nothing.
do with your experience. Have you
It
ever
has nothing
been
to
a
do. It
wo-
has nothing
have
to do
you
with her
ever
story.
been a woman and or an engineer?
Don't need to be.
Why is your background relevant to this story?
What I was
No,
comparing. What I was
no, no,
comparing.
no, no, no. I am horribly interested now. What in your background or experience connect these dots? Young 23-year-old recent college graduate who is a civil engineer describing her work experience. What do you have connect these dots? How is your experience similar to hers, and what would you offer as advice?
I've
Something
seen.
you've never even come close to experiencing.
I've seen it.
Where?
I've seen it at work.
So you've seen a 23-year-old decent looking engineer at a company, and you have had similar experiences.
I have seen a black woman at a corporate
Black
position.
woman, how old?
Younger than that. She was actually. We were both 21.
Well, continue, please.
Same story.
Same
The only
story
the
about
only
the
the only the
same
only
story
difference.
about the
The
was it about
only
hair?
yes. The only
Mhm.
difference. The only difference was One was trying to be a financial analyst, and the other one is a civil engineer. Same story.
Yeah, I think you're lying.
I'm not.
But continue.
That's why I made a
So
apple
civil
comparison.
so whoa. Civil engineers work for KPMG?
No, I did not say that.
Okay.
You're the one that's trying to throw
No,
in their
tell me what
job.
I'm doing.
Their
I'm just
job,
asking questions. I'm just
does
asking
not
questions.
equate. Their job does not equate
So
to
you
their
worked
hair.
at an engineering firm?
I did not work at an engineering firm. I worked at an accounting firm. KPMG
Well, I
is
know
an
a
accounting firm.
KPMG. It was KPMG Marwick when I was young.
Well, when I was there, it was KPMG, and it was part of at the time, the Big Five.
Right.
Like I was stating, the job description has nothing to do with the story whatsoever. And her hair has nothing to do with her being a civil engineer at all.
Oh, yeah. SKC, I love how you're trying to disaggregate all the components of the story into parts in a narrative that I didn't. That's not how I constructed my question. What do you have to offer? Whoa. Let me re-aggregate. This is a video that this young lady has put together, and I'm assuming it's mostly advice, not to men of a certain age like you and I.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with men. It doesn't even have anything with being a civil engineer, which is what my point was about.
Oh, well, then you're full of shit.
It has nothing to do with being a civil engineer.
How is this separate from what she does? She's literally talking about her work experience, and she works, I assume, at an engineering firm. How does this not have anything to do with her job?
Continue.
Okay, bottom line is she is working in a field and probably a company that's even more exclusive than KPMG. Numbers are numbers. I do understand that, but civil engineers actually do shit.
Right.
They don't crunch numbers.
But
No. Let me finish. They don't just crunch numbers. They actually have to take the numbers and apply them.
Okay,
It's
so show me
applied civil engineering, especially.
So show
and
me
mechanical engineering and mechanical engineering too.
So then
It is
explain
literally
to me. Explain to me how does that
her job,
equate to
her
hair?
experiences.
How does that
You
equate to
don't
hair, Stanley?
Okay, well, don't get all wrapped around the axle.
No, I'm not wrapped around anything. I'm asking.
You
how
do
does that
not
equate to hair?
understand. You do not understand
How
her
does that equate to
experiences,
hair?
and I find it telling.
How does that equate to hair?
I find it. Well, let me tell you how they equate.
Yes, show
They
me.
don't equate.
Exactly, which is what I just stated.
Your points
Which is what I
about
just stated.
KPMG and the black woman or two that you work there with, you didn't tell the story. It has nothing to do with this video.
It has everything to do with the video.
I think you feel
They have the
threatened
same
by this
story.
young woman.
No, I'm just stating that it's the same story.
I don't think it's the same story.
Okay, well then why don't you just push play then?
I don't see. You want all black people to
No,
be
I don't want anything.
experience.
I let
Okay,
her
I'm
talk.
sorry. I'm sorry.
And then I replied to what she was
Mr.
saying.
C. I don't. You know what? This is the weird thing. I'm captivated and want to hear her story because it's nothing like what I experienced as a young black person. And I was never a black woman. And maybe I have a bit of an advantage because when I was in the Navy at her age, there were no women, period.
Maybe I have an advantage to you because I served in corporate.
Well,
America.
I didn't think about it. You could, you know what? You could have a point there. I'm not going to deny. Maybe that's why I'm so captivated and you're not. Could that be it?
Yeah, I think that has a lot to do with it.
Okay. Well,
I
you
think
know
I
what?
think that I think that
Then
when you
I
see I
well
think that when
then
you see a black
I
woman
will
that you find attractive on screen, you find it hard to criticize her.
I will say this then. I've talked myself out of what I was thinking. Maybe you do know more than I do. Please forgive my presumptuousness, but sometimes talking it out with a peer kind of changes my mind. I still think I'm kind of right though. Um, she probably in a more elite situation than KPMG. Engineering, there are not that many
I'm not
black.
comparing KPMG and her
Well,
civil
it sounds like
engineering
you
group.
are.
No, I wasn't. What I was stating is in a corporate setting,
Mhm.
I experienced the
How do you
same
know it's a corporate
conversation.
setting though? Engineering firms aren't necessarily corporate. And I
Yes,
know
yes,
this
they
from
are.
experience too.
Yes, they are. Because the one thing that you
She
have
didn't
to
say
do,
she was working for a major engineering firm.
it doesn't matter because
A
even in
lot of engineering firms are just kind of larger small businesses.
yeah, but you still have to do presentations, which requires a corporate setting.
Well, that doesn't necessarily presentations don't make it like
Yes, they
inherently
do.
corporate.
They make or break your
I don't
bottom
know.
line. They make or break your bottom line. I don't care how well you've designed it, the way that you present it is going to make or break you.
You know what? Like I said, I talked my ass into a corner.
I know. I
So
know. I
I
know.
still
But
think I'm right. I still think I'm right.
I know you still think you're right, but the problem that is coming up with is you cannot make mention of one thing that she has stated that has to do with her job.
Well,
You just
none of
saw
this
a
has
pretty
to do
face
with
and a
her job.
smile,
She's just telling her experience.
and that's the very first thing that I stated is yeah, this
Well,
is an
stop.
interesting
Well,
experience, but it has nothing to do with
my
with civic
original point
engineering.
is you are not a woman. Let her
I don't
tell
have
her
to be.
story.
I don't have to be. This
Well,
is that
see,
let
I
her
think
talk
you
type of
do
stuff.
have to be. I think you have to be a woman
No, you
to
don't.
actually just, dude, you are just being so SKC. You know what? I hope she becomes my daughter-in-law or a prototype of her. She's awesome.
Well,
And
go ahead.
you should stop being so paternal.
I'm
Let
not.
this
I'm
woman
not
tell
being.
her story.
Hey man, hey, all I'm saying is, and I'm just going a little bit old school with you, so far as how things are done in the private sector. So far as we need to make money and so forth in an office where the main objective is to be as profitable as possible. No one gives a
Okay.
flying F
Well,
about
see,
your hair.
you and I, dude, I'm okay with making a couple less dollars to have people who want to work there.
And that's fine. But people don't give a flying F about your hair like that. It's not the end all be all to somebody's day. And that's all I was
And
saying to you.
see, you wanna act like this woman's complaining about her job. She's doing a video to tell about her experience. She's not complaining as much as, hey, this is what it's like.
Okay.
No, seriously, I haven't heard she's smiling. She's
Okay.
not playing the dramatic music. Look, I from as near as I can tell, and we're early days, like almost 2.5 minutes into a 30-minute video, it doesn't sound like she's complaining. It sounds like she's just saying, hey, you know what? These are the pitfalls, pratfalls, or roadblocks. Give her a
Okay.
chance.
Okay. Let it play then. See what happens.
Wale, we have to welcome Wale. Oh, hey, Wale, it's SKC. Y'all say hey.
Hey, thank you. Hi, Stanley. Thank you for welcoming me to your platform, man. I appreciate that. Thank you
Oh,
so
I
much.
don't have a platform.
Okay, your whatever panel. How about that panel? Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
it's a show. I'm just messing with you.
I was agreeing with you so much and realizing that not what time is it? less than 12 hours ago, I was having a very similar discussion with using the very same words that when I
Really?
come on here, you are using the same words. Less than 12 hours ago, I was just saying the same thing,
About what?
expressing the same concept.
About what?
What Stanley? Is that what you were saying about what, Stanley?
Well, I mean, the thing is, look, I am at an old man level where I don't necessarily agree. You know, we were talking about my son. There's some things some moves, very short term moves that I wouldn't do, but I also have to understand that I raised him to fucking be a decision maker. Okay, I'm raising what I'm objecting to. Motherfucker, you've made a decision. You want to do something. You can afford to do it. You're not asking daddy to pay for it. This is what I raised or who I raised. And you know what? You can't complain about what you wanted him to be.
Wow.
And dude, now the thing, Wale, is motherfucker, my son and I have been together as a unit. You know, my wife died years ago. I might be a little bit more protective as a single parent than I should be. And I'm trying to unlearn that. Okay. I still see the little 7-year-old boy who lost his mother, and I have to deal with it. You know, I have to protect, provide, encourage, grow. And you know what? You know, it's my problem, not his. So I
You have.
understand that.
I'm sorry.
So
Go ahead.
I have to grow as well. I raised him to be capable. He's who I raised him to be, and I have to deal with it. It's my problem, not his.
That's so beautiful, Stan, that you realize that.
It is not beautiful, it's scary.
Well, it's beautiful to me, but I could dig you saying it's scary, yes, to you.
Well, you know, I need to, I do need to go find like a woman, or I'm not gonna hit the streets, but I do have to like find some distractions. So anyway, while I'm glad you're here. I always enjoy having you here because in some ways you are my elder and you have seen more than me. And you know what? I'm kind of saying, hey, you know what? Me realizing that my son is being the man I raised him to be, that's a fucking revelation.
And deserves a congratulation.
Well, it does, but mostly to him. I didn't do the work for him. He
You
took
did
it
the work.
seriously.
You did the work for you. I must say how I did it. I did the work for myself. Whatever I did for my children, I guarantee you I did it for myself, even this moment.
Amen. Good. Yeah, that's a great point. Well, it's the Responsible Fathers Club. SKC is younger than the both of us, Wale.
Okay.
And he is a dynamic father. And
oh, that's beautiful.
No, well, SKC and I have known each other a couple years, and we will fuss, we will fight, but in the end, lately he's been winning all these fucking arguments, which is annoying. No, it's very annoying.
I wouldn't say winning arguments. I would just say
Nah,
just
motherfucker,
have
just
exchange.
shut up. No, you've been making
You know how I got
you've been
around that,
pushing me
Stan? I got around that by never arguing.
No, I gotta be pushed. I'm an old mule, and you know it
Oh,
takes. Look, the bottom line is you don't do this type of show expecting to be in, a brick. It's
oh,
expected that I grow. I expect
oh.
me to grow, and if it takes being beat up a little bit, so be it.
If that's how you see
CK,
it.
what's up, man? So I want to hear what this girl says, and I'm not wedded to it, but you know what? She is just a wonderful young lady.
Side of town, it's like they've never seen a person like me before. I don't get it. Black women are versatile, period. When I first got hired, I
And
remember
SKC, I know you're
I
not
came
going to
into
like it.
work with box braids. Every Black girl who has gotten box braids understands what I'm talking about when I say for the first 24 to 48 hours after I get my box braids, don't touch my head. It hurts. Don't touch me. Don't touch me, period. But those first 2 days, don't touch my head. So someone comes up to me. I'm trying to be as vague as possible.
Her
And my
video
hair
is
is in a
out of
ponytail.
sync.
It's down in a low ponytail. And she literally grabs the whole ponytail without
J3.
warning. I didn't even know she was coming because she came up from behind and grabs my ponytail. And she's like, I love your hair. And tugs on it. And I'm literally like,
I'm sorry, what Wale or so?
Oh, I saw a statement from your boy. What's his name? J3. I don't remember the other two letters. J3
Oh,
seemed like he was
Oh, no. CKJ3. Yeah, he's the admiral.
seemed like he was just waving. So I just, I didn't even know my
Oh
mic
yeah,
was on.
well CKJ3 is he's Navy.
Okay.
So he
But, it's,
knows what's going on.
but I think this little girl here is like working on like, damn, it's sinking all the time. About 35% of her ability, her mental ability. That's what
Really?
it's sinking as I think about it.
Well, that's an interesting observation. Explain.
She
'Cause
said,
I
she said, she said that I'm just talking about the few minutes that I just witnessed, right? And looking at her and
Mhm.
whatnot as she's
Mhm.
speaking. She said she and taking what she said into a sequence of reality. She said she had just gotten her hair done in what she called box braid. And anyone who knows about box braid, you heard what she said. The thing hurts. It hurts. It's crazy to hurt yourself like that for some kind of fashion thing, but that's what she's doing. So that reduced her down, her mental capacity to me down to 70% just by doing that to herself. And then when she went on to say that she didn't want to be touched at all, that means she didn't realize that the box braids was putting her in a certain frame of mind that was hostile and aggressive. And that's what it did. Now that's when she get down to 40%, and that's where I was when I started talking. And it went down from there. She said the woman pulled at her hair. And I thought to myself, she found it went under 40. I didn't expect it to go under 40. Really didn't want it to go under 40. It went under 40. And I said, okay, I see what's happening. And then
Wale,
once
man,
I,
you're the man right now, man.
Well, good. I get a 2-for-1 special. I think that is this is what black men of a certain mindset do.
Mhm.
You think deeply into YouTube videos.
Mhm.
I wouldn't give a fuck. I'm listening. I'm more fascinated that if she is to be believed, that she's a civil engineer. Now, at 23, most 23-year-olds are going to worry more about the esoterics. Once she meets a worthy man and has kids and kind of settles down, 23-year-olds are fucking wild animals. She'll be tamed.
That's how you see it, you know.
Now, well, I think what's more worrying is that she has time to do this video. That's actually the biggest problem.
I think she needs to do that video. She needs to do
Well,
that.
you know what?
Because what
It
she
is a
has to
little
do is
weird.
see what I was gonna she has to
No, it
see
is a little. It is a little
what she is
weird.
saying.
I have to give you that.
She has to see what she's saying. A lot of times we do things, we say things, but we don't see what we do and say. I do.
You're
That's when I
right about
started
that.
recognizing myself and start recognizing I don't see what I do. That's why I listen to people so intently, because I don't know what you see. I don't know what you're hearing right now. I have no idea what you're hearing.
You
I'm
know,
saying words, but that
actually,
don't mean what you're hearing.
Palomino. Maybe Palomino. Well, what? You know what? Maybe she is. You know what? I think I just need to give this up. This social critique of young people, because y'all are all kind of why is is she living away from home? Um I'd like to think she's really smart. I'd like to think,
She
hey, I'd marry a civil engineer. Maybe she doesn't have maybe she doesn't have her parents there to hang out with.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she's in a city alone.
Mm-hmm.
Why does she need to do this?
That's what I'm saying. All of the
Okay.
above.
She
All
she
the
doesn't
above, man.
she doesn't share any of that information, but she does share what the very first thing is hair.
Oh, for
Now,
God's sake, you really want to go there?
my
Do
wife, my wife
SKC, do
went
you
through
really
that
want to
same
be as
thing.
shallow as she is?
I'm just saying my wife went through that.
What?
My wife went through
Through
that hair thing.
box braids?
No, my not ox, whatever that was. No, my wife had always worn her hair natural. Either sometimes just open or braided, but it was always her hair,
Uh-huh.
and it was always in a
Mhm.
natural state. And she got a noise from different places that she worked about it, and she told me about the noise that she got, and it was similar to what this young woman is saying. And from the perspective of my wife telling me, and her hair was natural, she had me to understand why the woman pulled her hair, because the woman thought it should come off. She know that ain't her hair. That's why she pulled it.
Well, let me tell you my perspective. I
Okay.
have dated I've literally never dated and I've never dated a woman, black, white, or Hispanic, who worried about their hair as much as this girl does, or your wife. I've literally never had a hair conversation. I mean, they just
Wow.
I remember no, literally never.
I can dig
And
it, man. That's
now,
just there you
well,
go.
hold on. There was one time my wife, and we were married at the time. She went to she always wore her hair kind of shoulder length, but it was like a longer bob. And she went and got her hair cut, and it was a bob, like a classic bob. Oh, she came home and I don't know. She was like a little upset. She's like, well, oh, and my wife I've seen her now. This is a second time, and I've seen her kind of verklempt, and she was kind of upset. And I'm like, well, first off, it'll grow back, and second off, she was like, and I literally, dude, and you know me, I'm not Mr. Romance, or I had to literally, because I knew what I had to do. Dear, it's fine. You look good with it. I literally had to comfort her. Your hair looks good. I like it. it was like weird. You know, she was a good looking woman. It's, don't worry about it. It'll grow back. I fucking had to comfort her. It's about it'll grow back. Don't be looking like Bill the cat, with the weird missing patches of hair. But I you know what? I don't know why I'm talking about my wife so much today. But yeah, it was a moment when she cared about her hair. But I've dated black women, white women, Hispanic women. It is literally she's talking about hair and box braids and work. And this is kind of where I go with SKC. I'm not a woman. Maybe I wasn't aware. Why? You know what? This is a surprise to me that people give a shit about your hair. Woman, man, it doesn't matter. Why are you obsessed with touching hair, box braids? Do people do that sort of stuff, SKC? They touch your hair at work?
That's what I'm saying is that the way that she's describing it, it doesn't happen like that.
Wow.
People don't give that. The majority of the people at her job, I could pretty much I would give a great assumption that they don't give an F about what she's doing with her hair. They care about whether or not she's doing her job.
Interesting.
So you're saying she's lying? I mean, that what she described did not happen. Excuse me, I
No,
didn't
no,
mean
no.
lie.
I'm not saying that it didn't happen.
Described did not happen.
I am not saying that it didn't happen. I'm saying
Oh,
that
okay.
the way that she's describing it, when you go back and she says, "Oh, black women, the first thing that you gotta at these places where you working as a black woman in the office, everybody's worrying about how you
Are
change
you?
your hair," and it's like, no, they're
Hold
not.
on.
There may be one person that
Okay,
she
I got
knows,
you.
or she may got a look from another woman or something like that. But the majority of people don't give a flying F.
Are you familiar with the Crown Act?
Yes, I am familiar with it.
What is that about, please?
It's about a bunch of black women talking about their hair.
What about their hair?
They were stating that them having particular styles of hair makes it difficult for them to operate in certain ways at work, and it made it difficult for them to get jobs and so forth.
Why?
You tell me.
The Crown Act is
Yes, I
about.
know the Crown Act. I've read it.
Okay, that's about not just hair, but wearing your hair natural. As long as you got your hair in a page boy or anything that resembles that you're attempting to imitate a cracker, which is what most people do. Most of our women do, like the girl even on there. Anyway, then they are fine. They don't really care nothing about your hair. But when you come in with your hair natural, that's why it's called the Crown Act, not the Hair Act, because that's the woman's crown, just like that's my crown, your crown, whoever, you know what I mean.
What does it mean?
What you wear on your head. And they were telling them,
Hey,
hey,
hold on one sec. Latino wants to join the discussion. Latino, salute.
oh, please. Hey, man.
Salute, fellas. Now I was just
Latino
Okay,
wondering.
for
well, I
and,
let me reset and actually let me do housekeeping here because I always forget to do it. Y'all, make sure you hit the like button, please,
Yeah,
please,
right.
please. Make sure you
beautiful.
subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley
Yeah,
Cross 6000. Kind of need the
yeah,
help, folks.
yeah.
Subscribe to John Galt, Urban Landlord. This is the fundament. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for John Galt and Portia J. I'd be bored.
Hey,
Subscribe to Urban Landlord Clips. That's where Portia and John put their clips. My clips tend to go to wherever or never get gotten. Also make sure you support the show. And I have to talk about the show's sponsor for the day, and he is going to disavow. Show sponsored by Deacon Dave. He is the sponsor of the show today. Please join Deacon Dave in sponsoring the foolishness. But Dave, in all honesty, you're definitely a friend of the show. And dude, you are an intellect in and of yourself. Don't ever stop discounting yourself, by the way. So that's my commercial. I think this young lady, I think she's adorable. If she came home and said, hey, Mr. Cross, your son is the bee's knees. He and I are going to get together. I would hate to have to say, well, ma'am, I look forward to my grandchildren. It would be a little cringy. However, I think this young lady is adorable. So
her skin glowing.
I think she's also very intelligent. I mean, smart.
Well, you know what? I'm a
she's
sucker
intelligent,
for I'm a sucker for a woman with who does math and engineering. Now she is 23, so she is kind of cringy in her own way.
She's legal,
And
Stanley.
I think, well, hold on. I think SKC's right. In a way, SKC's point, I think it is why the hell do you have time? Honestly, when I was in the Navy, and she's not in the Navy, but you know what? You work hard, go play hard. Don't fucking sit here and whine about work. Mother,
now she's
dude.
whining.
And that's
she
the other,
wasn't whining.
and
Now
that's the
she's
other,
whining.
and that's the other part about it, Stanley. Think about it from this position: 23, civil or civic engineering or civil engineering, whichever one. You're trying to show who you are, why you should be taken seriously, and to really set a standard for yourself.
23-year-olds don't think like that. Did you think like that at 23?
Okay.
I mean, she's an engineer, bro.
Okay.
Seriously. No. Let me tell you what I thought. Dude, I have stories. Dude, when I was 23, you put me in that Top Gun fucking whites and you take me to a bar in a place like, dude, I was shit hot at 23. This girl thinks she's shit hot. She's just a little bit more demure. Look,
ask your
23-year-olds think they're shit hot, especially if they are kind of like, oh, I'm a naval officer, or oh, I'm a civil engineer, or oh, I'm an anthropology professor. She thinks she's shit hot and people care.
But I mean that could be true.
Now Latino's closer to 23. What do you have to say?
But I mean, what 23-year-old has an apartment like that? I mean, does she have roommates? Because I mean, when I was 23,
I don't know.
had an apartment. I had roommates, but
Any tweet, if she got cash, she's just so she got a position that could possibly, I'm just saying possibly, since we're going to get into this kind of nitpicking, that could possibly pay for that. That could even be a green screen, I think it's called. I've seen people with green screens.
No. That's an actual apartment.
Yeah, I think that's an actual apartment.
I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying I've seen all kind of situations that people put up, and because of all kind of situations, why? But I think that was like, yeah, she just said she got a couple of
two things. I think she is gorgeous. I wish I were 23, but dude, I am going all off the rails.
I'm so glad I'm not 23.
You know what? Well, no, it's my fault. Deacon Dave, she will be. This is rather interesting. She will be fat with pregnancy. I can see it. Well, you know what, Deacon Dave, I'm gonna have to tell you, you don't have a child or 2 or 10 with even the most gorgeous of women and expect them to come out looking like
Nothing
of
happened.
course she's going to get fat, and you would be the cause of that, and you better love her.
My wife
If
did
a
get fat.
woman
Oh,
is willing,
everybody
well,
knows it.
hold on one sec. If
A
a
woman
woman is
sacrificed.
if a woman is willing to sacrifice her very curves to
For
be
you.
a mother for you, dude,
That's
you
a
better.
and gamble on her life.
Hold on. Let me finish without interruption. You better motherfucking love her. You better goddamn cherish her. Of course she's not, dude. She's gonna get an extra curve or two in 3 dimensions. The fuck, Dave? Do better, because I know where you're gonna go with this. Look, if this gorgeous little young thing and I was 23 and we got together and she was like, "Oh shit, dude, you know what? I might have to do till death do you part." She sacrificed herself for your child. And this is and I'm going to go farther. This is why the hood conservatives are fucked up. They thought it was going to be a rose garden. It's like, I'm going to get a couple kids and she's going to go back to, these curvaceous dimensions, and I'm going to go back. Y'all are fucked up. You're young, you're YNs. And I've been listening to YNs for the last couple weeks on several different shows. Um, Roz Girl, um, our like chill person. Y'all YNs are fucked up. And I'm not going to even go with the anti-black stuff. It's just immaturity, and the American education system tends to encourage this sort of immaturity. If you get your model quality wife pregnant at the end of 2 kids, she might not be model quality. And
Yep.
if a man can't fucking figure that out, then you're
You
not a
better.
man.
The way I see it is, you better adapt to other things that you find attractive in your wife.
Dude, the most in Latino. I remember when my wife was pregnant. It was like she was fucking glowing. Now it might have been the vitamins. So I don't know. It might have just been I was so into her at the time.
You stupid, Stanley.
No. I'm gonna tell you.
Vitamins.
You know what? I love being married. I'm gonna tell you right now. From the time we found out that she was pregnant to the time I was holding my son, I put him up on my shoulder and went, "It'll be okay." And he stopped crying and fell asleep I was the first motherfucker to hold him. Now, I guess the nurse or the doctor, put hands on him, but I was the first person to put him on my shoulder. The motherfucker fell asleep. He was that comfortable. My wife, during that 9 months, it was like, God damn. And I'm gonna be blunt. I wanted to fuck her every day. It's like, can we have clusters? Can they be like grapes? My wife was awesome. She carried it well. She looked awesome. Dude, y'all better fucking cherish your wives. They they are literally sacrificing their whatever the model quality is for your kids. And I'm not going to have a bunch of motherfuckers marry the woman would be my first suggestion. And you know what? Of course he's not going to recover. She's pushed a human being through a very small space. You couldn't do it.
Stanley. Dudes act like they don't grow their beard because they face ain't fat. I'm gonna just leave it at that.
That's not why I grow mine.
Hey, do me a favor. Uber's at the door with more beer. Y'all carry it on. I'll be right back. Sorry about this.
You say more beer?
Yeah. Yeah.
He
I
said
don't know.
more
Yeah.
beer.
I'm
I don't
doing.
know.
I'm doing a John Galt.
Yeah, you drinking your lunch, huh?
I'll just say from experience that that all women don't blow up after they get pregnant.
I agree with that also. All women do not blow up after they get pregnant.
Yeah. I mean, I think when we got married, my wife was probably around a, a buck 20, and right now she always vacillates between around 125 to about 135 tops.
Exactly.
And that's post 3 kids and another on the way.
On the
Congratulations.
way. Oh, that's so beautiful. On the way, he said. I
On
agree
the
with all
way
that
to
stuff
the
you
oven
just
right
said.
now.
For my wife and my last girl woman friend were both identical to that statement you just said. Between 120, 135 is the highest ever, and 120, 119 sets them on fire. They'd be like, wait a minute, I'm too light. And then 3 children, all of them, each one had 3 children, same way, and they still the same space, same around the same weight, still thin. The only, you know what happens though in life that we sometimes don't anticipate are the accidents.
Yeah, I'll agree with that one. This last one was not planned. I know that.
The woman I said was my friend. She fell. It was ice. She was in the snow, la di da, and slipped and fell. Changed her whole trajectory. You know what I mean? Messed up her hip. She couldn't walk for months. Stuff
Oh
like
yeah, you're talking about an accident. Oh, okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
accidents. That
yeah.
yeah, accidents. Things we can't not anticipate. We could be in the best condition, like I'm saying. She was in good condition, would do things all the time. She's very active. Even now, she's still active, but it's limited because of the accident. And a similar thing
Oh
happened to
yeah.
me. I was running uphill 3 or 4 blocks, half a mile every day, uphill and downhill, 1 mile a day. And then that one night I had an accident, and I haven't run up and down the hill since.
Yeah, this chick here, I'm not, and I know we just listened to a few a short minute or two of what she has to say and so forth, but I just find it odd that, or not odd, I find it fascinating. The title of the thing is "Black in a Predominantly White Workspace: 10 Things to Be Prepared For." Right,
Okay.
and the very first thing to being prepared is being black in a
I'm back, folks.
predominantly white workspace as a civil engineer has
Uh-huh.
nothing to do with the job whatsoever.
I think she's right on point, 100%.
It's like there was it seems like maybe that could, and just being, tit for tat type of thing. Okay, throw that as like number 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 or something like that. But it
The
seems as though one of the first things that you would want to um uh focus in on if you're, it's something that would actually have to do with the job.
Let me ask you something. When you first meet a person, especially a female, job related or not, she could be a bus driver. It don't really matter. When you first meet her, what's the first thing you look at?
Yeah, what's the first thing you look at, SKC? I'm interested.
I would say her physique.
I look at her credentials.
What are you talking about? I don't understand the setting in which he's talking about.
I'm saying when you look upon a woman, a female, not a woman, just a female, what's the first thing you look at?
Her face.
Okay. I get you. Okay.
Well, I can tell you incidences that I've had at the workplace where I've had my hair touched, and it's usually by white people. So, and it
For
has
sure it
nothing
is.
to do with work. Yeah, it's like, oh wow, I like the way you did your braids today. Who did them? And then there was just like all of a sudden reach their hand, just like I'm just like, what the fuck, dude?
It has nothing to do with being a female either, but I thought maybe he could come out of the thing from
It's
there.
ridiculous. I'm like, yo, and
But
it's
I agree.
happened in parties too, bro, where we
That's
be
right.
drinking, and white chicks would come and be like, "Oh my god, I love your hair. I wish I could do
Well,
my
you
hair
know,
like
it's
that."
okay if white chicks do it. I'm
Yeah,
kind
yeah,
of
yeah.
okay with that.
Like I don't mind it, but at the same time, it's like it's weird because it's like if I was to do something like that, like you feel, you know what I mean? So don't do it to me.
Well, SKC,
I just think it is more prevalent in some people's lives than others. More people notice it, some people don't. However, it is a thing. Otherwise, there would be no Crown Act.
yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, I don't think that the quote unquote Crown Act was anything that was really pushed by black men in general. I think there was a bunch of black women.
okay. Can we stop right there?
Yeah.
You and let me by black women. Is that a bad thing that black women had problems and decided to push back?
No, I'm not saying that it is a problem. I'm saying that it's not
Well, I'm trying to
something.
figure out why you made the separation. If it had been me, I would have said, well, it was black people, but you
Yeah,
decided to hold on. You decided to separate black people by by
By gender?
sex.
By gender?
By sex. Gender's not sex.
Okay, by
You
sex?
you
Yeah,
know
yes, I
that
did.
argument.
Yeah, yes,
So it
yes, I
was
did.
it was interesting almost in a very Freudian way that you decided not to be united as the Crown Act being something that black people would get behind and push back. It had to
Correct.
be by race. I'm sorry,
Correct.
by sex.
And you're
So
correct.
why
It was
what's the
very purposeful.
significance that women did the men support it, do you think?
I
Did
don't think
men
that
care? Did
I
they
don't think I
support
don't
their
I don't think that there
women
was
when the women were
I don't think that there was a male I don't think there was a
annoyed?
male issue at all.
You're over talking. You always do this when you get put on the spot. Um,
Well, being on the spot, I'm trying to answer it.
why wouldn't black people, regardless of sex, uh, why wouldn't they care about their hair being touched? Because I
I
don't
don't think
think
the
it's
crown
just a
I don't
woman problem.
the Crown Act had nothing to do with hair being touched.
What did it have to do with?
Hairstyles.
I'm sorry, what?
Hairstyles.
So it had nothing to do with hair. It had something
Being
to do with
touched.
hairstyles.
You
Okay.
said being
Okay.
touched. No, it had nothing
SKC,
to
do
do with
you know how ridiculous you sound? It
No,
had nothing to do. No. Let me finish and hear what I think I heard you say. Nothing to do with hair. It had to do with hair being touched or hairstyles.
no, I
Do you
said
really want to stand by that logic?
no, I did not say that.
Oh, you literally said it.
You said
That's
hair being
that's
touched.
what caught my attention. It had nothing to do with hair. It had to do with hairstyles.
No, you said that it had to do
Oh,
with
now
hair
it's all
being
about
touched.
me and not what you said. Love it.
Okay, well, however you want to do it, man. I
Oh,
said
no,
that
no, no. I
the
know
hair
how
act had
I'm gonna do it. Hey,
the
I
hair act
love
had
it. I
nothing to
love it
do
when
with
I
hair
put you
being
back
touched.
on your heels. Nothing to do with hair,
No, I didn't
but
say that. I said it had
hairstyles.
nothing to do with hair being
Hairstyles
touched.
have nothing to do with hair.
I mean,
Touching your hair
you
has
can
nothing to do with your hair.
You
Has
can
nothing to do with the Crown Act.
you can repeat it as much as you want, but I
Oh,
said what I
motherfucker,
said.
I will. Hey, I'm gonna clip it and
Clip
I'm
it.
gonna
I want
turn
you
it
to.
into
I'll clip it right
it
now.
will be Stanley Cross's first comedy special.
Right, clip it. I know what I said.
Oh,
And I
I
know
know what
and
you
I
said
know what you
too.
said
That's
too.
why I'm repeating it.
Okay, so then clip it and then show it then.
Oh, look at you getting all persnickety.
No, I'm just being precise. There's a difference between the definitions of those
Does
terms.
does
Even though they
me
both start with
pointing
P.
out does me pointing out your point about hair not being about hair, is it about hair?
No, it's all about you being imprecise in my words.
Oh no, it's about me, dude. Just take the joke for what it is. It's all about hair, hairstyles, anything that has hair involved in the term is about hair. That's why I thought it was funny.
The Crown Act has nothing to do with people's hair being
What do
touched.
you think? Do you think the Crown Act was about actual golden crowns?
No, I think that the people who named it that they believe that
Who
those
named
type of
it
things.
that? You know who named it?
Yes, some black women named it that.
Uh-huh. So you don't think black women ever said my hairstyle is kind of like my crown?
Yeah, I do think they say that
So
because
the
they view
Crown
themselves as
Act has
kings.
nothing to do with is what you're saying is the Crown Act had nothing to do with hair?
No, I didn't say that. It had nothing to do with hair being touched.
Oh. It had nothing to do with hair. Well, why didn't touching the crown have anything to do?
Okay, well then read the act. You will never see the word
Or
touch.
why would I be bothered to read the act?
Because you
It's
don't want to
more
be
fun
precise.
not reading the act apparently.
Right, because
Dude,
people don't
see,
care about being
this is the
precise.
wonderful thing. This is the wonderful thing about people. You will get so knee deep into the mud, you will forget that the mud is dirty. You don't want to be knee deep in the mud. You just get knee deep in the mud and go, it's not about the mud.
You
Yeah,
ever
it
heard of
is.
a mud bath?
Yeah, no. SKC,
You ever heard of
I'm
a mud
adding
bath?
it. I really?
Yeah.
Dude,
Some people pay good money to
you
be
know
there.
what? I've heard of it. It's not something I would want to participate in, and you're just feeding into my narrative.
I am
You
feeding
love
into
the
your
mud. You
narrative.
love the mud once you get into it because you have no choice.
No,
So
some people pay
yes,
to get in the mud.
once you are in the
Some people
mud, of
pay to
course
get
you're
in
going
it.
to start. Once you are in the mud, of course you're going to start taking baths in it. You would have never thought about it before you were in the mud.
You never did a mud race?
Dude, again, once you're in the
I
mud,
have.
of course once you are in,
So what are you talking about?
here we're going to go into this truism storm crow cackling, aren't we?
No, actually, it's reverse. He got it
I
from me.
think we're gonna hear a cackle or two
He
because
got
I
it from
can't
me.
finish my point, which is you once you're in the mud, you become a utilitarian. I'm knee deep now. What else can I do in this mud to make it attractive for everyone else to come and join me? Take a bath with me in the mud. It's a mud bath. Dude,
It exists.
I do not get into. See, SKC, this is where you're at your most pedestrian.
If
Okay,
you want to say
no
so.
one wants to get into a mud bath until they've gotten into the mud.
But we could argue just to argue.
And hopefully that
I'll
mud
play
is
that game with you.
warm. Cold mud is the worst.
Well, the mud is always cold in a mud run. You actually prefer
So
it cold.
anyway, finally, we will get back to this woman, and Dave was the one. See, the other weird thing about, like, of course he's gonna if you have a baby, yeah, your body might change. And I know people like Dave and Hood Conservative and the other like weirdlings who are barely men and like to whine more than any woman I've ever met in my life. Oh, her body changed. She needs to work out 5 hours a day to put her body back the way it was before she graced me with a child. Y'all are fucking sad.
Oh, I might say also that just like the woman, usually the man's belly gets fat too.
Oh hell yeah. Well, no. Once you're out on that rocking chair hanging out, look, the best the best depictions of black men and black women. I'm gonna have to say this. Zora Neale Hurston, if you've ever read her talking about Eden, was it damn it. It'll take me a minute to recall the little town. It was an all-black town in Florida. She was born in Alabama. Family moved to Florida. I think her father was like one of the founders of the town. So
Yeah.
the best parts are, these old fucking tobacco spitting, black men, and oh, dude, the man and woman tales that Zora Neale Hurston would write about, hilarious. And it just reminds me of, all these big bellied black men sitting out, criticizing the women, and most of them would be their wives. That's
Hmm.
what it reminded me of, Wale. I know I kind of went far afield.
You reminded me of something I hadn't even thought about since I was really a youth, and that was the tobacco. People put tobacco. You say tobacco spitting everywhere I went. There was an urn somewhere for that spit. You know what I mean? At that time,
Yeah,
just like now.
spittoon.
Yeah, there was one almost everywhere I went. It was like regular, like people smoke. There's an ashtray on your table at that time when people used to smoke. So everybody had an ashtray. Even when they didn't smoke, they had an ashtray on their table because it was, if you haven't, if you entertain people, stuff like that. So things have moved and changed. The society is morphing. It's like it's moved like some kind of living thing. And what I'm suggesting is that we can determine its growth, like what that thing they do with the trees, and you cut them and make them grow certain ways you want them to grow. That's actually a study in sociology, and then looking in that, I'm seeing how we can make things in the society do what we wanted to do, but we are allowing the society tell us what to do. At this point, especially in my life, I'm into telling the society what to do. I'm into trimming that tree, bonsai, I think is the way they call it, bonsai tree, something like that. Anyway, the
Well,
into
Deacon
make
Dave has a bonsai. How
if
is
you just
how is your
let
little
it grow,
bonsai thing
yeah, to
doing there,
grow.
Dave? Well, we have gotten far afield. I do want to watch a little bit more of this, and I've been beating up on SKC. But honestly, you don't. Do you really want to marry a woman for how she's gonna look after she has a couple kids? Do you really expect her to look 23 for the rest of her life? And I find this horribly disconcerting. Um, Women are going to change. Men are going to change. The parallel is, you know what? You go off to a deployment or in the middle of a war. I would wonder what someone like a Deacon Dave, and I'm going to pick on Dave, dude. Your man goes off, gets horribly disfigured after a war. Um, I think you would expect that woman to go, well, he's a hero. I'm not going to abandon him after he's been, shot shot up. Life is a war in a way. And some of the bullshit that I hear, and I'm just going to have to go. I've been through YN Valhalla over the last week. And I think a lot of it has to do with just the nature of the American, like how we parent in America. I've heard the most vile things over the past month. And, black men, young black men, the YNs, y'all are fucked up. I'm serious. And I mean, from the 50-year-olds who are fucked up to the 20-year-olds who are fucked up. Again, I don't think that the black community
Stanley, can I have your
is, I think, no, I need to finish. I think that the Be Brave, Jared Taylor, white racists are not the biggest threat to my term has been the legacy black community, black Americans who have deep roots into or back into American history. We as a community are our own problem, but not because the culture is bad. It is because we just gotten away from being able to think like black people. Zora Neale Hurston, some of the Booker T. Washington, W.E.B. Du Bois, they had to think. They had to survive. And maybe the problem is we've just gotten less capable of being good parents.
Well, Stanley, let me ask you this question. I'm not sure if you covered this. Did you hear Obama suggesting to black men that they need?
Yeah, I saw it. You dropped.
Yeah,
you emailed it to me, and before you get into your usual John motherfucker, do not overtalk me.
I'm just asking if you covered it. I'm not.
Okay, and I'm just answering. You don't have to go on for 8 minutes.
No, I just
I
asked
think
you.
Obama. Well, I'm just going to answer your question. Obama's right.
Okay. You talking about the,
what did he say? See,
that's what I wanted to get specific to, because he said a lot of things.
Well, the specifics are, you know what? If you are a gay male, should you be lonely for the rest of your life? Let me pose a question to you. And has everyone on the panel heard about Obama's comments?
I just heard rumors.
Maybe you should play it.
Okay, well, John, John, do you have the link, John?
You can find this on Michelle Obama's page there.
Well, you can find it. You wanted to ask me the question.
No, I just wanted to ask you if you covered it. That's all. That's the only thing I want to know. Did you cover it?
Well, no.
Okay.
Why would I? It seems I guess I'll cover it now.
No, I just asked
and
you.
We will get back to. Well, dude, I heard what you said. You just asked me. Now I have to change what I was doing.
But the reason why I asked you that is because you were talking about men are effed up and stuff like that. So
men are black men specifically.
Right, and so men are getting a lot of conflicting advice, and
And I think Obama's not fucked up. I think the people who are criticizing Obama are fucked up.
Okay.
Of course.
I think the black men like Tim Black, Deacon Dave, you may hold your tongue. Tim Black has done a show which I didn't watch, and maybe that's where we'll go. Maybe that's where this show will go now. I don't think Obama was fucked up at all. I think he's being a pragmatist. If you have gay black young men, you actually need to deal with the problem. And acting like they shouldn't exist or they're freaks of nature, not the way to go. Because they're actually not freaks of nature.
But I think he said we need them, though, right? He said every straight man.
Okay, I don't. Well, you know what? We're going to find out. But if he said that, so are you saying we don't need them, John?
No, I'm not saying anything. I just
Okay,
asked
well, you don't ever say anything. You pretend that you are some gadfly.
It's your show.
Why? Okay, Obama said that we need them. John, let me help John develop his own thoughts, because that's what I do sometimes on this show. John, if Obama said we need these people and they need comfort, what are your thoughts on the topic, John Galt?
Well, that's not exactly what he said. So you want to?
Okay, well, it's exactly the question I'm asking you.
Well, I don't want to answer that question. Ask me Obama.
Well, of course you don't want to answer it, because you would actually have to have an opinion. Dude, this isn't going to be a fight we're going to have. Let me go ahead and find the link you sent me.
Yeah, I just asked if you played it.
And you know what?
I don't know why
I am just challenging you, because
you said no. You said no. We can leave it at that.
Struggle much?
If you didn't play it, that's all I asked you. Yes or no question. We don't need to go beyond that.
Would you like me to play it, John?
That's up to you.
Because you came all the way up here to ask me if I played it.
That's all I asked
Did you come all the way up to the panel to ask me if I played it?
You know how to play it, right? Don't ask me.
Well, if I want to play it, I will. If I don't, I won't. That's obvious.
And I just asked you because I hadn't seen you play it. And I hadn't watched your show. So I said, have you played it? That's all I asked you. Yes or no?
Well, tell you what. Let's watch the rest of a little bit more of this young lady while I go and find the clip you want to talk about, John.
I didn't say I want to talk about it. I just asked you if you played it.
Like, I'm sorry, who gave you permission to touch me? It was a compliment, so it's like, thank you, but man. I think the most uncomfortable I've ever felt was the very, very first time I've ever worn my natural hair to work. My natural hair is pretty long and it's full, so my puff is huge. It's on top of my head and it comes up high and it's huge. This one is the one that bugged me the most. He comes up to me, both hands extended like this, and he's like, look at all that hair. Walking toward me, arms extended like this with his hands out, his fingers out like this. And I remember being at my desk and I was just like, if you dare stick your fingers, I know that she saw me. She literally was like, oh, cool hair. Literally just like that. And I was like, in my head, I'm like, cool hair. Like, what the hell? I know that they're all harmless, but I don't know. Something about the fact that people always feel the need to point out my hairstyles whenever I change it, it bugs me. I think the worst ones, though, were the silent starers. My desk is right by a big window. That window dupes as a mirror. There was one point where I'm at my desk and I'm kind of looking for something to my left, and I notice in the reflection of the mirror, someone standing across the room, like looking at the back of my head in disgust. Like his face was all twisted up and he was just looking at me like, and I'm like, what the hell? So then I whip my head and look at him, and immediately he like looked away and acted like he wasn't staring. And in my head, I'm like, what? I felt like a circus freak. But it is what it is. I will say now, like I said, more Black women have been hired. They rock their natural hair. So I think now it's been kind of normalized. Whenever I come in with my puff, it doesn't draw as much of that initial reaction that I got the first time. But still, it sucks that I had to be the one to like break that ice because, like, why did I have to go through that initial reaction before now it's normal? Now I'll come in with my hair. No one even like, for the most part, people don't really react to it. But man, it's really up to you how you want to kind of take it. You're going to get tons of questions. People are going to ask you 1,001 questions about your hair to the point where it's just, it gets frustrating after a while. But there's a few ways you can react to it. If you're that person who's, super like energetic and you have the energy to sit there and answer every single question asked about your hair, go ahead, girl. Do your thing. educate them, let them know. If you're someone like me who I don't have time to sit here and teach you about my hair, my method is the vague response / no response, if that makes sense. I respond in as little words as necessary. And it gets the job done for me. I came in with faux locks and someone asked me, hey, don't you have to like not wash your hair for a few years before you can get those? So my response to that was, no. And I walked away. Simple. Keep it vague, keep it moving. Try your best not to show your frustration.
Well, I do have to say,
I'm still working on it.
this is something that I think, young kids, and just, I don't know. Why would a white person know about the maintenance of dreadlocks? Sometimes you have to have a bit of
Dated a black
respect.
person. Maybe a white person
I'm
dated a
sorry,
black person.
what? John, slow down.
I was
I'm
responding.
sorry,
You said
what were you saying about black persons?
maybe a white person would know about dreadlocks because they had dated or friends with one person or watched something.
Yeah,
on their-
that's possible, but my point is that most white people don't really know that much about dreadlocks. So what I'm saying is if some random white person at work goes, hey, tell me about dreadlocks, the black person who may have dreadlocks needs to go, well, let me tell you about dreadlocks. Because most black people don't know that much about dreadlocks, let alone white people. It's an odd choice for hairstyle in a corporate environment. And, don't poo poo on white people for not knowing that much about dreadlocks, is my point.
Why are they even talking about hair at work? Like
You know what? Because it's a YouTube video, and at work, sometimes hair is more interesting than quadratic equations. That's my guess. AAE, questions to ponder. Hit the link.
Like no one's
Let
ever
me drop the link.
as long as I've been at work, I don't remember anyone ever coming to me saying anything about my hair. I've never worn it long.
How long did you have hair when you worked?
I mean, I always had some hair, and I just always, I just think that honestly, it is like, something to lean back on or to use is like almost like is victimhood or something. Like because if you're doing serious work, if you're a nurse,
Okay, whoa. Victimhood and hair.
But like if you're a nurse,
you skipped ahead of something.
But if you're a nurse, no one's talking about your hair.
Huh?
If you're a doctor,
Right.
if you're an electrician, you're a plumber.
Well, unless you have dreadlocks, and they might
But,
talk about your hair.
I've had plumbers, Jamaicans, dreadlocks. I never like, hey man, what's up with your hair? Like,
John, it's interesting that you bring this up because that's the very first thing that I stated in the first minute of her video.
And you know what? You and John are weird.
I'm telling you, it's something to it, man. Like
The first thing, dude, don't take over the show, John. That's not gonna happen. The show isn't so much about hair as much as a culture argument. We're not going off on the hair journey.
No, I don't think that going off on a hair journey is necessary.
Okay, the reason I played the video in the first place was a young lady, 23, just out of college. It is rare to have a black woman who is a civil engineer, and she's talking about her travails at work.
Yeah,
It wasn't about
we understand
hair
why.
okay, SKC. It wasn't about hair per se. I don't want to talk excessively about hair
well, what is she talking
unless
about?
it's a part of the don't understand why this needs to be about hair.
No, I don't think it should be about hair at
Wasn't
all.
what I was intending it to be.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I don't think it should be about
apparently
hair
it
at
has
all.
to be about hair.
No, I wanted to learn about civil engineering.
Well, you know what, motherfucker? Then let's listen to this young lady tell us about her profession and her experiences as a black woman at it. You
Yeah,
want
I don't
to,
think that I
you
don't think
want,
that we
it
will.
is you. It's you who got us off on the hair tangent. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying
Okay,
that
then
she
what
hasn't
are
said
you
it.
saying?
I'm trying to tell you. What I'm saying is she never said anything
Dude,
about her
you need to
job.
tell me much quicker. Is it
Okay,
about hair or
I told you
not?
that from the
Let me
very
let me
beginning.
make it simple for you. Is your intent to talk about hair for the rest of this show or
No,
not?
no, I want to talk about her job, but she
Good.
doesn't want to
No,
talk about it.
I will accept no for an answer.
Is she
No,
going to talk about
she
civil
doesn't want to talk
engineering
about
at
her
all?
job.
Right? She's not going to talk about that. Right? She will talk
If
about hair.
Ron
Right?
wants to talk about hair
I
too.
want to hear. I want to hear what a nigger civil engineer does. Let's hear it.
Okay, dude, we don't we okay. Well, let me well, hold on. Let's do better than that.
Let's hear
We're
what.
not doing it. Okay, motherfucker, we're not doing N-words on my panel. We can end this show and we can do the nigger civil engineering show. John, this isn't a way I'm gonna be pushed. Period.
Let's.
Hello, Stanley.
Hey, what's up, A?
So I don't
What's
want to, of
up, Ponder?
course, take up too much time, but
Well, no, you know what? You might have to take over this show because I'm not doing N words and hair for the rest of the
Yeah,
day.
you've been motherfucker in it. Like, what's the difference?
Okay, motherfucker, don't come up here. It was a calm show.
Get to the civil engineer.
one thing I can
Oh,
definitely say,
Ponder. Well, let's let questions to Ponder. Such a nice lady. Let her speak.
What has she helped build?
I have been in the exact same position this young woman has been in. From what I heard,
Okay, well, tell us about it. The floor is yours.
well, first she's young. She's a very young woman, so she's probably the youngest in her office. She's 23, so she graduated on time. And one thing that is, is known: you're younger, better, harder, faster, stronger, and you're smarter. Even something as typing fast, just sitting at your desk, typing away with your fingers, it does set off certain people. And really, when I say people, I mean older people, regardless of race. There is always this insecurity when the younger, prettier, she's coming in fresh from school, brown skin, she's attractive. And one thing is for sure, she's the
But
topic
are
of
you trying to set all the old men who would love to have this nubile young lady?
yes,
I'm
and
kidding.
let's remember something, Stanley. This is
Questions to ponder. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
one thing, Stanley, is that these men. Let's
Okay,
just start from
don't,
gender.
John.
One thing. Let's just start
I,
with
I
men.
was
One
making a
thing
joke.
men do very often, they do use the workplace to find girls, women. They're always looking. It's just that sexuality. These men do use their jobs to look for like a new girl. We've all heard, new girl, quote unquote, the new girl. And you can see her coming in with all of her energy. She's going to have that excitement. She's going to be ready to work.
Well,
peppering
let me
around.
ask you a question though. It
Yeah.
sounds like she's kind of over the excitement and she's kind of assessing.
She is assessing, and you can see it in her face as well. She's now experienced like that corporate life.
Yep.
And it's not just
But
necessarily.
let me ask you a quick question.
Yeah.
Don't mean to interrupt you, and
No,
it
go
is
ahead.
not my intent because now I'm fascinated.
Ask away.
What do you think about her doing this show? Should she be doing this on YouTube? Should she be talking to a therapist? Should she be talking to her parents?
All of the above. Everything you're saying, you are 100% correct. That's something that I should have done myself, especially at that age, 23.
You're an accountant, right?
No, I'm not an accountant. No.
Well, I mean, just roughly.
When I
Because
was
obviously you've had this experience.
100% I've had this experience. 100%.
What do you
I
do
know
for a
exactly
living?
where she's coming
Question:
from.
What do you do for a living?
Stanley, if I may
Well,
just.
she'll tell us. She'll tell us when she wants to tell us, John. I
Well, what
literally
field?
just asked her that, and she was
When
reticent.
when you look at this young lady, I mean, even the way she looks right now, she's going to garner attention. Plus, you see how she speaks. She's
She garnered
eloquent.
my attention.
Thank you. And when I look at her and you look at her background, this is a young lady who knows how to study. So she's going to bring that same mentality and productivity and vigor that she did with her studying. She's going to bring that to the workplace. So she's the one thing that I have noticed, and I'm a millennial, by the way, and she's also a melanated young girl. So you have that aspect as well. The older people are going to just talk about you. And one thing that I know, the older generation, unlike now, because now, Stanley, everybody's being measured. It's before you could politic, talk your way, network, all this stuff. Now it really is performance. A lot of the older generation not only being forced to retire, but it's now being viewed clearly that their productivity is quite low. When you look at the pandemic,
Well,
be mindful about that word. Notice something, Stanley.
Well, now wait, hold it. Just stop being an ageist.
I'm not being an ageist. I'm just speaking honestly from my experience. And remember, I'm older than her, and she's 23, so I'm older than her.
So you're an old woman compared to her, right?
Well, I'm older. I am older than her. I'm older than her, and I've been in the corporate world, and also with my background. When I came out of school, I had that excitement to just go and work and sit and work. And one thing I've heard from other millennials, even white millennials, because I've worked with, I personally, regardless of race, when I work with my own generation, it is way better because that expectation to work is there. We really are not coming in trying to politic network. We don't like small talk. I've heard this from white men. They really just want to be left alone, just work.
Question. Can I ask you a question?
John, respectfully.
Wait, Portia,
John,
that's not Portia.
God.
I said question. I wanted to ask her a question.
Ask Portia.
Well, hold on. Are you done speaking their questions to Bonder?
Excuse me?
Are you ready to field questions? Because I thought you were mid soliloquy. And quite frankly, I'm glad you're here. Honestly, I'm glad because I'm interested in your experience because it seems close to what this young lady is saying.
Absolutely,
so,
yes.
You are valued.
Career. Keep in mind, this young lady's early career, so she's just now seeing.
So, question. I wanted to ask you because we interviewed a young lady on the stream the other day.
Okay, not interested in the interviews.
Well, I wanted to ask you a question.
Okay, well, no, now I'm going to have to step in, John. You know what? Ask your question, but I reserve the right to say whether your question's actually relevant because you have. When is the last time you interviewed a Black woman who had a professional career? I don't want to go back to two drunk ass girls on a Sunday evening. One is dark skinned and one is a light skinned lesbian. And you tend to take that interview and force it into anything that's relevant to anyone in this conversation now. Your interviews are not relevant to the point that's being made here.
You don't even know what I was about to say.
I don't want anti-black circles stuffed into a white supremacist square.
Okay.
And Stanley, I think it's really important to note this young lady is 23, civil engineer. She graduated on time. More than likely, she holds a master's.
Well, you know what? Let's just say she seems truthful. I don't want to, vouch for anything I don't know, but let's hope she
authentic.
So can I answer the question or no questions are allowed?
You know what? I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that your question will be relevant. So go right ahead, John.
So question, I interviewed a young lady. She was 24, I think. She was in software sales, made really good money. I just don't think that this young lady is kind of in the same position as that young lady. They're both about the same.
Okay, of course she's not. It's a dumb question.
And so I say that to say that we haven't heard any civil engineering. This lady probably, as you said, she seemed to be assessing things, whereas the other young lady was all into the software sales. Her boyfriend was a software sales.
You know what? This is a stupid question that is irrelevant to the point.
So I'm asking,
who know, motherfucker, you are literally gonna stuff a dumb question into something that's you're literally going to say, okay, John, you are literally going to compare some weird interview of a woman you don't particularly know and call another woman you don't particularly know and say her story is false, but the woman you interviewed is more believable, but make the comparison. You know what? This is what I don't like about YNs who refuse to not be YNs. You're not asking a question. You are inserting your anti-black bullshit.
Okay.
You have no question of relevance.
So my question
you want to compare a black woman to a black woman, yet it's not a question at all. It is, quote, ideology. That's what you're doing. You want to insert an ideology on top of a person you don't think fits. No, I'm gonna goddamn speak because I'm tired of the anti-black bullshit. It's not a question. You're asserting an ideology, John.
You can be tired of it all you like, but man, I mean,
motherfucker, I don't care.
You're not gonna make it go
Ask a valid question that is an actual question. That would be my plea to YNs. You're a motherfucking 50-year-old YN, and you can't seem to understand that.
Yeah, I understand all that. You can
motherfucker, I said it.
You can call all kind of names you like. That's fine.
Motherfucker, I'm calling you a 50-year-old YN.
Speak without cursing, bro. Like,
I'm literally telling you, you are a YN and you're struggling with it.
I embrace that.
Okay, this motherfucker, then embrace it and stop worrying other people with you what you embrace.
Oh, if you want
all motherfuckers don't want to be you, John. All motherfuckers do not want to be you. Embrace it silently and stop expecting other people to embrace it.
Stanley, if you went over to your channel by yourself,
stop expecting other motherfuckers to embrace your YN-hood. No one gives a fuck what you embrace.
Go live on your channel, see where your message.
Stop it, motherfucker. Stop it.
Bro, speak. You don't have to do all that cursing.
Motherfucker, no one cares what you embrace. Stop acting like every black person on earth needs to be John Galt. No one gives a fuck. That's the bottom line. No one gives a fuck. It's a show, John. It's a show, John. It's a show, John.
I understand, but when you make it
now, Ponder, I'm sorry. What were you saying?
You didn't even let me answer a question, but again, like,
motherfucker, it's not worth me hearing.
Like, if you're gonna talk to me like this, I said, go
which part of it's not worth me hearing? Can't you understand, John? It is not worth. Your attitude is not worth hearing.
You got to show some respect. Or you go
You're a motherfucker. Of course, it's my opinion, and I'm expressing it.
Yeah, I share.
I don't think your opinion is worth expressing. I think the 50-year-old YN aesthetic has run its course. Motherfucker, go fucking go.
People want to hear more.
Dude, don't tell me I don't want to hear. Why am I even? God damn it. Questions to Ponder was talking. Why have you interrupted her?
Like Stanley,
why are you being so mean to a black woman? What is it? Is it the red pill has taken over your soul?
No, because it's my fucking channel.
Well, then, motherfucker, I don't get, dude.
Right now,
We
I'm
can
respectful of people.
stop
I respect
this,
you
and
can.
you can restart it and ask all the questions you want to
You do
ask.
that, right? Because I asked her a simple question, and you gonna call me
You
out on it.
come up here a
Right?
perfectly good show where people are
Bro,
asking
I just asked
questions
her a
worth
question. I ain't called anybody
hearing,
names.
and you come up here and want to talk about
Don't argue
some
with me.
dumb bitch that you met on a street, mostly drunk,
She
and
was not
you
drunk, right?
want to assert the relevance? Motherfucker, this isn't a street interview.
Stanley, I'm answering her a question. You don't like it?
Ponder is not on a street interview. Why are you acting like this is a street interview?
I answered her question, Stanley, but I'm gonna ask you again. Like, show some
Dude,
respect.
motherfucker, I will keep interrupting you because I don't want the question asked. Which part of that can't you understand?
That's why I said go right ahead, but I don't understand this disrespect. You could just move right ahead to the next one.
Motherfucker, it is naked disrespect.
Yeah, I understand.
I meet disrespect with better disrespect. Questions to Ponder was talking, and you want to talk about some non-street interview. Motherfucker, save it for when it's relevant. That's my point. And goddamn right I'm being disrespectful. You're disrespecting by bringing up some fucking bullshit street interview that has no relevance to what this lady was saying. Meet disrespect, John. You don't disrespect me, motherfucker, without getting disrespect back. Ever. Who the fuck do you think you are? So, questions to ponder if you feel like it now. The vibe of the show has been ruined by fucking what 50-year-old YN disrespect. Motherfucker John Galt, if you want respect, you better fucking earn it. I don't owe you respect.
Stanley, you still talking?
Motherfucker, don't Stanley me.
I know you still talking about me. You still talking about me? I stepped away
Oh,
from you.
yeah, god damn it. You're fucking ruining my show. It was uncalled for.
As I tell you, Stanley, I asked her a question. You call me all kind of motherfuckers.
Motherfucker,
You
yeah,
got
god damn it. You heard me. Thank God you heard me call you all kinds of names and call out your disrespect.
You got a channel where you can go.
Don't Stanley me, John.
You got a channel, bro.
Don't Stanley me, John.
Hey, well, whatever you want me to call you, I ain't gonna call you a motherfucker, but you got a channel.
What I would like you to do is start respecting women when they're talking.
Oh, okay.
And the N word on this panel is uncalled for. It's not that kind of panel.
Does MFer?
Don't bring, motherfucker, what I do on my panel is up to me to do. It is up to me to tell you don't use the N word.
But I could
How am I out of line? How am I out of line?
Because I could tell you.
How am I out of line saying a word is not? I can use the word MF, and you cannot use the word N.
Okay, so if I wanted to pull rank, I could just say no MF words on this channel anymore. I don't
Well,
particularly.
motherfucker, pull the plug. Pull the plug. It's your channel.
So
pull the plug.
So
Pull the plug.
All you
Pull the plug. I can't tell you what to do with your channel, motherfucker.
You want to end the show, right?
If you no, motherfucker, I'm trying to conduct an interview and you bring your YN 50-year-old ass up here and ruin my show. The fuck is up with that?
In the show, I won't talk about it on
the fuck is up with that?
If you take yourself to it, you know, like I said,
dude, stop putting this on me. You come up here talking about some Obama bullshit, and then you won't let people on the panel talk.
Who? She talked quite a bit. I ain't curse her out. I ain't calling her.
Not to my satisfaction, John. You don't get to determine if she talked quite a bit. You are not hosting the show.
And I told you to move on.
Okay, which motherfucking part can't you understand, John? You don't get to tell us who said enough.
I said, hey, if you don't want me to
You do. It is not about you, John.
but you're still talking about me, right?
It is, yeah, motherfucker. I'm still talking. It's called Stanley versus the world, not John versus the world.
I mean, you're still talking about me. You can move on to your topic.
I'm still talking about you because you're still talking.
I stepped away. I came back. You're still talking about me.
Motherfucker, let's hear questions to ponder. Do you have anything to say now? Let's play what Johnny Boy wanted to watch, which was about some dumb bullshit about Obama. Maybe this will satisfy him.
The situation with Obama, I mean, Stanley, this is more in the wheelhouse of yourself and John, because respectfully, think about
you know
something,
what? It's not in my wheelhouse.
Stanley, think about something. I know for myself, and I'm not going to ask who you voted for, but you, of course, remember the 80s and the 90s.
I voted for Kamala. I didn't vote for Trump. Who the fuck was sane would vote for Trump?
What I'm saying is that coming of age under that Reagan, Bush 41, Bush 43, and Clinton. No, in Clinton, he had 2 terms. But there was a little bit of a change with in 08 with Obama. You can look at Gen Z. It's just a different generation. And this generation is more accepting to certain lifestyles. And now Obama has not been president.
Well, let me give you a wider, because I tend to look at politics, and it's a newfound lens to look at it through. I think if you're looking at it through a historical lens, Obama was transformational. However, the trend started with Reagan.
Can you expound on
that? America was always going to lead to Trump.
Yes, I can see your point. I see that point you're making. I see that point.
And as a matter of fact, you can make the argument. Let me make one more quick point. America was always going to come to Trump, probably starting with Woodrow Wilson. But, that's a kind of a weird point to make.
No, that's something that can be researched. Okay, please continue.
So it's not all about Obama. Obama was transformational.
Woodrow Wilson, 1913, 1921. And if you look at the world at that time, we have World War I. The world was completely...
Well, he resegregated the federal, etc. Birth of a Nation. He was a virulent racist. It was always going to come back to this point. And I can make a larger argument than that. And I don't want to get too knee deep into it, but Obama was transformational, but don't make it all about Obama. Make it about the fabric of America. Obama was transformational. But America is America. And even Obama, America is a big thing. Obama changed a bit of it. Trump is the correction to Obama.
Yes, I see that. Obama moved a little bit, very, 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 very far left. And Trump is in...
Obama was not far left.
From a cultural standpoint...
No, you're absolutely wrong.
Okay.
Obama was about as middle of the road as... Obama is almost the definition. Obama is almost the definition of respectability politics.
Yeah, that is very true. And he basically...
Okay, so how can he be far left?
What I mean when I say that, Stanley, I mean a little bit more from a cultural standpoint, and
Obama was literally Booker T. Washington incarnate.
Yeah, I can see that. Right. I can see
So
that.
how is he so far left?
When I say far left, I should clarify. I mean more from a cultural standpoint, but that doesn't
I
necessarily mean
don't think Obama was far
Obama.
left from a cultural standpoint.
The times were changing with social media and the bringing
Okay,
together of
well, you
people
know,
from
if you're
all
going to
over the
make that
country.
argument far left culturally, Obama wasn't going peace, love, and soul, man.
Well, the country. Well, let me say this, Stanley. One thing about millennials are the first generation, the very first generation who adamantly sees racism as wrong, who sees that
Well,
prejudice.
wait, hold it. Is
There's certain-
racism wrong?
Okay, Stanley. What I'm saying is that millennials,
You don't want to answer that question now, do you?
I'm speaking only from my own generation that adamantly sees, and I've had this conversation since I was in college with people, and I went to a school that was like 6% Black, if that. It was incredible when I would sit in class, and at that time, I knew I was the only Black person, but it didn't really register because throughout my childhood and college, I was always the only Black person in my class. It wasn't until I started working, similar to this young lady that you had on your screen. Once I started working, I was then around Black people, specifically older Black people, that was the culture change. Being around
Well, hold on. What was the culture change working around older Black people?
Because I had never.
Because I hear you call
I not
me
just
and
working around
others
older Black
boomers.
people, working around older people, and even being around like Black people, like being like when I say I'm talking about more than 3 in a room. Never had that experience. Even never. I just never. So my background's a little bit. It is different compared to like the majority of Black people my own generation, my own age. One thing I will say, Stanley.
You're early 30s, right?
Yeah, around there. Yeah. I mean, I don't. It's millennial.
Or
Just,
younger. Well, there's a reason
remember,
I
younger.
asked. Hold
This young
on.
girl's
Hold
23.
on.
That's Gen Z.
Slow
That's Gen
down,
Z.
ma'am.
Yes.
I ask you the question because honestly, in I don't think generationally like you do. Like this whole thing about, well, Stanley, you're a boomer, and I've gotten that a lot. I honestly don't think generationally.
Because you're of the older generation.
Okay, well, I
for
didn't
someone
think that
like
way
myself,
when
I'm directly
honestly,
seeing the
I didn't
difference.
think. Okay, well, let me just tell you this. There's a thing at least in Southern Black culture where you respect your elders, and you will have sometimes young parents tell you that, granddaddy or grandmama, they are wise. They actually know stuff. And yeah, it'll be a little cringy. They'll say some things that are anachronistic, but in the end, they have learned a lot of things. And I've lost that. And my son is kind of in that same boat. Y'all forgot how to understand that.
Stanley, I think it's
Okay,
important
let
for you
me
to
let me finish
know.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I honestly, and you specifically, and please don't, this isn't a criticism as much as an observation, and you aren't the only one.
Right.
Y'all,
I'm not the only
and
one.
this is specifically meant for younger Black Americans.
Not
Y'all have
YNs.
forgotten. Y'all have forgotten. And I will blame Generation X, which I do particularly. We forgot how to raise kids who respected their elders. I would never
Amen.
I would never go to my grandfather. I was for the last week, I was down visiting my father and other friends in Savannah. Like my son, 19, it's actually kind of cute to see my very strict father who, I'm like, really? You're the same parent that raised me? He and my son are kind of cute together. My son has long hair and just, you know, and my father's a spit and polish kind of guy, but he thinks my son is the cutest kid. Oh, he's great. I'm like, really? my son calling my father a boomer, I would literally take him down. My hand would be on his neck if he ever disrespected. And even I get bored with some of my father's stories. However, my father fucking tells those stories because there are cuts on his arm or, sweat that or blood, tears. My father has earned the right to tell those stories 28 times. And my son calling my father a boomer or even thinking it, that I can discern him thinking it, there's going to be huge trouble. And I think the YouTube YNs and YWs, young women, y'all are off base. That boomer thing every goddamn time is disrespectful every time, even if it's a joke. Y'all better
Not a joke,
appreciate
though,
your
Stanley.
please, ma'am. Y'all better appreciate your elders, even if they're goofy like me.
It's not
Y'all are
about being
making
goofy.
y'all
Stanley.
and now
It's not.
y'all are making a mistake.
And may I add to
And John Galt is
That's why.
another example. Y'all are making a huge mistake.
Stanley,
So,
Stanley, it has to be noted. Millennials have a
okay,
great
I don't
deal
give a
of
shit about
discontent. I
millennials.
understand that.
Stop
I'm just
thinking
telling you how it is
generationally.
because you
It's
already
not
brought it up and you were
okay in the
correct.
black
Let me
community.
get in.
No,
Get in
Stanley,
here
what
it
you're
about.
is
gonna
across the
do
board
is
and it's
let me
across
finish
race.
what I'm saying.
Black millennials and
To
white millennials have
Miss
a great
Ponder,
deal of
Miss
discontent
Ponder,
and derision towards
Miss Ponder,
boomers.
Miss
Yo,
Ponder.
Yes,
can I get in?
Stanley.
Can I get in a word?
Okay, I don't know who
Yes,
the
Stanley.
fuck is
Yes,
he doing
Stanley.
that? Miss Ponder,
Yes,
and you
Stanley.
know what? You and I go back and forth. We will always go back and forth, but I do respect you. And that's why I even engage
Because
to
you know
this
I'm not
point. I
stupid.
love going back and forth. I wait till I call you the B word. It's coming. However, I really honestly think this, oh, you're a boomer. I'm not going to listen. Y'all have nothing to say. I honestly think it's a mistake.
It's
And
not that
I have a
boomers have nothing
19-year-old.
to say. It's just
I've had a 19-year-old that I've had to jack up. Like seriously, especially his first year home from college, I had to reestablish dominance. It's like, motherfucker, really? And he's 6'1", 6'2", he's bigger and he's tougher. If we scrap, he's gonna win. But motherfucker, I'm just meaner and I'm more mentally tough.
I understand that.
Stop the boomer talk.
Stanley, you can say that, but it's just a reality. There is a
No,
great
the
deal of
reality.
derision,
Wait, I
and
just
there is
told,
a great deal of derision amongst
ma'am,
millennials and
I just told
boomers.
you the reality.
Okay, Stanley, but
Okay,
it's
so
not going to
you
change.
are literally going to be like a 19-year-old. At least
Stanley,
my
your
19-year-old has
19-year-old
sense
is a
enough.
teenager
My
who's
19-year-old
still in
has
college.
enough sense to
Your
just go,
19-year-old has technically not even left your house. This is still a very young person who is in college and is a teenager.
and let me tell,
Your
hold it.
19-year-old is
Okay,
This is
very
ma'am, don't
disrespectful,
make me
Stanley.
put you in the back because I will. My
Stanley, your
one-liner to that.
19-year-old is
Okay, my
This is
one-liner
disrespectful, Stanley.
to that is my
It,
one-liner is they should have kept you home longer and taught you some respect.
yeah, it is disrespectful, Stanley, because it's just coming at the idea of this, and I find this in a lot of people that hold those viewpoints with the just the generational talk as a whole. Whether you think these people are off or whatever, they built everything that you have now.
Oh my God. You know what? You said it better than I.
So
Motherfucker, you
Maintain
have a home to stay in.
yeah, so it's like you can do all of the boomer talk and blah 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 and blah blah blah. Okay, who invented the computer systems that you're using right now.
Boomers.
So it's like shut the F up.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm gonna have to give her some grace because I've been mean to her. So I'm not gonna be, but I think you're
Nah,
spot on.
there's
It's
a reality in there, Stanley, that there are systems in place. There are a lot of the advantages that when people want to play the whole generational game and all of that stuff, there are certain advantages that were created by the very people that you're criticizing. And
Right.
if you don't have the ability
Well, that's
to
a
at
very
least
Edmund Burke point of view.
yeah, but
And
if you
I
don't
agree
have
with
the
it.
ability to at least show some grace in your
Yeah.
criticizing, you can there's no I'm not saying that you can't
You know
criticize,
what,
but you would at
SKC?
least be balanced.
SKC?
Did you drop her or she left?
SKC, you literally said it right as you usually do. Grace. Motherfucker, shut the fuck up and let the old man drone on.
Yep.
I've spent
SKJ, you
dude,
make a valid point.
dude.
Well, the older generation sometimes does a little bit too much. I feel like they live in the
Yeah,
past
but
a little too
No,
much.
they
but now,
never
try
do
to
enough.
no.
No,
Ask yourself this question: when you call a plumber
dude,
or
they
or a
will be
carpenter,
gone,
who
and
owns
then
that
you're
business
gonna
the
miss
majority
them.
of the time?
sometimes no. Come on, that's not. Come on, man. Are you about
Okay,
to touch my
Jay.
words again?
Wait, hold it. By the way, Jay, welcome back. I'm glad to have you back.
Thank you.
Go ahead, but
Yeah, I was.
please be respectful.
I was being respectful. I didn't say anything disrespectful. I was saying that sometimes the older generation, I feel like sometimes is not really accepting, like they live in the past too much. They judge and criticize too much.
I
Like
could
they don't let the youth, be the youth. I feel like they want to just live in the past, and I feel like they don't understand
Okay,
that
let
generation.
me tell you something, and this is, and I know SKC and Deacon Dave, as moderator of the show, and Wale, you know what? You're the elder. Tell us your thoughts. By the way, you've been silent too long. Wale was like, I'm gonna let these YNs just do what they're gonna do.
All right, took a
Look,
nap.
Jay,
Yeah,
the bottom
I'm not.
line
I'm not a
is
YN though. I don't do that stuff. I'm not a YN.
And the other part of
Yeah, I'm
that
not
is
a
that
YN.
no,
I'm
no.
not
Wait, hold it. Hold on here. And hold on, Latino. You can definitely go next. Um, it's a term I used, kind of like boomer.
With a YN, wouldn't that be like somebody in the streets?
It's
Isn't that what
It
y'all
has
be
a bad
saying?
A
connotation.
boomer is an elder YN.
So you're saying I'm a boomer?
Really? Really? Is that what you took away from my last statement?
Bro, I'm not. I'm not a YN, bro, because I'm not in. I don't be doing that
Well,
stuff. So how can I be a
to
YN?
a boomer, a YN is just literally a description. Like if I called you, can I call you a young man? That's what
Yeah, I
YN
am a.
is to me. Okay, well, YN to this boomer means young man. It's just a little bit more racy. Now, is it an epithet or is it like, tell me if I'm insulting you by calling you YN, I won't do it anymore. But it's just an old man. YN sounds cool. Is it offensive?
I mean, because I thought like YN was
Well,
like
that's a
associated with
yes no
like.
question. Is it offensive?
I mean, I feel like to me it is because I don't really consider
Okay, well
myself a
then,
YN.
son, I will not call you
Right.
YN anymore.
Dang.
My apologies. Can I call you young man?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Let Latino go because Latino, I'm always on
Stanley,
your ass. Go ahead, Latino. What you got
Stanley,
to
I'm gonna
say?
get on down. I put 2 videos in the back though, so it was
All right.
about that potential to be fat.
You know
I know
what,
you're not going to
Dave?
circle back to that.
Dave, I'm okay if you were hot as a motherfucker and we had a couple babies. Yeah, don't become like, like a roly-poly ball. I'm not going to get upset
Hey,
if
yo.
you love me enough to be a good mother.
What?
No,
It
dude, my
kind of
wife,
goes against what
my
you said
wife,
earlier.
my wife, and she, you know what? She had good genetics and all that. But dude, look, if your wife loves you enough to provide you with kids and she's dude, this is why I'm so weird. I love my wife. Dude, it is such it took me fucking 10 years to get over that loss. And, thank God my son's not out in the hood fucking, I had I don't know, rich people problems maybe, but it's still a loss. Um it That's why I'm a little bit more generous, forgiving. Women do a lot for men that some YNs, not you, Jay, some YNs don't know what women do for them. And
I understand where you're coming
yeah,
from in the
I'm tired of the
context, Stanley. I
motherfucking
just
red
don't want you to.
pill bullshit. Look,
I know.
Kevin
I know you got
Samuels
your
had
drink
point,
order.
but he was not right. Kevin Samuels was a perspective. He wasn't an ideology. If you took Kevin Samuels' stuff as an ideology, then you're as fucked up as he was. It's a perspective, not an ideology. There's a difference.
I'm still gonna hop down, but I know you got your drink order. I want you to pace yourself. You know. I don't want you to go too crazy. I know it tastes good. What you get this time?
Well, wait, hold it. You know what? I got more Guinness Stout. I'm
Oh, there we go. You graduated. I'm proud
Yeah,
of you.
you people. I was. It was a mistake to do Bud Light, but anyway.
Yeah, but there's two videos in the back. They're only like a minute long. This
I just
is
don't
what
want.
happens
I
when you
just
ignore
don't
the
want
time.
to denigrate women like that.
Nobody's denigrating women. We're talking about your choices way before that arises. If
Dude,
you're not
that's
if
what
you're not thinking
fathers are
about
for.
that
Little
before,
Dave is going to know how to get a winning wife. Stop. Everyone here is like SKC. This motherfucker's a winner. Wale, a winner. This is actually kind of, I don't know, Dave. You're right. I am a little inebriated, I guess.
it's all good.
I'm just saying you need to black men need to be more reticent.
They need a lot of things, and this is just more advice. That's all. I'm just saying,
Okay,
before you
well,
just
you
jump
know
in the
what?
sack with a chick,
They need to
you
be
wanna
my
you
son.
you want to have some foresight, and so foresight comes with looking at signs of things to come, potentials.
No,
And if you ever
actually,
thought that
you just
your
need
woman
to
should
have.
go ahead.
I just think that some things are just common sense. And by the way, just dude, it's Stanley versus the world. And if you can't fucking stand the heat, even if you're John Galt, pull the motherfucking plug. I do not brook idiocy or idiots. And y'all just need to deal with it. Not anyone on this panel. I don't do that bullshit. And I'm still annoyed that I was actually enjoying some perspectives that Questions to Ponder was talking about, and it is so rare that she and I don't fuss on a goddamn panel. And I was like it was a productive conversation, and you know, Nightshade's coming up and dropping a pebble into a koi pond. Fuck it. You'll just have to have hurt feelings. And Obama saying what he said, Obama just wants peace. He needs peace. What if he was just saying that so he could get some pussy from Michelle? Because if he went, I'm gonna talk like John Galt does. You know, the motherfucker just wanted pussy, probably. You know, and Michelle might be, you know, look, if Michelle Obama wants Obama to say that and gives him pussy afterwards, I'm cool. So, anyone else? That was a weird statement. Renato, no, there are not. Men and women are you know what? That's an idiot point, Renato. All right, John, AAE. Apparently, you're not coming back up.
Well, Obama saying that was just not. I don't understand why he would say that. I was just out of left field. I don't.
Okay.
I would like to answer a question or respond to something, if you don't mind.
Well, I'm gonna go from senior. Jay, please allow SKC to go. He is a an elder.
It'll be quick, Jay. But Free Zone says this is why I disagree with SKC about respecting boomers, because they built the world before us. There's a lot of boomer dead weight that shouldn't be respected or just crazy. And what I'm saying is that when you have these generational conversations, people are making blanket statements about an entire generation. And what I'm stating is that I'm not stating to give everybody some sort of blanket coverage, but if you want to make a conversation about generations, then you should also have the viewpoint of, whoa, what did this generation accomplish before I got here? You can't.
Well, you're making a historical argument.
Right.
You know, if you're going to say that, know what the history is.
Right. And so I think it's quite fascinating when you have and especially the generations that are stating it, particularly the younger millennials, Zoomers, and so forth. You haven't accomplished crap. It's like, what are we talking about here? So if you wanted to do a one-to-one comparison, how can you even begin to criticize if the generation that you're trying to criticize, you can't hold your weight against them?
Well, I only have an anecdotal, and you know me, I'm always going to go contra, but I think that, say Gen X, we weren't perfect. So, you know, there's probably a lot of things. You know how, like, there are things that I didn't like growing up, that I did not do with my son, and still am not doing with my son because I didn't appreciate it. So you get better as parents, but you got to don't say what have you accomplished. Their accomplishment might be surviving your bad parenting and not you. Of course, you know I don't mean you, but I mean as a generation, and you're actually not Gen X either. I would give kids like my son that he survived, you know, the way he was parented. It's not like it was ever particularly toxic, but I do know, and SKC, one of these days, maybe you and I will do a specific show. Um, and I hate to do the victim card, but it was my parents, who, dude, everything was okay, but I was dialed into automatic. And I'm not going to go into it now, but I will never do anything wrong, but I was literally, um, dude, my wife dying, it was, um, it was a challenge. And I literally like became a robot. I honestly think I stopped feeling. It was all push this button, pull this lever, everything. Um, this is the check box. This is the motherfucker. My wife, I knew the goals, and it was almost like in a weird sort of way. The ends justify the means. And I lost, um this is where family comes in. My wife was everything. It was just fucking perfect. And if it weren't for my mother and father, my sister and brother, and my in-laws too, um, dude, life happens. Thank God for family. Don't ever denigrate the boomers because they have fucking lived it or seen it. Don't Old people have value, and maybe not day to day, minute to minute, but they know what's going on, especially when their kids or their relatives, they know shit. And you know what? They're not going to do Eddie Murphy. They're not going to do Chris Rock, comedy show. They're going to fucking be blunt and tell you the best way they know how you can fix things. Maybe they'll tell you how they broke things and you should do better. It really disappoints me hearing, young people go, "Well, y'all are boomer," and it is not rare.
You know something, Stanley?
There are motherfuckers at 40 who will call people boomers. That's the scary part.
And that's the crazy thing about it, Stanley. Like, and I don't know, maybe I will say that probably my own bias on this does occur that okay, the generations that came before me in my own family, I revered them. So maybe that's part of it. The
Well,
whole thing of
see,
like
SKC, dude, my mother's mother, I never knew her father because he died when she was a kid. I knew my father's mother and father and his aunts and uncles. Oh, dude, fucking, they were funny. That's the other thing. They were all like fucking funny and smart. It was like,
yeah, the even the language style that they used and the tone and the I loved my
yeah.
grandfather's terse use of language in order to get a point across. And I don't know, it's uh, and
Well,
then when
let
you
me
look
ask you a question, SKC, because we are going on and on. Maybe that's what the black community has lost. Wise
well, I know
elders?
they've lost it. I know they've lost it.
Damn. Well, you have to go deeper than that. I mean, in my opinion, there were the Jesse Jacksons. You know, there were a lot of people like my dude. My mother, my father's 83, and I mean, if you mention Jesse Jackson to him, he might chuckle.
Exactly.
But no, my point is that, well, I mean, which elders? You know, now if you're gonna say my granddaddy and my mother, that was my father's mother's name. Um, they're not Jesse Jackson. They were people who I think about every week. I think about my my mother's mother a lot. She she was an awesome woman. And even objectively, you know, if I think about, you know, every grandparent, no, they were actually objectively interesting, funny, sometimes cruel, sometimes mean people when they needed to be. So, but so you honestly think that Jay, I'll pick on you for a minute. Um, you think they don't have elders that are worth, I mean, we're elders. You're not as old as I am, but I'm an elder. Why do people abuse me? I'm going to play my victim card.
May I speak on that, Stan? Will you allow for
Please
that, or
do.
you?
Oh, Wale, I've been waiting for you to talk for minutes. Please do.
Okay. I think the youth was correct when he said that was insulting to him for you to refer to him as a YN, and I thought it would before he even came up. And I wanted to get with you, but you were talking to that woman, so I left it alone for the moment. I'll get back to you about it. And then
Well,
Don,
Wale,
so now
Wale,
to the point of myself.
well, before you go on, how did I resolve it? Did you hear that part?
Yeah, you told him that you will not call him that.
Well, did I resolve it to your satisfaction? I asked him if I could call him young man, and he acquiesced. So, did I resolve it to your satisfaction, or could I have done better?
Well, absolutely, you could have done better. And I'm telling you now, if you allow. Okay, so what I'm saying is this. By you calling him a YN, my thought was immediately, you're disrespecting them, yet you want them to respect you. And the boy said, not that boy, but after he left, you still use the terminology, which means every time I talk to you or almost anybody on the internet, I realize I'm not talking to one person. A lot of people think like you do in that general area range. Enough people think like you do. It may not be as many who think like this person or that person, but enough who think like you do. And then what I'm saying though is when you talk and you say, okay, I won't call you that, but I'm gonna call the next dude that, you're insulting both of them now without saying, okay, I got corrected. I was thinking, why not call them YMs, young men? Give them a respectable calling, and they may give you a respectable calling back, a more respectable. I'm not saying that, and I said may. You can't count on it because they got to get out of the habit. What we seem to have forgotten is the older people raised the younger people. The younger people didn't just come out with switchblades and 9mm guns and start shooting people. We raised them into that concept, even though we said, then we go over the popular culture and the TV. We blame everything, like you were saying, except ourselves as not only just parents, but as a group of people. We are watching ourselves, like you said, family is great. society is even better because society keep you floating longer than family, keep your whole family floating. Because that's
Well,
what I'm
no,
saying.
I didn't say society is great. I would never even think that.
I'm saying society is great. And I'm saying we build it to its greatness. We don't depend upon society to come without, like you said about parenting. You don't depend upon great parenting to happen without trying. You got to build that kind of relationship with the children. You got to build that kind of relationship with yourself and your spouse and everything. You got to build
Wale,
those
you
things.
there?
Yeah, I'm here. Did it go out? I'm here. Did it go out? You can't. I'm here. Did it go out? The speaker go out? I don't know.
SKC, you there?
Okay. Let's
yeah,
see.
I'm here.
The camera's on. Oh, the whole thing.
And I hear Wale.
Okay, Wale, hold on one sec. Technical problem is on me.
Wale, do you hear me?
Hold on
Yeah, I
one
do.
sec.
I'm glad you spoke up because I was concerned a bit. I'm turning on cameras and everything, trying to see if I'm linked up.
Oh,
But
no.
the idea though is we raise those children. That's our responsibility. I hear sometimes I even hear the young ones, 20 and 30, talk about, I don't know what's wrong with these children. What's wrong with the
Let me
children?
ask you a question before you get too far afield. Did the people who were raising those kids forget to tell them respect your elders?
You know what I think? I don't think they respected theirs.
Okay, don't care. That's a
Huh?
little bit of a deflection.
No, I don't.
If you're gonna go, if you're gonna raise your kids, first thing you tell them is respect your elders, and I'm your elder. I did remember to tell my son that.
A lot of people tell people, I mean, I've heard a lot of people. I'm just going by what I heard. I ain't trying to make up shit. But I've heard a lot of people say, I'm your dad, I'm your mom, and grab them and beat them up and stuff like that and force them into submission to children. I've seen that happen more often than I'm your elder, and a reason why. Like my parents, that's how I was raised. My mother hit me one time and never hit me again. I had great parents. And the thing is, they reasoned things. They told me why, because them children, little children, have a myriad of questions, and people get tired of answering them, especially their parents, their immediate parents, get overwhelmed with the questions that children ask. And without the grandparent around, because you can go to the grandparent will spend time with them, have more patience already, because this their second turn. They done did you, now they doing the next you. They are more into it now. They can see where they messed up and what they like to correct that they did with you. So now they have a chance to move on and grow because they learn more stuff since they dealt with you at that same age. So now they can deal with that little child like I be doing. And the little children be like already just calm down almost automatically. And the parents are hyped up because they got too many pressures on them. They got to make the bills. They got to make this. They got to do that and this and that. And he's mad and then she's saying, you know, they got issues that they feel they have to deal with. They don't have the attention or the patience to deal with the children, and that's okay. That's how life was made, but we have the society up, and that's what I'm suggesting we do, society up, so we can support our own growth, and then the children can come and be in natured, mature nature. I think it's nature. What they say women do with children, nurtured, can be nurtured in a good society for them. The society that we relinquish our responsibility to is not about making, not under our control, and therefore we say we are not responsible for. And I agree, if it's not under your control, you're not responsible. So I say
Well,
be responsible and make a society that is under your control.
Wow. I disagree a little bit. I don't think that other people's children are under my purview or responsibility so far as how they were raised and all of that. Just as when I was being raised, other children in the neighborhood were not under the purview of my parents and grandparents. So I understand
Well,
that people want to do the whole village thing, but I just don't think that that is a
well,
viable.
let me support your argument. When I was a kid, and you know, I lived in like, you know, a black utopia apparently. But you know what? If kids were kind of like misbehaving, you're right. My mother wouldn't dirty her hands spanking another kid. She'd be like, "Go home." she might she might call their parents, but you know what? You're not going to do that here.
And you're no longer invited here.
Oh fuck yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
SKC.
don't even think about
SKC.
coming back over here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. You know, and I'm gonna, my mother didn't, maybe she did talk like that, but you're absolutely right. Don't
When I
sully
was
my
a child,
don't sully my driveway.
when I was a child, before that child left the, the, the yard, my mother would be on the phone talking to his parents.
Yeah,
Because
well, you are our elder.
I grew up in what you call a utopia,
Mm-hmm.
colored utopia. Everybody in the neighborhood was colored. We were from wherever we were from. Everybody in the neighborhood watched each other. Somebody saw something happen to your child. Everybody took it as upon them as their child. If your child did something, somebody would come over and say, "Now you know better than your mama wouldn't
Well, you
want you
know
doing."
what?
That's
By the
what
time
then.
now I'm 10,
That's what then.
I think I'm 10 or more years younger. How it evolved was, you know what? They just like became much more sedity. It's like, no,
Who
just
became?
don't do it here. Just don't do it here.
Yeah, you're from the next generation. I get you.
I am.
I can dig it. What I'm saying though about the generation of adults that raised us, they had a community where everybody communed. Everybody knew each other. You knew all the neighbors knew you for blocks around.
Well,
That's how
can I
we did.
ask you a question? Do you
Yes.
think that the way you grew up could possibly exist in 2025?
Well, of course. Yes, and does actually.
Really?
And
It, ca-
yeah,
it,
because
oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna respect the
So,
elder. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Lou, welcome. SKC
What's up, fellas?
wanted to go,
hey,
and I think Jay wanted to go.
No, I'll let the other people. Jay and Free Zone haven't really had anything to say, so I'll
Uh,
shut up for a while.
Yeah, I was
well,
just
let Jay, because Jay has come back up, so it is your floor, Jay, and you are the young man.
Thank you.
I
Thank
was about to call you a YN, and I just remembered I shouldn't do
you.
that.
Yeah, I was just saying, you know, the elders, but sometimes people like, you know, my nana and, you know, people like that, sometimes they just live in the past a little bit too much.
Did you
I feel
grow
like
up
they
in
need
the
to live in the
South?
present more in the future.
Jay, did you grow up in the South?
Nah, the North, Cleveland,
Okay.
Ohio.
Maybe it's a culture thing. That's a
I
question to
mean,
you.
yeah, I mean, it could be a cultural thing. I mean, she was in the, I think, nationalist or something like that.
All right. Well,
But
I don't
but I
know.
feel like, but I feel like still just the elders, just you know, they live in the past too much, and I feel like they just
No,
bring race in
you
it.
don't know your elders. Did you ever
Oh
spend like
gosh.
2 weeks? Let me,
Oh
actually in
man.
SKC and Wale and Lou, we will get to you, but maybe this is why I had such affection for my grandparents. You know, like it was a thing for quite a few years. Like, my parents were like parents. They were married. they, you know, they get tired of us kids. And you know what? We go spend 2, 3 weeks a month down in South Georgia, in Savannah, it's South Georgia, so we go even more south. You know what? My grandparents would keep us until they got tired of us, apparently, and that would give my parents time alone. Um, so I mean, do people still do that? Like my mother's mother, I'm talking my father's parents. Um, we would spend a week with my mother's mother, and we loved it. My sister and I. We would go over there, and my mother's mother,
I've been over.
dude, I would
I did
just
that for
do
like a
nothing
week.
but read books.
You know,
So I guess
there's a
Jay,
really
hold on,
simple.
Jay. My question: did you ever spend quality time with your grandparents? And these are the parents that raised your parents. If you're wise as a child, you'll get insights into your own parents from spending time with their parents.
Well,
Absolutely.
my father's parents are not here, but my mom
Mhm.
parents are still here. So I
Mhm.
mean, yeah, I spent time with them for like a week and a month. I mean, my nana, we had a couple of disagreements. I ain't gonna say
Oh,
arguments, but we had a
really?
couple of
I, I
disagreements
have a
about race and stuff.
I have a quick
Let
question,
me
Jay.
whoa. You had disagreements about race?
Yeah, and about
Wait,
the way
well,
I
you
handle
talked
things.
to your grandmother about, was she white? Were I mean,
No, she's black.
how does race become a topic between a grandson and his grandmother?
Cause she like she know I like white women, and she never really been fond of like white women or like white people.
Ah, so that's why you're a CT guy. But let me ask you a
Yeah.
question, and why were you talking about the women you date with your grandmother? Is that a topic that comes? I'm
I mean, not all the
curious.
time. I mean, not all the time, but I mean,
Well, no, no,
sometimes.
no. Did your girlfriends come visit? Like when you were hanging out with your grandmother for 2 weeks as a child, I assume. Were your little white girlfriends coming over, hanging out? How did race become a topic in when I used to stay with my grandparents? We were like 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. Dating wasn't a thing. So
Well,
that's
not
what caught my
well. It
attention.
wasn't. It wasn't from all the way back then. It was like it started coming around like
So you
as I
stay
got
with
like
your
13,
grandmother
14.
as a dating teenager?
I mean, sometimes during the week, I would go over there and visit, help her cook and stuff.
And you would talk your women with your grandmother?
Well, it was my nana first off, and I mean, not all the time, but I
Your
mean, sometimes,
grandmother,
occasionally,
your
sometimes.
nana is your grandmother, like your mother's mother. So the technical term is grandmother. So
Yeah,
please
yeah,
don't be
yeah.
offended if I
No,
call
I'm
your
not. No, I'm
grandmother.
not. I'm not offended. I didn't say.
Why would you talk your preference for women with your grandmother?
I mean, just because she was asking. I mean, she be asking.
And you had to tell her? if Nana goes, what kind of girls do you like? It is very interesting that you would be so specific that, it comes to race.
I mean, look, she be making a big deal about race. I mean, I know
Okay, don't blame that old lady.
how am I, I'm not blaming. I'm not blaming. I'm just saying, like
Well,
she
the
make.
first word out of your mouth is she. No, how about Jay? That should be the first word. And my question
What? Why
was,
am I? Why
why
am I the
why
person to
couldn't you
blame?
just lie? Why couldn't you just go, I like women who are smart and beautiful and are nice to me and want to get married, Nana?
I mean, yeah,
I,
you
I
right. I
and
mean, all right, you right. I
this
just said
is
that. You
my
right.
this
I
is
give
my
you that. I
projection.
give you that.
I like them. I like Becky. Did you did you say you like Becky to your Nana?
Okay, I didn't say it like that, but I told her, I like Hispanic and white women.
Well, you know what? I'm not going to beat you up anymore, but you could have just said, "Hey, I like a woman who knows how to bake cookies, and I think she would be a good mother." Race didn't have to be a part of it, sir. So,
Yeah, I know, I know. I
well,
just feel
I
like,
can't redesign your life. And SKC, before you come in, please let Free Zone. Lou has been more patient than I should expect.
but like I said, I just feel like the issue with the older generation is they just, they live in
There
the past.
is no I just, and I'm not going to say I proved it to you. You have to prove it to me. Don't tell
How
Nana. Don't tell Nana that you like Becky. Your life might have been better. Free Zone.
Y'all just,
Mr. Lou.
I don't know, man. I don't know, y'all.
You don't want to come in hot. Wait, I
Y'all
just
be
did a
tripping.
hot take, Free Zone. Save me. Don't tell
No, you
Nana
did,
that you want, if Nana is a black woman, she might get a little offended if you'd expended a tad of thought. Don't tell don't tell a woman who is of age and lived through times when if your grandbaby went out and got a white woman, he might be lynched. Did you ever fucking think about her feelings? See,
I
this
mean,
is
yeah, I
this
did, but
is
that's the
where I
past. But
just
that's the
go
past. That's the past. That's the
all
past. Though.
ballistic.
But that's the
Motherfucker,
past. That's the past, man.
don't
That is
act
the
like
past. That's the past. Why do
and
we gotta live in the past
motherfucker,
so much?
you don't know the past is your fucking problem.
Why do
You
we
don't.
look? Why
So
do us as a
you are
community gotta
so,
live in the
hey,
past?
Jay, you are so ignorant of the past, you will piss off your grandma.
But
That's
I'm
what I'm
saying, look,
hearing. You are
no.
so
Oh my god,
ignorant of the past.
you're not letting me finish, man.
You will tell grandma that I don't prefer women who look like grandma. I want Becky.
Okay, so wait, is
Okay,
Hispanic? Is
motherfucker,
Hispanic?
don't
Is
you
Hispanic?
ever
Wait,
tell me okay.
Is it?
I'm
No,
talking.
you're not. No,
I'm
you're not getting what
motherfucking.
I'm saying.
Nope,
You're not
you're
getting what
gonna
I'm.
go, dude. Part of the reason you want to know the past is not to be so motherfucking offensive to your grandma.
You're not understanding what I'm
Oh
saying.
no,
Dude.
I'm purposefully
You're not
not
getting. So wait,
understanding.
no, you're
I'm
choosing.
doing it
You
on
know what you're
purpose.
doing.
I am doing
You
it
know what
on
you're doing,
purpose.
man.
I
You
am.
know what you're doing.
Oh, absolutely, I do.
So wait.
Absolutely.
You did not hear
Whoa.
me. You did not hear me off.
Okay, you go back. Yes, I know what I'm doing. I know I'm picking a fight. I know I'm telling you don't know about the past, but I also know you never considered what I'm fussing about. Motherfucker, I know some shit. You never thought of it this way. And I'm explaining why you need to fucking ratchet it up, son.
No, y'all. The problem is with the older generation
The
is
problem is
they live in
not
the
with the
past too
older
much.
generation. The
This is
problem
why
is
we can't.
the problem is I don't give a fuck if you can move forward or not, son. This isn't my problem. It wasn't Nana's problem either. Nana likes her grandbaby. That's pretty much what Nana should be doing.
Just
No. Jay, stop being a toxic little young man. You are the problem, Jay, not your Nana.
Yeah, I just had a question.
How am I the problem? How am I the
said
problem?
it.
What did I do?
Hey,
What did I do?
I don't know. I'm just listening to you. It's my look. It's
I'm
my.
telling you. I'm telling you. I don't be.
I'm gonna
I'm
have to
telling you.
put you in the back again. It's
Well,
my impression. I don't know with evidence, and I don't care to present evidence. I'm just going by what you're saying, Jay. In SKC,
Yeah.
my apologies. Let Jay talk, and then you, if you have advice, and I hope you do, SKC.
Yeah, I'm just
Okay,
wondering.
if you and SKC are just gonna be a jerk, I'm just gonna leave the show, bro.
Yeah,
Y'all just
motherfucker, leave
No,
them.
Hold on, Jay. I just had a quick question. I'm not being a jerk with you. I'm just.
Oh
It's just a
no,
question.
I am.
Yeah.
because
But
he
I'm
keeps
not.
putting me
I'm.
backstage every time I
But
try to respond.
but I'm not. So Jay, I just wonder. You said that you spent time with your nana on everything. What were her dreams as a young person? Like, what did she aspire to do?
Well, I mean, she was a dentist. You know, she retired from dentist like dentistry like 10 years ago. She was a dentist, a dental hygienist, I should say.
Right, but I'm wondering, like, have you ever asked her that?
No,
Like when she
I
was
haven't.
like when she was your age or younger, like what did she want to do with life?
Well, I'm
Well,
gonna
she said she
let
went to
me
school. She went to school for dentistry. That's what she went
let
to school
me
for.
interject. A dentist is not a dental hygienist. How about when you present an argument or answer a question, be very specific.
The,
She
the reason why
I find that problematic. Was she a dentist or a dental hygienist?
Well, she was both, but mainly she was a
Okay,
dentist.
so she was a dentist and a dental hygienist. So she was running a one-woman dental office.
Well, it was for a short.
Okay,
It was for.
motherfucker, I hate it when young men
Are you gonna let me answer?
cannot.
Or are you just
No,
gonna keep cutting me
motherfucker,
off?
you seem to
Are you
think
just
I
gonna keep
need
cutting
your.
me off?
Okay, oh, I'm gonna cut you off more.
She
Dude,
started
wait,
out
hold it.
as a
You
dentist. She
need
was
to
a hygienist
understand.
for
I don't give a
a little
shit.
bit amount of
I
time.
do not
You keep
give
cutting me
a
off, man.
shit
Like,
about.
dang, you're not letting me
Okay,
answer. You're
dang.
being an idiot.
Well, you know what?
Gosh,
Guess what?
I
I'm
can't
gonna
say
keep.
anything without you
I
putting
am
me
no.
backstage or
You
without you
better
cutting me
be
off.
extremely
God,
specific,
man.
dude. You got my attention now. Was she a dentist or a dental hygienist, or was she a one-man band?
She was a dentist. She was a dentist.
Okay, the one thing that I find interesting about a lot of motherfuckers is they cannot be very honest. Humble beginnings aren't a problem. Lying about where you come from, you're not going to solve emotional problems if you keep pretending that your grandmother was a dentist.
I mean, she was. She was.
Okay, well, then I'll have to take your word for it.
I mean, she loved cleaning people's teeth for a living. I mean, she said she could do it with her eyes closed.
Okay, well, like I said, I'm going to go with what you say.
All right, what was what's his name asking me? What were you about to say?
SKC has jumped. He may be back. He may not. Lou, what you got?
What up? What up, Stanley? What up, fellas? I think another issue that has occurred is that, at least for the history of the United States, and I know there's nuances in it, but there's always been an attitude from younger people to fight the power or fight against the establishment, which creates a problem when they get older and they become part of that establishment.
So,
You
are
do that
you
long
saying we
enough
shouldn't
times.
fight the power?
No, I'm saying the unintended consequences of fighting the power and the establishment is that when,
Name
like,
one unintended consequence. That's an interesting point.
well, that's what I'm saying. If I'm
Name
teaching,
one unintended consequence from fighting the power.
you don't get respect when you become part of that
Okay,
power.
that's not a consequence. That is an orientation. I thought you meant like physical, material consequence. Like, I'm not a millionaire because I fought the power.
That's another. That is also another one. But that, I mean, that's not in the
I
scope of this
don't think it's a
conversation.
consequence at all.
We're talking about respecting elders, right?
Yes.
Okay,
And
so
I don't. The elder. You know what, Lou? I interrupted you, and it's disrespectful. You're my elder.
no, there's always been this form of fight the power or protest or revolutionary within young people. And so for those people when they get older to expect the people that come after them to do the same thing when they did the same thing when they were younger, I'm just saying it creates a problem.
And we're talking American history, right?
Correct. You could do American history, you could do Black American
Name me.
history, however you want to slice
I
it.
need a broad context. Which generation? The generation that raised them were so disrespectful that when they were kids, their parents deserved the disrespect. I honestly don't. You need to help me. And I'm talking American history. What are you talking about?
I'm talking American history.
Which generation raised the rebels because they were rebels, and then the rebels they raised destroyed them because they were fake rebels?
Huh?
And I'm being
What?
very loose with the description. I
Uh-huh.
understand, but which I don't you've got me interested.
Okay, all the way from, I mean, we could start with the civil rights movement all the way until now.
Okay, so in all American history, you want to start with the civil rights generation, correct?
I mean, we could go further
Okay,
back to the
no.
American
Yes
Revolution
or
and all
no?
that. We could start
Okay.
there. I'm to make
Um,
the example clear because that's
okay,
from
well,
that
make
point
the
until now.
example
That's
clear.
when it's
So,
intensified.
when did the civil rights era start?
Let's say the 50s and 60s.
I would say the
That's when.
40s. It would start mostly Harry Truman, Woodrow Wilson segregated the federal government. Harry Truman reintegrated the military.
Mm-hmm.
So, in World War II. So let's just say the civil rights era started in what, 1947. I'd have to go back and look up the year. So
Mm-hmm.
let's start from there, and that is very pre-civil rights.
Mm-hmm.
So go from there.
Okay, and they were fighting for their rights by
They were
resisting,
or demanding. Who were they fighting
fighting,
for their right?
demanding. I mean, however you want to.
Oh, it's
That's
not
what
going
you
to
want to
be
do.
however. They weren't fighting, they were demanding, and I assume they were
Protesting,
demanding.
demanding. I mean, you're resisting the system either way.
The system was racist.
That's not my point.
Okay, it's my point. That's why I asked the question.
Sure. My point is that when young people are taught to resist the system
Okay, and
or
your
fight
point
the
is going
power,
to be a dumb point. I've
it's not.
already thought. Dude, young people, dude, Lou,
Hey Stanley, let
you
him talk,
don't,
man. Let
Lou.
him
No, no,
talk,
no,
man.
no,
Let
No,
him
no,
get his
no.
no,
point
no,
off.
no,
We're
no,
good.
no,
Let him
We're
get
no,
good,
his
Jay.
point
We're
off,
good.
man.
We
Lou.
do this all the
You
time.
don't have Lou. You don't have a point. Where are you going with this, Lou? You literally don't have a point. You're just going to go back and you're just going to make up shit.
No, I'm not making up anything.
Okay, how was the
I'm
civil rights
providing.
folks? Dude, you need to be concise because
I'm
it is
providing.
annoying.
No, I am being
How was
concise
civil rights a rebellion against someone's parents?
because when those parents get older, they become a part of the system. Have you ever noticed that
That is such a
when people
that
push back
is one
against
of
the
the most
system?
Lou,
Yes. What you talking about?
Lou,
You part of the system,
Lou,
Stanley? You not
Lou.
part of the system?
Nope.
Stop it, Stanley.
Lou, let me tell you something
You're
about
you're you're
people.
okay.
Okay,
You're
what
pushing
you're
against
gonna
MAGA
do
people
is
who are going
you're
against the
gonna hear
system
the
now.
truth. You're gonna hear an uncomfortable truth.
Oh my God.
Your
Okay, go
God is
ahead.
not gonna save you. Lou, you literally don't understand your own argument. The system really doesn't matter. You're right about that.
Mm-hmm.
When I talk about culture is started, especially in these times,
Mm-hmm.
I think black culture in particular, what people like a John Galt don't understand is that black culture starts within your four walls. And the
Correct.
motherfuckers, and I'll put John Galt aside because I need him to be here when I talk about John Galt. It will be
Uh-oh.
much more effective and it will hurt more.
Uh-huh.
It's going to be painful when I talk about it.
Okay.
America started in rebellion, but in the rebels were fucking racists. You can be good and bad at the same time. You can fight because you don't want to be taxed without representation. And
Mm-hmm.
you can also say, I don't want to pay taxes on my slaves. It's
Right. And I understand. I don't disagree with that.
life is a dichotomy.
I don't disagree with
The
that.
people you want to talk about in the 1960s, the civil rights people. Well, the funny thing about Martin Luther King is he was a motherfucking misogynist. His
Uh-huh.
wife, Coretta Scott King, was actually smarter than he was.
Mm-hmm.
She was fighting for civil rights before he was. Now, he is the man of the moment. I'm not meaning this to be denigrating, but life is a funny riddle to do a Bob Denver thing.
Right.
Motherfucker, life is so complicated. Um,
You just made my point. Thank you, sir. That is literally the
you
riddle.
had no point to begin with. That the civil rights movement, the people, the kids who came up as civil rights activists were rebelling against their parents. No, they weren't. They were
No, I
doing
didn't.
what they're no,
I'm not saying that.
they were doing what their parents either couldn't do, were
Uh-huh.
unable to do. Their
Uh-huh.
parents raised them to be civil rights leaders.
Correct.
Well,
Uh-huh. Keep
if I
going.
misunderstood you, Martin Luther King came from Martin Luther King Sr.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's my point.
Right. And I'm not disagreeing with that point. I'm talking about
Well,
the
then, if you're not disagreeing, it means you weren't agreeing and you didn't make the point in the first place.
well, you inserted a point that I did not say. That's how we got here.
Oh, I'm going to insert all kinds of points because dude, you had no point. That's why I'm inserting points.
Oh, okay. I didn't have a point. I don't
Dude,
know what I'm
Lou,
talking about.
you know me. I'm not going to be unusually cruel, but
Mm-hmm.
there is no generational point. The civil rights movement was not immoral, unjustified, or it was the right time. And Martin Luther
Mm-hmm.
King Sr. got cowed.
Mm-hmm.
Martin Luther King Jr. was a little bit freer to push farther ahead. And
Mm-hmm.
you know what we got in 1968 through the 70s, even into the 80s, and I know the late 70s and the 80s, that's
Mm-hmm.
not now. Um, the 80s were fairly oppressive,
Mm-hmm.
racially oppressive.
Correct.
Well,
My my
damn,
my
I
my
had no
point.
clue I was so correct.
Yeah, because that's not really my point. My point is one of the unintended consequences of that kind of thinking is that you start to question, okay, once you're older,
What
like you
kind of
become a part of
thinking
the
are you
establishment.
talking about?
Okay, let me
See,
provide an example.
again,
I'll provide an example right now, a real
no,
example.
tell me the
You have
title
an
of the thinking.
you have an issue with the MAGA people who are pushing against the
Okay,
system.
wrong framing. Nope. We need to reset. What
Okay.
kind of thinking are you talking about? Don't tell me what I think about MAGA. Tell me about
The
your
resisting
point
of the
about
system, the
okay,
changing of the system.
the changing of the system, dude. They're not changing. MAGA isn't changing the system. They are going back to a former system. The shit was,
Right.
dude.
That is a change
When
in the
I said,
system.
did you hear me when I said it
They're
started
changing. They're
changing with
changing the
Reagan?
system, and you don't
Okay,
like it.
okay, young
Thank you,
man,
Jay.
young man. What you need to do is eat some popcorn and listen to the
Uh-oh.
elders.
No, you're just mad that they're changing the system.
Okay, I'm not mad. I'm trying to point out history. Um, Nothing ever changed. It's an evolution, and we want to devolve. It's not going to change. It's going to devolve. We've been here before. This ground has been walked upon. They're not they're not doing anything new. They're going back to what is old. And if y'all can't fucking see it, then you need to do some homework.
I do see that. It's still a change to the current system.
Okay, and you are using semantics and not very good semantics. It's not a change, it is a reversal. The change is part of the present. The past is part of the present. You're not in the change would be you invent something new. We're not inventing anything new. It's not a change. It is a reversal. You're going back to what is old. You don't understand what change is?
Yes, I do.
Literally, change is something new. What they're doing is not new, is my point.
Okay.
No, you're just. I feel like you're just seeing what he's just choosing what he's. You're just choosing
Yeah.
what to hear, Stanley. That's what you're doing, Stanley. You're just choosing what to hear. Now, Stanley, I can understand if you don't.
Well, let me put it to you this way. You'll be back in 6 months going, Stanley, you were right. Dude, I don't have doubts about what I'm saying. The problem, the reason you think it's new, Jay, is you don't know the past. You've never fucking we talked about your history education, and I'm not going to beat you up for it. I gave you the prescription. If you must be a black conservative, there are actual black conservatives that even I would approve of. I won't
Okay.
agree, but at least I know you'll be grounded in
Can
some sort of sanity.
can I say it in a different way then? Let me reset it.
Well,
I'll
Lou,
reset it
you
so I can
have
say
my
it in a different
respect.
way.
You're an elder on this. You're an
Right,
elder.
because I'm not trying to confuse you, but I'm trying to convey a particular point.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't get
Resist
confused.
resist the system started off as a fight against injustice. Okay. It didn't start off as the family. Right. Can we agree there?
No.
Okay.
Well, you need to be more specific about what the injustice is you're talking about. It was all legal. What injustice?
Economic
Yeah, are you talking
exploitation,
moral? Are you
racial
talking
injustice,
legal? See,
government
that's the weird
overreach.
thing. The weird thing about injustice is um something can be legal and still be unjust. Dude, it's way more deep.
Right, but I'm talking about the cause and effect. I'm not necessarily at putting like a moral compass on it. I'm not doing that. I'm saying that there was a feeling of resisting the system, which started off as a fight against whatever type of oppression that they may have felt,
Okay,
whether
what
it
I
was
need you to
government
do
overreach.
is
What
pick a decade or an era, and
I'm
apparently,
giving you, I'm covering all of it.
okay, don't cover all of it. Let's talk about a window and then we can expand. Start narrow and then we expand.
Okay, let's start with let's see. I mean I literally started the window with civil rights, women rights, that era, gay rights. So we could say the 50s, the 60s, whenever what was that second wave feminism, whatever that era was.
It's a muddle. No, they didn't all. Now, they did all happen, but civil rights, the civil rights era wasn't specifically in the 60s. I think
Hmm.
feminism tended to be 70s, civil rights tended to be 50s and 60s, and you got to separate the two. I'm not
Right,
gonna
right, but
fuss. I'm not gonna
that's not my
fuss
overall
that
point, Stanley.
they are concurrent, but
Uh-huh.
you might be smarter than me.
Well,
I don't see Mark.
let me get the overall point out, right? Because what
Okay,
I'm saying is that resist the system was started as a fight against what I just,
what's the
injustice. Now
system?
we can
Define
live
the
that there.
system. What
Uh,
what was feminism, civil rights, gay rights? What system were they fighting against?
I would imagine any type of external system of oppression. That's the
Bullshit. What
broadest way I could say it.
system were they fighting against? Was it white male patriarchy?
Sure.
Okay, no. I need them in your words. Don't go short of my words. I need Lou's words. I need I need free
Yes,
zone.
yes,
I
Stanley.
need free zone
For the sake of
Lou's
moving the
worst buy-in
conversation forward,
because
yes,
what
yes.
I'm literally gonna pick your argument apart. It's a weak argument.
Okay. So they were fighting against different forms of oppression by the white
What
patriarchy,
were
let's
the
say.
different forms? Can you pick one that has teeth? Who is oppressing the feminists in the 50s? Hello? You still there? Oh, good. Someone has put. Oh, Lou has a phone call, folks. Wale, save me, man.
Save you from what, man? Sound like you were doing pretty good to me, and I'm
No,
not finished.
dude. You know what?
I'm not
I'm
finished
just
with my
trying.
breakfast.
I'm just trying to figure out who was the enemy. Who were the feminists fighting in the 50s? Dude, they conflation is the enemy of white supremacy. And Lou's a buddy of mine, so I'm not gonna beat him up too bad. But these motherfuckers, they will go. They just buy into this feminism. Then you'll hear about the first wave. You'll hear about the third wave. You'll hear about the second wave. Motherfucker, you know, and Wale, I'm not particularly Christian. Look, just do Jesus. He got it right. And that's pretty much it.
Can yeah,
Hey
can you hear
Lou.
me? I'm sorry, but my bad.
Dude, there is
So
no bad. You had a phone call.
my overall point, if we could just move past that, is that it went from fighting these systems of oppression by white patriarchy, the government, all that, to then it became the family was framed as a tool of oppression.
No. Nope. Not gonna
Oh my
work in this
god.
frame. You need to go
Oh
all the
my
way back to
god.
okay, Lou. See,
Okay.
this is no. I'm gonna have to talk now. You are used to living or talking on a panel that is hood conservative. Hood conservative doesn't do scrutiny. Hood conservative doesn't interrogate the details of a point. Dude, this is Stanley versus the world, and I may or I may not, but dude, I will take you down into the weeds and I will hand you grains of sand. I will get so particular. It has been such a pissy point over the past 2 weeks. Motherfuckers think they can come up here and make broad, general, nonsensical points. And like they get pissed off. I need you to be very specific because it matters if you're black. Hood conservative rules, hood conservative, hood conservative couldn't think his way out of his oppression. And you know who's the biggest oppressor of hood conservative? Hood conservative.
I don't know what that has anything to do with what I'm saying,
Oh
but go
motherfucker,
ahead.
I'm taking the opportunity to
Take
call
your
hood
time. Yeah,
conservative.
go ahead.
Hood conservative is a bleeding pussy. He doesn't even have enough manhood to get a maxi pad. So, your point about the civil rights era being something you haven't been specific. The civil rights era was fine. It was necessary. Gay rights, feminism, civil rights, they're all offshoots of racial civil rights. You are simply wrong. You've got your timeline wrong. Free zone. I don't do fucking hood conservative history. If it sounds good, that's not how I think. Roller skater, Texas girl. Hey there. I am having a good day. Little too much Guinness stout, but I'll survive. You know what? Apparently, we just have to listen to. Oh, Jay's back. Oh shit! I'm gonna get my ass handed to me. Yes, Jay.
Oh no, yeah, the thing's breaking up.
The what is?
The thing is breaking up.
Okay. You know what? My darling roller skater Texas girl. I've had too much Guinness stout today, fellas. But anyway, I have to search through. Free Zone Lou must be busy with the phone call. Jay, what do you have to say before? Apparently, this musclehead, and I need to go and find the original speech because apparently Obama was talking to Michelle Obama about. Let's see, Obama says boys need gay men. Obama did not say that. So maybe you can tell me why are black why is the black manosphere illiterate?
I don't know. Barack Obama is becoming full of himself,
Why?
especially since he first came in office. Man, he was cool back then, but 2012 he started to get a little weird with some of the stuff that he was doing.
Oh, you're getting that from your little white manosphere right wing friends, right?
Oh my god, why do you keep saying that, dude?
Well, am I wrong?
I'm basing that off of the
No,
stuff that I've
what I
seen.
need you to do, am I wrong? Yes or no?
No, you're being
No,
you're
am
being an
I wrong
incel.
was the question. You are getting this from your little white friends
No, you're wrong. You're
about
wrong. You're
Obama.
wrong. You're
Okay.
wrong.
Well,
I'm
thank
getting
God.
this.
Thank God.
I'm getting this from. You know what, man? Dude, you're not letting me finish. I'm getting this from the research that I have done. That's what I'm getting it from.
Well, Obama's absolutely right. And I cannot figure out why all these supposed men are so what is Obama the measure of your manhood?
No, that's
Jesse
not what we're
Lee.
saying. But we're
No, no,
saying
no,
if he's gonna be
motherfucker. I'm about to
if
trash
he's gonna be a role
all
if he's gonna
I'm
be a role
about to
model
trash
if he's gonna be a
all
role
y'all
model, he shouldn't be
weak.
talking like this. Waka Flocka Flame
Y'all
called him
are
out. Okay,
all motherfucking gay. Y'all are offended that Obama is Obama the measure of your manhood, Jay?
that's not what I said. But what I'm
Oh,
saying is
motherfucker,
he has to be
I
a
don't
better role
care what,
model.
wait, hold it. I
He
don't
has to
care
be
what
a
you
better role
said.
model. He
I
has to be a
don't
better
care
role
what you
model.
said. I'm putting words in your mouth. I'm
That's what
going
you
my
do. You
own
put
way.
words in people's
If
mouth,
you
man.
care about
Stanley, you put
Obama,
words in
if
people's
you
mouth. That's what you
care
do.
about Obama and what he said, you're gay.
That doesn't make any sense. What
We're not
logic is that?
talking
That doesn't
about
make
you
any sense.
specific.
That's
Hey,
stupid logic.
don't get offended. I'm not offended. You're not offended. I'm not talking about you. If any motherfucker cares what Obama said about gay men and friends and loneliness, y'all are gay.
Look,
If you
I'm just saying.
if you care about what Obama said about gay men, y'all are gay and it affected you. Brian Nichols, Jesse Lee, y'all, he plucked your strings.
I'm just saying, bro has to be a better role
I'm
model.
just
That's all
saying
I'm saying.
I'm just saying if Jay on this panel pays that much attention to what Obama says, and I can only think that Obama is the measure of your manhood. So if Obama offended your manhood and he was your hero, I can understand why you were so disappointed.
Well, I mean, I did used to look up to Obama. I mean, my family have wrote
So are you
Obama like
disappointed he was your former hero and all of a sudden he speaks truth about gay loneliness? And does it strike you as you didn't want him to talk about it?
well,
You
I was
have to be.
disappointed. Well, this goes back to 2012. I was disappointed that
Are you
he was
mad that Obama addressed gay men at all?
disappointed that Obama did things from 2012
Oh,
that
I don't give a
went
shit about
against the
all
church,
that.
and I
That's
was a little bit,
dude.
as a Christian, I was
I
disappointed that
don't
he
do
did it,
whataboutism.
and I feel like he
Okay,
should have
you're
done
going in the
things and
back.
handled things a
You
little
need to
bit better.
learn. I don't
That's
do
what
what
I
about.
feel.
Who gives a fuck about what happened when he was president? Let's be present.
He
Why?
should have. What's the question you're asking?
Why is Obama your measure of manhood? And why do you care what he says?
Again, I
Okay,
never
don't
said.
tell me again. I need you to answer the question. Stop
I
this
never.
stop this girlish tee hee hee where you're talking to me shit. Why is Obama your measure of
Dude,
manhood,
you
and
keep
why do
cutting
you
every time I
care
try to
what he
say something, you keep
says?
cutting me off.
Oh, I don't want to hear the bullshit.
Like, why
Don't
can't you just let me talk, bro?
Here's a yes or no question to make it
No, he's
simple
not.
for you.
No,
Okay,
he's not. He's
motherfucker,
not. I didn't say he
you will
was,
listen
Stanley.
to this question and you will stop talking.
I didn't say he was.
Is Obama your measure of manhood?
No, he's not. That's I
Okay,
said no.
you
That's
don't
what
need
I
to go
answered.
farther. I have my answer.
I was just saying that.
Okay, I don't care about what you was just saying. You answered my question. Let's let it go.
But you brought it
I
up.
don't care about the but. Which
You
part
brought it
of
up,
being
dude.
okay, Jay? Which part of manhood can't you get? If you answer a yes no question, yes or no, the conversation's over. Stop being a woman. If you say yes or you say no or you make a decision, we move on to other things. That's how manhood
Let's
works.
move on.
Stop
Okay,
being
let's
a
move on. Let's
woman.
move on to
You
the
are
next topic,
literally
man.
being a
I
female.
said no. Let's just move on
No,
to the next
I
topic.
don't
Please.
care what you said. You answered the question, correct?
I answered.
Then
Can we just move
stop.
on, man?
I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to tell you, stop being a woman.
How am I being a woman?
You know what?
You the one that
We will find out in about 5 minutes because I thought the conversation was ended and your womanish ass keeps talking.
you keep cutting me off. Like I'm trying to say.
Motherfucker, I'm going to keep cutting you off because I'm not interested in your girlish talk.
How am I?
Okay,
how is this girlish
motherfucker,
talk?
I literally tell you I'm done and you keep coming back with words. What the fuck?
You're just
okay. This motherfucker is still talking. How about just don't say anything else, Jay?
You know
Don't
what?
say
Don't
say anything.
I'll be back
Okay,
up here,
this
man.
motherfucker
I'll be
wants
back
to
up
be
here.
a woman, and I'm going to let him.
Because you're really being immature, bro. Like the conversation's over, bro. It's done. We moved on.
So the conversation's over now that you said it's over.
I've said
yes
it was
or
over
no,
3 minutes ago.
motherfucker. Yes or no. Is it over because Jay says it's over?
Yes, it's over. It's done.
Thank God someone, finally, this woman is done. Jesus. Sometimes you got to let, and this is the lesson, folks. Sometimes you got to let a woman in the conversation. So it just,
Dude, you're being immature. You're being
oh,
immature,
motherfucker,
bro.
I gave you what you wanted. You had the last word. Don't understand why this is a problem. So
Can we just let it go?
Motherfucker, I let it know 30 minutes ago now.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Today is Friday, July 18th, 2025. Back with another episode. Thank y'all for tuning in. I really appreciate it. And if you've been following me for a while, you know that I used to be a Democrat. I'm an independent now, and I may never vote again. Ever. Contrary to popular belief, well, not popular, few haters, I'm not a Republican. I don't love Donald Trump. I hated the Democrats. I'm not going to keep saying that. Well, yes, I am. I say it many times I need to say it. But if you've been following me for a while, like I said, you know I was a Democrat, and I love me some President Barack Obama. I would knock you out for saying something bad about President Barack Obama. I would get into arguments with black people about Barack Obama when he ain't do nothing for black folks. What did he do for black people? I would run to his defense. What was he supposed to do for black people? What can he do? I'm talking about I had his back. Anybody that know me know I had Barack Obama's back against other black people. I didn't know it was so many black people that didn't like Barack Obama. I thought we all loved him like I did. President Barack Obama had a special place in my heart. I felt like he was one of the best presidents ever. You can criticize me, call me what you want. I go by my own beliefs. I don't care about like my support for Trump. There are people that don't like that either. I don't care. I'm a big Barack Obama supporter. And I come under the flag for that. There are black people that talk about me because I like Barack Obama. And I was shocked. I thought it was only white people that hated him. A lot of black folk don't like Obama. I wasn't one of them. But now, and I'm not saying I hate him now. I don't. I'm disappointed in him as I find out more. And it makes me hate the Democrat Party even more as I find out more. But this right here takes the cake. There's a lot of, you can go and look for it yourself. You ain't got to take my word for it. But I'm going to show you this little clip right here, and I hope I don't get copyrighted for it. You know, who knows. But Barack Obama says, men, why? I'm a man's man. We need gay friends. We need gay friends. Now,
see, this is where this motherfucking musclehead, we need gay friends. I don't think Obama said we. This is where I think the biggest problem in the black community is black people never learn to read or listen or make everything about them. This dumb son of a bitch is John Galt with muscles.
Well, can we just listen to what Barama said? Can we
I'm not
actually
anti, whatever you call it, people that don't like gay people. I'm not that guy. I have gay friends, gay dudes I would dap it up with. I ain't saying big.
Now, see, this is the perfect example. Now, it had nothing to do with this motherfucker. Now we know about his gay friends that he likes to dap it up with. Stupidity is more revealing about stupid people than anything Obama said. This is hilarious. I got gay friends. I like to dap it up with them.
Yeah, that's nasty work. I actually have no
version of Mr. T.
I actually have no idea what Obama said.
I know my
So
sexuality. I know what I like. I'm not.
I know my
insecure
sexuality.
around gay men.
I know my sexuality. So I know my sexuality so much I had to do a whole show about my sexuality. This is the stupidest thing. God damn it. You know what? This
guy's kind of dumb.
An imbecile.
On to me. If they keep it real with me, I keep it real with them. It's all about mutual respect. I'm not a Bible thumper. You going to hell, and I don't do all that. So,
Dave, yes, I'm offended.
I just want to preface that before I get to what he's talking about. Saying men need gay friends.
Dave, when a motherfucker is a Charles Murray level, prove Charles Murray right because he's an imbecile, yeah, I get offended. Fucking Charles Murray is fucking sitting back laughing at this big ass fake Mr. T motherfucker talking about his gay friends and how he likes dapping them up. Jesus God.
I'm saying it's okay to have gay friends, gay family members.
It's okay
be
to
gay your
have
damn
gay
self.
friend.
That's all right with me. But I'm not going to tell a man he needs some. You need gay men
I'm
in
not
your
gonna
life.
tell him.
That's what Obama
Jesus.
saying. I'm saying it's okay to have gay people in your life.
Okay, this motherfucker is like a Free Zone Lou or a Dave or an SKC. Keep saying the same shit over and over. It's okay to
No,
have
the
gay
hell
friends.
he's not. I ain't never said no
Motherfucker,
shit
this
like
is
it's okay to
Jesse Lee
have gay
Peterson.
friends.
Better beard, younger man.
It don't make you something wrong with you because you got a gay friend, gay family member, or if you gay. That don't make nothing. There ain't nothing wrong with that. I got gay friends, gay family members.
This dude is
But I'm not sitting
horrible.
around here saying I need to have. I ain't got no
Why
gay friends.
are
I gotta
we
go find some gay
talking
friends so I
about
can
this?
be a good man.
Why is he
Yeah, I don't know
going
how this guy's
on?
like me. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
I had a gay professor in college at a time when openly gay folks still weren't outlawed. Need that to show empathy and kindness. And by the way, you need that person in your friend group so that if you then have a boy who's gay or non-binary or whatever, they have somebody that they can go, okay, I'm not alone in this. Yeah. Right. I had a gay professor in college at a time when openly gay folks still weren't outlawed. Need that to show empathy and kindness. And by the way, you need that person in your friend group so that if you then have a boy who's gay or non-binary or whatever, they have somebody that they can go, okay, I'm not alone in this. Yeah. Right.
What the fuck?
Well, let me point out a thing or two to the more illiterate in the chat or the panel. He is literally doing a third person. If they, y'all, you know what? Y'all are fucking illiterate. And you can read all kinds of things into it, but you need to understand you're reading into it. He third personed he used they or he. Not one time did he say I. So this is what I expect of the anti-black John Galt fucking too drunk to understand the context of English. Y'all are weak. So
Who is they?
That's what I said. And Jay, you're weak too, motherfucker. Stop blaming your ancestors and start taking responsibility for Jay.
Who is they? So
what the hell is he talking about?
What the hell? What the
Can
hell
somebody
he
explain to
talking
me what
about?
the hell I just heard? What the hell
What
you just
the
listened
hell
to?
I
What is he talking
heard? God damn.
Now, I admit, the men of today, the younger men, the younger generation that are coming up, there's some type of men that they are missing in their life, that they should have in their life. There are some types of men that the young men of today that are growing up without these men in their lives, all of them need this type of man in their life that I'm finna tell you about. Not what Barack Obama just said. His man is the first black president of the United States, and I got better ideas than him. I make better sense than him, in my opinion. Yes.
I made better
sense
sense
and a lot of
in
y'all like
him.
me.
And I made better sense in him, in my opinion. Jesus. Really? Someone hit the link and defend this fucking moron.
Can you hear me, Stanley?
You're missing out on a father figure and straight up solid men in your life to
I don't
show
think
you how
Stanley
to
can hear me.
be. A lot of young men say they're missing out on that. But none of them say the type of man they're missing in their life is a gay man. Yeah, that's the man I need in my life, a gay man to be my role model. None of them saying that. Again, this is not bashing gay people, gay men, nobody.
Yeah,
This ain't
the
nothing
fuck
against the
you
gay
are.
community.
This
This is
dude
against
is a fucking.
the
You know what?
fighting
He's
against common sense.
unwatchable, but
I don't
I
know.
guess.
I don't need any gay friends, so I
There's a
don't.
war on common sense.
Whoa.
I don't think
There's a
Stanley
war
can hear
on
me.
reality.
This is amazing.
There's a war.
Stanley said, "I'm gonna keep my gay friends. I'm gonna keep my faggy friends."
Now here's who Big Ward said.
Don't
All
forsake
men
the rainbow, Stanley.
should be fortunate enough to have this type of man in their life. All men, from little boys growing up to becoming men, need to see a strong man. They need to see how a strong man handles conflict resolution. They need to see a man when he have beef with another man. They need to see a man that's able to talk it out without going to the pew pew. That's what men need to see. Young
No,
boys
I
growing
don't
up. They need to
understand
see
why
that
this
in their life. Not gay.
motherfucker would want to get rid of his gay friends.
How
Gay
about that
people are
for
great. They're
How
neat.
about the
They're
young
clean.
boys
Ain't that
being able
right,
to have a
Stanley?
man in their life
I am your
that
conscience.
knows how to tell them how to handle conflict
I
resolution?
am your
When you get mad,
subconscious.
when you get angry, when you get upset, when you and your girlfriend have fell out, you don't put hands on her. When she ain't doing what you think she should do, you don't put your hands on her. When she call you out your name and get disrespectful, you catch her cheating, you catch her doing anything, you don't put your hands on her. How about a man to tell these young boys when you catch her doing some bullshit, you just walk away? How about that kind of?
Okay, I'm done with this dumb son of a bitch. How about a man who figured out how to become the first black president of the United States? Fairly accomplished. I'm gonna sit here and listen to a motherfucking musclehead on YouTube denigrate the first black president of the United States. Dude,
I mean, he was groomed to be the president, but that's cool.
The anti-black motherfuckers in this John Galt urban landlord space are just morons. Y'all are motherfucking stupid as shit. And I feel sorry for you.
Tell him, Stanley.
This
That's right, Stanley.
motherfucker's
Tell
right,
him.
but the black president, a president of the United States is wrong, and y'all will fucking give him a thumbs up. Do better, folks.
Stanley just want gay people as neighbors.
So I'm gonna go back to something that makes more sense. A motherfucking
neighbor, he's the only straight man in his neighborhood cutting all the gay grass.
A president of the United States.
He need the gay grass.
That he is less of a man than a motherfucker sitting here in front of a fake window talking about some shit
Gay
he has
grass,
no clue about.
gay grass.
Yeah. That could be.
Stanley feels safe around the gays, don't he?
That's
I can't believe this motherfucker can't hear me.
2. You may hear some really offensive remarks at your job, but again, just be prepared. It's gonna happen. You just have to. It's really up to you, again, how you choose to react to it. This one is one that I'm still working on personally, because depending on the severity of the comment, it's like, do you say something? Do you not say something? And I think the main issue here is it's not really how you react to it, but it's what kind of person people are going to perceive you to be depending on how you react to it. I think that's what frustrates me. Let me put it this way. Let me provide a little bit of a visual. Let's say we're in a room and you've got 10 white people, 10 black people. Now, let's say the white people start laughing and cracking jokes that are offensive toward black people. Now you've pissed off half of the room. And because of that, you've created a toxic environment. Now, if you're in the same room and there's 10 white people, but this time there's only one black person in the room, and these 10 people are cracking jokes and being offensive and rude toward black person, you didn't quite create a toxic environment, in my opinion. And it's because, yes, now you've got this one black person who's upset, but all 10 of these white people are on the same page. And because they're all on the same page, they don't understand why you're upset. So it's not quite a toxic environment. Instead, it just kind of turns into a, why is that person being so hostile? That's all that happens. That black person is viewed as hostile and angry, and people don't understand why that person's always getting upset by the things they're saying, and they all agree with each other. So they're like, I don't know what this person's problem is. That's what I deal with. And that's what you might have to deal with. I hear frequently. It's like they're microaggressions. You're never gonna, well, I'd like to hope that no one ever feels like the blatant racism. It's usually never that. And that's the issue. It's never blatant racism. It's always these stupid little subtle comments. It's little facial expressions. It's people's tones, it's body language. These are the things we notice, but no one wants to talk about them because if no one else notices it, it doesn't exist. Because when I first got hired, I felt helpless. It's like you're hearing this stuff and you're like, you want to say something, but then it's like, I also don't want to get fired. And then it's like, how do you go about defending your people without coming off as hostile? If this is something that you have faced before already, I need some feedback. I need a lot of feedback on this one because yeah, I haven't quite figured out what to do about that one yet, but I'm working on it. 3, be prepared for assumptions. People have this really bad habit of kind of making assumptions about Black people. Sometimes it's harmless. They'll use assumptions to kind of try to relate to you. But if you don't relate to what they're talking about, it's irritating. I'll give a couple of examples. We do a lot of like site visits, field work as a civil engineer. And, I'm out in the field with someone that I don't really know that well. And one of the first things that they thought to talk to me about was to strike up a conversation about Kendrick Lamar. And it bugged me. I don't know why. Because my thing is, do I like Kendrick Lamar? Yes. But did you know that I liked Kendrick Lamar? No. You made that assumption that I did because I was Black and he's Black. That's the type of stuff that bugs me, And I get it, he was trying to find a way to be relatable, but how about instead of assuming what you think I like, how about you just ask, like, oh, what kind of music are you into? So it's like harmless, but it's irritating. Another example, this one was a lot less friendly. As you can see, I live by myself. Someone comes up to me and they're asking me, you're moving, right? And I'm like, yeah, I already did. So then they proceed to ask me, oh, well, where do you live now? What neighborhood are you in? And I tell them the neighborhood. And just so you know, this is I live in a predominantly white neighborhood. It's actually crazy. I didn't look up the demographics of this town before I moved here. I kid you not. I always figured because of where the town was located that it was more diverse. So fast forward, I'm in the kitchen and I tell her the name of the neighborhood and she literally goes, really? So in my head, I'm kind of like, yeah, like, did I stutter? Like, yes, really. Like, why would I lie? So on the outside, I'm like, yeah. Mm-hmm. And she's like, wow, I used to live there. I grew up in that town. And I'm like, oh, nice. Trying to be cordial, Then she proceeds to go, do you have any roommates so you can split the bill with? And I'm like, no, actually, I live by myself. And she goes, huh. So now, again, maybe I'm sensitive, but in my head, I'm starting to get irritated. Like, why this reaction? Huh? Wow, really? So in my mind, I'm like, just calm. So I'm like, yeah. She literally looks at me and goes, "Oh, well, it's not like you have much to pay for. So is it one of those situations where most of your pay goes to your rent?" Now, I don't know about you, but in my mind, that gets interpreted as, are you living paycheck to paycheck? Because my next thing is, if I'm living in a situation where the majority of my pay is going toward my rent, and you have to pay rent every month, you're insinuating that I'm living paycheck to paycheck. And I slid the hell out of that conversation. That's one of the most common assumptions I'll say that I've dealt with, is just this assumption that every Black person on the globe is poor. Literally, that one bugs.
Well, this is a thing that this young lady will have to find out. It's not just white people who think this; it's Black people too. More an American thing. So, Dave wants me to play his videos. Well, Dave, I'm just going to. This is brought to you by Deacon Dave. Oh.
I'm just a girl in the world. I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl in the world. I'm just a girl.
All right, Dave, I played that one. Maybe you should come up here and tell us what the theme is. Oh, that's got a volume thing too.
Beat mama, beat mama, beat mama, he likes beat mama, beat mama, beat mama, beat mama.
Okay, Dave, those videos were played. Is there a point? Dave? Oh, really? Is that the same? Really? No, it's not the same woman. Not between the two videos. So, well, that's right. Assume blacks. Yeah, y'all motherfuckers are anti-black blacks, and I guess I just have to deal. This anti-black bullshit, y'all need to be broken. And actually, while I'm thinking about it, this young lady said something. When I moved to Norfolk, um, man, you know what? Someone hit the link because I am starting to wander and slur. But there's a point I want to make. When I moved to Norfolk from Newport, Rhode Island, I moved to a downtown neighborhood, and literally, I moved there because I liked the neighborhood. I didn't think about race, and maybe I should have. This is the great part about my parents. You move where you want to move. If there are problems, you fix the problems. This fucking Deacon Dave, John Galt, all of y'all motherfuckers are victim mindset, dude. Y'all are every motherfucking one of you is weak. We don't think like if you're gonna move to a neighborhood, you move there because you can afford to move there and you like the neighborhood. Every one of y'all motherfuckers are victims, and act like it. And then when you start asking me, well, Stanley, don't you think you're motherfucking victims when you ask me what I think? Tell me what you think. Don't ask me what I think. Jesus. It is amazing. Amazing to use Richard's term. Motherfucker, tell me what you think. Stop asking me what I think. We can go from there. Oh, my computer's slow.
Evidently see how there's privilege even in that, and how we look at this like a social phenomenon, and this is something that should be explored. Whereas if you are talking about public institutions where there's a lack of resources and it's very evident that the students are not going to be excelling, this is more so looked at like critique, and there's a little less digging or exploration around the topic and the subject. There's a little less advocacy to get these students the resources that they need. But I was thinking about this, and I was thinking about how, because this morning I was thinking about mediocrity, and I was thinking about how we were living in an age where white people were finding privilege in identifying with mental health disabilities and illnesses and all these different things. Now, you can look at this from a lot of different angles. I like to talk about the real differences in the cultures, right? And how whites have always kind of gravitated towards pharmaceutical companies as a drug of choice, whereas other, cultures may gravitate towards different things. Like Black people, it's more so like herbal things and things like that. Alcoholism is just like all over. So
Fucking
there's
really,
that. But
Brian Nichols?
we can take that
She's
into
not.
consideration as well. But I wanted
What's
to
up,
talk
Dave?
about the privilege in just being somebody who is mentally ill. And something that I'm kind of seeing is white people really run off with this whole thing of like, I'm autistic. And it's like, you can
What's up, Stan?
conversation with people today. And you can also see this as well.
Dave, say something. It could be
Hi.
that
Hi. Hello?
my audio's
Hello?
off. I'm doing
Oh, that's
Bluetooth.
what it was. You was up
and
here all choked
apparently-
out, man. Oh my God. I thought
You know what?
Friezo was
It's been a good
backstage
thing.
and
I've
front
been in my
stage, the
own
whole nine.
world, and maybe I'm happier there.
Yeah, it's no difference if you got your headphones on or not. You
Yep.
don't hear shit.
It is an
Oh, you
audio
can hear me?
setting.
Oh,
And Lou, I will have to apologize. Dave,
yeah, you got to get that bell tone fine tuned. Can you hear me?
well, no, you know what? My earbuds died. Yeah, I can hear you. My earbuds
Oh.
died. So I put them on charge, and then I started listening to my headphones. It's a comedy of errors, and Lou is gonna kick my ass. But yep, it's all me. I'm a bad host.
No, you good. It happens. I'll
Nah,
usually be in the
no,
chat
no.
letting you know.
You know what? Dude, I've been in my own world. Yeah, that Guinness stout will get you where you need to be.
I was just about to tell you, maybe you need to lower the prescription on your alcohol intake. That Bud Light might have been your best,
Dude, you know what? I haven't had beer in like a fucking week. I was home. You don't drink around my parents, my father. They know. It's like, Stanley, you are being a little too flippant. So
That's
nope,
something I never done. I never drink around my parents.
I don't either. And
I'm like a
you know,
good child around my parents.
no, you know what? It's not a good child, it's a respectful child. Respectful children are good. You're not being especially good, they demand your respect. And
Yeah, definitely give the parents respect.
my father is, you don't fuck with my father. And you know what? He's a perfectly good person. Dude, you know the rules. And that's that.
Hey, Stanley, there's always something lost in translation as far as what I'm saying in the chat versus when I come up here and explain it. Is I don't think I'm good at explaining things, but I know
You're
what my
perfectly
intention
good.
is. All right, so the reason behind those two videos, my father, when I was younger, he taught me the theory of potential to get fat, and it was several different things. Now, this goes all with preference. This isn't something that you have to live by, but when your dad talks to you, it becomes like a rule of life. Like, he showed me a few things to notice on women that I could totally avoid that. And he used a few real life examples. For instance, the guy up the street, he went to our church, and I asked him one day, this is how the whole thing got started. I said, man, why is brother so and so much smaller than sister so and so, his wife? And he started laughing. He said, when they were younger, she was a lot smaller. She was in shape. She was just a little bit thicker, because he said that he liked a woman with meat on her bones. He said, as soon as she got pregnant with the older son, it's a guy like my age, maybe a year older, she blew up like she swallowed a grenade. And my dad said, I talked to him and I tried to tell him that that's what was going to happen. Now, this wouldn't have been a thing if he didn't have that first child and then complained to my father about it. The reason why he complained to my father about it is because my dad tried to tell him as his friend. So when I was younger, he explained the whole theory. He pointed it out. Took a diagram of a woman that said, pay attention to these couple areas. I'm not going to go into it. I'll use a few examples in the explanation. But sure as he was looking at me talking to somebody that he loved, he said, pay attention to this. It was almost like, it sounds crazy, so I don't really want to go into it. People are gonna think I'm just being mean, but he was very truthful about it. And every time I see it, I can't unsee it. So when you were showing the girl, yes, she's pretty, but I can't unsee what my father taught me.
You know what? I've never had a conversation even remotely like that with my father. So maybe I missed something, and I have literally never had a conversation like that with my son. So I might be at a disadvantage. And SKC, no, to me, that kind of conversation, it was sort of weird. My parents and I, and it's just my father now. My mother died year and a half ago. We never had creepy conversations like that. And some things are unspoken, some things are unsaid, some things are just standards. I don't have detailed conversations like that with my son. I raised him to be a certain way. And if he disappoints me, I guess I'll talk to him. But he sent me a picture of his girlfriend and him. And you know what? I was happy. You know what? He met a standard. I don't understand how to to say it. There are standards. There are things your parents expect you to be. And quite frankly, it's the opposite too. There's certain things your children expect their parents, their standards that they have. And I don't know how to. My father never talked to me about the sort of women or woman you would expect, or like it's a conversation that we never had. So thanks for
You
sharing.
never wondered why and ask your father questions?
Nope, not about women.
I was a very, very inquisitive child.
There was no. I'm saying I never, dude. I'm not exaggerating. My mother was pretty good looking. Never really, somehow or another, these parents just tell you, don't do this, don't do that. I think I got more advice about women from my mother and my father. my mother, my mother could be cruel. Like, no, I think maybe the reason my father and I never had the conversation is my mother was like, oh my lord, some of the shit, dude. Oh, thank God. You know why you know what? You are being my therapist. I never took women around my mother because that woman was cruel. Oh my God. Dude,
Yeah, my grandmother was that way. She didn't like dark skinned women. I didn't know that.
oh, it wasn't dark skin. I don't know what my mother's hang up was. I honestly think she just didn't think any woman was good enough for me. Motherfucker, I look, my my wife, my mother, I was like, I would have to defend my wife. I'm like, what? I would,
Mm.
I would have, dude. My mother was fucking cruel, and you know what? When a husband has to defend his wife, like if you, dude, I've had to stand my mother up. Like, if you ever say something like that against my wife, I will fucking don't plan on calling me don't plan on calling me your son. Dude, my mother was fucking cruel. And you know what? She had my best interest. Look, my mother, no woman would ever be good enough. And I think I might have realized that in high school. Like, Jesus Christ. Now, she was better in high school, but I used to go out on dates. I, I don't, my dates, it was never like, oh, hey, mom, can we sit down and have tea and cookies? I was always afraid, like, oh, fuck. Well, you really want to wear your hair like that? Why are your fingernails that color? Oh, Jesus Christ. My mother was meticulous and mean. And if I want to fuck you, girl, you don't want to meet my mother. You won't be good enough. So
Mm.
my point
Yeah,
is no. My father, we don't, in my family, it was just expected you would meet someone who met your mother's expectations. And you know what? Sometimes you might have to be man enough to fucking go enough. And I've had to do that a couple times. Oh, dude, you better be man enough to go, you're out of line. I think that is a bigger measure of a man when you tell your mother, you don't get to pick my wife or criticize my wife. If I have a problem with my wife, I will come to you and talk to you about it. But otherwise, you better keep a fucking I've had to do this. And I never said fucking civil tongue in your head, but no, my mother had to learn that I'm a man too. The boy you raised, you better fucking hold your tongue. And I don't need my daddy to talk to you. I'm talking to you. If I have a question, I come to you and you are my mother. I will always love you. You don't offer your advice unsolicited unless it's an emergency. Now, if my wife is fucking up and my, my mother's going to point out the obvious, feel free to do it. But dude, don't offer random comments that's not the way our relationship works. You're my mother, not my. We had to, we had to come to an understanding. And
Did you have that
no,
same issue with your pops?
no. And
No.
it wasn't a knockdown drag out with, dude, like I told you, I raised my son. They raised me. They when I finally got good and grown, which is probably in my 30s, like I had to remind them I'm not 16. No, they are parents. My parents never fucked with me like that. Especially once I was married, there's some things you don't do with your kids either. You might just have to let them fuck up. You don't fuck with your kids if you raise them to have standards. It's this daddy telling you about when a woman gets fat. I find that unseemly, to be honest.
He was a stoic man, so his observations were pretty
Stoics,
keen.
stoics. I know what stoicism is, son. No,
He was very keen.
don't do that.
What did
No,
I
I
miss?
literally know the school of philosophy. Nothing to do with telling his son not to marry a fat woman.
What did I miss, Deacon?
Oh, I don't know. I thought you was talking about the girl, the engineer. I think he played a couple videos after that. I'm not sure.
Is that girl up on the screen right now, Dave?
Not the same one, a different one.
Oh, not the same one. You can stop there. So we are long past the conversation you thought you were having.
But he's right. She never did talk about engineering.
Okay, dude, you asked me, you were telling me about your father, about how a woman might get fat. You need to watch this, that, or the other. Was that the conversation we were having?
Yes, sir. Hey, pull up the first
Man,
video and pause it.
Okay,
dad
I
told me
want
something
to
similar,
comment.
Dave.
That's not a in SKC.
And
Hold on a minute.
my grandma.
Oh, say it again,
Hold on.
SKC.
What
I didn't hear
up?
you.
Okay, up. Let me reset here. It's not a conversation I've ever had with my father. We knew what the expectations were. You don't have to devil in the details moment. My mother the same way. However, sitting down and looking for markers of how a woman, and Dave, this was your phrase, you love might get fat. Dude, assume she will get fat. Make the right choice in the beginning.
Yeah.
Maybe
Wow.
pick someone who is a workout freak who won't get fat. There are things you should know at the beginning of the relationship. Shouldn't be such a big surprise, in the middle of the relationship. Y'all sound weird.
Oh.
You need to know the woman you marry.
Oh wow. Yeah. Nah, it was just one of those things.
Don't wow me.
don't know
Didn't your parents tell you that?
Nah, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, you don't have to because I'm talking to Dave. Know the woman you marry. And if you're a woman, know the man you marry. Don't let shit be a surprise.
Yeah, I thought I heard Dave say something about his parents telling him something about, women.
Well, it was his father telling him how to pick out markers because the woman's going to be fat. That argument.
Oh yeah, my grandparents and my parents told me that.
Well, you know what? I'm glad they weren't mine.
Yeah,
we don't do in my family. You know what? Maybe everything was done by like euphemisms, but going and sitting your boy down and going, well, don't talk to her because look at them thighs.
Oh no, it wasn't like that.
That was not how I was raised.
yeah, nah, it wasn't like that. But they
Well,
they
you
would
sure
say,
your grandparents? How did they? tell me how your grandparents warned you about a woman you might marry and the things you should avoid.
Oh no, it wasn't just women that I may marry. It was like way before I was of marrying age. They would share comments about, we were at events or at places and so forth, and they by just being around them, I was able to pick up cues of how people took care of themselves and so forth, and what would be the likely outcome. Like they could look and say, "Oh yeah, this boy or this
So
girl is gonna be a
you
porker."
didn't need them to explain it. You just picked up cues about how people would be.
Yeah, basically based upon what they said.
Interesting.
They would be looking at see
So
some of
you,
these
as
little
a
girls,
little
and
boy, you would know the future.
no, I was listening to them.
Okay, so which is it? You were listening to them or picking up cues, or was it a combination of both?
No, I was listening to them, and they
Mhm.
were giving me cues on what the future would
So
occur.
were they verbal cues? Were they
Yes,
like hand
yes,
gestures?
yes, yes.
So and
Did
how
like
old?
I
What
remember
what would
I
you
remember being
what was the youngest time you can remember as a child your grandparents telling you about the verbal cues about a woman that is attractive?
probably like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They would
Really?
tell me about you know, oh, she's gonna be a porker and stuff like that.
And they emphasize this?
It's a manly conversation, Stanley. You can't tell me you wasn't
Okay,
involved
it
in none of
is
them.
oh dude. You know what? At 8 years old,
Yeah, look
picking
at her
up,
eat.
no,
She's
no,
gonna be
no, no.
big when she
Here
get big.
here is here is what I'm going to tell you both. I'm glad, I literally like, I'm sure my grandparents must have said something like that, but at 8, I wasn't looking at women like that, I don't think.
It had nothing to do with
Why
looking
would
at women.
why would your grandparents be talking about some woman gonna be a porker and you're 8? What
Oh,
what
okay.
the
Yeah,
fuck? Whoa,
I'll
whoa,
give you.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Y'all weren't outside playing?
Yeah, I'm
Like
gonna share with
when
you.
I was
I,
when I
I'm gonna
was
share.
8,
I would
one of
I
the
would e-
first
I can
things
easily
one
answer your
of
question.
the fir- nope.
I
One
can
of the
easily
first
answer that
things
one.
one of the first things would be like, "Why are you even here? Um, let some flies out of the house while you go play." They're not
Yeah.
fucking talking to some 8-year-old about a woman's gonna be a porker.
Well, maybe your grandparents didn't do that.
Oh
My
no, my
grandparents spoke
grandpa.
openly with me.
Don't let me say what I'm thinking.
They spoke openly with me. They were like,
Yeah, they
we would
spoke
be running
openly with
Yeah,
me
around.
but
There'll
too.
be kids.
motherfucker,
There'll be
maybe they
kids
were too
playing.
dude. You know what?
It had nothing to do with
I
sex.
thank God that my grandparents were not so open.
Yeah, you're trying to make it out to more than what it is. What
Sometimes,
they were
no,
just
I'm
telling the
not
real.
trying to make anything out. You
Yeah, you
said it.
are.
You said it. You made the comment. I am commenting on the comment.
Yeah, they
My
said there were little
grandparents.
kids that were
Thank
eating
God
that were
my
gonna be little
grandparents.
porkers,
Thank
and they were
God
right.
my grandparents knew I was an 8-year-old boy and wouldn't understand if they made that comment.
Oh, okay.
Stanley,
Yeah.
you didn't
Oh,
have.
so
You also
you didn't
didn't have
understand who
9
was gonna be
uncles
fat or
either.
not.
I mean, yeah, you
Motherfucker,
As an
I had
8-year-old, you
oh
had
no
no
no no
idea
no
who was
no.
gonna be fat or
Don't
not.
hey Dave, um
Is
my
that what you're telling me? As an 8-year-old,
okay,
you
I
had no idea
don't
who
know
was gonna
why
be
you're
fat?
still clucking, SKC. Dave, there were 5 kids.
what?
My father had 4 brothers and sisters, 2 of each. Actually 3 sisters, 1. There were 3 girls and 2 boys. My mother was an only child, but we used to spend time with cousins in the summertime. I miss those days. But the one thing, honestly, and I'm not kidding, sometimes your parents set an example, and I'm kind of lucky because I had two unusually good-looking parents. We didn't talk about who was going to be fat. It just there were standards, and they get inculcated. I wasn't going to pick an ugly woman to marry. I don't expect my son to pick an ugly woman. He's a good-looking, accomplished 19-year-old. He'll do fine. And
What
what if
is
he
your
does?
advice as to how to pick a woman for your son?
Pick the best person for you and make sure she has a sense of humor. She is actually smart, and don't pick an ugly woman.
So
That's
you
it?
never heard your
That's
grandparents
it.
say that kid
No,
gonna be stay in the house.
literally,
You never
that's
heard
it.
You never heard them say
Okay,
that.
which part? SKC, pick a good-looking woman.
No, I'm not saying about any
That's
type of women. I'm talking about you
okay.
never
I
heard
I
your
need you
your
to
grandparents.
understand. Don't overwhelm me with your homespun.
I'm not overwhelming you with anything.
My advice, and I don't know that I ever said this, it's the expectation.
Yeah, I'm not
Pick
talking about
a
any type
woman,
of picking women.
pick a woman that you find attractive.
Right. I'm not talking about picking women.
Okay, I understand your homespun has been stretched.
I'm
And
asking, were
maybe
you
I
able
was
to recognize
maybe
who
I
was
was
going to be
talking
fat or
more to
not as a
Dave.
kid?
Literally, pick a woman that you like. She must be smart. She must be attractive, and you know what? Accomplished. And no, I mean, it's obvious that you don't want to pick trailer trash, but what if you did?
You
Their
didn't pick a
diamonds,
woman based on her
their
posture or anything like that? Like that
for
wouldn't be
what?
advice to you. Like if her posture is off, like or she's slumping in her shoulders, like
I would
that
make a
was
comment to my son, but a part of being attractive is don't pick a slouch.
I mean, there's attractive slouches,
Don't
but
pick a slouch is part of I expect you to pick someone
Yeah.
who's attractive.
Yeah, don't pick a fatty either.
right there you
You
go.
know what? You pick someone that attracts you, who is smart, and then you let them pick from there. If you want to be all like low class, talking about slouchies and fatties, it's not how I train my son.
Yeah,
Oh,
and I get
so
that.
do
I
it.
get that.
Wait,
I'm not
do
even.
it, but don't talk about it, right?
Yeah, I'm not even on that. What I was asking
No,
is Deacon,
he
were
knows.
you able to
He
recognize who
knows
was going to
he
be fat
was
as a kid?
trained with, dude.
Nah, you didn't have that skill at the SKC, not at all.
There are
Okay.
standards. God damn it! That's all you need to know. That's all he needs to know. And motherfucker, this motherfucker's 19. I've had 19 years to fucking live the standards, be the standards, talk about the standards. I'm not going to repeat myself over and over. He knows what's expected. And you know what? Maybe he won't do what's expected. He's 19. Oh, well.
You didn't see any girls freeze on Lou that you could tell when they were kids they were going to be fat.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I was just wondering.
And y'all spent your motherfucking youth wondering which girls would be fat?
No, I didn't
Why
have to
does
No.
wonder.
why does that
No
bother you?
wonder,
It was
no
crazy.
wonder y'all, all three of y'all motherfuckers are hood conservative.
Yeah, I didn't
Jesus,
have to wonder at
y'all
all.
spent your whole youth. How
No,
much
I
pussy?
spent
Hey,
like
wait.
How
Wait.
much pussy?
What are we still talking
How
about the
much
Obama thing, or have we
pussy
moved
did
on? What are
y'all?
we talking
You
about?
know what? I know, SKC, you lost some pussy because she's gonna be fat. How much
Yeah,
pussy
I
did you?
probably
How
did
much pussy did y'all lose
I wasn't
wondering
because I
on the
wasn't just
bench?
into
Y'all
just
were
banging random girls. I was not.
on the bench
You're
looking
correct.
at a basketball game.
You are
Y'all
correct.
were
I was
behind
not
the
interested in
cheerleaders
banging random
cheerleading,
girls.
and you
I
know
wasn't.
what? I'm not gonna. I
No,
can't
I didn't
ask
lose out
that
on any
You
because
cheerleader
of
out
that.
can't
for a
even try to
date because
shame me
she's
with
gonna
that
be
one.
fat.
You can't even
I
shame
didn't.
me.
I didn't lose out on any because of that. I
Have a
don't.
girl.
Yeah, Stanley, that's kind of
Oh,
weak. I ain't gonna lie.
motherfucker, don't lie.
No, I'm not lying.
No, because just because she
No, I'm
could be
talking to
fat, and
Lou.
I want. No, just because she could be fat, and I want some pussy
It's
now,
a
doesn't mean I
joke,
care if she could
goddammit,
be fat.
Lou. It's a joke. It's a joke.
I know it's a joke. I know it's a joke, Stanley.
Well,
We're
then
all
why are you
conservative up
being so
here.
serious about it?
I don't even know what we're talking about. I thought we were talking about the Obama thing. That's what y'all were talking about when I
Then
left. So
you literally don't know what we're talking about, but you choose to go, not me.
SKC rolled me into the conversation. God damn it, SKC.
Freeze on. Like,
All I have to say, and you know what?
I don't need gay friends.
Y'all are SKC.
God,
you SKC. Hold on one sec. SKC, you're a man. You're an admirable dude. Deacon Dave, same. Free Zone. I don't give a fuck what you do. In my family, some things were just like, we expect you. Don't be bringing home a blimp. Some things don't need to be said. I don't know how to communicate it. Some things just aren't done.
Yeah, they never had to tell me that. Never. They never had to tell me that. But I could just pick up
Gotcha.
on. I could just pick on being up at the state fair and hearing my grandparents. I'm like, look at that girl sucking down that hot dog. She gonna be big.
Wait, hold it. You went to wait, hold it. You went
yeah.
to state fairs? Maybe that's the problem. I never went to state fairs.
Well, I'm in Texas.
Oh yeah.
Well, it is a Texas thing.
When you see a chick devour half a funnel cake in one bite, you're like, oh yeah, yeah.
I remember being at Friday night
with the powder on top.
Look at that!
Oh my lord!
They got that girl out there looking like that. She look like a blimp. No, I don't know. They didn't have to tell me.
So I got to explain. So Stanley, I should explain this as to how this conversation came up.
Do you have to? You
And
feel the burning need?
I seen an unhappy man, and I wanted to honestly understand what was going on there. And it's just like when you talk to your kids about anything, you talk to them when they bring it up.
Here, my grandma.
I have no idea what that means. Talk. Yeah, if there's a thing, you talk about it, but
that's what people are saying when they don't want the school to talk about sex to their children. I'll talk about sex when my child is old enough to bring it up.
Dude, you know what? This is, and I'm going to be brutally honest. I'm going to open up another motherfucking stout and talk to y'all. Stop worrying about the bullshit. You, SKC, you, Deacon Dave, and you, Free Zone, y'all are so motherfucking wrapped up in your fucking just wound tight conservatism. No, don't decide. Dave.
Why does it get you spun up? I don't get it.
Don't fight back, Dave. Stop.
I'm not. It's just a curious.
You are just going to whine. Stop it.
Oh my goodness. I've been hanging around the wrong crowds for so long. I was like, that sounds like
dude, fucking
fight back.
Deacon Dave, you're fine. Stop fucking you're a good man. Just fucking stop trying to be you already are. Dude, you are so fucking wound up sometimes. You are there. You're there. Stop fucking trying to be there. You're already there. Dude, it'll be fine. Honestly, I don't get wrapped around the axle with my son now you got a young boy. So there's going to be work you have to put into it. But the reason I'm a little cavalier, motherfucker, I did the work with my son, I don't know, 12, 13, 14, 15 years ago. I'm at the end zone. And it's not MI motherfucking T. It's not Caltech. It's not, but it's a decent school. He's there. He, believe it or not, he didn't get a 4.0, but the motherfucker, he will get a job after school. After he graduates, he didn't, motherfucker. He didn't get a C. I'll put it that way. But he didn't get a whole lot of fucking A's either. He did make a D, didn't make an F, but it's a whole lot of motherfucking B's. And I'm not amused. But, and I think I told this story. I'm like, well, we could use a few more A's. And motherfucker, as a man, looked me in my eye, and he wasn't smiling. He's like, Dad, it's a hard school. And you know what? I've never heard that motherfucker say something was hard. And you know what I did? I'm like, well, God damn it. I didn't say God damn it. I guess B's will have to do. The motherfucker survived. He's not a super genius, but he's not going to be, flunking out anytime soon. Do not get wrapped around the axle. I'm glad he has a goddamn girlfriend. Maybe that's why he's not making A's. He's getting some pussy. So if you can make a B, no. If you can make a B, he did make a couple A's. If you can get pussy and go to an engineering school and make decent grades, that's fucking the best life you can possibly have at 19. He's not fucking up. So, but I didn't tell him this is the kind of girlfriend you have to have. I have told him you need to understand who you are and where you need to be. And that is code for don't get the woman pregnant before you're ready that you're pregnant or to be a father. That's my advice. And motherfucker, I'm not going to decode it. You're 19. I'm your father. You know what I mean. If you fuck up, you're going to take care of it. I'm not going to. That's all he needs to know.
You have kids, Nick and Dave?
Yeah, I have several.
Oh, okay.
I have 3.
Oh, okay. Yeah, almost.
Well, no, that's not. No. See, SKC, I don't give a fuck. I hope he has 3 grandkids. Don't do it before you're ready to do it.
One day, I have a daughter that's going off to college next semester, and
Good for her.
And my son, he's doing this basketball thing. They're about 5 years apart, and then I just had one at the beginning of the year.
You need to. I'm not gonna ask. If she is even like she's your daughter, but you're also her father. She knows what her goal is, and she knows what to do, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, well then I envy you're gonna be nervous as a motherfucker, but it'll get better. Motherfucker, I think I told you, Dave. And Dave, let me do the housekeeping. Y'all hit the hit the like buttons. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. Notice I'm reorienting. I need subscribers to my channel, Dave.
Oh yeah, I'm over there.
John Galt, well, you are, but John Galt Urban Landlord channel, please subscribe to it. Urban Landlord Clips. Support your boy. Did I just say that? Support your host. I got recently, the Washington Examiner subscription, but and I'm enjoying myself. I am 3 sheets to the wind on some Guinness motherfucking stout, and
Yeah,
I love
sip
stout.
don't swig. Sip don't swig.
You know what? I'm not going back to Bud Light. I've been, dude. I
Yeah,
have
Bud
been
Light sucks.
abusing. I like Bud Light, but you know what? But what I'm gonna say is,
That's
I
part.
don't know.
Wait. That's part of the conversion. We're getting you
What's
off the
that?
left, even the left beer.
Dude,
I need to send you some craft beer,
Guinness
Stanley.
stout. Wait, I did not drink, dude. You know, the first time I actually got drunk, I was like 20. My parents weren't drinkers. Aren't drinkers. Never really were. I'm the black sheep of the family. My dude, I'm a little bit of a rollicker, but no. I dude, getting drunk in high school, Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
I would never.
I was 8 when I first got drunk.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it was a total accident by everybody around.
Oh,
Whatnot.
well, dude, it wasn't a regular practice.
Yeah, no,
Like, I
it
remember when I
was
was
an accident.
5, my granddaddy, my father's father, and it was just me and granddaddy. And he was like, he was he he was like a loose leaf red man tobacco guy. And he asked me if I wanted some. And you know what I told him? And I don't know whether he was testing. I'm like, no, granddaddy. No, what the fuck am I gonna do with tobacco?
Yeah,
Do it. Who can tell?
No, my dad was
Well,
outside.
no, dude. I'm like 5 or 6, and he was
Sorry.
like, "Well, try some." And I'm like, no, dude. My parents, my mother and father were back at the house. This was in Adel. My grandfather and I were going out to the farm, and my parents were back at the house. You know, at my grandparents' house, and I'm like, holy fuck! You know what? If I do this, and you know what, I get. You know what? Knowing my grandfather, he'd already talked to my father, not my mother. My mother would have fucking spun up. He might have talked to my father, definitely not to my mother. She didn't play that shit. So anyway, oh, come on, Stanley. Oh man, that shit made me so sick. Now, I did do Red Man and used to enjoy it. And when I was in college, like, I had a redneck roommate and we used to fucking sit around doing dude, I'd still do Red Man. That shit is cool. But at 5, I'd make jokes. Well, my granddaddy, 5 o'clock, 5 when I was 5. But anyway, you know what? I am going so far down memory holes.
No, it's cool, man.
Having
That's a reminisce at times.
No, SKC, you talking about your grandparents and Dave talking about your grandparents' family. Motherfucker, this is what being black is in my experience. Dude,
I remember when I
my
told my grandma.
my granddaddy going out to the farm, which we still have, and have had forever. He was gonna make a bad boy out of me. Give me some chaw. He was like a chaw red man.
I remember like I was telling you earlier, I was getting into my grandfather's a stash of magazines and different things, like the old what is that, the Negro Digest and all of that. And I remember telling him, I think I want to say I was in the 9th or 10th grade, and I remember telling him, I think I hate W.B. Du Bois. And him telling me, you're becoming a man.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I am thoroughly confused. So why did your grandfather not think W.E.B. Du Bois was a man?
Oh man, if you
Did he have inside information or what?
my grandpa on my
Did
dad's side,
did he
oh my
think
God.
Booker
The things that
T
he would say
wa-
about the boy,
did your
oh my God.
grandpa say Booker T, now that's a man?
He would lean more towards the thought of, that they were more respectable. His ideas about the boy, man, the stuff he would call that dude, woo. Yeah.
Everybody say hello to Portia. Portia, please hit the link. Don't post the link. Come on up.
That's
Well,
sorry, so and
she's
so don't know
probably
nothing
busy.
about an honest day's wage. Want to be up there with the
No,
white folk,
everyone,
Oh, man.
Portia J is in the building. So support, and it reminds me, support the host. Support Portia J, the executive producer. Subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. And if you are in the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, go over to @StanleyCross6000, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and come on back if that's your clay. But Portia, good to see you. I'm a little
man, Deacon Dave.
Let me talk to Portia, my executive producer.
Okay,
She's
go
going to
ahead.
be wondering why the hell are you on at this time and half drunk, Stanley? So I have to talk to the boss. I'm here because just got back home yesterday, and I will chalk it up to, you know what, my son's going to visit his girlfriend tomorrow in San Francisco. So that's it. Everybody, the only motherfucking two people who are in the country right now are my sister's family, me, my father. Well, San Francisco's in the country, I guess. But anyway, Portia, good to see you. I'm rambling, rather inebriated. And
Nattering,
here we go.
nattering, the word.
Man, Deacon Dave.
Rambling.
I
Nattering.
remember,
That's funny.
I remember my grandpa on my dad's side, Deacon Dave. He said the N word twice that I've ever heard it in my entire existence of knowing him.
That's pretty good.
He said it once when we went back to work on some property, and he saw some dudes sitting on the corner tearing some stuff up. I heard it underneath his breath. And then another time when he was describing W.B. Du Bois, he said, "That old stuck up, ignorant nigga."
So you know what? That actually sounds like something John Galt would say.
Oh man,
that made it profound when it was used.
Yeah. Just 2 times in his entire that I ever heard. So.
That's crazy. Hey, I want to know, SKC, if you got a registry or something. I don't want to dig into your business or nothing, but congratulations. I heard, And
that's right, motherfucker. You better be like, you know what? I tend to forget, but no. Anything, Dave, you coordinate it then. No. Are you inviting me to a baby shower, Dave?
No,
I'm good. He could never have enough wipes. That's for sure. I got boxes for days lined up in my basement. So I know that it's a good thing when you
wait. Are you? I thought you still was it September? You still got a month or two, right?
Yeah, that it's September that we're expecting. Yep.
Yeah, congratulations.
Well, gives us enough time to come up with something
Nah,
that
it's not necessary, man.
no, hell no. Oh, dude, we are going. You know
It is
what?
not necessary.
Leave it to me, SKC.
Nah,
Yeah, did you throw out your stuff from the last kid?
nah, and then
Well, let
plus
me.
we have it's like I have a pretty large family. And then on
Good for you.
my wife and then on my wife's side, both of her sets of grandparents are still alive, and they already
Oh
spoil
my lord.
my spoil my kids as it is, and they've already have
Now
just
that is nice.
rained. They've already rained upon us, and everything. So we're
Well,
really
let
good.
me put it to you this way: we are going to stun you. we are going to do something. Well, probably nothing will be what we do. I am rather drunk and promising
Yeah,
stuff,
man.
but
Yeah, it's
dude,
not that. Yeah,
no,
we're good.
you know
We're good.
what, SKC, I must stun you with something that is going to be at once appropriate, but at
Uh-oh.
once stunning. It's
Yeah,
got to
you
be
remember?
appropriate where you will get. I want SKC to go, well, God damn, that is so appropriate. However, it should be so stunning.
It'll be like that scene on Three
I'm
Amigos
talking
when it
shit,
was
by the way.
Guapo's birthday and they all pitched in and got him a gift.
My
It's a sweater.
SKC, do you know? You told me that it's going to be a surprise, right?
Yeah, this was a surprise.
That's the
No,
same
no,
way
no.
I
I
did.
mean,
I
you
did
don't
not
know
want
whether
to
it's
know.
a boy or a girl.
Yeah, I wife
You
knows.
pray.
Did you do it? Did you do it that way though? All for all kids, or
No, I knew everything, all the other kids. This one, because
Mhm.
it was kind of like a surprise to me. You
Mm.
know, my wife, she really, really, really wanted to know, and I was like, "Yeah, don't tell me. I'll find out at the But
You're in your 30s, right?
no, I just went into the fourth decade.
Okay. Well, the
Hey,
reason I
hey,
ask is
that's been a secret for the longest, bro.
my brother was the little surprise. But but my, it's sort of weird. They were in their upper 30s when my brother was born. So you know, dude, I do you so you let your kids. Let me tell you a story. This I will always love this till the day I die. Um, this summer, my brother was born in August, and so I think when he was born, it was the summer of eighth grade going into ninth grade, and my sister was a year younger. Dude, the whole summer, it was my very pregnant mother. It was her what 13-year-old son and her 12-year-old daughter. We just fucking sat and watched. My mother that summer was into soap operas. So it was like a General Hospital. It was the Luke and Laura summer. So my sister and my mother and I would talk about Luke and Laura. My mother, when she was pregnant, she had a thing for strawberry ice cream and pickled pig's feet. She wouldn't eat them together, but she'd eat them in the same day. So it was us, and my father worked, all the time. So he wasn't home during the day. And he was, of course, home at night and stuff. But dude, I loved it. My pregnant mother, me, and my sister fucking watching General Hospital, my mother munching on pickled pig's feet. And there was strawberry ice cream for everybody. And it was god damn. I hope your kids are spending time with your wife, SKC. It's going to be just a time that they will always remember. And you will
Well,
too.
well,
But
yeah,
goddamn,
she's
I hadn't thought about that in years.
yeah, she's actually once this one is born, that's it. She's retiring. So the all of
Wait,
the
hold it. Retiring for what?
well, I typically don't get into my wife's
Well, that's fine.
yeah, but she's in
I
she's in the
think I
medical
know
field.
where you're going.
So
Fuck it. It doesn't matter, dude. Look, kids, where you are, and just leave it, just chalk it up to old man Stan. Motherfucker, I honestly, I know 60 isn't that old, but I remember some fucking good times. And I wish that, it SKC, it honestly makes me sad. I've had some good times with my parents, family life. And I get proud when I hear you are the family man of family men.
yeah,
But
it's
this
really
is
not me.
being black.
Yeah, but
This is being black.
but I'll say this though, it's really not me, and I will say I say this with great reverence to the people who came before me. I am like, and I've said this on many a panel. I am like, if you want to put me as a Brady, that's fine, but I am
Brady what?
like a Tom Brady. I am
Oh,
a system
oh, really?
quarterback. I'm a system quarterback. The system was
Yeah.
already built for me. The plays were already set. All I needed to do was execute. I had great coaching.
Well, I am
The whole nine.
much less athletic in my ideas about family. I will be that grandpa
So you don't get the reference.
who dies in his bed with his grandchildren around him, and
Oh, so you don't get the reference. What I'm stating is that everything
no.
was set up for me. I didn't really have to make any real hard line decisions of, is this the right thing to do or not. I had tons of people that came before me that that were solid, and I could just look at their example, and then I could look at what other people were doing and say, yeah, I ain't doing that.
Well, you make it sound easy. It's not that easy.
Okay. I mean,
Well, no, you laugh, but dude, how many people don't
Well,
take
you still don't. You're
advantage?
still missing the point of the
Well, no,
system.
seriously, do you SKC? You're in Texas, dude. It's easy, but you also have to make it easy for the next generation. It's not without work, and I don't think you meant it that way. But dude, how many motherfuckers have just gone, I'm not doing that shit?
yeah, I mean, I get that, but and that's what I say a lot of times when people are having all of the relationship talk, and Deacon Dave would be a great witness for me in that.
Well,
I don't really like to get in a lot of those conversations and so forth, because I already know that I pretty much had a cheat code. It's like my parents were doing pretty well for themselves. My grandparents did pretty well for themselves on both sides. My
well,
brothers
why
and
don't you
sisters
like
with
getting into those conversations?
because a lot of those people come from broken families, and
Yeah, they don't have
Okay, well,
examples.
motherfucker, whoa. And see, this is the crux of it. You don't think you have anything to offer?
no, and here's the reason why. Here's the reason why. A lot of the times when it came to like the whole a lot of the concepts that I could even speak about are completely foreign to them. Like, take for instance the idea of
Really?
heck no, I'm going to meet the girl's parents who before I go out with them, and that to them that's like, oh my god, what are you talking about? You know, the idea of when we sat down and we were getting ready to have children, you know, because we were married for 7 years before we had children, and the idea before that were right around year 2, 3. We started saving and getting things in order. And then once my parents on both sides and everything saw that we started doing that, they chipped in. And before my firstborn was even born, he had trust that's set up for him before he even breathed his first breath. So, I mean, it's stuff like that they would never, you know, it's like they won't get because they don't understand the concept of, you know, longevity and family and legacy and all of that stuff.
Oh, SKC, my
Okay,
brother is on the same. He did the same thing. He was a virgin
Okay,
until he got
where
married.
the fuck did y'all come from?
No, my brother did the same thing. Virgin until he was
Okay,
married. He dated the
and
girl. Wait, just let me explain it.
all
Before
right.
he had kids, he had an apartment building, or what is it, quadplexes for each one of them. Before he could have another kid, he made it his own personal goal to have a quadplex for each child that was born, so he had something to pass on to him. I thought that was impressive. He finished his college. He dated his wife for I don't know how many years, and then I think they it was about 7 years into their relationship as well before they had kids. So
Man,
it's very
so
very similar.
Digging Dave, when I met my wife, she was in between. She had just graduated. She was going to Rice. By the time she was a sophomore, she was married.
See, that's why I'm telling Stanley
And I
if
was
he's
out of
not
school.
careful, that ring before
Okay,
spring program is gonna hit home.
what you need to do, Dave, I need to impress upon you, you are the weird one. The
I
normal
know.
life
I
is
told
the
you.
way I grew up. You are weird. Normal black people that I knew didn't have these weird dilemmas and did not need to talk about all the good things their relatives did.
I
It was
think I said that. I think I
okay,
said that the first time we spoke.
Dave, calm down. It's expected. And where black people got weirdly lost, and to a certain extent, even like way back in the day, one thing that I can say, Booker T. Washington wouldn't be having this conversation. Neither, I think W.E.B. Du Bois might be more YouTube friendly. It's expected. Black excellence is expected. Even if, you know, this is the cleverness of a Booker T. Washington. He already knew black excellence existed. You know, he had to define how it would be. I will say that, you know, W.E.B. Du Bois might have been less capable of understanding what black people are. But I will also say, you know, I think that W.E.B. Du Bois put himself in some situations. At least he was willing to go out and quantify, and maybe he was egg-headed about it. But the one thing about the both of those gentlemen is there was black excellence was assumed. And Booker T. Washington never said, you know, black people are horrible. You got to learn how to do shit. It was assumed. And Booker T. Washington actually knew the shit because he was very close to slavery. He knew what black excellence was, interpretation of how to hone it, maintain it, refine it, different ideas, but I have no doubt that Booker T. Washington was excellence, of course, and different ways of propagating it. I think I'm tired of hearing the N word on my goddamn panel. And Galt wants to say it. I'll have to deal with that.
I don't say that word in my real life. I really don't.
You know what? And it's so funny. I know my mother did. I know I'm sure my father, I don't think and I kid you not, Dave, I'm not sure I've ever heard my father utter the word. Honestly, my mother, fuck yeah. She's more like me. She will hurt your feelings and she will laugh when she does it. My mother was cruel. My father, and like my mother's mother, never heard the word that I can recall. And granted, I was young. My father's my grandmother, grandfather, literally never heard the word. Um, and I'm sure I'm wrong. You know,
Hey,
those people, but saying I'm gonna have to reinstitute and and Dave and SKC, please forgive me. I am three sheets, but I'm enjoying hanging out. So
Yeah,
you good?
yeah,
the
I don't.
N words just got to not happen anymore on my panel.
Yeah, I mean, well, for me, I don't really like the N word at all. Heck, I don't even like, well, for me, I don't curse. So, yeah, I kind of view
Right.
it in the same vein.
And now you're making me feel more guilty.
No, it's not anything like that. It's
I'm
just
fucking with you.
it's just but you were a sailor, so hey.
Dude, you know what? I will have to say it got worse. There was a time in my life when MF literally like I two things I had to unadjust myself from: coffee, and I warn my son about it all the time. And dude, MF was a verb, a noun, and an adjective. And so and I still do it. You know what? I'm just gonna have to get Portia to come up here and re-engineer this show. I curse like a son of a gun.
I want to hear Portia and Hood Conservative do a co-stream.
You know what?
I like their
Portia is
politics.
the
They kind of
greatest.
similar.
Portia is the greatest young black woman that I could. Portia's just like Portia. It's hard to believe that she's even like in my life. You don't come across Portias. What you want is, if you're gonna raise your Georgia Tech son, the Portias are the if my son's so smart and great, he goes for women that are like Portia. Like these are like even I'm not gonna fuck with Portia because yeah, she is so rare. And Portia, I hope you're not hearing this because I sound like a foolish old man. But damn, there are no Portias. I've met, to be honest, um, I've met close to Portia. Um, no, I'm gonna have to take that back. Um, I've met 4 Portias, maybe 5, but for different reasons they were like Portia. So I've
I
met
have
5 women in my life that were close to Portia. And Portia please forgive me. We are using you as a yardstick.
Stanley,
That
what
might be
would you do?
problematic.
What would you do, Stanley, if you finally do meet your son's girlfriend and she has qualities like your mom? I mean, like his mom.
Mm, I never tried to. I never went out. Well, let's qualify this. I wasn't looking like for a woman like my mother.
No, no, I'm not saying you. I'm saying what happened if you meet your girlfriend, your son's girlfriend, and she has some idiosyncrasies or some ways about her
Well,
that remind
my
you of of your wife.
I don't think that's possible either.
Uh
No, you don't understand me, do you? I don't think anyone's like anyone. Um, my wife was more like her mother than my mother. I actually do believe that you meet your mother-in-law. Um, it will be a preview of who your wife is and will be.
Repeat that one more
So
time.
I haven't met, and this is just a girlfriend, by the way. This isn't a foregone conclusion. The motherfucker, my son's going to be a sophomore in college. This isn't a foregone conclusion. I'm
No,
just
Why
and
are
happy
you
that.
underestimating this woman?
Why am I what?
Why do you keep underestimating this woman? Your son is a catch,
What
and he
woman? Which woman?
his girlfriend.
She's not a woman. She's a girl. She's
Oh
a
my!
she's a motherfucker. She's gonna be a sophomore in college too. That's not a woman. It technically she's an adult, but that's not a woman.
I can't wait till you meet her. He could tell us all about her.
Oh no, you know what? I'm going to, you know what? I
Don't
should
suggest a woman
always
like
be
that
I
last
should
video you showed.
always be the last person people meet.
Yeah, the
Dude,
final boss, huh?
dude, when my wife met, oh, by the way, I never told y'all, I didn't ask my parents. Dude, my parents met my wife after she was my wife. I was like, oh, dude,
oh wow.
when,
Yeah,
oh, motherfucker, I was 38 years old and I knew they would probably have some words and in good words warning, motherfucker, I'm 38. I know what I'm going to do. So
right.
they, well, let me also tell you this, dude, our families are fucking, it was ridiculous how good they got along. It was scary. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't have married my wife if I knew. These people just get along. It's a Catholic thing, maybe. But so I remember the first time my wife talked to my mother. And I'm sitting on a sofa next to my mother. And my wife is barefoot. And you know what? It was summertime. It was baseball season. As a matter of fact, I was supposed to go to the last game that the Washington Nationals were going to play at RFK. And I almost fucking went to the game and left. I almost blew off my parents. I wanted to go to that goddamn game. But anyway, so my wife is talking to my mother, and my wife was barefoot for some reason. And oh my God, my wife became a chatterbox. She was, I'd never seen Deanna like, she was nervous. This woman, I've seen her nervous, but not like that. Oh, it was like chatterbox, 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 chatterbox. And I'm looking up at her. I'm trying to tell her to stop. My mother, my mother. Oh, dude. And my mother's just going, is that right? Oh, shit. And my mother going, is that right? Oh, my Lord. What's going to happen? And it turned out fine. But, I told my mother, and I had to explain, like, Mama, she's just nervous meeting you. It was so weird. My wife, who is smart as a motherfucker, I had no clue. And when I met her father, and her mother, I was not. I'm sure I was nervous, but you say less. You never say more. I never talked to my wife about that. I told my mother that she is nervous, and I've never seen her like that before. And oh my Lord. But here's the deal. Even when I was in high school, my girlfriends were afraid of meeting my parents. And my father's actually cool. My mother, ooh,
Man, and that's
no,
wild.
dude,
That's
you know
wild.
what? I'm fucking 60 years old. And Hurricane Dolores, and you know what? She was not super mean, but oh my God, she just don't fuck with her. It's like she will be your best friend or your worst nightmare. And she loved her kids. She loved her husband. I told you, SKC, my mother had um Alzheimer's. She never forgot my father. Literally to the end. She lost all her memory, but she never forgot my father, and that shit. Oh my God, that is love like you can't describe it. Never forgot him. She would remember me, but I kind of looked like my father, and I was her first child. No. Um, she would forget how to fucking pick up a fork. But my father was her motherfucking rock. And when I hear motherfuckers talking about leadership and subservient or whatever the fuck they call it, my mother was not subservient, but my father was a goddamn leader. And here we are, motherfucking. She was 81 and he's 80. And she would be going, "Where's your father? Where is my husband?" Motherfuckers, that's leadership. She never forgot my father. In the middle of Alzheimer's, she couldn't remember my sister or brother. And I remember she barely remembered me, but one day I was sitting at a table and we were talking, and this was a few months before she died. So my son is standing there, and my son has a lot of hair. So she looks up at my son. She has no fucking clue who he is. And she looks at him and goes, "Well, that's a lot of hair. My." I just died laughing. So my mother, the other thing that was weird about her, she never lost her sense of humor. She was not mean. Um, she's making jokes about my son's hair. My. My mother was fucking wonderful. And she never forgot my father. There was no fucking leadership or you need to be subservient. It was just the Cross family. This is how we are. These are the expectations. Expectations need to be reinforced. We won't let you forget, and we won't forget that there are expectations, and you just be who you are. Never forget who you are. And my mother never forgot. And it's like, aren't you supposed to have Alzheimer's? Aren't you supposed to forget who your husband is? Those people were married for 59 years. My mother is acerbic and difficult as she could be. And she could be difficult. Dude, our parish priest, they thought she was gonna go overnight. So the parish priest comes back to her bedroom, my parents' bedroom, and he's administering last rites. And my mother looks over at my father. She just suddenly, and this is one of those weird things with Alzheimer's or any sort of near death. You get a burst of energy and you become yourself for a day or two. She looks up at the priest and she looks at my father and goes, "What is he doing here?" Now, this is the priest. And that story will be part of Cross family lore. My mother was not to be fucked with. What are you doing here? And then my father, he's like, he can't tell her why the priest is administering last rites. And I didn't ask him what he said. But this is how my family works. A bunch of good stories, a bunch of shit that is funny. And oh no, you didn't fuck with Hurricane Dolores. You just don't do it. So anyway, I've been going on forever. Slurring, I'm sure. But goddamn, I miss my mother. Hurricane Dolores. All right, well, someone could talk. Look at this motherfucker, old enough to be a legend. Fuck you, Slick. All right, well, and roller skater, good to see you. The fuck, cry about what? There is no crying at a skating rink. Dave, I can hear you. Either my earbuds are messed up or your. But anyway, roller skater,
I didn't say anything. I was
not that fucking roller skater. Hurricane Dolores. No, my mother was mean, cruel, awfully funny, awfully smart, and you know what? She was also the nicest woman I've ever met. She was just difficult. My father, most even-tempered motherfucker. I was just down in Savannah. I've said this before. My personality, my temperament is like my mother's. I just can't. But my father is my goal. That motherfucker is just Frederick Douglass and my father. Frederick Douglass isn't a hero. He might be a hero if I didn't have my father's a motherfucker. That motherfucker, even tempered, even as a naval officer. my father is a motherfucker. He will make the right decision because he can. It's just he is a man. Skilled in all ways of contending, singing the music. It's almost Homeric, the type of man my father is. And Jesus Christ, this catastrophe of the black um, culture is bullshit. There are people like my father. We'll be okay. Stop fucking catering to the be brave motherfuckers. So, anyway, fuck you, humble. I got some stuff from my father too. Dude, I would rather sit here and bullshit around.
I can't believe you've been on for 10 hours and not one solid snake sighting.
Oh, he was in the chat. You didn't notice?
No, I mean on the panel. I look forward to those interactions. That is pure comedy gold. You may not.
Well, guess
You may
what?
not think so because you're up here
Guess
being
what?
pissed off.
I
but-
don't look forward to him. And Solid Snake is always welcome, but I'm done with these look. I have gone way too far today. I pissed off John. But I'm just doing what the fuck I want to do. I'm not doing look, I'm jealous of Bob. I'm jealous of CT. Those motherfuckers will have 2,000 people, and I'm just not that sort of person. I wish I was.
You're doing fine. You're doing fine.
No,
It's
I'd
the
like to
information
have
that you go through
200
is valuable.
motherfuckers in my chat, but it's not my show. It's not what I do.
You would get
And I
sick
have a
of people.
motherfucker who's going, dude, I got a boy into an engineering school and I'm black.
Black excellence.
It was also expected. I'm done with these motherfuckers. Dude, Bob, CT, Bob, all these, dude, I wish I could be. I want motherfuckers like you, Dave, like SKC Dave. Any of these folks in this chat could come up and hang out and talk about something that's, dude. I literally I think it was last night. There was a whole show on Bob's panel about eating ass.
What?
These motherfuckers literally, they were talking about how it tastes. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, you're not going there. You're not going to get 200 people because that must be a popular
No.
subject.
I can't figure out, like, if you were 20, in a college dorm room, and I think that's the point. College dorm room chat. And you know what's better about it, Dave? There was a black woman talking about eating ass.
And that's why I don't be over there. I enjoy dropping in, but I can't be a part of that.
Well, no, there was a woman, not just a black woman. Women don't talk about that kind of shit. And dude, if you want to be one of the boys, now my wife was kind of a tomboy, but not like that. She could hunt, she could shoot, she could fucking fish, and you know what? She might hang out at the bonfire with the boys, but not like that. As a matter of fact, that brings up a mystery or a fucking, god damn it. You know what? I'm gonna have to do an old man reset over the week. But
I feel like I ruined the show today because, like, with you, Wale, and
fuck you.
SKC up
Oh
here,
no. You improved it.
I don't
No,
know how.
seriously, Dave, you and SKC, dude, you improved it. And this is a host to you. Dude, John pissed me off.
AAE,
And
I like AAE. I didn't want her to get me, misunderstand what I was saying.
no, she was the star of the show. As a matter of fact, I wanted her to tell me her experience. To me, it was valuable experience. She was talking about that young lady. She's in a professional environment. She's telling us about this stuff, and John wants to come up with some bullshit about a street interview he did. Inappropriate. Who gives a fuck? AAE, honestly, AAE was actually interesting in telling us about stuff in her life. I thought it was highly relevant, and this motherfucker wants to come in with some street interview of a whore. I don't give a fuck about street interviews.
Yeah, I get it. I was here. I had to drop
No,
down.
you don't get it. You
I
don't
was on
fucking
fire.
do that. Now AAE, she's not a big fan of mine, but she came up and she was saying something interesting, and I just don't. I didn't think that was appropriate. Your street interviews are not that to people who. It would have been better had he just said, "Hey, there's a clip of a street interview that might be relevant." Motherfucker, don't pull this shit from your drunken memory. Give me a clip. Be succinct. Build a show. Don't your John makes the mistake, and this is a huge mistake of John Galt. He thinks I give a fuck. He is John Galt, but motherfucker, I don't want to be like you. Motherfucker, I'm fully formed. I don't want to be like you. I don't give a fuck about your experiences. I got my own. John Galt can be problematic on his own channel. And motherfucker, you don't come up here and tell me about a street interview. Give me the goddamn clip. Otherwise, be a panelist like everyone else. So,
What is this young lady talking about?
you know what? Let's find out. She's talking about white mediocrity, which is also a thing.
Lighter fluid.
Hey guys, and welcome back to another video. And in today's episode, I want to talk about how white mediocrity affects all of us, right? So I made a short and I was talking about the Atlantic article that spoke about how elite students can't read books. And this is very funny too, because you can very evidently see how there's privilege even in that, and how we look at this like a social phenomenon. And this is something that should
Well,
be
let me pause this. The Atlantic article she's talking about, kids, even at the Harvards of the world, we are fucked. There are very few kids who can actually read a 200-page, 300-page books. And a lot of the classics are volumes. That's what she's talking about. And the article mentioned like Harvard professors will assign some book in an English class and kids will literally balk. Like, you really expect us to read the whole thing? Back when I was in college, dude, I had a college professor an honors English college professor walk out. Now this was the second day of class, and he gave a reading assignment, and there were like maybe 5, 7, 8 people in the room, and no one was participating in class. And this motherfucker said, "Hey, y'all pay me to teach. You might want to get something for your money." And he walked out. So I honestly think even the elite colleges are not an education that it used to be.
Whereas if you are talking about public institutions where there's a lack of resources and it's very evident that the students are not going to be excelling, this is more so looked at like critique, and there's a little less digging or exploration around the topic and the subject. There's a little less advocacy to get these students the resources that they need. But I was thinking about this, and I was thinking about how, because this morning I was thinking about mediocrity, and I was thinking about how we were living in an age where white people were finding privilege in identifying with mental health disabilities and illnesses and all these different things. Now, you can look at this from a lot of different angles. I like to talk about the real differences in the cultures, right? And how whites have always kind of gravitated towards pharmaceutical companies as a drug of choice, whereas other cultures may gravitate towards different things. Like Black people, it's more so like herbal things and things like that. Alcoholism is just like all over. So there's that. But we can take that into consideration as well. But I wanted to talk about the privilege in just being somebody who is mentally ill. And something that I'm kind of seeing is white people really run off with this whole thing of like, I'm autistic, and it's like you can't even have a conversation with people today. And you can also see this as well in integrated spaces where there are Black people who are also like in the same communities and same environments as white people. They will also kind of adopt this philosophy. And I'm starting to question whether or not this is a privilege, because what's very evident to me is that Black people on average don't have the privilege to be mentally ill, right? It is not something that you can select on an application and still seriously be considered for a position. It is not something to where you can just go to work, do a mediocre job, and we're going to talk about that in a second here. Or, you can decide not to meet your deadlines. You can, decide to, you need a little bit more assistance with your college courses or whatever the case may be. You don't get that privilege as a Black person, right? You don't get the privilege of, being slothful or walking around and people, empathizing with you for your lack of performance. Okay, you don't get that privilege. And that's why I'm posing the question in the community sector of whether or not being mentally ill is a privilege, right? And so I was thinking about the myriad of ways in which is very evident to me that we are all impacted by white mediocrity, okay? And I was thinking about this in terms of like the educational system. So in most
This young lady she's right, totally wrong framing. She has no clue what she's talking about. Broken clocks is where I find this argument.
hierarchies, most businesses, most schools, there's white staff, a majority white staff, majority white faculty. Most of your supervisors are white. Most of your managers are
This
white.
is boring.
And
She's failing.
because
She's
there is
crashing.
because of the white mediocrity, because of
She's prettier than the girl you thought you wanted for your
privilege,
I
like
don't.
you just being selected
well,
based on the
you and
color of your
I
race. And
are. Wait, hold it. She's prettier than the engineer?
Yes.
You are motherfucking out of your mind.
I have the eye. I have a trained eye.
This girl is a bottle of Elmer's glue. No, seriously. This girl is basic compared. No, that girl was extremely beautiful. There's no
How?
motherfucking comparison.
I don't see
You're
it.
kidding, right?
No. And I'm not being a colorist or nothing. So that's off the table. Just
Oh,
like,
motherfucker, I didn't call you a colorist. I call you like pasty white women. The closer to white and basic, that's where you are.
I don't
There
know.
is
I
no,
don't
dude, Dave, there is no motherfucking comparison.
remember the eye of the
You're kidding.
beholder.
Wait, hold it. Let me flash this other girl. There is, oh my lord. Really?
Yep.
So you find this girl more attractive than this girl?
Yeah. You know what else I see? I see
Oh my
less.
god.
I see less maintenance put into her look.
Motherfucker, see, this is what dumb niggas do. And I said, you are forcing me to extremes. Dude, you're overthinking this.
Mm-mm. I know what I'm doing.
Roller skater, please tell me it's not getting too difficult. This woman right here is about 8 times more attractive than your little chicken head.
You're looking at one that's done up and one that's not with
Oh, no, no,
Sally
no, no.
Jeffy Raphael
I don't
hourglass.
care. Dude, she's not done up. You don't. This girl is done up. And
This
this
one is
girl doesn't give a okay. This girl doesn't give a fuck. She has given up. she, white mediocrity has driven her to putting some bandana thing on her head and fucking wearing. She looks cold in those glasses. This dark skinned girl is a fucking keeper.
She doesn't work out.
Dave, you have become so fucking
See, God don't like ugly, and that's why you're having connection issues.
with this.
I ain't hear a word you said. You're breaking up. You're breaking up, Stanley. Is it me or is it that Stanley that's breaking up?
Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, man.
All right. Sorry. I was on I had to switch networks. I was on that occasionally I'm on my
Dial up. I get it.
5G network. Dude, I cannot believe that you think this woman, young woman, is even close to this woman. The fuck?
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh my lord, Dave. You have been your you know what? I'm not gonna even comment much more.
You know,
Not
this
even
one looked like
close.
she just got back from a run. The
Okay,
other one looks
no.
like she never run.
This woman got back from a run from you. Seriously.
I'm with it. You better run. You don't want to get got.
You know what? I'm just not gonna go there. Dave, this woman is just more nuanced. This woman is voluptuous.
And that's the
Like,
problem. You're
and
gonna
my
have
ass,
a
motherfucker.
falling
No,
chain
now I might know more
trailing
than I
behind you.
should. Dude, if she is to be believed, like she is actually smart and she looks like this. Now, I would encourage her not to do like we've met. You don't have to do internet anymore. There is no comparison, Dave. This girl is like 8 times more attractive.
Nah, I don't see it.
I think what this hood conservative stuff has done to you, you would rather have a simple woman automaton. She's not gonna give you trouble. Sometimes fucking a woman like this is worth, you might have to take some spice. You might have to deal with her attitude.
I don't like attitude.
Yeah, well, you don't like good looking women either.
Bullshit. You ever seen Mrs. Dave?
Don't make it personal, sir.
I'm about to say I got great taste.
I don't need to see Mrs. Dave. What I'm saying is a good looking smart woman. Dude, she's not going to just come to you. You might have to put in some work. Dude, you're going to have to be smart to date this particular young lady. You might actually have to be smart. You might actually have to interest her. And see, what motherfuckers like you, and I hate to be insulting, but I am talking about
it's
you.
cool. Go ahead. Cook.
Right now. No, dude, women like her don't have to come to motherfucking hood conservative.
Like, remember when you said that you were kind of disappointed that nobody has a roast stream on you? Remember when you said that?
Well, I said it a few minutes ago. Be
No, you said it a
Brave
while
has
ago,
done
but-
it. It was kind of a joke. Be Brave has done it tons of times.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm the same way when it comes to you roasting me. I'm cool with it.
Okay, look at Eric W. Eric, where you been? I pronounced automaton correctly. So I don't have to worry about what you think. Maybe you heard it wrong, man. By the way, Eric, I'm a little inebriated. Eric, Eric, automaton is how you pronounce it. I am a little, couple Guinness stouts in, but no, I know I don't. My English is better than yours, son. So good to see you, but I don't get intimidated by no automaton. Look it up, son. Automaton. They're dude. See, now this is actually rather interesting. See, dumb motherfuckers who don't read books and have the intelligence of Black Crow don't understand that advertisement and advertisement are both correct ways. See, Dave, do you understand this?
All right, totally get it. Can you put it back on the prettier lady
So
though? while you
why
talk?
the fuck is he coming into my chat telling me automaton and automaton are two different dude, take your ass back to Cape Cod.
Stanley will find a way to skin the cat differently. It's cool. Can you put it back on the prettier lady?
No. It's not skinning a cat differently. It's also understanding that advertisement and advertisement are both accepted ways of pronouncing the word. There are more ways to skin a cat than. Why don't these young people know English? Why
They
do
like
you
fucking
come
with
up
you.
and
I
tell
get
no
it.
no no no? Why do you come up into my chat telling me shit's pronounced wrong when you don't know all the ways to pronounce it? This is 2025 America. This is white mediocrity. You come up here white telling a black man how to pronounce something when the black man knows that they're. What the fuck are these morons doing?
Shaking the tree.
You know what? And they obviously think I'm a coconut. I don't have to look it up. Now, see, this is awesome. Eric is telling me to look it up. I don't need to look it up, motherfucker. I'm 60 years old. Do you think you're the first motherfucker to ever challenge me on a word? Eric, there are some things I don't need to look up. I'm not 13 like yourself. I know what the fuck I'm talking about and am often confident. I'm not Ava. I'm not Ruby. Motherfucker, I know more than those two women. And I love Ava. I wish I were 20, 22, 23. Don't bring your secondhand bullshit to my panel. I no, it is so frustrating. You
That's an
know
honor when
who?
you cuss somebody out, man. You just don't know. Keep on doing it.
Oh, fuck all that. You
I'm
know
with it.
what? And Eric W. actually reminded me, and it was so unexpected. King, you remember King TL, right?
No.
Is it King TL? King TL. Sounds like a automaton. Yeah, you know what? I guess that's funny. Honestly, well, I guess it's I don't know what to say. Eric, are you black or white? Because if you're white, I will be disappointed. King TL is he's like a big deal somewhere or another. Anyway, um, I was on a show or in the chat or something. It was actually truism. And this fucking almost made me like, God damn. He was like, he told truism, like, I used to hate Stanley. That motherfucker, I used to think he was an asshole. And then I talked to him one day.
Man.
It was like, well, goddamn, you know, he wasn't so bad. Salute, Stanley. Motherfucker, of course I'm not so bad. I'm gonna roast your ass. Don't fuck up.
Actually,
I expect better.
this is like the only panel I really go on. Even Truism's my boy. I don't go up there. I think the pace of the
Truism,
conversation.
I'm gonna have to I don't go up on truism. However, truism has proven he's got my respect, quite
Yeah,
frankly.
for sure. He has a it's a range that he has. I don't know
Well,
if I can keep
let's
up with
not
it.
go too far.
He does
But
have
no,
some range.
he look, I I will fuck with truism. I will roast his dumb ass. But I also know that I'm roasting a motherfucker. Um, look, truism, I roast motherfuckers that he's gonna grow. Now he will be pissed off. But truism, yeah, he's solid. And
Yeah, you gotta admit though, he throws a good show. Pretty
nah,
decent production.
it's not my type of show.
The topic is probably what runs you off. You know what I mean, or his
Probably.
stance on something.
Oh no, production quality. Oh yeah.
Yeah, but he's funny as hell. It's half the time when you don't. It'll catch you when you're not paying attention and have you laughing.
He's a good man. He's a good young man. He's smart. I'm just more. If I had to choose, and y'all are gonna laugh when I say this, if I had to listen to a motherfucker be ridiculous, it would be John Galt. He is funny. He is smart. He and I, no,
he's funny
John
for
Galt,
sure.
the urban landlord. John Galt, that motherfucker has the best show here. CT isn't shit. John Galt, when he is on his game, that motherfucker, dude, the motherfucker is John Galt. And yeah, of course I'm gonna butt heads. He and I are too diametrically opposed, but if I had to choose someone I could hang out, fucking drink beer on a panel and fucking hey, entertain me, it would be John Galt. Not a motherfucker else is that level. Not CT, not Bob.
Hilarious how you
John
guys
Galt.
can go.
No.
76
John
motherfuckers
Galt
and then
is actually smart.
you could call them 76 motherfuckers 1 minute, and y'all will have a serious heart-to-heart conversation the next. That is true friendship.
Dude, I've known motherfuckers like that all my life.
Yep,
Of
you put them
course
in that
we can.
position for sure.
There's not another black host in I was gonna go the nigger sphere. I was going to CT is not John Galt. Ock Nation, not John Galt. When John Galt is on his motherfucking game, the motherfucker's piercingly smart. Dude, I know smart when I see it. And I'm still gonna tell John Galt he doesn't know shit. He doesn't. But you know what? Yeah, we hang out for days. He's smart. Motherfucker, when you're smart, you push back. You improve. Maybe he's right. John Galt has that ability. There aren't John Galt and I've seen him do it. We talk behind the scenes. We text behind the scenes. That motherfucker is brighter. Now, I will criticize him. I will go after him. But in the end, he's John Galt.
I got drunk one afternoon, and he was on a show, and I hit the panel, and I went up there, and he talked circles around me. I said, man, let me get off of here. I'd just be better off in the chat.
Those are the motherfuckers. Dude, John Galt, that motherfucker's smart.
Yeah, man, I was better off in the chat. Shouldn't even have hit the link.
Oh, no. No, see, we're not having that. You don't think you can fucking compete with me and John Galt and SKC? Fuck you. You better get off your little sissy ass. And your sissy ass thinks you can't? Dude, Dave, you can. You are already there. Just fucking stop being. Look, you literally just said you got off the panel. Motherfucker, you should have stayed there and fought. I will take you toe to toe. And here's the deal, though. You're gonna fuck up, but so is he. He'll fuck up. You better take advantage, or vice versa. this mealy mouth bullshit. You can't compete with John Galt. Dave,
That day,
you're there.
I might have been too drunk
Dave,
to do it.
you are fuck it. So was he. Motherfucker, I'm drunk now.
And some people are functional drunks, and I'm just a social.
Well, dude, now I have to say this. I'm probably a little bit more inebriated. I hadn't, I've been down in Savannah. I don't drink when I'm in Savannah. I just don't do it. So it's a week of sobriety, and you know what? I had a good time. As a matter of fact, here's the other thing. I'm gonna wind up going back to Savannah. I was born there. I'll probably die there.
Oh wait,
I
before you
love
tell that
Savannah.
story, can you put the prettier girl on the screen?
We're looking at the prettier girl.
The other
You
one.
don't see, and this woman is fucking. I want her. She's older than my son, dude. I wish my son were here. That's who I want you to marry, motherfucker. You think this woman is gorgeous. Like, I can't think better. Dave, I just don't know what the fuck is wrong with you.
I'm not even trolling. I swear, I'm being as honest as I could be.
And
The other
you
one.
don't think you think she is less attractive than this woman?
Yes. No, go back to the other one more time.
Well, dude, what do
I
you
think this
think?
one
This
was
is
better.
I'm not a
No, I'm showing
motherfucking
Mrs. Dave
optometrist.
real quick.
I'm
I'm
not
showing
an optometrist. I'm not gonna go this one or that one.
I'm showing Mrs. Dave. Which one is better? That one? She thinks this one's prettiest. I don't know. Her hair
You
is
know
done.
what? You
Both of you
listen
are
to
wrong.
Mrs. Dave. You listen to Mrs. Dave, sir.
Wait a minute. I would tell you why. Hold on. She's about to tell me why. Hold on. She talking bullshit too. She said this one is on fire. Whatever. She's got the Latin accent, you know.
Mrs. Dave, this woman, dude, I'm motherfucking 60 years old. And dude, I would be a fool for this woman. She's
I
fucking
have an
gorgeous.
eagle eye. I have the eye of the tiger. I can see things that y'all can't see. And I think you guys like what's presented. Oh,
And
you guys like
see,
the
you are
presentation. I
going.
like the substance.
Can I ask you a favor?
What's up?
You finish where you're going because you are in hood conservative mode. Finish what you see, and I'm gonna counterpoint.
Put it on the other one real quick. One more time.
You just can't get enough of that pasty stuff.
This
is the black female version of the fucking Pillsbury Doughboy.
Yeah, man. I'm sorry. I know what I see, and I see more potential here.
Mm-hmm.
I think she just got back from a run. She's healthy. She's got to take a shower, maybe, and take the glasses off, put the contacts on. This one already did all that.
Wait, did you say
minus the
put
running?
contacts on?
Yeah, she needs contacts bad. The glasses make her head look small on the inside of the lens.
Look, and this girl is going with the right man. Now, you know what? Why the fuck am I even talking to you about this? It's obvious this
No,
is
you
more.
ever seen the bedpost with the ball on the corners? They got like the pillar with the
Yeah.
ball at the top. That's where this one is
Mm-hmm.
going to put that wig at the end of the day. When you
Is
wake
she
up,
wearing a wig? Is that a wig?
when you wake up, that hairpiece is going to sit on the ball on top of the pillar of the bedpost.
And
Then
you
there'll
know
be
what I'm
another
gonna
wig.
do?
The party
Gonna
wig will
go,
be on the other
baby.
side.
I'm gonna go, baby. You don't need the hair hat, the wig weave. Look, this woman's face is ridiculously pretty. She is facial features, dude. She is incredibly pretty.
Okay. No, hey, the
Motherfucker,
beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I'm
you know
just telling
what?
you, I see what I
This is
see.
the difference. This is the difference between like
Yeah, free zone for a weekend. There
no,
you go, right here. This
you
is
would
good for the
want,
weekend.
dude, you would fall in love with Meryl Streep. Meryl
This
Streep.
woman right here would piss me off.
You are a Meryl Streep black man. You think Meryl Streep, the generic white blonde woman, is a standard.
The other
And
girl
there's
is black
nothing
too.
wrong with
What are we talking? What are we doing?
no. You are a Meryl Streep nigga.
I guess. I
And I'm
don't see the
sorry,
difference in what you're saying. I don't.
folks, let me apologize. I used the N-word. I don't want it used, but I had to get this point across. This motherfucker wants Meryl Streep.
Hey, Dave be tripping, but Dave is right. And I stand on it and I give it my seal of approval that you guys are
Well,
picking the weekend.
I have to say, at least you're standing on it.
Yeah, because this one got that fake baby hair in the corner of her head. I can't
At least
stand
you're
that.
standing on it.
Ah. See, no, don't get me wrong, because I don't want you to think I'm just up here poo-pooing on this chick. She has
Oh
a
wait, hold
beautiful
it.
skin tone.
Here's a question. Here is a question.
Kelly. I like Kelly.
Well, that's surprising. You're not lost yet.
Kelly is, man, that right there. Yeah. Kelly all day on that one. What would you say?
Oh, Kelly Rowland.
Why?
I mean, it's not, it's kind of weird, but no, it is so weird. And I'm gonna have to also do disclaimers. I haven't dated a woman in like fucking 20 years. So I'm a little out of practice. But
it's like riding a bike.
I'm sorry, what?
It's like riding a bike.
Oh, I'm not worried about all that. Actually, Dave, I'm more worried about me. Let's see, how shall I put this? At this stage, I'm way more cantankerous than I used to be.
Yeah, the worst part about a relationship is the beginning, getting to know somebody, and then having them adjust.
Dude,
For me,
I've
I can't stand that. It's
60,
exciting for a couple of weeks, and then they just start getting on your last nerve. I'm cool.
No, old man dating is not like young man dating. We're not gonna have kids. So it is different. It's a different perspective, and I was my wife's boy, my wife's man. I will probably never be able to get over it. And when I die, I want my son to have done what he's gonna do. As a matter of fact, I don't fucking want to die with a bunch of people around me. It's fucking tell him to go to an ice cream shop or something. I'm not that much interested. I
don't
miss
even think about
my
it.
wife. Dude, you better cherish your wife.
Oh, I do. I do.
Well, good. That's all I need to hear.
I
And
talk
I
all
don't
this
want to be
trash.
so maudlin.
I talk all this trash, but I spoil that woman.
Do you? Did she spoil you? It might
Yeah,
be
I
that
don't.
you're lucky to have her rather than vice versa.
Well, what difference does that make?
Oh, it makes a huge
She's
difference.
absolutely
Dude,
lucky to have me. Are you kidding
see,
me?
uh, you know
Man, I
what?
never thought about it till you said it, but nah, she's more lucky to have me than I am to have her, for sure. And you know
Well,
why?
you,
You know,
of course, you would think that.
but you know why?
Does she, have you asked her opinion? she probably, she's probably like, this motherfucker.
No, I don't ask what her level of love is.
Well,
I
then,
can tell.
motherfucker, you don't ask women shit. Dave, you need to be much more, pretend to be, more laissez-faire than you are. Everything is not about dominance.
Right, right. I don't really do that here, but I don't have
You
to.
don't?
No, I don't have to. She's very feminine, and she kind of anticipates. You know what I mean? She's happy
No, I
when
don't know what you
she's
mean.
she's happy when I need something. I don't know how to explain it to you, but she's happy to help. She's inspirational too. I've accomplished a lot in the last couple months from her support. With her support, I got a great woman.
Well, good.
I don't know. Is it wrong to
She
say?
is
Is it
a
wrong to say that?
lucky. I'm sorry, what?
I said, is it wrong to say that? Because there's certain taboos.
No.
I didn't read the Negro rule
Wait,
book,
whoa,
but
whoa, whoa, whoa. What kind? No, of course it's not wrong.
I think, and based off of this experience between me and her, I do think that a woman should anticipate a man's request, and I didn't have to train that, or I didn't have to. I don't got nothing to do with that. She is literally like that, and I've come to form with that support system. It's an encouraging thing. I don't know if people agree with that, but I'm just saying that's what I got going on.
What's up, Lou? Lou, I
What up?
hope
What
I
up?
didn't keep you in the back too long. I was
No, no. I just clicked the link.
look.
I got a woman.
I'm
Where would
going
I?
to have to. I'm going to
That's
have to
good to
bow
me.
out of this sort of argument. I'm not in the game anymore, so I guess I will have to vicariously look. It goes. It will. There might be a woman out there that I'll meet and be knocked off my feet, but not at 60. The chances are not. And I
It's your
was
choice. It's
never
your
I
choice.
hold on one sec. I was never the sort of person to chase pussy in the streets. I wasn't raised that way. Don't plan on becoming. And pussy for pussy's sake is just pussy. I need more. Always have. So that's my
But
screed.
I think your Izod shirt probably gives that away.
Izod? What the fuck? People still wear Izod?
You said you was in the club with the Izods on and the The
that
one,
well, motherfucker, this is like back in like 1996.
the eyes eye had you out there shining.
Oh, it was fun. It was funny. But no, dude, this is like fucking like 40 years ago. And you know what? I am happy that I raised a son that is not too abrased by his father's, you know. All is good. And she is not an ugly woman. He is not an ugly child. But it is also freshman year. They're going into sophomore. And you know what? Wouldn't hurt my feelings if they got married, but I don't know what to say. I raised my son to make his own choices. If there's a mistake that I think is looming, then I'd get involved. But otherwise, motherfucker, you know what you're doing. Give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, you just got to you trust that you raised him right, and his choices are his to make, and his consequences are his to bear.
Yeah. But I'm not above telling him I told you so too. Oh, dude.
Stanley versus the world hit different at home, don't it?
You know what? Who was it? Dave, you heard me yelling in the background? I'm so
Yeah,
embarrassed.
you had a hot mic, but it was just you didn't say nothing crazy.
No, motherfucker. Dude. Dude, I don't fucking back down. I'm embarrassed. You know what? That sounded ghetto, didn't it? God
Don't
damn
be.
it.
I got a son. I got a daughter. You know, they get this work.
No,
I
motherfucker.
hope
That
I
is
hit the mute
ghetto.
button, but if I don't, it is what it is. You don't got a fire alarm chirping in the background. You just had to cuss your boy out. It's fine.
Motherfucker. It might chirp anytime. But I do have batteries. And I can't change them. But
Right.
dude,
That's what's important.
I don't want to be motherfucker. The sausage is made. I am a little bit embarrassed that but you know what, motherfucker? I
Don't
take
be.
no prisoners.
Why would you be embarrassed? That don't make sense.
Sometimes you got to tell them.
I'm projecting.
It's supposed to be seamless.
Yeah.
But anyway, you know what, motherfucker? I'm not paying for him to go to San Francisco. He's doing it on his own steam. And we just got back from Savannah yesterday, and this motherfucker's leaving tomorrow. And that's what fathers do.
He's off to San Francisco.
You know what? It's not to meet Harvey Milk.
Thank God. Right? Thank God. That's horrible. I bet.
Bottom line is I'm kind of proud of it. It's like,
what's he in school for?
Who? My son?
Yeah.
Software engineering.
Not bad.
It depends. Not to be a developer. No, this motherfucker is actually like software engineering. It's kind of weird. Georgia Tech has a school of computing, and I
You wanted him to go to Georgia
Motherfuckers are
Tech?
hardcore.
Yeah.
Well, I thought the linear algebra that I took, it was like, well, you're taking algebra. Oh no, they started connecting it to linear databases. And I've done database engineering. Oh motherfucker. He got a B in the class.
Database
So
engineering as far as what?
no,
Servers or
no.
what are you talking?
Database engineering, as in you build databases from scratch. Like databases, you can click like what is it? Sybase and um you can build the shell of a database with a click. But the engineering behind it, like you can code a database from
Oh yeah. Okay.
literally you can, but that's the engineering part. Um, you can you can literally take a computer and now you're gonna need you can start with it's amazing, and I'm not a coder. I literally was a systems engineer. I can build a server, I can script. I can do scripts, tell an OS what to do. But what happens when you have to build the OS like from scratch? You can click and say Microsoft Access, I want a database. So you click database and then you fill it with information, or you can build the structure of the database from scratch. And I think that's what they do with these motherfuckers. Difference between software developer and software engineer. You build shit from scratch. And
You pretty much write the parameters, huh?
Well, no, you literally build it from scratch.
Right.
If you take like VB.net, and I don't even know where the stuff is gone, but say let's go back to like 2006, 2007. I kind of started playing around with VB.net, and I've done probably one app, and it was a shell around an executable. I just needed to do it, execute the executable, their commands. You can do it from a shell you build around the executable. However, I didn't build the executable. The executable, I just built a structure around the executable to tell the executable you had to call it, like call executable, do this. My son, hopefully, is being trained to build the executable. And
executable or function?
No, like if
No,
you
I'm not
see,
trying to hold you
like,
to like the proper
well,
name
no,
of it, but I know what I
take
think I know what you
something.
mean.
Look at, open your computer up, go to a folder. You'll see something, at least in the Windows world, that says something.exe.
Yeah.
Exe, that's the executable. Now, if you have the right way to crack open, it's an app. Inside that .exe is a bunch of shit, and it's code. You compile it into an executable, so it's, something, some OS or something can execute it, executable. But I think there are people trained to make the executables. And executables like machine language, there are .exes that have been around since I was a kid. It is literally like a machine language. It can get as deep where, if you're familiar with a TCP stack, there are things
Yeah, I
that
am
are
I am familiar. That's a protocol, right?
yeah, exactly. They can literally talk to the hardware. And it's a stack all the way up from that. There are, and it's not my world, but that's what my son is doing. And motherfucker, he's in an engineering school. He's literally doing software engineering.
That's big money.
No, I don't give a fuck about motherfucker. Who gives a fuck about the money? I give a
That's why you
fuck
go to school.
about
You
the
got to pay the
ability.
loan off.
No,
I mean,
no,
not
no.
loan, but
See,
he's probably got this.
This is what I think a lot of people, and not you, Dave, and not Lou. I don't give a fuck about the money. I don't have to. I give a fuck about you being able to do it. Motherfucker, I care about my son being smart. Actually, if you're smart, you'll figure out how to live. But I want that motherfucker to outthink motherfucking the smartest motherfucker out there. My son needs to be able to counterthink and defeat. And I know it's weird, but motherfucker, I am I am Du Bois gone wild. I want to crush dumb motherfuckers.
What is okay? Wait, and this is gonna sound totally ignorant, but I want your explanation of why you put Du Bois over Booker T.
I don't.
But I don't see. That's what I'm saying. I can't frame the question how I want you to understand
Well,
it. But
let me help you out, or at least try to. There was never a conflict. Now, back in 1920, there was a conflict. In 2025, there is no conflict. You need to be able to split wood, turn a screw, and read Homer. And if you can't do that, then you aren't interesting.
I have a gap, and I got to fill the gap. But right now, the gap's getting filled with something totally irrelevant to that.
If you're reading a book, it's not irrelevant. Everything is relevant. Read a book about pest control. Read a book about
I would say
how you're going
SKC
to
and Hood
paint your car.
Conservative kind
It's
of
all
introduced me
relevant.
to this side of it. I was more looking at certain technicals, and that's not to say that I got it all down packed, but I'm working on them. So I told you I was going to the library to get a book. I had ordered the book through Amazon, and I've been reading the same line 6 times ever since I got it because I can't get the concept of it. But I am not just floating along. I'm kind of learning,
Shut the fuck up. You already have the concept. Dave, what the fuck are you doing? No, seriously.
Jack of all trades, man.
Stop worrying about that shit. Just you're there. Stop worrying about it. Don't tell me about your trip to the library. you're there.
Amen to that.
Dude, there are going to be 1,000 trips to the library. You will go with your kids. You'll go with your grandkids.
Oh, when I went, I owed $60 in overdue books. I had to pay that before I could even talk to them.
Dude.
No,
I
you had
borrowed,
made a point to say that I don't go to the library. That's why I made it a big deal.
dude. I had my most overdue book was like I had the book and they had written me off, and I made a contribution to the library, dude. Dude, it was a hardback book. It was like they'd written the shit off. Look, thank God that I don't have to do that, dude. If you are telling me you went to the library, then you've already won. Who gives a fuck? You're just there.
Hey, SKC, are you still there? Anyway, Stanley, show him the girls, and we'll get his opinion.
I'm uninterested. I need to find something interesting. You know what? We're going to do this. This is Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes. And my computer is slow.
I think she approached that interview with some kind of strategy because I don't think he said anything mind blowing. I think she asked him about his point of view, and she acted as if her mind was blown. I don't see it. I didn't understand that.
You're talking Candace Owens?
Yeah, Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes. I didn't see the whole thing, but from the snippets.
All right. Well, let's see if I can find it. What I saw wasn't the whole interview, but Candace Owens has always been not the smartest girl, and here is our girl, bitch.
Oh, well, I wonder who you're talking.
I have to now.
Oh yeah, it's just that don't miss.
You know what? I like her.
Hitting that like button. What's up, y'all?
She is brutal.
I got some dirt in here. About to go ahead and choose which
Now,
one I
I'm
want to first.
actually interested. You don't seem to be rather brutal in your assessment.
We know her. Why would I be brutal?
Do we? Do we?
Well, she frequents the space, so there's no reason to be mean. What would I be mean for?
Pretty much.
You're casting aspersions. I know how you do.
Oh, I'm not casting aspersions. I'm awaiting your assessment. You
Why
seem
would
to
I
be
have an
rather
assessment of a
comfortable.
friend? Why would I have an assessment of a friend of the show?
Oh, Dave! All of a sudden, you don't seem so manosphere after all.
That's where you get me wrong. You keep assuming you're gonna make an ass out of yourself.
Oh, you know what? It happens on occasion.
What is she doing though?
I have no clue. I noticed she was on. I'm not committed to watching this.
Wait a minute, is that a
But I
poster
was-
in the background, or is that an actual bookshelf full of witchcraft?
No, it's a poster.
Oh, okay. I know she's into that kind of stuff.
What the fuck is she doing?
Working one of them voodoos.
Is that what that is?
I'm telling you,
need
she about
gloves
to,
for that? Okay,
if you're
I
wor-
have to ask her.
If you're working a hex on somebody, you might need some gloves.
And her volume is low.
So what I'm gonna do because I'm not gonna go back in that bag. I'm gonna take my rosemary, move this big old chunky piece of dirt,
They've
move
made a
it out the
great
way.
case, SKC, in the last couple. Yeah,
I'm gonna take this
yeah.
spoon and I'm gonna
I
kind
gotta
of
buy a
go around
ticket.
the sides to loosen it. Because, baby, we don't want to hurt the roots, okay? We gotta let the roots be real defined. But I am gonna get it out the sides just a little bit. Now you can use a pick. I usually use a pick to do stuff like this. But y'all, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm just ready to get my babies in a new, better container right now. So I ain't studying that pick. We gonna get them out of here. And I'm gonna flip it out.
What the?
Oh, she's just doing some planting.
They keep trying to get up in here.
Why the spoon?
Get the way, honey.
Why not? Would you rather a spade or a shovel?
No,
So-
that looked like one of those crushable containers that you could just push from the bottom.
Yeah. Therefore, you use a spoon.
Let's scoop our
Man,
baby
I got a lot to learn about gardening. I didn't see where they use spoons.
Oh my lord, she's not in her garden. She's not out in the garden, sir.
I'm trying to keep it together as much as I can. I just pat the dirt on the outside to keep it together at the top.
What is it?
But then what I do is I flip it over like it's a cake or something. Okay, just like that. So I'm gonna take that spoon out.
Hey, Stanley, what was you expecting me to say?
Gently flip it. Just like that.
Not sure.
And get it all out, but I'm holding the root.
Yeah, he was leading me on there to say something.
Oh, what's up?
Yeah.
Now I got, just making sure I didn't rip anything off. We got it out, y'all. We got our baby out. Now you see the roots. You gotta be gentle.
Same here.
I'm gonna take this spoon. I'm gonna pat that soil down because most of that is
Huh.
in there is the soft soil. Show y'all what that looks like. It's a little bit softer soil. Okay. And I just scoop the middle out a little, just a tad, and I take this and I place it in that.
This is like Stanley's internet
Make sure it's
fix.
deep enough so we got enough space for them roots to grow.
Not so much.
All the way.
This is something she's doing for women. No idea, but she's a thrilling girl. But I'm moving on.
Yeah, riveting.
Nick
Very
Fuentes,
riveting.
Inevitable.
Now this is
I'll talk about who
rather
Nick Fuentes
long.
is in a second, but there was a nice
And
scene
I have a
in
video after this.
one of the MCU Marvel movies where Thanos says that he was inevitable, but it ended up that he was defeated. So his being was inevitable. You had to confront him, and you can't get away with that. But he can still be defeated, but you have to confront him. And if you refuse to confront him, there is no escaping, right? That's the way Nick Fuentes is inevitable. You have to confront him, and if you refuse to confront him, he'll either keep working in all these unregulated ways, or like that kind of ideology that I will ascribe to him later, will keep working in all these unregulated ways, which is worse, or you just won't be able to refuse to confront him as he just keeps kind of rising in prominence and relevance. So you have to confront him and defeat him because he is inevitable. There is no kind of putting him off because he's too good at too many things, right? And too wise, I'll say wise, too wise about too many aspects of American life and the underpinning of American life and the reasoning of American life. Now, I'd say like the post-Reconstruction KKK, the KKK was inevitable after we didn't take Reconstruction seriously. If you don't take Reconstruction seriously, you're going to get a KKK. Maybe it comes at the end of the 19th century. Maybe it comes in the 20th century. Maybe it comes immediately after the Civil War. But as soon as you only grant formal rights to black people, but you get rid of
Oh my
any claim
lord,
of property
we are
rights
at
or
11:13.
equality under the law or legal protection or anything like that. And it's just merely formal, but it won't ever be interpreted or executed by the government. Then the KKK is inevitable, right? It's just a matter of when. It's just a matter of when, right? So it's like that with Nick Fuentes. As soon as you have a politics that is as incoherent as the United States, as soon as you have a politics that's so indifferent to regular people who just want to work and have their families, as soon as you have a politics that's so casual about divorce and all of these other things that's bad about American politics, then
Well, Dave,
Fuentes
anytime you want
is
to pause this
inevitable. You're going to deal
to
with
a comment on
Nick
Army's
Fuentes, and he's
comments,
not. Someone called him a
let
Zen
us know.
nihilist in the comments. I don't think he's a Zen nihilist. He's a right Hegelian, and I've done the only other video I've done that was dedicated to him was on Nick Fuentes as a right Hegelian, because I think he's a right Hegelian. I am a left Hegelian, but he's a right Hegelian. And all of his racism, it just comes down to the fact that he thinks, I have bad eyes because my parents have bad eyes, and I have a balding pattern that's very similar to the balding pattern that you find in my families, and that might also say something about the quality of my mind. Like these physical characteristics that are inheritable also suggest mental characteristics that are inheritable. Not these individual physical or particular physical characteristics, but just like the racial characteristics. People with lips like mine and noses like mine and melanin like mine might actually have deficient minds, right? So so that's going to be the argument, and you'd be surprised how many people are like low-key eugenicists. Pretty much, the NPR Dems like to say that it's just poor white people, but really, the real eugenicists, the real racists, are like everyone rich. Almost everyone rich is a low-key eugenist, is a low-key racist. And we just don't talk about them because most of them are polite enough to be genteel about their racism. But that is kind of what it is. So he thinks that some of these physical characteristics, phenotypical characteristics, relevantly map on to mental characteristics. And someone asked if I see Candace Owens debate him. I saw her interview him. Yeah, and I think she didn't actually address him as well as I could, right? Or I don't think she addressed him.
Look, the John Galts who fucking interview Jason Kessler's, the Candace Owens who interview with Nick Fuentes, they are the fucked up black people.
Why?
Because they were hurt way back in the day, and they didn't grow up with black pride. They somehow or another in their nurture, I don't know how it works or why they think this. All black people are bad. Maybe all the black people they knew at the time were fucked up. And then you compound that with America as a racist country. They got all black people are fucked up on top of how they were brought up. And again, this is all theory. But Ak Nation, John Galt, Candace Owens, those motherfuckers they're not okay. They are hurting people. They were hurt somewhere in their childhood, and they just can't seem to understand that not all black people are fucked up. Any rebuttal?
I could take your word for it.
Motherfucker.
You would have to explain me.
Don't even go. Don't take my word. Don't take my word for it.
I said I could, but
Why
it
bother?
doesn't explain my position. I know
Motherfucker,
this
who
thing.
cares to explain your position?
I need diagnosed. I've been accused of
Well,
being
then go get
anti-black
help.
bias.
Go get help. The black community is not going to help you, and they shouldn't. They don't know you. Go get help if you need it, and don't be shy.
My pride doesn't rest on racial lines. It's just like why would the group
Dave,
separate?
I hate to preempt your dumbass point. It's not about
Okay.
you. It is not about you.
I know it's
The
wrong to
world does
inject
not
myself
give
in
a
an
fuck
argument. I
about
get it.
Deacon Dave. Stop putting your dude. I had to fuss at Ryan, of all people. Stop putting yourself in the middle of conversations that no one's thinking about you in. Dude, you're not seminal to American culture. Stop.
That's not main character syndrome. That's just me asking.
Okay,
What the hell?
motherfucker, I didn't say it was main character syndrome. I just asked you not to stop putting yourself in the center. I don't care about main character syndrome. Mr. Reese.
Stanley Cross, can you hear me?
Motherfucker, this is royalty, folks. It's not Crown Reese. It is Crown royalty.
Listen,
How you doing?
I'm good, brother. I've been sneaking and listening to you. I have not stopped. I've been really, really busy. I got this 15-year-old, got him together, and just
How
really
is your son?
he is good. He fucking has a job, Stanley.
Uh-oh.
He has a job. Yes, he
What
has
is he?
a job.
Is he cutting hair? What's he doing?
Well, he's doing that on the side, but we got we have our own family cleaner, so he is running that for all morning by himself. So he's been there probably since 7 o'clock this morning. So
Well,
yeah, he's going to
motherfucker,
be the
don't
one.
work the man. Don't work that boy so hard.
Look, I told him you don't want to understand and do stuff. One day you will own this, so
Motherfucker, did you give him a lunch break?
Yeah, he just called me early, was asking me. He like, you coming to get me and we're going to get something for dinner? I said, nah, your mom already done made you something to eat, so you be all right when you get here.
Hey,
I took your advice.
Dad.
I took your advice. I have not been hard on him. I have really given him a leeway, and
yeah,
he seems to get it, Stanley. So I'm kind of proud, and I really appreciate you for even giving that.
Crown, dude. Look, and I was telling Dave earlier, just have expectations. Your children. Now you do have to. He's 15, so you don't have to do that stuff anymore. Children get it, but dude, they will meet your expectations. Just let them know what your expectations are.
And that's what I did. When you told me that the first time, you told me don't go about it that way. And I think when I came at him that way, he got it, Stanley. So I kind of took my foot off his neck. So he's good. He's a good kid, man.
Well, but here's the deal, and you know it. Don't be afraid to apply the foot if need be. That motherfucker, your son knows the foot is there. He knows. He knows it's there.
Yeah, he does.
Look, if he knows it's there, and you know what? Here's the thing. And I learned this personally with my father. I think my son will get it. Dude, there comes a point in time when they don't need the foot, they will come and go, how do I can I put your shoes on? I might need to I have a son. Can I borrow your shoe?
How is Stanley Jr. doing?
Dude, you know what?
He got a wife yet? He got a wife yet? You got him married yet?
Crown. You have missed a bunch of stuff. No, he's still at Georgia Tech. He's flying out to see his girlfriend in San Francisco tomorrow. Now, I'm a Savannah motherfucker, and all of
Right.
You know what? No, but seriously, I trust him. I trust the girl, and no, I haven't met her. But look,
You seen the picture of her? Is she cute?
Yeah, I have. She's actually cute. What? You missed all this shit? Oh, she's an Asian girl. You're breaking up a bit.
Maybe I'm wrong. I'm gonna break up.
Oh, well. Anyway, I know she's Asian because he told me. I didn't ask. CK, I'm not that good a father. You started, dude. CK, you tell me, I will co-host. You can host, dude. I'm an old father. My fathering days are over. I'm parent advisor, but CK, that's a good idea. As a matter of fact, you know what, motherfucker? You will host it, Admiral, but that's actually proactive. Since I talk so much shit, it can be me, you, Dave, SKC. This is what we're gonna do, man. That's a good Admiral. It's what we're gonna do. SKC, Deacon Dave, all these married motherfuckers. It must be good for something.
Yeah, whatever happened to Wolf? You still talk to him?
Yeah.
I haven't seen him in a while.
From the Discord?
Yeah, I think that was from Charles' channel.
Actually, I think he goes to Bob's show. Look, this is the other thing, and I am so sad. Bob is so nice to me. CT is so nice to me. I just don't. I need my dumb motherfucking ass show. AAE needs to come back and crown your back.
Yes,
You
sir.
know what? And you shall be a part of this too. CKJ3 makes we need to do a father's show.
What's
I
that?
never
We've been
thought
doing
of it.
that before. You started it.
Not the way CKJ3 wants it done.
Oh, see, yeah, I gotta get a hold of it. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you this. I will be here constantly now. I started back up the way I was, and I got to get to know everybody. And I think that's a real good idea.
Oh, it's not my idea.
It's a good
You know what,
idea.
CK? In all seriousness, I'll send you my phone number. This actually is in a motherfucker. Why didn't I think of this before? It could be productive. It can. we do have a couple fathers up here who have like children that are going to be successful. Okay. Um, Dave and yeah, we got enough fathers. Um,
I think most of my fathering has come from um, uh, uh, men who have already been in that situation, who really
absolutely.
knows it. Very successful men. Not putting it down on people who are not successful, but I have really taken a lot of advice because it's times where you can crack, and just go crazy. Here here I have a son, and just for instance, he has so much in front of him. He has generational wealth, and he don't even know this yet, but he knows that he's in a situation where he can be successful. And
Mhm.
it really comes hard when a person is really not used to having little small success and then trying to implicate it into someone who never knows anything about what's really going on. And most of my things that I have instilled thus far at this age, maybe I say within maybe like a year or so, Stanley has really gave me some really, really good father advice, and it has worked.
Well, let me ask
And
you a question. And this, your point about generational wealth, motherfucker, that's what um it doesn't take like 80 generations. Um my father is building it and has built it for his kids. His parents, they grew up in a time that they couldn't. That is, dude, let
I
your
really owe
kids
it. I
know.
really owe.
Dude, no. Your son knows who his father is. Yeah, of course
Yeah.
you're building generational wealth, and motherfucker, he will build more wealth. He needs to know what the goal is. He needs so powerful. And I was having this conversation, Crown. Um, how do you pick a woman to help? How would you? And you're perfect for this question. You have a 15-year-old. How will you advise him to find a woman to help him build the wealth for the next generation? You
Well, as
how do you advise him?
as you know, I keep him instilled in God. That's where it comes from. So I had to put it in my realm. I told him this, and I said I will never deter him wrong. My grandmother. I said those people. She's a Georgia woman. You know.
Oh,
They came from
there
Georgia.
can only the only good women are Georgia women.
Man, listen. My grandmother said she put a spirit on me of of the Lord, and it just. And I'm not saying I had bad times, but I have not really had bad. It's always been I skate by, and I think it just is. I think it's that my grandmother instilled that God is within me,
Mhm.
and so I have to spread it out. And my son, he's with me, so we're everywhere. I have him in situations where he can really speak to people. And the church is a lot to do with like the church this, church this, but I think the 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 dysfunctional things that they say about the church, I move them away from me, and I always will be around positive people. And I told him that you will not find a woman. That woman's going to come to you. God is going to put her there for you. And it's for me.
Motherfucker.
I came from shit.
You
I
know
came
what?
from shit. I came from shit,
I
and I got a good
am
woman.
Crown. A good woman will come to you. Now you
Right.
might have to, smile or be amenable, but I met my wife. through a neighbor, her brother, as it turned out. But before that, I've met so many women who were friends. Like,
right.
I'm thinking and old men should never go back. And the best women that I almost had like permanent relationships with, your friends know you. Ooh,
Exactly.
the matchmaking stuff is not a horrible way to go,
Right.
you know, and yeah, let your friends do the work, be a good friend to them. Nothing wrong with walking. There's nothing wrong with going to the club. Just don't do it a lot. Don't make it your lifestyle. Going to the club is awesome, but don't, you know.
My son asked me, Dad, how you meet Mom? I say, I was
Mhm.
in the phone book dialing the number, and I dialed her number, and it was an accident. That's been my
What?
friend since 1990. Yes, sir. We've been married since
Okay,
1990.
now you have to tell us this. Holy cow.
I'm telling you, sir, that's what happened, Stanley. It was just something I was dialing the number for plumbing. I told her that's what I got. Maybe I was trying to plumb. I don't know. But yeah, I dialed the wrong number, and we had a full conversation for about 3 hours. And
What the fuck?
1990. I
Oh,
promise you. I tell you, my
dude.
grandmother said I'm going to
Oh,
be
no.
fine.
Crown Reese. I'm not doubting. I'm like, God damn.
Yeah, that's a
That
story,
is
man.
so.
Yeah,
No,
God
no,
is
no.
good,
Tell
man.
this. Tell the motherfucking story. Dude, it, Crown, I feel the same way. You luck into it. Maybe you're a good person. There is motherfucking love at first sight. Look, if you meet a woman on the phone or I met my wife
She told me the
and
things that
he's
I was saying, and then I was young. I was a young cat then, and she was like,
Mhm.
the stuff that you were saying, I knew that you would be my husband. I'm like, huh?
God
Yeah.
damn.
She told me that.
A
And me
motherfucker.
and
Oh,
listen, I had my child late.
look,
I wasn't no spring
Crown,
chicken.
Crown, you're gonna have to be with her. Like the serendipity, and I'm gonna use big words. Motherfucker, I fell in love. It's my joke is it was love at second sight because I knew when I met her, oh shit, because she just stood out.
Right.
Second time I met her, we literally it was at her brother's wedding. Dude, I I knew she was there. I was in the wedding. Um, I'm not going to tell you the details of the story.
I can imagine.
my date to the wedding fucked up royally.
Mm.
I was my date for the wedding literally decided to stay in front of the fire in the living room.
Wow. At least it was cozy.
No, dude, I talked to I met her. We literally fucking talked in the same place for like 3 hours.
Oh yeah.
And everyone kind of knew me. They kind of knew her. It was like ever since I never said, "Hey, let's be a couple." We were just a couple. And my point is that, if you can meet a woman randomly and just kind of jibe, y'all will never get divorced. Y'all are. It's like a soul match.
It's all day long. Yeah, and when I first met, she never seen my picture. You know, this is the '90s, so we wrote letters. I was writing letters to her, and at this time,
Writing letters.
I'm in listen. I'm
Did
in
you
Dayton,
write it with
Ohio.
a fountain pen?
I'm in Dayton, Ohio, at the barbershop with my uncle.
God damn.
And she was in Cincinnati, and she never saw me. So you can't send no text message,
Wow.
no pictures, or nothing. So I mean, so I sent her a picture of me through the mail, and she was like, "You're gonna be my husband." So,
Holy mother! Oh,
So-
Crown Reese, why have you not told this story?
you know what? It's a couple of people that asked me to. I have some mentors. I got some people who are really good on YouTube that really got good channels. They do what they do. And they always tell me to do my channel. Just like I had a conversation the other day. Hey, I see you on TikTok. See, I've been on TikTok now. I can
Oh,
express
really?
myself and do little things, and I can show little things that's different. So, so he was like, "What's up with YouTube?" And I was just like, "It's too many politics." I said, "Man, there's so many people that I know on YouTube, man, and YouTube is keeping people stagnated, man. There's so many people that's smart as hell, and they won't let their message get out. Real message, like listen. Out of all the people on YouTube, I could be on any, but I know when I come and talk to you and listen to you, man, it ain't gonna be nothing fucked up, man. It's gonna be from the heart, and you're telling the truth, man."
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, you is, man. And I can't take that from you, man. Because if you wouldn't, you would have been fucking gone. I thought, like, nah, Stanley been gone. But no, you're here for a purpose, man. And I'll be mad if you ever left. I'll be mad.
Let me level set you. Let me level set.
There's so many people that hate to love you, but they love you, Stanley. They have to, man. They have to.
No, they don't.
That country ass man. They love that country ass man to drink that nice smooth brandy, and tell a motherfucker about himself in a minute. Yeah, you give him motherfucker. Listen, you gave me a reality check with my son. You gave me that, bro, and I will never forget that. Never, ever in my life.
Look,
it's 1,000 people that gave me advice. Your advice from marriage and also bearing children. You gave me, Stanley Cross gave me that advice to go that way, and I went that way, and I'm still in a smooth selling situation.
Well,
I really thought I was going.
Let me also say, you were going that way in the first place. I just gave you a nudge.
Yeah, you did.
Dude.
Yeah, because it was out of control. It wasn't the way that I wanted to be. And I know I can't have it the way that I wanted, but I just still wanted to just like kick him off course. But I can't kick him off course. Like you told me you can't. You got to work with him.
Oh,
and I did.
Oh, motherfucker. Dude. Your boy is brilliant. Dude, you just Crown Reese.
I'm driving down the street and I turn on YouTube. I see Stanley Cross. I said, "Oh, and he got another show coming. Let me talk to Stanley Cross." Yeah.
No, I you know what? I am look, let me also give you a little note about my life. Dude, I just got back from Savannah and I talk about Savannah all the time.
What you was up there doing? What happened up there? What's going on up there? You had to go back home. What happened?
To visit my father.
There it is. That's what
Dude, I grew up there.
I'm thinking like you to talk about the son. You ain't said nothing about daddy at all. How's he doing?
No, he's doing fine. Oh, you know what, motherfucker? Now you know what my father had us do. My son mowed dude, my father's the house I grew up in, that lawn, it's a golf lawn. You put a T on that. This is the house I grew up in.
Yes, sir. Big
Dude,
yard.
we got there are holly trees there. My father and I, my sister and I, you know the holly trees with the leaves and the
Yeah, I
red
know it.
berries.
Yes, right. There's them
Motherfucker,
Macon. Hey, look, they got them trees in Macon. You know, I was sitting up under the
dude,
ones in Macon. That's right.
dude, those trees are fucking like 30 feet, 40 feet high.
The best
We
shade in the
planted them.
world.
Dude.
Right.
However, my son mowed the front lawn. Dude, I used to hate mowing that front lawn, but my son mowed it. It is so. You know what I did? My father asked me to weed around his roses at the end of the driveway. So my lame ass is there. Motherfucker, I was weeding. Now, I'm 60 motherfucking years old. And my daddy asked me to weed the garden. And guess what I did, motherfucker?
Got your ass down there. He see the spunk. Get your ass down there, boy.
Dude, you know what I didn't do?
He ain't talk back.
Oh, my father was like, well, Stanley, you know, it's hot. And you know, don't overdo it. I didn't even tell him, motherfucker, there will not be a goddamn weed. Oh, motherfucker. I wouldn't now. Half
like
of it
them.
is I'm
I
not
like them old.
not going to give you the opportunity to find
I like them old
all.
school.
And the other
Them
hand
old people
is
up there. They steadfast. They for
the
real.
other hand is motherfucker. You train me for thoroughness.
Right.
Of course,
That's
if
right.
it's a problem, I will deal with it. But there will not be a goddamn weed around these rose bushes,
No, that's
motherfucker.
right.
I am not. And my father wouldn't give a fuck. You know, he's 80 something, but he trained me that well.
That's right. Good.
If you say weed the garden, motherfucker, don't leave a weed.
That's right. That's right. That's what it means. Damn. See, that's see those. That's why you're here, Stanley. We still have to. Man. We have to come back, man. Because now these kids, man, fuck these kids the way they acting up here in the streets, disrespecting people. This is where it's got to come back to. I'm glad the people
Right.
that they got, because my son was born in Florida, so we go back and do things. I still got apartment building down there. I mean, apartment house, 2 apartment houses down there, and we go back and check things out and whatever. And the laws there is totally different when you come in from here to go up there. You got to mind, your manners, in certain places around people. And I think we need to bring the old tactics back and police and let them know, just let you start soccer punching the kids. Yeah, it's time to soccer punch them again. It's time to put them back in their place because they really getting outrageous. That's why I haven't did a trip. We normally do a cruise, every year. Like we ain't been out in 2 years, and that's just because of people and how they're being raised. It's totally different, man. They very, very, very disrespectful, man. And people don't even talk about it. They talk about goddamn Trump more than they even talk about their own damn community. And so I really got a pet peeve, and a lot of that of me on YouTube is missing because it's the same shit over and over and over and over, man. We gotta talk about
Well,
something that really means
motherfucker,
something.
bring your ass back over here.
Yeah, I'm popping out, man. We gotta talk about some shit that really means something, man. The shit that's going on
Right.
in your household. Let's talk about that. Everybody want to be personal about everything.
Well, you know
Let's
what?
talk
Let
about
me
the fuck
let
going
me
on in your
also
household.
tell you something, dude. I'm kind of stuck on the news and culture and this weird culture critique. But Crown Reese, if you have something you want to talk about or do a show, tell me about it.
You know I know.
I'm not.
You know I know. I
I'm not
told you I'm
stuck
back.
on stupid. I
I'm gonna come back, you know what I'm saying, you know, and do my and just try it. Because someone asked me, why haven't I started my channel up on there? And I understand, man, everything here on there just be bullshit, man. You know, people just be faking and just be talking and you know, I'm gonna tell the truth, and a lot of people don't want to hear the truth, man. You know, so a lot of people are
Hey,
always doing
Dave.
foolish shit. It just.
Hey, the
Well,
Cowboys.
let me do this because I am at 11:48.
Sidebar.
I can do a I'll start up another stream now that Hood Conservative is here. Hood Conservative, if I start another show, hop up, be the featured guest. I talk a lot of shit about your dumbass.
Conservative, what's up, though? I ain't seen her. I heard. I'm like, oh, that's
But
good right
no,
there.
it's actually Hood Conservative is here. I'm kind of honored. So, Mr. Conservative, hey, Crown, can you mute right quick?
Yeah, I was. Man, I think that.
You got an echo. So anyway, I am 80 sheets to the wind. Got some more Guinness stout. I don't have to make dinner. We're gonna have leftovers. My son is going to San Francisco. Believe this or not, we're going to a soul food restaurant in the morning, and he will drift off to Hartsfield. But it's a mixed. I know my son has to be a man and all that shit, but I don't know. I'm gonna miss him. I was just in Savannah with him for a whole week. And now I have to be alone he'll be back at the end of the week. But hey Lindy, I'm gonna kill this stream. I'm going to start another stream. I would
Maybe
love.
you and Hood Conservative talk about Obama. It's such
Well,
a good topic.
motherfucker, you know what? I will not let him belittle me.
Nah, what's funny about it is that you and RBR have this affinity for Obama. I wish you would have met him, man. He was a
No,
good
I
dude.
think Obama's perfectly fine. I
Hold
don't know
on.
why everybody gets
Hey, what
wrapped around
Stanley
the
say
accent.
about Obama? I want to hear about what he said about Obama.
I think he was president.
Man, listen, I don't even want to say nothing about that, but I seen his bitch. Oh,
Motherfucker.
stop it,
Look,
Stanley. Stop it, Stanley. You don't talk to no
all
grown
right.
man like no grown man don't talk to another grown man.
I
How
just
Obama
do not have a problem with Obama. I think he was fine as a president.
right? He's Sugarfoot though, right?
No, I think you know
You don't
what
think he's Sugarfoot?
Obama is.
Yeah, he is
Obama,
Sugarfoot, though.
and
You
I
got a
think
gay
Michelle.
mentor?
I think Michelle.
Stanley, who your gay mentor?
I think Michelle Obama.
It's his gay mentor.
Dude,
Stanley, who your gay mentor, Stanley? Stanley, who your gay mentor? If you on the Obama shit, who your gay mentor?
Look,
Stop that shit, Stanley.
y'all wanna make jokes, but
No,
what you
I'm
gotta
asking.
admit,
Listen, remember, I said I'm gonna tell the truth. I'm asking you a question.
I think that Michelle Obama, I'd marry her. I think Michelle Obama is perfectly fine. She is I would marry her. Had I been in Obama's shoes, yeah, hell yeah, I'd marry her. She's cute.
You want to marry Barbara Bush too, Stanley?
No.
No, why not? It's a white woman.
Wait, hold it. Why are you comparing? Why are you comparing Barbara Bush to Michelle Obama?
Because you got to understand. Come on,
I
stop it.
have to understand. Really? Do I?
You only gonna do that because she's from she got a southern look.
I think that Michelle Obama, now she's not the most beautiful woman in the world. However, she's not chopped liver either.
Right,
Look,
but so
you know,
so
Crown Reese,
I mean, listen, the
Crown
ugliest man I know would date the finest woman in the world. So I
Crown
couldn't.
Reese,
I'm not saying that
you
you're an
know
ugly
this.
man.
I have a thing. Look, it's
What
gotten
you got
a
a thing
little
for?
bit.
What you got a thing for, Stanley?
It's gotten a little bit worse as you get older.
White women.
I'm really Crown.
You want some more? I mean,
Really?
shit, they
Crown
don't
Reese.
Look, don't do the Shannon Sharp on me, man. Come on now,
All
man. You
I
know
have
shit
to
didn't
say,
change.
you know what? See, this is the thing about black men.
No, I ain't
Well,
black,
no,
Stanley. I'm brown.
I need you to let
My
me
Cadillac
finish
is
what
black.
I need you to let me finish what I'm going to say without interruption.
Well, you got to speak clearly, Stanley. You know how I am with you. You know
I
what it
can
is.
speak very clearly.
Okay, well, I need you to tell the truth this time, okay?
The truth is, motherfucker, I am a smart black man and I marry the bitch that I want to marry.
That's right. So what that make me?
Okay,